Wen Yan perused a book wherein a character sharing her name, a mere supporting role, was an illegitimate daughter of the illustrious Shen family. Upon discovering the character's tragic fate, Wen Yan was incensed. How could one not survive outside the confines of affluence? Hadn't the wealthy family bestowed upon her a luxurious mansion and countless opulent possessions? A mere sale of these treasures would yield millions. Truly, she was a lost cause. Were she the Wen Yan of the narrative, she would have gracefully stepped aside, embracing a life of leisure long ago. To her astonishment, she awoke to find herself within the very story she had read. Chapter 1. Administering drugs is out of the question. Wen Yan had read a book. In it, the character who bore her name was a false heiress of the Shen family. The outcome of the story left her seething. How could one not thrive after leaving such a prestigious family? The wealth they provided should have sufficed for a comfortable life. If she were that Wen Yan, she would have relinquished her position and taken to a life of ease. As fate would have it, she awakened as the character herself. Yexem? Gazing at the drug-laced orange juice in her hand, Wen Yan resolved to alter the plot. Yet, as she turned, a deep, indifferent male voice resonated behind her. Is something amiss? Resigned, Wen Yan turned, her gaze evasive, not daring to meet the man's eyes. Good evening, elder brother. I was merely taking a stroll and happened to pass by your door. Are you heading out? I apologize for obstructing your path. She stepped aside. Shen Jingxiu regarded her with a furrowed brow. Strolling at this hour, right outside his door? Yet, he and Wen Yan, his adopted sister, had seldom exchanged words. As he descended the stairs, he chose not to utter another word. Watching him depart, Wen Yan exhaled in relief, silently thinking, thank goodness Shen Jingxiu is an ice block. Shen Jingxiu. He had not ventured far when he overheard her disparaging him from behind. Simultaneously, he perceived her voice, which bore the semblance of her innermost thoughts. His brow furrowed tighter. Could it be that fatigue from prolonged overtime had led to such mental disarray? Wen Yan, however, dared not look back, clutching her orange juice as she hastily retreated in another direction. Preoccupied with her thoughts, she failed to watch where she was going and collided with an elegant woman clad in a qipao, exuding grace. Su Yang, upon being bumped into, slightly furrowed her exquisite brows. Yin Yin, what occupies your mind? How can one walk without watching where they tread? Realizing she stood before her adoptive mother, Su Yang, Wen Yan felt a twinge of nostalgia. At 11, she had been taken in by the Shen family, remaining their only daughter until she turned 18, thoroughly adored by Su Yang. However, that singular affection was shattered on her birthday. In a bid to compensate for their biological daughter, Shen Yuan and Su Yang had lavished her with affection. Such behavior was only natural. Su Yang had not abandoned the original Wen Yan, but alas, the latter's insatiable greed led her to vie for attention against the true heiress, ultimately sealing her own fate. Now, however, with Wen Yan assuming the original's identity, she had no intention of repeating those follies. She immediately apologized to Su Yang. I apologize, mother. I indulged a bit too much at the banquet and grew somewhat disoriented, so I came down for some juice. Though she addressed her as mother, deep down, she struggled with the term, as she had a mother in another world. Nonetheless, it did not hinder her from genuinely admiring Su Yang. You looks truly radiant today. It would be an understatement to say she appears merely in her 30s. She is simply stunning. Su Yang frowned slightly. She believed she had misheard, for she thought she heard Wen Yan complimenting her beauty, claiming she looked in her 30s, while in truth, she was already 50. Shaking her head, she looked at Wen Yan again, only to find the peculiar voice had vanished. She could now be certain that her earlier experiences were mere figments of her imagination. Today was her birthday. Perhaps she had indulged a bit too much at the banquet. Moreover, Wen Yan had always referred to her as mother. Wen Yan had little interest in work matters. The original had clamored to join Shen's corporation upon learning the true heiress had been assigned there. However, seeing Su Yang appear somewhat unwell, Wen Yan resolved not to be bothersome and would revisit the topic when everyone had rested the following morning. Upon returning to the original's room, Wen Yan promptly began to pack her belongings. Now at 22, she had graduated from university and had every reason to move out of the Shen family's villa, no longer wishing to impede the reunion of Shen Yuan and Su Yang. With their biological daughter, she busied herself organizing the original's electronics. Her phone suddenly emitted 2 beeps. Upon checking, she discovered a WeChat message from Wen Xiao Kursin, noted in the original's contacts. According to the original's memories, Xiao Curson was her sole friend within the elite circles, her confidant. Unlocking the phone with her fingerprint, Wen Yan perused Xiao Curson's messages. "How's it going, Yin Yan? Have you succeeded? Did you spend the night with Shan Jingxiu? Don't forget to snap a few photos, preferably videos, capturing those intimate angles." Chapter 2. A millionaire indeed. It turned out the ill-conceived notion of drugging Shen Jingxiu originated from this so-called friend, Xiao Curson. Xiao Curson was hardly a true confidant, she was a schemer, envious of the original. With a background similar to the original's, being an illegitimate daughter herself, she had not fared well in life, leading her to envy the favored original and concoct schemes to see her disgraced by the Shen family. Unfortunately, the original had been oblivious, lacking other friends to offer guidance, and had allowed Xiao Curson to lead her astray, ultimately to her own demise. Yet now, when Yin smirked, she would not be cleaning up after Xiao Curson. Leaning against her bed, she sent a message to her. "No, do you take my jest seriously? That is my elder brother, how could I possibly drug him? Let's not mention this again, it would not bode well for you should my family find out, understand?" Wen Yan refrained from berating Xiao Curson and blocking her because, during her exploration of the original's memories, she discovered that Xiao Curson had borrowed a considerable amount of money from her. Not only money, but she had also borrowed bags and jewelry from the original, much of which remained unreturned. Thus, she chose to temporarily maintain this superficial friendship. On the other end, Xiao Curson awaited the anticipated drama, only to be taken aback by Wen Yan's sudden response. In her anxiety, she immediately called. "Hello, Yin Yan, what's wrong? Hadn't we already planned everything? Why the sudden change of heart? Your mother's birthday banquet is a rare opportunity. Your elder brother is home for the night. It won't be easy to encounter him again. I'm doing this for your own good." Ah, she was getting flustered. "What are you talking about?" There was a pause on the other end. "Yin Yan, why did you suddenly no time to chat? My mother is looking for me." Wen Yan, uninterested in further dialogue, swiftly concocted an excuse to terminate the call. Hearing that Su Yang was coming for Wen Yan, Xiao Curson dared not call or message again. For Wen Yan had made a valid point. If the Shen family discovered that Xiao Curson had instigated her to drug Shen Jingxiu, she would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After ending the call, Wen Yan promptly scoured through the chat logs between herself and Xiao Curson, following up by checking their transaction records, quietly keeping a tally on Xiao Curson. Her gaze was then drawn to a series of numbers in the assets section of her banking app. The numerical denominations of units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, and millions, revealed a staggering balance of over 9 million in her bank account, almost reaching 10 million. The original owner was indeed a millionaire. All this wealth had been bestowed upon her by her adoptive parents as pocket money. With such an abundance of funds, why would she bother competing with the genuine heiress? This realization made Wen Yan reluctant to leave the Shen family, as it seemed that her adoptive parents could effortlessly spare a considerable sum from their resources. However, this notion soon flickered away. She did not wish to depend on her adoptive parents. There were still aspirations she had yet to fulfill. Before her transmigration, Wen Yan had harbored a passion for acting, yet she had suffered due to a lack of money and resources. With her formal training, she had signed with an agency during her studies, but her adherence to principles had led to her being shelved by the company for offending a powerful investor before she could make her debut. 5 years later, she finally managed to extricate herself from the contract, but she could only accept low-paying roles in mindless short dramas. After achieving some fame from a single project, she became a minor internet celebrity, yet she still lacked the privilege of selecting scripts to her liking. Now, however, she was financially secure, with wealth at her disposal. Many issues could be effortlessly resolved, and she would no longer need to bow to the whims of meager sustenance. Exiting the banking app, Wen Yan promptly began to scour the internet for information about the entertainment industry in this world. She sought to identify the prominent figures, reputable entertainment companies, and any productions actively seeking actors. This search consumed the entirety of her evening. Yet at the youthful age of 22, she awoke at 7 the next morning, brimming with vitality. She even dedicated half an hour to stretching yoga in bed. Breakfast at the Shen household was scheduled for 8 o'clock, a firm routine. The family comprised 4 sons, 1 daughter, and an adopted daughter. Although both the original owner and the true heiress, Shen Juro, possessed their own properties, they had primarily resided together after graduating from university. Last night, only the eldest son, Shen Jingxiu, had stayed over. As Wen Yan descended the stairs, she found Shen Yuan, Su Yang, and Shen Jingxiu already seated at the dining table. Yet, until Wen Yan took her seat, the true heiress Shenjiro, had not yet made her appearance. Clearly, Shenjiro was running late today. Had it been the original owner, she would have likely taken a seat beside Su Yang. However, Wen Yan displayed no desire for favoritism after greeting everyone. She quietly pulled out the chair next to Shen Jingxiu. Last night, she had felt too timid to observe Shen Jingxiu closely, but now, in proximity, she could not deny that he appeared exceptionally easy to fall asleep next to. His looks were undeniable, with Shen Yuan and Su Yang's striking features. Their children could hardly be anything less than attractive. Shen Jingxiu embodied all the admirable traits of his parents, boasting a well-proportioned physique, broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs. The only flaw was that he resembled a solid block of ice, impervious to warmth. It was hard to fathom where the original owner found the audacity to contemplate drugging him. Nonetheless, he remained her nominal brother, and Wen Yan held no inappropriate desires towards him. Just as she settled into her seat, her adoptive father, Shen Yuan, spoke up. "Let us begin after breakfast. Yen Yan will accompany me to the company." Was breakfast commencing already? Wen Yan felt a twinge of surprise. "But Dad, shouldn't we wait for Jiro?" "Oh, is that so? Jiro must indeed be working hard," she replied, unable to suppress a thought. Mrs. Su's gentle manner of speaking revealed her to be a wonderful mother. Yet, if I were to suddenly withdraw my intention to go to the company, would she consider me capricious? After all, I had previously insisted on joining the company. However, seeing that Shen Yuan had already begun to eat, and with Shen Jingxiu beside her quietly sipping his porridge, Wen Yan refrained from further conversation. The atmosphere emitted by the father and son was chilling, akin to two refrigeration units. Wen Yan decided to wait until they had finished their meal to speak. As she lowered her head to drink her milk, she remained oblivious to the astonishment etched on Su Yang's face from across the table. For she had just heard Wen Yan's voice again, even though she had clearly seen Wen Yan's lips remain still. Chapter 3: How handsome is my elder brother? How can this be? Su Yang could not help but ask Wen Yan, "What did you just say, Yin Yan?" I didn't quite catch it. As soon as Su Yang spoke, the other three at the dining table paused their eating. Wen Yan blinked, looking somewhat bewildered. "I didn't say anything afterward, Mom. You must have misheard." Wen Yan was also puzzled. It seemed incorrect to say that Su Yang misheard, as no one had spoken at the table just moments before. Shen Yuan glanced at Su Yang with concern. "Have you not rested well? Perhaps you shouldn't go to the studio today." Wen Yan inwardly agreed, thinking Miss Su must have drunk too much last night. After all, it was a birthday celebration, and I will be happy too. Su Yang's eyes widened again. Yet, evidently, everyone present, except for her, had not heard Wen Yan's words. It appeared that even Wen Yan herself was unaware of what had transpired. Was this her inner voice? Why did her inner voice refer to her as Ms. Su? And what did she mean by not going to the company? Throughout breakfast, Su Yang was distracted, as was Wen Yan. Finally, when Shen Yuan set down his bowl and chopsticks, Wen Yan took a deep breath. "Dad, Mom, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Shen Yuan inquired, placing the damp towel aside and directing his gaze toward Wen Yan. She smiled awkwardly, her tone serious. "Mom and Dad, I was immature before, always wanting to compete with Jiro. So when I heard she was going to work at the company, I insisted on going as well. But in truth, my major doesn't align with that. She studies management while I study design, and I'm not suited for it. After some reflection, I've decided not to go to the company, and I hope you can forgive my impulsiveness." Wen Yan's earnest words sparked new admiration from Shen Yuan and Su Yang. Even Shen Jingxiu, who usually had little interaction with her, glanced in her direction. Over the past few years, her overt rivalry with Shen Jiro had not caused any significant turmoil or mistakes. So Shen Yuan and Su Yang had turned a blind eye. However, they had privately discussed that if Wen Yan ever crossed the line with Jiro, they would not show favoritism. Little did they expect her to suddenly be so candid today, as though she had transformed into a different person. It was best that she understood this, for if she continued to approach the company with a competitive mindset against Jiro, she would not contribute positively. Thus, Shen Yuan quickly nodded and replied, "All right, then you need not go to the company. Pursue what you truly enjoy, as long as it isn't too outrageous. Your mother and I have no objections." "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mom." Wen Yan thought to herself, "Haha, it seems Mr. Shen is not as cold as he appears. He is, in fact, a good father, both to his biological children and to me, his adopted daughter." Shen Yuan's eyes widened slightly. Had he heard something? Was it really Wen Yan speaking just now? But he distinctly heard her voice. He instinctively looked at Su Yang, who had just bizarrely asked what Wen Yan had said, despite Wen Yan having said nothing. This time, however, Su Yang bore no unusual expression. Clearly, she had not heard anything. At that moment, the butler arrived to inform them that the driver was ready. Shen Yuan stood up from the table, leaving the previous sound behind without further contemplation. Su Yang immediately took Wen Yan's hand and escorted the father and son to the villa's entrance. As Su Yang bid farewell to Shen Yuan, Shen Jingxiu was nearby, adjusting his cufflinks. His fingers were long and delicate, and as he lowered his head, his long lashes cast shadows over his eyelids. This stunning profile was a visual feast. My elder brother is too handsome. He is wealthy and attractive. How can he make it hard for other men to exist? Shen Jingxiu paused in adjusting his cufflinks, sensing something again. He narrowed his eyes at Wen Yan, his gaze sharp as a knife. Wen Yan instinctively swallowed hard. Is there something wrong, big brother? Hearing the commotion, Su Yang glanced over at them. She looked at Shen Jingxiu, but spoke to Wen Yan. Yan, your elder brother's tie is a bit crooked. Could you help straighten it? Wen Yan's heart skipped a beat. Since being adopted, she had never been this close to Shen Jingxiu. As far as she recalled, the Shen brothers had gone abroad for studies early on, while the two daughters remained in China for their education. But now that Su Yang had spoken, and with her standing so close to Shen Jingxiu, it would seem unreasonable to refuse such a simple request. Why not consider this an opportunity to hone my acting skills? What if my future co-star is a cold male deity? Would I refrain from performing simply because he is hard to approach? After mentally preparing herself, Wen Yan confidently approached Shen Jingxiu. She reached for his tie, and he made no move to stop her, which relieved her. Her thoughts began to flow. His Adam's apple is quite attractive, and he looks stunning while tying his tie. Shen Jingxiu. Is this her inner voice again? What is she thinking? Is this what she imagines? Suddenly, he grasped his tie, saying, "Let go, I'll do it myself." Oh, the young master is indeed difficult to deal with. It's fortunate I have to interact with him frequently. Shen Jingxiu. One moment, she praises him for being handsome, and the next, she complains about him being a cold lump of ice. Are women really so fickle? After the father and son departed, Su Yang turned to grasp Wen Yan's hand. Yan, let us go for a stroll in the garden. Okay. As she spoke, Wen Yan paused for a moment. Some thoughts could not be voiced aloud and had to remain unspoken. If memory serves me right, Misu hasn't held my hand in ages. It's a bit unfamiliar. Su Yang was also taken aback. She had just heard Wen Yan's inner thoughts again. Now that Yan has come to terms with things and decided not to compete with Ji Ro at the company, perhaps it was time for her to be fairer to both children. Yan no longer even referred to her as mom, but rather as Ms. Su. This realization made Su Yang feel a pang of guilt, causing her tone to soften significantly. Yan, since you've decided not to go to the company, what are your thoughts on what to do next? You study design in college. Why not come to my studio? I can teach you personally. Su Yang's studio was highly renowned, with many designers vying for a chance to enter. Yet Wen Yan shook her head in refusal. She chose to speak honestly. Well, I didn't perform well, and my graduation project received the lowest score in the class. I wasted precious time being stubborn. But now I've come to understand that I want to do what I love, and I want to disturb Ji Ro or make things difficult for you and Dad. Chapter 4. I want to try things on my own. Yan, you've matured. Su Yang felt as though the heavens had conspired to allow her to hear Wen Yan's inner voice, helping to mend their mother-daughter relationship. She was genuinely delighted. Continuing the previous conversation, she said, "You mentioned you enjoy acting. Would you like me to enroll you in an acting class and help you find an agency? Or we could even start our own studio. Your second brother could guide you." As an internationally celebrated designer, Su Yang specialized in various jewelry designs and collaborated with many agents in the entertainment industry. If she were to step in, finding a suitable agent for Wen Yan would be effortless. However, since money was not an issue at present, Wen Yan still wanted to try things on her own. Are you implying that you already have a plan? Can you share it with Mom? Wen Yan nodded, expressing her intent to audition for a new director's crew that she discovered online, which is primarily seeking new talent. Given her limited experience, she feels she is a suitable candidate. Which director is it? Her mother inquired, eager to assess any connection she might have. Mama, I understand your desire to assist me. Yet this director specifically aims to avoid nepotism, valuing the quality of the work above all else. If his team consists of those with connections or established stars who dominate the performance, the overall quality may suffer. Hence, involving you could counteract my chances. Very well. Su Yang affectionately patted Wen Yan's head. Pursue this opportunity wholeheartedly. And should you encounter challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to your parents. All right, I shall. Wen Yan replied. With the deadline for applications approaching tomorrow, she needed to submit her audition materials today. Her camera was left at her apartment, so she planned to make a trip there, potentially staying overnight. Are you intending to shoot the video by yourself? Perhaps you should accompany me to the studio. Let one of our photographers assist you. No need, Mama. It's merely basic material. Having your studio's photographer handle it would be excessive. Upon hearing Wen Yan's heartfelt sentiment, Su-Yang was momentarily taken aback, feeling a deeper pang of affection for her. The years following the loss of her biological daughter would have driven her to madness had it not been for this child, who kept her grounded. Dear child, your thoughtfulness warms my heart. I would do anything for you. Indeed, you're the apple of my eye. Well, it's getting late. You should head to the studio. Shouldn't you? Yes, I should, Su-Yang replied, but before she could finish, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she smiled at Wen Yan, saying, It's Jiro calling. I'll take this call. As Wen Yan descended with her small suitcase, Su-Yang was still conversing with Shen Jiro, not wanting to interrupt. Wen Yan quietly bid her farewell and exited. Su-Yang noticed the suitcase in her hand, feeling inclined to ask a few questions, but the ongoing conversation with Shen Jiro offered her no chance. Wen Yan arrived at the garage, eyeing the ostentatious Porsche before her. She scratched her head, pondering that such a flashy vehicle did not align with her style. Furthermore, as someone unaccustomed to luxury, she imagined it might not provide a comfortable ride. Perhaps selling it for a more understated Mercedes would be prudent. After some effort, Wen Yan successfully drove the car away, attracting numerous glances along the way. Upon reaching her apartment in the city center, she quickly changed into a fitted yoga outfit and set up her camera. The audition materials required by the director specified that actors should appear without makeup to clearly showcase their features, forbidding contact lenses and high heels, necessitating frontal, side, and rear views. This was a simple task for the pre-novel Wen Yan, and was equally manageable for her current self. Her physique was commendable, her height and weight conforming to contemporary standards for actresses. With her striking features, she tied her hair into a ponytail, donning a white shirt that exuded an air of innocent allure. Wen Yan swiftly recorded the video, then opened her laptop to prepare her electronic resume, sending both the video and resume to the production team's email. Having completed these tasks, she relaxed on the sofa, contemplating takeout for lunch. Just as she was about to decide, a call from Xiao Kursin interrupted her. Food is the most important thing, Wen Yan thought, ignoring the call and silencing her phone. Only after finishing her meal did she message Xiao Kursin, explaining her earlier busyness and suggesting they communicate through text as she was currently unavailable for a call. Chapter 5. A lesson in exploitation. Upon reading Xiao Kursin's response, Wen Yan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Xiao Kursin always seemed eager to instigate rivalries between her and the true heiress. However, Wen Yan was no longer the original self and had no intention of engaging in such self-destructive behavior. I don't wish to go, Wen Yan promptly replied. Hello, Yan. What's going on with you these days? Let us meet. I have much to discuss. Sure, let us meet at our usual beauty salon. I believe my membership card is still with you, so please bring it along. Typically, Xiao Kursin would exploit the original self, even borrowing the membership card last time. Now, with Wen Yan's suggestion, she harbored no suspicions. All right, Yan, let us meet at 2 o'clock. We can enjoy a full treatment together and then have dinner and shop. Does this schedule work for you? Of course, Wen Yan replied, even arriving at the beauty salon half an hour early. As a regular customer, she was warmly welcomed upon her arrival. While reveling in the power of money, she also ensured to inform the client manager about her intended treatments. At 2 o'clock, Xiao Kursin arrived punctually and was quickly led to Wen Yan's room. Yan, what did you get here? Why didn't you message me upon arrival? While flipping through a magazine, Wen Yan turned to face her. Oh, I just arrived. Come, Kexin. Let us see what treatments we should choose today. Xiao Kursin, pleased with Wen Yan's familiar enthusiasm, sat beside her. She eagerly took the tablet from the attendant and expertly navigated to a particular page. Let us go with the luxurious package, as before, but I've heard that the snail essence is quite popular lately. Shall we try it today? Absolutely. Wen Yan smiled at Xiao Kursin, appreciating her discerning taste in selecting the most expensive option. Xiao Kursin, an inveterate freeloader, felt no embarrassment at Wen Yan's comment. You get what you pay for. The expensive ones are the best. Would you dare to apply the cheap ones on your face? Of course. I'll have 2 bottles just like you. By the way, did you bring the membership card? Please return it to me. Now, Xiao Kersin glanced at the attendant nearby, feeling a bit awkward. She hastily dismissed the manager, saying, "You can go prepare for us. We don't need you here right now." The manager, aware of who the real client was, needed to consult the principal before leaving. "And what about Miss Shen? Are there any other requirements?" "None for now." "All right, the beautician will be with you shortly. Please wait a moment." Once the manager departed, Xiao Kersin broached the subject of the membership card. "Yen Yan, do you need the membership card soon?" "Yes," Wen Yan replied with a teasing smile. "It is, after all, my card. Isn't it? I never mentioned it was not to be returned when I lent it to you." "Yen Yan, are you feeling down these days? Is it because of Shen Ji Ro or with someone else from the Shen family? You can confide in me. I can help you with some advice." Wen Yan had no desire for her assistance. "Let us talk later. I came here to enjoy myself today, not to dwell on family troubles." Extending her hand, she demanded, "The card, please." Having asked for the card 3 times now, even Xiao Kersin's thick skin could no longer pretend to be oblivious to the request. Reluctantly, she retrieved the membership card and returned it to Wen Yan. Before long, the beautician arrived with her card, and Xiao Kersin attempted to ask more questions. But Wen Yan simply closed her eyes, choosing not to speak further. The entire affair lasted for 2 hours, during which Wen Yan was gently roused from her slumber by the soft voice of the reception manager. Upon awakening, she noticed that Wen had already retreated to the changing room to don her attire. Observing the closed door, Wen Yan smiled as she handed her membership card to the reception manager. "By the way, please ensure that this bill is solely under my name. Do not make any mistakes." The manager responded with a professional smile, assuring her, "Rest assured, Miss Shen, we will not err." Wen Yan quickly changed into her outfit and enthusiastically conversed with Wen about the results of their visit, sharing laughter and appearing to have a close relationship. As they passed through the reception hall, the same manager awaited them, holding 2 exquisite little bags. "Miss Shen, here are the 2 bottles of essence you requested, along with your card. Would you prefer the card to be placed inside the bag? Just put it in the bag. Please." "Thank you." "Not at all. Please take care. Thank you for your visit, and we look forward to welcoming you again." WNY nodded, smiling as she accepted the bags. The manager then handed another bag to Wen. "Miss Chio, this is for you." With a nonchalant Wen took the bag and promptly walked away, not sensing any impropriety until she reached the door. Just as she was about to exit, the reception manager suddenly dashed after her. "Miss Chio, your payment has not yet been settled." "What?" Wen's expression mirrored that of someone struck by lightning. She turned to Wen, astonished. Had she not covered her bill? Wen feigned surprise, saying, "What's wrong? KXN? When you borrowed my card last time, you mentioned renewing your membership immediately. How is it that so much time has passed and you have not yet paid?" In the public eye, especially in such an upscale venue, Wen's face displayed a vivid spectrum of red and white. Wen chimed in with a playful "Oh," beaming. "You should rush to renew your membership. I will wait for you on the sofa. By the way, Manager ZHU, since we are your regular customers, please introduce KXN to a more advantageous package." This had been prearranged by Wen with Manager ZHU, who immediately gestured for KXN to follow him. "Miss Chio, I recommend that you recharge 200,000 yuan at once. This way, you can enjoy a 30% discount on all items and services, which is highly cost-effective given your current frequency of visits." 200,000. How can that be considered cost-effective? She might as well rob a bank. KXN's face turned a shade of green as she contemplated fleeing. Yet, fearing the judgment of others, she mustered the courage to respond, "Actually, I might not be in the country often, so I won't come here too frequently. Do you have any other tiers to recommend?" Indeed, Manager ZHU continued without missing a beat. "There is a tier for 150,000 yuan and another for 100,000. If you recharge 150,000 today, you will enjoy a 50% discount. For 100,000, the discount would be 30%. Which one would you prefer?" KXN swallowed hard, disinterested in either option. She glanced at Wen, only to find her absorbed in her tea, oblivious to the silent plea in her gaze. Meanwhile, Manager HU and several staff members fixed their eyes upon her. With no other recourse, she reluctantly decided to recharge 150,000 yuan, gritting her teeth as she did so. As she swiped her card, Manager Zhu added, "Oh, Miss Chio, this discount applies only to services and items. The 2 bottles of essence you're holding are not included in the discount, so you will need to pay an additional 18,000 yuan. Here is your receipt. Please sign." The last vestige of color drained from Chi Okxn's face as her hand trembled while signing. Observing her distress, Wen Yan could not help but smirk. When it came to spending someone else's money, there was no hesitation. Yet now, with her own funds, she was visibly distressed. Yet this was merely the beginning. Wen Yan rose with a smile, linking arms with Chi Okxn, deliberately aggravating her wound. "So, KXN, isn't their membership quite advantageous? I find it rather suitable, and we should return next time." Chi Okxn's heart bled as she muttered through gritted teeth, "Yes, it's quite good. I shall definitely come again." Having recharged over 100,000, it would be odd not to return. In her stepfather's household, Chi Okxn held little standing, often relying on the original owner's membership to indulge in high-end stores, frequently borrowing points and money. Thus, when it came time to select a bag, Wen Yan seized the initiative. While trying on bags, she remarked, "I remember I have 2 classic bags and 1 new release at your place, along with a diamond necklace you borrowed for the family banquet. Shall we retrieve them after this?" "Yes. Weren't you the one who suggested I compete with SH and ZHRU? Chi Okxn interjected. Wen Yan paused, of course. "You must outshine her, but what does your urgency have to do with me?" "Naturally, it matters. You see," Wen Yan replied earnestly, "most of the items I lent you were gifts from my mother. She ensured that whatever she gave me, SH and ZHRU received a matching piece. However, she despises using the same items as others. I intend to use them not only similarly, but to surpass her. It's not daunting to clash over items. The one who appears less appealing is the one who feels awkward. Wouldn't you agree, KXN?" "Indeed, that seems accurate. But aren't you planning to leave the company? How will you compete with her?" "How naive. Just because I won't be working at the company doesn't mean I can't visit my father and elder brother there. The money I earn for the company goes into my father's pocket, and he provides me with an allowance each month. In essence, she is working for me. While she endures her mundane job, I parade before her in splendid attire. Don't you think that would irk her?" Chi Okxn found herself speechless, realizing there was a certain logic to Wen Yan's argument. "Do you really need to come to my home today? What's wrong? Is it inconvenient for you? I can wait outside your house if need be. I am eager to challenge SH and ZHRU, and you wouldn't deny me your support, would you?" With a forced smile, Chi Okxn replied, "Of course, I support you. I will always support you." "Yes, KXN, you are indeed my best sister." Wen Yan nodded emphatically, then picked up another bag to show Chi Okxn. "What do you think of this one? Isn't this a men's bag? Actually, it's unisex. I'm primarily drawn to its capacity. It can hold numerous items, and at only 50,000 yuan. It's not too pricey. If you like it, go ahead and buy it." "All right, but I'll need to borrow some money from you today." "Borrow money? Buying a bag is acceptable, but borrowing money is not." Gvei Okxn's mind buzzed. "What is wrong, Yan? Are you facing some financial crisis?" "Not at all," Wen Yan replied with a cheerful demeanor. "I simply forgot my card. Nowadays, who even swipes cards anymore? It's all electronic payments." "Then why not use electronic payments?" "Because I rushed out today and mistakenly took the wrong phone. This is my backup, and I haven't downloaded any apps on it. Even if I had, I wouldn't remember the login password. You used to borrow money from me often. Surely, you wouldn't mind if I borrowed from you just this once?" "How could I?" Chi Okxn smiled, though it looked more like a grimace. "Let us hurry and settle the bill." "What? So soon? Aren't you buying anything today?" "I want tea, as I have enough bags already." She would not buy if she couldn't get a bargain. "But I want to look a bit more. Let's postpone our plans for another day. The restaurant I reserved imposes a time constraint. If we arrive late, they will not wait for us." "Oh, I see. Very well. Let us proceed with the payment now." Wen Yan grasped Chi Okxn's hand, her face radiating joy. It was inevitable, given her background in acting prior to her literary journey. Meanwhile, Chi Okxn could only lament silently as she fumbled for her wallet. She was bewildered by how events had spiraled out of her control since their visit to the beauty salon. Yet, she could not pinpoint a flaw. Only upon entering the upscale Western restaurant she had previously booked did she, OKXN, realize another regrettable fact. WNYN had not brought any money today. She had assumed WNYN would treat her, which was why she had chosen such an extravagant establishment. Now, it seemed she would have to foot the bill. WNYN feigned ignorance of Chi OKXN's discomfort, cheerfully exclaiming, "I am so hungry. Xen. Today, I shall indulge." Chi OKXN could barely muster a smile. Each harbored their own thoughts as they took their seats, oblivious to the individuals at the adjacent table. SHNJ Anxi was equally surprised to encounter WNYN here, though they were nominally siblings. SHNJ Anxi felt no emotional connection to the original host and had never harbored any curiosity about her. It was only since last night that he had begun to hear her innermost thoughts. Now, seated back to back, he was curious to see if he could glean any further insights. WNYN remained unaware that the person behind her was the esteemed heir of the SHN family. She quickly placed her order, indifferent to the meal's quality. Her primary objective was to thoroughly enjoy herself at Chi OKXN's expense. Watching the server take their order, Chi OKXN's heart sank. To save money, she would have to settle for a less extravagant meal. At that moment, WNYN jokingly remarked, "KXN, it's not every day you treat me to a meal, so I want to hold back." Chi OKXN's expression darkened. "There's no need for you to hold back, YNYN. Order whatever you like. What matters is that you enjoy yourself. Rest assured, I shall be thoroughly delighted today. I bought a bag and enjoyed a lavish meal." Chi OKXN felt a surge of frustration. She had lent WNYN 150,000, borrowed 50,000 for a bag, and now she was expected to pay for dinner. WNYN had spent not a single cent today, naturally leading to her contentment. KVOKXN bitterly reflected, seemingly oblivious to the fact that WNYN had merely mirrored her own actions. This was merely the appetizer. While waiting for their meal, WNYN suddenly produced a piece of paper and a pen from her bag. She dramatically sighed before confessing, "KXN, I must admit I deceived you earlier. When you asked if I was facing a financial crisis while shopping for the bag, I didn't acknowledge it because I didn't want the store staff to overhear and embarrass me." Chi OKXN furrowed her brow. "What do you mean? Has something happened?" "Well, something did occur. KXN. My allowance has been suspended by my family due to my conflict with SH and ZHRU. We had a rather unpleasant incident at my mother's birthday party the other night, which led to my allowance being revoked." At the adjacent table, SHNJ Anxi, who had spent that night at home, was unaware of WNYN's familial discord. Just then, his phone chimed, notifying him of a change in his bank balance. Although he had long since reached adulthood and begun working, the tradition of receiving an allowance remained unchanged, with his parents treating all 4 siblings and 1 adopted daughter equally. Coincidentally, just after his phone pinged, he heard WNYN's phone chime as well, likely indicating a change in her bank balance. WNYN's eyes lit up as she saw the notification. 20,000 had just been deposited. She struggled to contain the smile spreading across her face. However, the performance was far from over. She needed to continue. "So, KXN, I am now a penniless soul without a job or allowance. And I have no idea when my adoptive parents will calm down. Please help me. X, NKVI, och, XNS, lips, twitchet, YN. You know I have no standing in my stepfather's household. How can I possibly assist you? Do not worry, KXN, we're the best of sisters. And I would never put you in a difficult position. However, the money you borrowed from me will need to be repaid today. Look, I have printed the transaction records on this paper. The 50,000 you borrowed for the bag will be deducted from your debt." Chi OKXN was utterly taken aback. Before she could formulate a response, WNYN thrust the printed bill into her hands. "KXN, why not transfer the funds to me now? I plan to buy my mother a diamond bracelet, which will require a substantial amount. Hurry, I'm waiting for you." WNYN urged innocently, leaving Chi OKXN at a loss for how to proceed. She had only borrowed a few thousand each time. How had it accumulated to 600,000? Stunned, Chiokxn examined the itemized list on the paper and quietly opened her banking app. The reason Chiokxn opened the app was to verify the accounts. Wen, seizing the opportunity, grasped her hand. KXN, you're truly my dear sister. Just transfer the money, and once I regain my parents' favor, I will surely treat you even better. I'm so excited. With your funds, I could buy gifts for my parents. Having reached this point, Chiokxn contemplated the possibility of continuing to exploit Wnyn's generosity. This money had to be repaid, whether she liked it or not. After completing the transfer, Chiokxn felt utterly drained, as though her very soul had been extracted. Yn, I need to visit the restroom. She forced a smile before pushing back her chair and turning to leave. Once she was a distance away, Yn tucked her phone away and scoffed. Foolish girl, those who consume from me must regurgitate. Do you really think I am easily manipulated? Shnj, sipping water, nearly spat it out upon hearing her words. The Shen family was well aware of Yn's unsavory associations. Sying had admonished her twice. But each time Yn had fiercely defended her friend, claiming that SHRU's acquaintances were of high quality while those she befriended were not. After that, Sying ceased her admonishments, occasionally venting to Shnun. However, given the situation, it seemed Wnyn was no fool. Her theatrical display of faux poverty had successfully compelled her friend to repay her, all without offending anyone. How had he never realized she was such a performer? Encountering her in a public place outside the Shen family villa was indeed a first. Reflecting on these thoughts, Shnj unintentionally allowed a smile to grace his lips. He was unaware of this subtle expression, but the long-haired woman seated opposite him was momentarily taken aback. As the dinner progressed, Yn excused herself to the restroom, only to overhear an exclamation, "Ah, my dear. Did you know that Shnj smiled at me? Who claims he is an aloof iceberg? I believe the rumors are mistaken. Hurry over. I am currently in the restroom, touching up my makeup." At that moment, Wn felt a thrill of recognition. The aloof iceberg, Shnj, could it possibly be the same one she knew? What a coincidence that he was dining at this restaurant. And to top it off, he was on a date with a woman? However, according to the memories of the original host, it seemed that Shnj had never been accompanied by any women. Otherwise, she and Chiokxn would not have set their sights on him. This development was indeed intriguing. Driven by the insatiable curiosity of gossip, Wen Yan immediately perked up her ears. Soon, another person joined the gathering outside. Presuming the restroom to be devoid of others, they began to converse freely. The earlier female voice remarked, "Honestly, I never anticipated you would agree to tonight's blind date until I saw him in person just now. Darling, I'm afraid if I miss this opportunity, it might never come again. Do you have any tricks to help me secure him tonight? Tonight? Are you that eager? Oh please, what era are we in? If one fancies someone, why not engage in deeper interaction? Think of something quickly. You usually have the best ideas, and it's fortunate you're here tonight. All right, let me ponder. I've got it. I'll carry a glass of red wine and pretend to bump into an acquaintance as I pass by him, then feign an accident to spill the wine on his lap. You understand, that area is quite embarrassing, and he surely wouldn't want to linger in the restaurant. Then you can leave with him. Just say you didn't drive and ask him to give you a ride home. Then invite him up to help him clean his trousers. I trust you know what to do next. Do I really need to spell that out for you? But can you spell it accurately? You underestimate me. I assure you it will hit the mark. Fine. We shall proceed as you suggest. I must secure him tonight. After all, he is the eldest son of the Shen family. You go ahead. I need to touch on my lipstick." Following this exchange, the two exited the restroom, with Wen Yan catching sight of a long-haired woman settling at the table behind her. No way. Wen Yan widened her eyes in disbelief, realizing that the man seated back-to-back with her was indeed Shen Jingxiu. Had he overheard her earlier remarks about the Shen family's withdrawal of her allowance? This was tantamount to spreading rumors directly to the person involved. If he reported this to Shen's father and mother, would she truly lose her allowance? That was 200,000 yuan. Who wouldn't mind such a sum? It seemed she had to intervene on Shen Jingxiu's behalf. A suitor employing such underhanded tactics to win over his blind date was hardly a suitable match, and such rotten fruit was best discarded. As she settled into her seat, Shen Jingxiu overheard a remark. But what if he's also willing to be seduced by his blind date? If I thwart his date scheme, would I not be ruining his chances? Shen Jingxiu pondered. The seduction and scheme of the blind date? They both went to the restroom. Did Wen Yan overhear something? His acceptance of this dinner was merely to appease his mother-esque nagging. Surely, this lady opposite him had misunderstood something. It seemed he needed to clarify his intentions more explicitly. Miss Yao, I appreciate you taking the time to dine with me, but we both know this is merely an arrangement by our elders. I have no genuine interest, and I hope you can understand. After this, you may inform your family that I do not meet your criteria for a partner. Oh, so he is merely a pawn being pushed into this situation. Makes sense. He is already 27 and approaching 30. No wonder Su Lady is anxious. Shen Jingxiu thought, is 27 considered old? What is going on in her mind? Miss Yao, seated across from him, replied, but Mr. Shen, I believe we get along quite well. Perhaps we could give it a try. I do not wish to waste your time. Miss Yao, and since we have only exchanged 3 sentences thus far, I cannot deem that we get along. I see. This Shen Jingxiu is quite heartless. Yet, Miss Yao is quite bold. Even after being so coldly rejected, she still dares to speak. I suspect she is merely stalling for time, and soon her accomplice will arrive. Should I assist Shen Jingxiu? Let us spin a spoon. If the handle points to me, I will intervene. Ah, forget it. There is no time for that. Miss Yao's accomplice is already approaching. Shen Jingxiu, you owe me a favor. Just as Wen Yan contemplated this, a woman carrying red wine approached them. Before she could reach Shen Jingxiu, Wen Yan swiftly moved to his side, a smile adorning her face. Brother, what a coincidence to run into you while dining. Are you out here with friends? As she spoke, the woman with the wine arrived, but Wen Yan's timely intervention thwarted her plan. Shen Jingxiu glanced at Wen Yan, a smirk playing on his lips. Indeed, what a coincidence. After a brief pause, he inquired, have you been drinking? Though she had not. As she still needed to drive later, Wen Yan nodded in acquiescence, her large, glistening eyes even reflecting a hint of inebriation. Well, I've only had a few glasses. Nothing excessive. Shen Jingxiu chuckled, amused by her theatricality. She played the tipsy role rather convincingly. The 2 daughters of the Shen family were common knowledge among social circles. Yet Miss Yao remained unaware of whether the woman before her was the true Shen heiress or merely an adopted one. Regardless of her status, she cursed the ill timing of this woman's appearance. Yet she had no authority to keep Shen Jingxiu around. He turned to retrieve Wen Yan's bag from the seat, and in the bemused gaze of Qiao Curson, he escorted Wen Yan out of the restaurant. Wen Yan quickly messaged Qiao Curson, wait for me. We shall leave together. Shen Jingxiu glanced at her phone screen, his tone indifferent. Shouldn't you maintain a boundary with such friends? I thought you had resolved this earlier. In Chapter 9, one might ponder, is being handsome all he has to offer? Damn, Shen Jingxiu heard everything. He surely caught wind of my remarks regarding the allowance. Poor fellow, he remains unaware I saved him. Shen Jingxiu, do you realize that just moments ago, that woman almost spilled an entire glass of wine on your lap? Shen Jingxiu recalled seeing a woman with wine pass by his table earlier. So, was this part of his blind date seduction scheme? How utterly base. Since he had already overheard, there was no need to maintain pretense before him. It was time to sever ties with such so-called friends. The moment had not yet arrived. Oh, when you consider the right moment. Shen Jingxiu raised an eyebrow. You toyed with her today, yet you still plan to visit her home? Why not? One must seize the momentum. The time to strike is now. Besides, my time is far too precious to squander on someone like her. Precious time? For what I gather. You appear quite idle. Wen Yan mused, this Shen Jingxiu, what sort of person is he? I aided him, yet he still manages to throw shade at me. She scrutinized him. When did you become so interested in my affairs, brother? You weren't like this before. What does it matter? I merely asked casually. Fine. Let us keep the conversation to a minimum. The elevator has arrived. Are you disembarking? Yes, I need to drive. I'll wait in the car for my friend. The 2 entered the elevator in succession, and just as the doors were about to close, a group of people rushed in, comprising both young and old. Resembling a large family, Wen Yan hurriedly pressed the open door button to allow them entry. Shen Jingxiu observed her small gestures, suddenly reminded of an incident from years past. Now, she was even offering her place. With so many people crowding in, Shen Jingxiu and Wen Yan found themselves squeezed into a corner of the elevator. Amidst the playful shoving of 2 mischievous children, Wen Yan found herself colliding with Shen Jingxiu on several occasions. Initially, she regarded the first encounter as mere happenstance. something trivial that had occurred. However, as the second and third incidents followed, she prepared to voice her thoughts when a towering figure suddenly shielded her from the raucous children. The broad and elongated silhouette instantly separated her from the commotion. Although Wen Yan could only see the back of his head, it was undeniably Shen Jingxiu's. "Thank you, big brother," she thought, feeling no hesitation in expressing her gratitude. Despite his icy demeanor, he possessed a certain charm, and his striking appearance made her ponder which woman might one day seek refuge in his sturdy embrace. As the elevator swiftly descended to the ground floor, Shen Jingxiu moved aside only after the boisterous family had departed. The two remained silent until Wen Yan pointed towards the left and said, "My car is over there." Shen Jingxiu merely nodded in acknowledgement before heading in the opposite direction. Once seated in her car, Wen Yan promptly called Xiao Kersen. While waiting for her friend to descend, she caught a glimpse of Shen Jingxiu's Bentley gliding past. At that moment, she recalled that she had forgotten to clarify her earlier remarks made in front of Xiao Kersen. They were mere fabrications. With this thought, she felt a sense of relief. Xiao Kersen quickly joined Wen Yan in the car. Enthralled by the theatrics of the day, Wen Yan dramatically slapped the steering wheel. "Don't you think he is as cold as an ice machine?" When I tried to greet him, he completely ignored me and instead asked if I had been drinking. "He seems difficult to approach, yet among the 4 Shen siblings, only he and Shenjiro are currently involved in the family business. Shenjiro will eventually marry, and the other 3 seem indifferent to the company's affairs. It is likely that Shen Jingxiu will take over Shen Corporation in the future. You should pay more attention. Despite his aloof nature, being close to him could enhance your visibility. The woman he dined with earlier must be his blind date. You really need to seize this opportunity." Xiao Kersen wore a look of earnest concern, as if she were a devoted friend genuinely invested in Wen Yan's welfare. Wen Yan, however, did not rush to dismiss her thoughts, but instead scrutinized her friend closely. Feeling uncomfortable under Wen Yan's gaze, Xiao Kersen asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Wen Yan, with a naive expression, responded, "Your mention of his blind date reminded me of something. That woman sitting across from my brother pales in comparison to you. How about I introduce you to him? If you become my sister-in-law, you'll be the matriarch of the Shen family. At that point, I wouldn't have to fear my standing within the Shen household." She paused for a moment before continuing. "By the way, do you still have the medicine you gave me last time? Give me some more, and I'll arrange a meeting with my brother. I'll discreetly slip him the medication, and you can fulfill the task that was left unfinished last time. Once it's done, let him marry you. What do you think of my proposal, Kersen?" Mid-sentence, Xiao Kersen suddenly realized she had divulged too much and hastily attempted to amend her words. "But you're different. Yen Yan, you were raised by the Shen family." "Oh, very well. Let us not discuss this anymore. We should head to your home." After the car started, the two lapsed into silence. Wen Yan focused intently on driving, while Xiao Kersen occasionally stole glances at her. As the atmosphere settled, Xiao Kersen found an opportunity to sort through her tangled thoughts, all of which revolved around Wen Yan. She finally recognized that Wen Yan seemed somewhat transformed. On their way, Xiao Kersen repeatedly attempted to engage Wen Yan in conversation. Upon arriving at the entrance of her stepfather's villa, Xiao Kersen visibly tensed. Observing her demeanor, Wen Yan silently shook her head, pondering why, if she felt uncomfortable in this household, she had not left after graduating from university. Instead, she seemed intent on concocting schemes that would grant her a sense of superiority over Wen Yan. Gaining a sense of superiority through manipulation and undermining others was futile. The most suitable path was one that one must forge with their own feet. Wen Yan, not wishing to engage with her family, proactively said, "Kersen, I'll wait for you here. You could just bring the items to me." Nodding, Xiao Kersen soon illuminated a room on the 3rd floor of the villa. "Have you been waiting long, Yin Yin?" "When I came down, my stepfather noticed the bag in my hand and asked what it was. I chatted with him for a bit, which delayed me. Here is your bag." "All right, let me check if everything is in order." Wen Yin took the bag from Xiao Kersen and then retrieved the empty bag she had just purchased from the car. Seeing her meticulously inventory the contents and transfer them to her own bag, Xiao Kersen's expression soured. "Yin Yin, you really are thorough in your checking. When you bought that bag, you mentioned it was spacious. You didn't buy it specifically to carry these items, did you? It's all right. You can keep my bag for carrying things. There is no need to go through all this trouble." Finally completing her inventory, Wen Yan swiftly zipped up her bag and turned to face Xiao Kersen, shedding her previous innocent facade. "Kersen, were you just throwing shade at me?" "What do you mean, Wen Yan?" Xiao Curson retorted defensively. Trust? Do you have the audacity to bring up that word? Wen Yan challenged. Don't think that just because I was once gullible, I will always be a fool. You know very well why you approach me. I will delete and block your number in WeChat. I will no longer seek you out. And I ask that you refrain from contacting me as well. With that, Wen Yan tossed the empty bag back to Xiao Curson. Realizing that Wen Yan was acting unusually today, Xiao Curson was taken aback to find herself on the receiving end of a severed friendship. No, she exclaimed, grasping Wen Yan's hand tightly. I just told my stepfather that you were waiting outside. No matter what, you are still a daughter of the Shen family. And he asked me to invite you in for tea and conversation. You can cut ties with me, but you must at least greet my stepfather. Are you out of your mind, Xiao Curson? I've already severed our friendship. Why should I care about your face? Wen Yan replied incredulously. Let go. I want tea, let go. Is that so? Very well. Wen Yan pulled out her phone from her pocket, holding it with both hands, and struck down on Xiao Curson's hand. It was a painful blow, and while Xiao Curson could endure the first strike by the second and third, she could no longer withstand it and instinctively released Wen Yan. Clutching her hand, she glared at Wen Yan, seething with anger. You will regret this. Wen Yan frowned at her. Take some medicine. Inside the villa, a father and son were engaged in a dubious conversation. Dad, that Shen Wen Yan is merely the Shen family's adopted daughter. Why let her in? If I am to interact with anyone, it should be the true daughter of the Shen family. The true daughter of the Shen family is not for you to approach. When she arrives, make sure to put on a good show. Fine, no need to put on a show. Look outside. She has already driven away. This Xiao Curson is utterly useless. She couldn't even bring someone in. What is the point of having her around? She is less useful than a dog. All she wanted was a warm bath and a cozy rest in bed. However, just as she applied a face mask, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Su Yang. Hello, Mom. Why are you calling me at this hour? Haven't you washed up yet? Not yet. What are you up to, Yin Yan? Why haven't you been answering my calls? I called several times. Oh, I was taking a shower and drying my hair, which took me quite over an hour. The sound of the hairdryer was too loud for me to hear. Mom, do you need me for something? Moreover, she is still spending money from the Shen family. One should not act like an ungrateful wolf. That's good. You know, girls should avoid wandering around alone at night. No. What is the matter? Do you need something from your older brother? Wen Yan, aware that saying no would seem odd, concocted a response. Well, sort of. I chatted with an old classmate today, and he has a matter to discuss with my brother. Oh, then you should just contact him directly. You're siblings. There is no need for formality. Your brother's a good boy, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. You will understand if you spend more time together. It's just that you both have so little opportunity to communicate. As young people, you could arrange more gatherings when you have the time. Listening to Su Yang's voice on the phone, Wen Yan could distinctly sense her mood becoming despondent, as the relationships among her children were not harmonious. The heart of a parent is truly pitiable. Wen Yan did not wish to exacerbate Su Yang's already low spirits, so she acquiesced to her words. All right, Mom, I will look for opportunities. Well, then, you should rest early. It's getting late, and I need to freshen up as well. Good night, Mom. Suddenly, Wen Yan sweetly called out Mom twice, causing Su Yang on the other end to become teary-eyed. Although Mom and Mama convey the same meaning, the children had not called her Mama since they grew up. This affectionate term seemed reserved for innocent children, representing the closest years between a mother and her child. Hearing it again after more than a decade, Su Yang felt both bittersweet and touched. This left Shen Yuan beside her at a loss for words. What is wrong with you? Why are you crying? Alas, Shen Yuan sighed. Speaking of the children, Jiro truly gives me a headache. What is the matter? Is it work-related? Indeed, I meant for her to start from the grassroots, but it seems she is unwilling and impatient. On her very first day, she showed her displeasure to her direct supervisor. Meanwhile, Wen Yan finally lay down on her bed. To her surprise, she received a notification that she had passed the audition for the film crew. Chapter 11. He wouldn't seek personal revenge, would he? Wen Yan chose the film SHSH, not merely because the director was recruiting new actors, but as a transmigrator, she was well aware that this film would garner numerous awards upon its release. The only exception being the Best Actress award, which would be claimed by the original female lead in the book. Furthermore, it could be said that SHSH does not have a specific female lead. As for the other awards, Wen Yan was less informed, as the original text did not elaborate in detail. Regardless of the accolades, the film would undoubtedly become a sensation. Wen Yan had long since resolved to strive for a role, any role, as long as she could participate. glancing once more at the email detailing the audition time and location. Her excitement washed away any lingering drowsiness. She spent the entire night searching for information related to SHSH-ing. Although the useful information she gathered was limited, she had grasped the general direction. The film primarily narrates the story of a passionate young lawyer who, against all odds and risking his personal safety, fights for justice on behalf of the deaf and mute. However, what specific cases would be depicted in the film remained unknown to Wen Yan. Nevertheless, she was certain that this would be a tale about the struggles of those from the lower echelons of society. With this direction in mind, Wen Yan promptly began her preparations, aiming to excel in the audition 5 days later. In her sign language class, she encountered a diverse group of classmates, most of whom came from less fortunate backgrounds, comprising individuals of all ages. They learned sign language to communicate more effectively with their deaf and mute family members. After class, Wen Yan would generally visit a dessert shop to buy some sweets. Su Yang was very caring towards Wen Yan. Whenever she received beautiful clothes or jewelry from collaborators, she would insist that Wen Yan choose a few to take. If Wen Yan refused, Su Yang would become upset. Had it not been for Wen Yan's strong objections, Su Yang would have insisted on accompanying her to the audition. Time swiftly approached the day of the audition. Considering the film's theme, Wen Yan opted for a more minimalist outfit, a white short-sleeved shirt paired with light blue jeans. For her makeup, she relied on her youthful skin, opting for a bold choice of just a touch of nude lipstick. As for her hairstyle, she chose a low ponytail, which was both versatile and showcased her features clearly. The audition was scheduled for 2:30 in the afternoon. To avoid any delays, Wen Yan made it a point to arrive an hour early. The scene was far more bustling than she had anticipated. The director of SHSH-ing, Zhou Jun, was an emerging director, a Virgo nominated for several awards. But ultimately, he had not won any. Wen Yan had assumed there wouldn't be many participants, but the turnout was overwhelming. The director's selection process was swift. Groups of 8 entered the room, and within 10 minutes, most were out again. Those who exited appeared somewhat dejected, though some were visibly excited. Among them were 2 girls who were friends with Wen Yan, and they gathered to chat. How'd it go? Jing, were you selected? No, I was eliminated while reading my lines. Why are you so happy then? Because I saw Shen Jinghe. That Shen Jinghe. If he weren't a judge now, I would have asked him for an autograph. He is incredibly handsome, 100 times more so in person than on television or in photos. Shen Jinghe, are you sure you saw him? How could he possibly be a judge? This was a question Wen Yan also wanted to ask. How could he be judging for SHSH-ing? Was he to star as the male lead? However, in Wen Yan's recollection, the male lead who won Best Actor alongside the original female lead was certainly not Shen Jinghe. She couldn't recall who it was, but it definitely was not him. Could it be that her transmigration had altered certain plot points? While she pondered this, her name was suddenly called, along with the names of the other 7 girls. Wen Yan didn't hesitate and promptly lined up with the others to enter the room. The room was quite sparse. Aside from 4 tables and chairs against the wall where 4 individuals were seated, there was merely a camera. Wen Yan quickly scanned the space and immediately spotted a young man sitting at the far right end. The cramped seating made his long legs quite conspicuous. He wore a black baseball cap, and although his head was lowered, preventing her from seeing his face clearly, Wen Yan recognized him at once as Shen Jinghe. The good news was that even as a silhouette, he was remarkably handsome, making it a delight to see him daily should she join the crew. However, the bad news was that Wen Yan recalled his presence in the recent memories of the original character, specifically from that evening, which was the birthday banquet of Su Yang. The dialogue between them echoed in her ears. Wen Yan, I warn you, keep your little thoughts to yourself and don't provoke my mother over things that don't belong to you. Your mother? She is my mother too. Don't forget, you are my nominal second brother, and I share the surname Shen. Continue to deceive yourself. Just remember what I said. If my mother is hurt because of your actions, I will not let you off easily. What can you do? You an actor? I am an actor. What about you? Without the Shen family, what are you? Enough, I don't want to hear it. Don't mention my background. Let us begin from this side. Everyone please introduce yourselves briefly, as time is limited. Wen Yan glanced around, relieved to see that she was the last one to speak. She still had time to collect her thoughts. She was currently contemplating how to break into this industry, while the judge was none other than the person her original self held in disdain. Would he grant her a chance? Surely he wouldn't seek revenge? Chapter 12. Is he done for? Come on. Shen Jinghe, you must maintain professionalism. Just because I am your family's adopted daughter, you cannot dismiss me. Shen Jing, he was reviewing the profiles of several interviewees when he suddenly raised his head upon hearing Wen Yan's thoughts. His abrupt movement caught the attention of the director sitting beside him. What's wrong? Shen Jing, he looked at the director, puzzled. Did you not hear? Hear what? Their self-introductions? This minor interruption caused the self-introductions to pause. Wen Yan was equally perplexed. What is happening? Is Shen Jing, he looking at me? I haven't even started my introduction yet. Is he planning to squash me before I begin? No, I'm not tired. Let us continue. After a brief moment of eye contact with him, Wen Yan quickly averted her gaze, pretending not to recognize him. What is wrong with Shen Jing? Is he mentally unstable? Asking if I heard something and then staring at me. It's quite unsettling. Shen Jing, he thought, who is truly more frightening? She dares to accuse me of having issues. He had only consulted a psychologist after portraying a psychopathic killer last month. He was perfectly healthy. Shen Jing, he pinched the bridge of his nose, reminding himself to focus on the task at hand and not get distracted. Before long, it was Wen Yan's turn to introduce herself. She was the final participant. As soon as she finished, the director called out 2 names. You 2 may leave. The rest remain. Although the director did not explain why, Wen Yan surmised the reason. The 2 actresses who had just left had undergone plastic surgery, and their expressions were somewhat unnatural while speaking. Just as Wen Yan thought they were moving on to the next round, Shen Jing, he spoke up. Wen Yan, I believe she should also leave. Why? Wen Yan blurted out. The director appeared puzzled. What is your reason? Because this Miss Wen looks down upon those in our profession. A person who scoffs at acting. What motive does she have for being here? Wen Yan was left speechless. The director glanced between Shen Jing, he, and Wen Yan. Do you 2 know each other? No. Wen Yan answered too quickly. Observing Shen Jing, he's demeanor, she realized that even if she claimed to know him, he would not let her through the back door. There was no need to complicate matters. Mr. Shen, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Although you are a household name in the entertainment industry, and I am quite familiar with your works, today is indeed our first meeting. How could you say such a thing? Oh, this Shen Jing, he is trying to ruin me. In this setting, I want to even have a chance to apologize. Heavenly spirits, please show mercy and save me. Shen Jing, he raised an eyebrow. Now she realized her error. Addressing him so respectfully, it was too late. However, her acting skills were commendable. Despite her apparent anxiety, her face remained impassive. So, you know the heavenly spirits, do you? Shen Jing, he smiled slightly. You claim to be well-versed in my works. Then let us hear you enumerate them. Missing even one will not suffice. Wen Yan thought, he seems serious. What should I do? What else could she do? He surely had no idea that she had indeed memorized his works. All right, let me enumerate. Please correct me if I err. Beginning with a toothpaste commercial from Shen Jing, his debut. She recounted every piece of work up to the recent crime film he had just wrapped. She delivered her recitation flawlessly, and as Shen Jing, he listened, his expression darkened. The director felt that this actress must have a solid grasp of her lines. Smiling, he remarked to Shen Jing, you don't even know her. So how can you claim she looks down on our profession? She seems to be quite the fan of yours, remembering every single piece since your debut. Who do you think she is for you to harbor such resentment? Who said I don't know her? Shen Jing, he replied. Though since Wen Yan had vehemently denied any connection, he would not rush to claim her as a stepsister. Instead, he stated indifferently, an irrelevant person. I must have misremembered after a poor night's rest. The director then tested them on their lines and performances. The final task given was to portray a rural girl entering a modern city for the first time. Each of the 4 performers displayed their interpretations, some with exaggerated expressions and stiff movements. While Wen Yan's performance stood out, even Shen Jing, he could find no fault. The director was decisive. After the performances concluded, he immediately named 3 of the 4. Hearing this result, Wen Yan felt elated. Thank you, director, and esteemed judges. Yet, she did not let her pride overtake her. This was merely the preliminary round, and the director had not provided a definitive answer. Moreover, there was still Shen Jing, a ticking time bomb. Should he speak ill of her in front of the director, her chances would be dashed. Shen Jing, you are undeniably the most handsome, the world's number 1. Please do not ruin me. I will surely find an opportunity to apologize. Shen Jing, he rolled his eyes silently from the judge's table. He was well aware of his good looks, but to claim he was the most handsome in the world was an exaggeration. This woman spoke one way, yet thought another. It was quite bizarre. After the interview concluded, Wen Yan did not leave. She felt that it was better to resolve any misunderstandings with Shen Jinghe sooner rather than later. Thus, she lingered at the venue waiting. She remained until 8 o'clock that evening, having waited from 2:40 p.m., but Shen Jinghe had yet to appear. This absence puzzled her. She wondered if he had left while she was out getting dinner. Yet, the lights in the room seemed still on, suggesting he was still inside. After waiting a little longer outside, seeing no one enter to find Shen Jinghe, she quickly slipped to the door. The door was slightly ajar, leaving a crack. Peering through, Wen Yan saw Shen Jinghe slumped over the table, his hat on the floor. Oh my! Seeing this scene, a thought suddenly crossed my mind. Could he be done for? Chapter 13. Not so disagreeable. Wen Yan promptly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Shen Jinghe. Shen Jinghe? After calling him twice with no response, she gently nudged him. Are you all right? Don't scare me. The way he looked did not suggest he was merely asleep. If you don't wake up soon, I might have to resort to drastic measures. Just so you know, I am doing this to save you. Don't blame me for being hands-on when you wake up. Forget it. I'll record a video as proof, just in case you hold a grudge. As she muttered to herself, she activated her phone's recording function. Just as she was about to find a stable spot to set her phone, Shen Jinghe, who had been motionless at the table, slowly raised his head. What are you doing? Shen Jinghe asked, his voice weak. Wen Yan, caught off guard, responded, I can explain. Will you listen patiently? Shen Jinghe shot her a glance and leaned back against the chair. His face was pale, and he spoke breathlessly. Do you have any candy? Candy? What kind do you want? Or perhaps a drink, just not mineral water. Wen Yan suddenly realized. Do you have low blood sugar? Just wait, I will be right there. No wonder he lay there motionless. It seemed he had fainted. After speaking, Wen Yan immediately dashed out. Earlier, to save time, she had brought dinner with her, which consisted of snacks like bread and cake, all placed in a paper bag outside. As she hurriedly exited, Shen Jinghe picked up the phone she had left behind. His complexion was rather pallid, but upon noticing that the camera function had not yet been activated, his expression slightly improved. Who knew if this woman had secretly taken photos of him? Fortunately, there were no pictures of him. Most were selfies and screenshots of information pertaining to Shen. It appeared she had come well prepared and quite serious. Yet, wasn't she disdainful of acting? While pondering this, Shen Jinghe suddenly heard a rapid approach of footsteps growing closer. He quickly placed the phone on the table. Although his movements were swift, Wen Yan still caught sight of him when she returned. The expression on her face was difficult to articulate. You actually snooped through my phone? Given your persona, I thought you would look down on such behavior. A hint of suspicious blush flickered across Shen Jinghe's pale cheeks. You took pictures of me. Wen Yan scoffed, swiftly approaching him with the paper bag in hand. You should know I didn't take any pictures of you. I was just trying to wake you up earlier. I did hear that, he replied. Right? I was actually worried you might be faking. As if there's anything about you that's worth faking. Wen Yan thought to herself, what a sharp-tongued person Shen Jinghe is. Perhaps he should be renamed Shen Jingbing, a true lunatic. I kindly saved him, and he still manages to insult me. HM? Here, there's a piece of half-cooked cheese that's quite sweet, along with orange juice. If you have low blood sugar, these will be perfect for you. As she spoke, Wen Yan handed the paper bag to Shen Jinghe, silently lamenting, that's my favorite snack. I didn't even want to share it. But I'll settle for my second favorite. Shen Jinghe, if you dare to complain or say anything unpleasant, I'll immediately feed these to the dogs. Shen Jinghe paused. At this critical moment, she wasn't so intolerable after all. Thank you, he sincerely expressed, feeling a rare moment of gratitude towards Wen Yan. Let's be genuine. There's no need for superficiality, she replied with a playful smile. Shen Jinghe was perplexed. What do you mean? Wen Yan, understanding his confusion, opened the cap of the orange juice for him. You, Shen Jinghe, a person of your stature, should not merely express thanks without any action to back it up. The matter of fainting due to low blood sugar is not trivial. Technically, I did save you. So, would you agree to one favor for me? Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow, his pale face darkening. Are you trying to blackmail me? You're just as annoying as before, he thought, recalling how he had changed his view of her just moments ago. I'm not. That's a serious accusation. Wen Yan protested. I haven't even made a request yet. How could that be blackmail? Shen Jinghe scoffed. Go on. How much do you want? Do I look like someone who is in dire need of money? Wen Yan retorted. All right, money is never enough, but this food isn't worth much. And I can't exactly blackmail you over it. Then what do you desire? Suddenly, Shen Jinghe glanced at Wen Yan, questioning. You wouldn't want me to side with you against my blood-related sister, would you? Wen Yan thought, what is he thinking? Why such a leap in logic? I have no intention of confronting Shinjiro. Shen Jinghe narrowed his eyes. Was she really not planning to fight with Shinjiro? What was her intention? I don't mean to force you to align with me. It's just that regarding the Shirshin crew, that's impossible. You can forget about it. Upon hearing the term crew, Shen Jinghe immediately interrupted Wen Yan. She was left speechless, her mouth agape. Is he out his mind? I had to even finish my sentence. Did you really just curse me? Shen Jinghe frowned tightly. Although I am friends with director Zhou, I would never use my connections to benefit you in this film. I don't want you to. I merely wish for you to set aside past grievances and refrain from speaking ill of me in front of the director or sabotaging me. If I genuinely wanted resources, I could easily approach my parents. My mother knows countless influential figures in the entertainment industry. This was indeed true. His mother had many connections. But was this greedy woman truly asking for just that little? Shen Jinghe scrutinized her closely. Wen Yan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, internally complaining, I know you're handsome. But that doesn't mean you can stare a lady like that without blinking. Show some expression. Shen the top star, Shen the handsome. Shen Jinghe thought. She can mock me all she wants, but why is she praising me for being handsome? How am I supposed to maintain my displeasure? Fine. After all, we are strangers to the outside world, and I have no desire to speak ill of you. Wen Yan thought, how hypocritical of Shen Jinghe. Who was it that disparaged me in front of the director during the audition? This thought reminded Shen Jinghe. He shot her a glance. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, what madness prompted you to suddenly pursue acting? Wen Yan silently acknowledged that his sharp tongue was indeed well-deserved. I'm not mad. I just had an epiphany and wanted to find something I enjoy doing, preferably something that could yield significant results. So, you enjoy acting? But didn't you look down on my profession? You despise actors? Why? Even if you've never quarreled in reality, you must have acted in some drama, right? Who argues while being polite and courteous? It's always about stabbing each other in the back. What you said before was merely a moment of anger. It shouldn't be taken seriously. Shen Jinghe scoffed again and inquired, have you studied it? No. Wen Yan told a little white lie. I figured it out myself. So, how was my performance today? Passable, he replied. Wen Yan thought, well, I shouldn't have expected any compliment from someone so sharp-tongued. As they spoke, Shen Jinghe had almost finished eating. He tidied up the trash into the paper bag without looking at Wen Yan. All right, you fed me, and I've agreed to one favor for you. We are even now. You can leave. Are you certain? Of course. Whereas your assistant. Doesn't he, a big star like you, have an assistant to accompany you? Did you drive here alone? After speaking, Shen Jinghe regretted it. Why was he explaining himself? What a slip of the tongue. He quickly tried to amend it. You can leave if you want. What? Do you want to accompany me outside to gain some attention? Wen Yan thought, is he trying to provoke me? How childish. Well then, I'll take my leave. However, after stepping outside, she did not truly depart. Instead, she suddenly recalled some memories from her own past. Memories related to Shen Jinghe. As a child, Shen Jinghe had experienced fainting from hunger when he was kidnapped by criminals. Locked in a steel box for 2 days and nights without food. That terrifying experience had left a significant psychological scar. After being rescued, he often suffered from nightmares, leading to psychological issues and subsequent refusal to eat. Over time, this had resulted in stomach problems, and once his diet was disrupted, blood sugar issues followed. Yet the most dreadful aspect was not the physical pain, but the mental torment. Therefore, Wen Yan did not leave immediately. She felt a twinge of concern that something might happen to Shen Jinghe. She hid behind the door of the emergency exit, peering through the glass to observe his every move. At this moment, Shen Jinghe had exited the room. He first disposed of the garbage in the bin before slowly making his way towards the elevator. Just as the elevator doors opened, he unexpectedly collapsed, his upper body inside the elevator while his lower half remained outside. This was perilously dangerous. Wen Yan quickly opened the safety door and rushed to Shen Jinghe's side. She helped him to his feet, exasperated, saying, what are you trying to prove? Should I take you to the hospital? Feeling her embrace, Shen Jinghe struggled to sit up and distanced himself from her. He furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Did I not tell you to leave? Fine. Hand me the car keys. I will drive you. Chapter 15. Oh no, I stepped on a landmine. Once in the car, Shen Jinghe immediately provided an address. After Wen Yan entered the name of the community into the navigation, she realized that his residence was not far from her apartment. Out of curiosity, she casually asked, was your house also a gift from your father? My place is not far from yours. It was a gift from my father as well. Although this inquiry seemed somewhat intrusive, Wen Yan believed it was a permissible question. Unexpectedly, Shen Jinghe's expression darkened, and his tone grew icy. If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. No one thinks you're mute. Wen Yan thought to herself that this reaction was unwarranted. It was merely an innocuous question. She was taken aback by his anger. Their gaze met, and she was suddenly met with a piercing glare from Shen Jinghe. Feeling speechless, she opened her mouth but ultimately closed it again. Engaging in a verbal skirmish was not her usual style, but she decided to swallow her words. Considering your condition, I shall refrain from sparring with you. Otherwise, if it comes to glaring, I would undoubtedly rank second to none. Such a petty individual, unable to handle a simple question. If I initiate conversation again, I might as well be a fool. Irritated, Wen Yan remained silent throughout the journey. Shen Jinghe, however, caught a glimpse of her through the rearview mirror. Noticing her stern expression and recalling her inner thoughts, he suddenly realized that his earlier words had been excessively harsh. After all, there were matters she was unaware of, and his previous actions could be deemed as misplaced anger. Yet, the thought of apologizing now felt too awkward for him to utter. As these thoughts swirled in Shen Jinghe's mind, Wen Yan, unaware of his inner turmoil, began to recall various memories of him. These were fragments of the original owner's memories, triggered by the earlier unpleasantness. The events about Shen Jinghe were not first-hand experiences, but rather snippets she had overheard from her adoptive parents' conversations during her childhood. The origin of the matter stemmed from Shen Jinghe's childhood abduction. The kidnappers had taken not only him, but also his elder brother, Shen Jingxiu. Their motive for abducting the two brothers was not solely financial. It was largely driven by a desire for revenge against their father, Shen Yuan. The two children were held captive for a full 7 days, after which the kidnappers presented Shen Yuan with an impossible choice. He could only save one of his sons, either Shen Jingxiu or Shen Jinghe. According to the memories of Shen Yuan and Su Yang, Shen Jingxiu's situation was far more perilous. Without immediate rescue, he would perish, while Shen Jinghe's circumstances were relatively safer. Thus, after weighing the options, Shen Yuan chose to save Shen Jingxiu first. This decision was made in the presence of both children. From that moment onward, Shen Jinghe harbored resentment towards Shen Yuan, and this incident became a persistent thorn in his heart. Despite the efforts made by Shen Yuan and Su Yang over the years, Shen Jinghe could never come to terms with this incident. Understanding the intricate details of this backstory, Wen Yan finally comprehended the reason behind Shen Jinghe's earlier outburst. It turned out she had inadvertently tread upon a sensitive topic for him. It was quite pitiable that he had been tormented by such emotional burdens. With this newfound understanding, Wen Yan couldn't help but steal a glance at Shen Jinghe through the rearview mirror. She noticed that at some point, he had removed his mask. Chapter 16. I owe you a favor. Shen Jinghe's pallid face lacked color, a strand of dark hair falling across his forehead, adding a sense of fragility to his demeanor. He was undeniably handsome, strikingly attractive, yet pitiful all the same, something that evoked sympathy. Sighing silently, Wen Yan glanced at the increasingly close red dot on the navigation and finally spoke up. Do you have any food ingredients at home? After saying this, she mentally berated herself. All right, Shen Jinghe, I admit I am being foolish. Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Shen Jinghe widened his eyes in surprise, finding her comment perplexing. However, he quickly pieced together the context, recalling that Wen Yan had previously mentioned that anyone who initiated a conversation was akin to a fool, leading to her current remark. She truly was. Shen Jinghe couldn't help but smirk slightly, shaking his head as he replied, No. Well, I figured as much. There must be a supermarket nearby, right? Yes. All right, keep an eye out. Let me know when we are nearing the supermarket. I will stop to buy some ingredients. Turn right ahead. There's parking available over there. Suddenly, Shen Jinghe closed his mouth mid-sentence. He was bewildered by his own behavior. Were he and Wen Yan really on such intimate terms? Why was he answering her every question? Her intention to buy ingredients was clearly for her own needs. Their relationship was not that close yet. This was truly absurd. He leaned back against the seat, turning his head away, remaining silent yet not discouraging Wen Yan. Wen Yan busily scanned the surroundings for the supermarket, oblivious to Shen Jinghe's abrupt silence. Before long, she found a spot and parked the car. Shen Jinghe pulled his baseball cap low over his face and muttered, I'm not eating. What do you want to eat then? Rice? Not that either. Wen Yan frowned, genuinely puzzled. If you want to eat rice or noodles, What do you usually eat? Meditate and absorb the essence of the sun and moon? Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, Shen Jinghe replied, I just don't want to eat this meal. Wen Yan was left speechless. But this is the very meal when your blood sugar is low. If you insist on this, I might as well drive you to the hospital. As he spoke, Shen Jinghe opened the rear door of the car. Wen Yan shot him a glare and slammed the door shut. Does he really think this is cool? A person who shows no regard for their own health expects others to care for it? Shen Jinghe thought, is she still upset? The kindness shown was met with ingratitude, and Wen Yan was indeed feeling quite displeased. Do you think I'm eager to be close to you? If you were to lose consciousness, how would I explain to my mother that I was right beside you, but did nothing? She would be heartbroken. Just stay put. Don't go anywhere. Whatever I prepare for you to eat, just eat it without being picky. Shen Jinghe watched her retreating figure. Although he had been scolded, he felt oddly unperturbed. He awkwardly touched his nose and discreetly took out his phone, checking the surveillance feed of the living room. This camera was installed for the family cat, but now he was more concerned about the cleanliness of the house. The cleaning lady only came every 2 days. Thankfully, the living room wasn't too messy. Otherwise, with Wen Yan's penchant for criticism, he would surely be berated in her thoughts. Then, Shen Jinghe took a moment to watch the cat. To claim he was not curious would be a lie. After starting the car, Wen Yan couldn't help but ask, was it your girlfriend earlier? Shen Jinghe rolled his eyes at her, not caring about maintaining his image. You treat your girlfriend like that? So you have a little dog? Shen Jinghe chose to ignore her, turning left upon entering the community and driving straight to the underground garage. Wen Yan uttered a soft sound of acknowledgement. Though she remained silent, her mind wandered, pondering that she had imagined him engaged in affectionate exchanges with a girlfriend. Shen Jinghe was truly exasperating. Not only was he currently single, but even if he had a partner, he would never act like a lovesick fool, engrossed in playful affection via his phone. As soon as the door opened, the cat approached, having heard the noise. Shen Jinghe owned a long-haired Maine Coon, an exceptionally beautiful creature that instantly captivated Wen Yan's attention. Wow, those tufts of fur on its ears are adorable. May I pet it? She inquired, placing her shopping bag down. Shen Jinghe promptly interjected, no, you shouldn't touch it. It has a bad temper and will remember. However, before he could finish his warning, the temperamental feline took the initiative, rubbing its head against Wen Yan's leg. Wen Yan was taken aback. It likes me. It must be because I am kind-hearted. Small animals are drawn to those who exude warmth. As she spoke, the cat leaped into her arms. Observing his cat's affectionate behavior, Shen Jinghe's expression was one of deep perplexity. It could not be said that the cat had undergone a transformation. Rather, it seemed to have betrayed him. Noting the absence of any aversion from the cat towards Wen Yan, Shen Jinghe made his way to the sofa. As Wen Yan continued to pet the cat, she inquired, what is its name? Shen Pailai, he replied. Shen Pailai? Indeed, the name suits its regal appearance, and its wild fur resembles that of a creature that has been through a storm. She added, it must be a boy then? No, she's a girl. Wen Yan mused, cat, thank you for warming the 4 seasons. Although she longed to continue her interaction with the cat, she remembered that there was a person with low blood sugar present. She turned to the door, lifting the ingredients, and pointed towards the door, asking, the kitchen should be over there, right? You're not picky, are you? Due to a past kidnapping incident, Shen Jinghe now felt nauseated at the mere sight of certain dishes. I don't eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Everything else is fine. Wen Yan silently put away the tomatoes, relieved she hadn't purchased more. Soon, she intended to consume the 2 tomatoes as fruit, resolute not to waste. After 10 minutes, a bowl of fragrant scallion oil noodles was ready, and Wen Yan had even fried an extra egg for Shen Jinghe. Despite the noodles appearing simple, mastering the art of frying scallions required some skill. If done poorly, the scallion oil would turn bitter. Shen Jinghe, though he prided himself on not being picky, had a discerning palate. Nevertheless, upon tasting this bowl of scallion oil noodles, he couldn't help but regard Wen Yan with newfound respect. Compliments, however, were beyond him. It was impossible for him to express gratitude to her. Hence, once his bowl was empty, Shen Jinghe suddenly stated, I owe you a favor. Wen Yan, who was enticing Shen Pailai with a cat treat, was taken aback by this abrupt statement. Are you referring to this meal? Yes, Shen Jinghe replied, slightly furrowing his brow. Clearly uncomfortable, Wen Yan found his demeanor amusing and thought, it's really just a simple thank you that could resolve this matter. Truly a stubborn and proud person. She mused silently. Shen Jinghe thought it was a cruel twist of fate for him to overhear her internal monologue. I feel much better now. You may leave. Wen Yan thought to herself, what a backhanded way to dismiss someone. Shen Jinghe added, Isn't it exhausting to critique her incessantly? Can you take a break? In truth, Wen Yan had no intention of lingering. Had it not been for the presence of the beautiful and docile Shen Pailai, she would have left right after cooking. Just let me finish feeding this treat. There's not much left. It'll be quick. Shortly thereafter, Wen Yan heard the sound of dishes being washed. Shen Pailai soon finished the entire treat. When Shen Jinghe returned, Wen Yan had just opened WeChat. She scrolled through her friend list and asked Shen Jinghe, We haven't added each other as friends, have we? If her memory served her correctly, Shen Jinghe nodded, I don't believe so. Let us add each other then. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow. Is there a necessity for that, given our relationship? If we don't have a means of contact, how can you repay me for this favor? Or were you merely being polite earlier? Shen Jinghe was left speechless, silently presenting his WeChat QR code. After successfully adding each other, Wen Yan couldn't help but smile subtly. Despite his reputation for being proud and difficult, Shen Jinghe's WeChat avatar is a cat. People who love animals can't be all bad. I'm leaving, Wen Yan said, waving goodbye to the cat. Farewell, Shen Pailai. Enjoy your time with your master. In the taxi, she received a call from Su Yang. Just as the conversation was unfolding, Wen Yan suddenly realized her phone had died. Not now, just when we were talking. She glanced at her darkened screen and couldn't help but voice her frustration. Though she was speaking to herself, the attentive driver overheard and kindly offered, I have a power bank. Do you need it? You were on the phone with your mother, right? It's late, and a girl outside with a dead phone would surely worry her. The driver handed her a power bank and charging cable. Wen Yan appreciated the driver's kindness, but politely declined. Yes, you have keen eyes. I just graduated this year. The driver, quite talkative, remarked. Looking for a job during graduation season, I presume? Indeed. From your phone call, it seems you don't live with your parents. Yes, I'm no longer a child. It's time to be independent. Independence is good. My daughter is about your age, and she has also moved out. She graduated last year. But dear, don't mistake my words for intrusion. No matter how independent you are, you will always be your parents' treasure, raised with care. Can't certain matters wait until weekdays? Weekends shouldn't be filled with interviews. And if a company calls you in on a weekend, it's likely a place where overtime is a norm. One must cherish their parents while they're still around. You're young and have plenty of time, but don't end up like me, regretting in midlife. Your parents are older than you. Their time is more limited. The driver's heartfelt words resonated with Wen Yan, revealing a depth of regret that touched her deeply. It reminded her that she should be kinder to her foster parents. Really? Su Yang exclaimed, gladly deligted. Didn't you say you had something to attend to? That's right. Weekends are meant for rest. Tomorrow, your eldest brother and Jiro are free, and we can all have dinner together, then stay at home for the night. We can discuss work matters on Monday. Got it. It's too bad your other three brothers are all busy. Your third brother is on a business trip out of province, and the fourth is still abroad. Su Yang listed each sibling, notably omitting the second son, Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan inquired, what about the second brother? Oh, him? I can't reach him. His phone is off. But that's typical. He is probably filming and out of touch. I haven't seen your second brother in quite some time. Su Yang sighed, her tone imbued with longing and regret. Chapter 18. Returning to the villa reflecting on Su Yang's kindness, Wen Yan felt a pang of sympathy for her sadness. She resolved to contribute something meaningful to their home. Yan, you become increasingly thoughtful. Don't worry, Mom isn't upset. Make sure to rest early. You can't rely on your youth to stay up late. It's not good for your skin. Understood, Mom. You should also get some rest. After ending the call, Wen Yan promptly opened Shen Jinghe's WeChat. Gazing at the blank chat interface, Wen Yan deliberately sought to please and found a set of adorable kitten emoticons. Sending one as a greeting, the charming kitten extended its paw, saying hello. However, just as she stood up, a message from Shen Jinghe arrived. To her surprise, he was rather terse, responding with just a single character. Wen Yan raised an eyebrow, noting his cool demeanor. Adhering to the principle of not wasting each other's time, she straightforwardly articulated her purpose. Are you free tomorrow? You owe me a favor, and I would like you to repay it. On the other end, Shen Jinghe paused for a moment. So soon? Yet, since he had already agreed to her request, it was inevitable that he would repay it eventually. The sooner, the better. You mean? Wen Yan raised her eyebrow again. Okay, that's one more word than before. To avoid any misunderstanding, she felt compelled to clarify. So, what you're implying is that you will indeed be available tomorrow. Am I correct? Yes, he replied. That's splendid. I need you for an afternoon and an evening. Do you have a time? Sure, Wen Yan said. If you can, then you can. If not, then not. Sure, it can be done. Not going. Why not? I have neither broken the law nor violated any moral code. Why can't you repay this favor? Not going. Fine, if you refuse, let us negotiate. Aren't you friends with the director of Sheng? Speak to him and let me play the female lead in the film. There is no female lead in this film. Then let me portray the character with the most significant role among the women. Wen Yan, it's dark now. I suggest you turn off the lights and get some sleep. I can wish you sweet dreams. Dog, she exclaimed. After a moment's thought, she quickly tapped on her phone screen. Is that all? Is that your grand vision? It's no wonder people speak of you in such a manner. The chat interface displayed that the other party was still typing. After a considerable while, Shen Jingha's message finally came through. You win. Now, that is more like it. With the battle concluded in her favor, Wen Yan's spirits soared. Seizing the moment, she proceeded, paw the cat deal. Tomorrow at 3 p.m., you will wait for me at home, and I will come and pick you up. No need. Your word doesn't count. What if you stand me up? I must personally escort you. Do as you wish. Then rest well. You've worked hard today. She sent a heart emoji. After sending this, Wen Yan quickly messaged Su Yang. Mom, their essay surprise for you tomorrow. You will surely be delighted. Thus, Su Yang did not take Wen Yan's surprise to heart. It was only when she saw her long-lost second son emerge from Wen Yan's sports car that she realized this was the surprise her daughter had prepared for her. She was utterly enamored with this unexpected gift, so much so that she dashed outside to greet him the moment she saw him through the window. Accompanying Su Yang was Shen Juro, marking Wen Yan's first encounter with her since her transmigration. Shen Juro was, as her name suggested, resembling Su Yang to a great extent, exuding an air of grace and gentility. While Su Yang conversed with Shen Jingha, Shen Juro took the initiative to greet Wen Yan. During their exchange, Shen Juro displayed a poise that lacked any trace of rivalry. Upon inhabiting her original body, Wen Yan found that the memories of her former self did not surface spontaneously. She had to actively explore them. Through her explorations, she discovered that Shen Juro had always been rather generous toward her former self. Upon returning to the Shen household, Shen Juro had not actively sought to undermine her, while it was the original Wen Yan who had persistently provoked Shen Juro, viewing her as a formidable adversary and constantly setting traps. Now, Wen Yan resolved to rectify these past errors. Shen Juro scrutinized Wen Yan, and a fleeting, inscrutable emotion flickered in her eyes. Very well. Chapter 19. Creating atmosphere. After Su Yang finished speaking with Shen Jingha, she turned to see her two daughters getting along amicably, filling her with immense joy. Even her tone brimmed with an unusual cheerfulness as she said, Come on, don't just stand outside. Let us go inside and talk. As the four entered the hall, Shen Yuan and Shen Jingxiu, who had been busy in the study, descended the stairs. Upon seeing Shen Jingha, both men were momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief pause, Shen Yuan quickly spoke up. As the head of the household, he typically did not wait for anyone if dinner was ready, nor would he delay the meal for any reason. Yet today, Su Yang did not immediately instruct the kitchen to serve the dishes. At this remark, Shen Jingha shot a glance at Wen Yan. She responded with a playful smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she silently mouthed, surprise. Although their exchange was silent, it did not escape the notice of onlookers. Shen Jingxiu cast a glance at Wen Yan, his brow furrowing slightly. When did these two become so familiar? Not only Shen Jingxiu noticed, but Shen Juro also observed the subtle interaction between Wen Yan and Shen Jingha. Though her expression remained impassive, her fingers clenched the hem of her dress. Meanwhile, the two parties involved remained oblivious to the scrutiny. Shen Jingha promptly declined Su Yang's kind offer. No thanks, Mom. I'm not picky. I can eat anything. It's just adding a couple of dishes. It won't take long, Su Yang reassured him. Right, dear? She directed her question to Shen Yuan. However, before Shen Yuan could respond, Shen Jingha coldly interjected. Isn't there a rule about meals at home? There is no need to make an exception for me. His curt tone was clearly directed at Shen Yuan, causing the atmosphere in the room to plummet to an icy silence. Shen Yuan's expression darkened considerably. Only Shen Jingha, as if unfazed, proceeded to take a seat at the dining table. Su Yang had anticipated the tension between the father and son and chose not to press for additional dishes. Soon, the family settled around the long dining table. Shen Yuan occupied the head seat, with Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jinghe seated to his left and Su Yang on his right, beside Shen Juro. If following the original Wen Yan's habits, she would have never sat beside Shinjiro. However, Wen Yan pulled out the chair next to Shinjiro, which she considered a gesture of goodwill. As she sat, she even smiled at her. Yet, after smiling, Wen Yan soon realized that her expression seemed somewhat out of place. The family around the table, with the exception of her, resembled a funeral gathering. She dared to assert that this was undoubtedly the most unenjoyable meal she had ever experienced. Even more alarming was the fact that among this large family, not a single person was capable of lightening the mood. Su-yang, who found herself lacking appetite, lamented, "It's indeed difficult for Yen Yan. Her biological children cannot compare to her, and yet she is the one who cares for me the most." This thought only further diminished Su Yang's appetite. How had this once harmonious family transformed into such a somber gathering? The atmosphere was unbearable. Wen Yan could hardly endure it. Determined to break the tension, she decided to take a bold step and warm up the atmosphere. "Come on, everyone, let us enjoy the dishes. Mom, your favorite abalone smells divine. Zhang Jiao's cooking is getting better and better. Jiro, you can't reach this fish. Let me help you. It's best steamed. Big brother, would you like some soup? It's over here. Let me serve you." Wen Yan was earnest in her attempt to enliven the mood. Bustling about like a diligent little bee, her hands never idle. Shen Jingxiu recognized her intention and declined her assistance. "No, I can manage myself." Wen Yan did not press him, but turned her attention to Shen Jinghe. "What about you, second brother? Would you like some soup?" Shen Jinghe glanced at Wen Yan, a smile playing on his lips without uttering a word. His smile bore no goodwill, a fact evident to all present. While others may have had their own thoughts, Su Yang felt a profound sympathy for this girl, Wen Yan. She quickly concealed her disappointment and served several dishes to Wen Yan, who breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that someone was there to share the awkwardness with her. It was indeed a stroke of luck, as she had not anticipated this beforehand. "Dad, Mom, eldest brother, do you remember when I mentioned finding something I truly enjoy doing?" To enliven the atmosphere, Wen Yan felt it necessary to engage everyone present. "Initially, I planned to go to the company with Jiro, but I changed my mind and decided to pursue acting. I stumbled upon a theater group recruiting new talents online. I sent my information with a mere sense of curiosity and was unexpectedly invited to an audition, which I attended yesterday. To my utter astonishment, one of the judges was my second brother. He turned out to be the male lead of the film, and I was overjoyed to see him." Shen Jing had chuckled. "Indeed. You were quite ecstatic. You performed well." "Well, there were 4 judges in total, and it wasn't solely his decision. The director approved me. Right, second brother?" Shen Jinghe smirked. "That merely indicates you were fortunate." Wen Yan, undeterred by Shen Jinghe's teasing, smiled brightly. "Luck is also a form of strength. If my luck were poor, how could I possibly have such wonderful parents? Wouldn't you agree, Mom?" Chapter 20. Dessert. Su Yang chuckled lightly. Her mood significantly improved. Relying solely on luck is insufficient. "You must have performed exceptionally well. Once you start filming, I will certainly watch every episode." At this point, Shen Yuan interjected, "Which theater group is it?" Shen Yuan nodded. "That sounds good." Yen Yan is becoming increasingly composed. This is commendable. Shen Yuan seldom praised his children publicly, and his commendation drew the attention of many in the room. Upon hearing this, Shen Jingxiu swiftly glanced at Wen Yan, while Shen Jiro abruptly paused her meal. "After all, it was merely an audition, yet you commend her for it. I have been at the company for nearly half a month, and have only received veiled criticisms." Shen Jiro's expression darkened. In contrast, Su Yang displayed a reassuring smile and quickly added, "Our family's children are all outstanding. Jing Cheng recently published 2 academic papers. Although they are scholarly, I found them quite interesting." Shen Yuan concurred. "I have read them as well. His research is quite in-depth, which is quite impressive for his age." Wen Yan, ever the supportive one, seized the opportunity to elevate the conversation. "Third brother is truly amazing. I must attend one of his lectures. I hear they are always packed. I would love to witness his charm. Jiro, shall I invite you next time? But I have work and only weekends free. Will third brother hold lectures on weekends?" Wen Yan felt a sense of relief, though her mouth was a bit parched. After dinner, Su Yang personally brewed tea. Wen Yan produced the desserts she had brought earlier, clearly intending to continue the lively discussions of the dinner table. Su Yang initiated the conversation about the entertainment industry. Having frequently interacted with individuals from that realm and wishing to offer some guidance to the newcomer, Wen Yan, Shen Yuan, as a parent, also expressed his thoughts. "Yin Yin, this industry is quite complex. Many individuals choose their paths based on circumstances. Publicly acknowledging your identity could benefit you. Father and mother make valid points, but I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally. There is no need to announce to everyone that my father is the chairman of the Shen group and my mother is a renowned designer. If I do not perform well, wouldn't that bring you disgrace and subject me to ridicule? It is better to remain low-key, and besides, second brother has not made his identity public either. Not revealing it has its advantages. Otherwise, my privacy would be completely stripped away. I do not aspire to be a star. I wish to be a good actress. Shen Yuan nodded. Then let your second brother look after you. The theater group you are in contact with happens to be the one Jinghe is involved in. Jinghe intended to use the theater group that Wen Yan was in contact with as a means to engage in a deeper conversation with Shen Yuan, whether regarding investments in his upcoming film projects or other matters. However, Shen Jinghe harbored a profound resentment toward Shen Yuan. This was not the end. As Shen Jinghe left, Shen Jingxiu received a phone call and went up to the study. Shortly after, Su Yang received another call regarding urgent matters at her studio. With the night having fallen, Shen Yuan, concerned for Su Yang's safety, decided to drive her. Finally, only Wen Yan and Shen Jiro remained, seated face to face. Wen Yan proactively offered Shen Jiro a small piece of dessert. Would you like to try this? It's a recent trendy treat, and it tastes delightful. Shen Jiro regarded Wen Yan thoughtfully, a faint smile gracing her lips. Thank you, but I am currently watching my weight, and this is too high in calories for me. If you aim to enter the entertainment industry, it is best to manage your figure well. With that, Shen Jiro stood and departed. Wen Yan watched her retreating figure, recognizing the validity of Shen Jiro's words, which seemed to carry a hint of goodwill. Once Shen Jiro had left, the spacious hall felt desolate. Looking at the colorful desserts, Wen Yan felt a sense of regret, especially since they were quite expensive, each small piece costing a substantial sum. It seemed such a waste that no one had touched them. Upholding her principle of not wasting food, Wen Yan swiftly grabbed a piece and ran upstairs. After half a month, she once again stood at Shen Jingxiu's door. The last time, she had just entered the story, holding a cup of drugged orange juice intended to incapacitate Shen Jinghe. This time, however, her visit was purely for the purpose of offering a treat. Unlike before, this time the door was ajar, not securely closed. From her vantage point, she could clearly observe his every move. He was on the phone, searching for something in the bedside drawer, his casual actions captivating. Wow, my brother looks so good even while talking on the phone with one hand. How does he manage that? If he enters the entertainment industry, he would surely become a top star based solely on his looks. While Shen Jingxiu was rummaging for documents, he suddenly paused, failing to catch what the person on the other end was saying. How is it that even his slightest pause appears like a still photograph? Surely many employees at the company must have a crush on him, perhaps even spanning both genders. Shen Jingxiu pondered, what is she thinking about all day? Does she perceive everyone this way, including Shen Jinghe? Having found the document he sought, Shen Jingxiu hung up the phone. Just as he turned around, Wen Yan knocked on his door. Hey, brother, are you still working late? Yes, I have a few matters to attend to. I brought you some dessert. I made sure to reduce the sugar, so if you're working late, you can enjoy a small piece. Shen Jingxiu initially intended to decline, but recalling how patiently she had stood outside, quietly waiting for him to finish his call, he eventually nodded. All right, thank you. Chapter 21. Regret? In the study, he harbored a little-known fondness that grew with age, his love for various small cakes. He had enjoyed them since childhood, but after his grandfather once frowned and remarked that a boy should not indulge in sweets, he concealed this small passion. Every time mother and my younger sister, Shen Jiro, indulged in delightful little cakes, I could only silently observe from the sidelines, feigning disinterest. Over time, this charade convinced everyone that I had no affection for such treats, and they ceased to share with me. Once, an array of desserts was my sister's greatest delight. But after her illness and departure, our household never again welcomed such confections, despite my own fondness for sweets. Upon her return, it appeared that Shen Jiro had lost this penchant, for today marked the first occasion in many years that I spied a dessert gracing our table after dinner. At this moment, the seemingly delectable treat lay quietly beside me, patiently awaiting my indulgence. As I scooped a spoonful and savored its melting sweetness, my taste buds were instantly enchanted. I pondered how fortunate it was that Wen Yan did not truly understand me. Otherwise, she would surely refrain from presenting me with dessert. Yet, her thoughtful gesture of delivering the small cake was quite unexpected. Upon reflection, However, it seemed less surprising, as she had always praised her own charm in her heart, which must indicate her fondness for her elder brother. A sister's affection for her brother, paired with the gift of food, is entirely reasonable. Before long, I had devoured the small cake. Feeling parched, I resolved to descend and pour myself a glass of water. Just as I stepped out of the study, I spotted Wen Yan carrying another small cake, knocking on Shen Jinghe's door. That piece appeared even more enticing. She must prefer my second brother, it seemed. Was I truly nothing more than an icy figure, a cold machine, difficult to approach? Shen Jing, he opened the door, raising an eyebrow at Wen Yan. Is there something you need? Wen Yan, cradling the small cake in her hands, smiled brightly. I noticed you barely touched your dinner, looking rather moody. You must be hungry, so I brought this to fill your stomach. Shen Jing, he scoffed, regretting it now, are you? Wen Yan blinked innocently, regretting what? What do you mean? You know perfectly well. Then won't you invite me in? Or shall we stand here and chat? Come in and shut the door. They entered the room, with Wen Yan following closely behind. Once she had closed the door, Shen Jing, he smirked and reiterated, this fellow is still smiling. It seems his mood is quite good. Of course, Shen Jing, he was in high spirits. Having silenced our father, how could he not feel exhilarated? He glanced at Wen Yan. I don't understand why you insist on this, but please refrain from doing so in the future. Wen Yan widened her eyes. You don't understand? Can't you see? Is my intention not clear enough? Clearly, I did this to make mother happy. Did you not notice how delighted she was to see you? And Shen Jing, he sneered. Aren't you usually quite contemptuous of her? Why extend goodwill now? Has the sun risen from the west? The sun certainly hasn't risen from the west, but harmony within the family is paramount. If I wish to please mother, I must cease my internal conflicts with her. Is that so? How self-sacrificing of you. I never expected you to possess such qualities. Wen Yan pondered for a moment. This cake truly is delicious. I sincerely recommend you try it. As for me, I shall take my leave. Shen Jing, he coldly retorted. Remember to close the door behind you. I know. I don't have a tail. Wen Yan gently closed the door as she exited, feeling quite pleased. Initially, she feared her good intentions might have gone awry, but it seemed Shen Jinghe's mood remained unaffected, and his sharp tongue was as formidable as ever. As for Shen Yuan, I was certain the beautiful Su Nu would soothe him well. With this in mind, a smile inevitably graced Wen Yan's face. She initiated a greeting, heading downstairs. Shen Jiro offered a faint smile. Yes, I'm going to grab some juice. Would you like some? However, it appeared Shen Jiro had no intention of letting her pass. Did you just come from second brother's room? What were you discussing? You seem rather pleased. Wen Yan hesitated for a moment, feeling the rapid progression of their relationship. For now, it seemed they were still in the realm of her extending goodwill, while Shen Jiro responded with indifference. Yet, with Shen Jiro's sudden detailed inquiry, Wen Yan felt somewhat unaccustomed. Yes, we didn't discuss much. I simply delivered a small cake to second brother, since he hardly ate dinner tonight. Shen Jiro smiled faintly. Did he accept it? He did. It was just a small piece, and he didn't refuse. Shen Jiro nodded. Understood. I'll head down first. Okay, bye. She intended to change into a set of workout clothes, but, after rummaging through her belongings for quite some time, could only find a sweatshirt. Once she was dressed, she took her time, donning her Bluetooth headphones and scrolling through videos as she descended the stairs. Just as she reached the second floor, one earbud unexpectedly slipped out, prompting her to hurry a few steps to retrieve it. At that moment, she stumbled upon a humorous video, which was so amusing that she couldn't help but laugh out loud on her first viewing. Unable to resist, she stood still and watched a second time. However, as she laughed once more, she suddenly felt a gaze upon her. Pausing the video, she looked ahead and found Shen Jiro approaching her with an expressionless face. The sight of her stoic demeanor instantly extinguished any desire to laugh. Nevertheless, she greeted, "Hi, Jiro." Shen Jiro strode purposefully, quickly reaching Wen Yan's side. Her face was devoid of expression. We need to talk, Wen Yan. Chapter 22. The Hidden Diary. Sure. Where shall we converse? I was just about to go for a run. Would you like to join me? No. Shen Jiro raised her hand. I have juice in my hand. Follow me. The presence of this juice puzzled Wen Yan. If she had misjudged earlier, Shen Jiro must have walked past Shen Jinghe's door. However, their rooms were on the third floor, while the second floor belonged to the brothers Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jinghe. Therefore, Shen Jiro could not have passed through here. Did that mean she had intentionally gone to deliver juice to Shen Jinghe? However, upon reflection, this was not particularly strange. It was perfectly reasonable for her to wish to strengthen her bond with her elder brother. Lost in these thoughts, Wen Yan unconsciously followed Shen Ji-ro up to the third floor. Shen Ji-ro paused at her room's door, and Wen Yan naturally halted as well. Just as Wen Yan was about to speak, Shen Ji-ro let out a cold laugh. Wen Yan, is something amusing? Wen Yan looked bewildered. What are you talking about? What is funny? I'm quite confused. Oh, your acting is commendable. It's no wonder you were chosen by the director. Do you think your gesture of offering cake is so remarkable that it overshadows my juice, which was rejected? Wen Yan, still perplexed, began to piece together what had transpired. It turned out that the juice was indeed intended for Shun Jinghe. Yet he had declined it. 3 minutes earlier, Shen Ji-ro had knocked on Shun Jinghe's door, smiling sweetly as she explained her purpose, hoping he would accept the juice she offered. However, Shun Jinghe had refused, stating that he did not consume sugary beverages at night. Yet through the half-open door, Shun Ji-ro distinctly saw the nearly finished cake. The one Wen Yan had brought. In comparison to her juice, that cake was undoubtedly higher in calories. Yet, she could not force Shun Jinghe to accept her juice. So she retreated with a smile. At that moment, she spotted Wen Yan at the staircase, bending down to pick something up from the floor. Then she glanced in my direction and suddenly broke into laughter. Aside from mockery, Shun Ji-ro could not conceive of any other reason for Wen Yan's warm smile. At this moment, Wen Yan had already roughly pieced together the sequence of events. With a heartfelt wish for familial harmony, she began to explain to Shun Ji-ro, "You must have misunderstood me, Ji-ro. I was completely unaware of what transpired just now, as I was engrossed in watching videos with my headphones on. As for your claim that I was laughing, it was merely a reaction to a humorous video I was viewing. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. I haven't even exited the interface, and the video is paused." However, Shun Ji-ro merely sneered. "Stop acting. Do you think I am unaware of the kind of person you are? Your performance today, including your decision to forego going to work, is solely to curry favor with our parents. I assent it. They seem to fall for your act, but I'm not so easily deceived." Wen Yan thought to herself how drastically Shun Ji-ro's demeanor had shifted. It was as if she were an entirely different person. Yet, it seemed that such fierce declarations were not new to her. The dilemma was that the original owner of this body had no recollection of such animosities. Feeling a bit disoriented, Wen Yan fell silent. At that moment, Shun Ji-ro moved closer, saying, "You must not have forgotten the impression I left on you. If you intend to leave, do so at a distance, understood?" As she spoke, she contemptuously patted Wen Yan's shoulder twice. This only added to Wen Yan's confusion. What was happening? She rubbed her temples, realizing that the more she pondered, the more her mind felt increasingly blank. Nevertheless, she needed to keep moving. Perhaps after some exercise, her thoughts would become clearer. She decided to take a shower and then lie down on her bed, striving to organize the original owner's memories. While doing so, Wen Yan suddenly sprang upright, her heart racing. With great effort, she lifted the mattress and quickly discovered a notebook beneath it. The memories of the original owner informed her that it was a diary. Eagerly, she flipped to the last page, which was shocking. It was filled with Shun Ji-ro's name, inscribed not in a typical manner, but in red ink, surrounded by a box. Those in the know would recognize this box name as a signifier of death. The page was marred by numerous deep scratches, indicating profound enmity. Yet, the memories left to her by the original owner contained no such blood feud. Realizing this, Wen Yan hurriedly flipped to the first page. The diary began 4 years ago. "I have been getting along splendidly with Ji-ro. The weather is fine today. It is indeed a beautiful day. Now it is late at night, and I seem to have discovered a secret. Ji-ro sleepwalks, and she nearly choked me to death. In that moment, I could hardly breathe, but fortunately, she awoke just in time. However, she insisted that I not tell her parents. She said she would lock the door when she sleeps from now on. She explained that her sleepwalking was due to nightmares, and that she had been unfortunate and alone for years. I promised to keep this little secret between us sisters." Chapter 23. I have discovered a secret, yet I cannot articulate it. I feel conflicted. Am I too petty or overly sensitive? Why do I always sense that Ji-ro is not genuinely sincere towards me? We share several mutual friends, some of whom I introduced to her. Gradually, they began to distance themselves from me and grew closer to Ji-ro. It seems that only Qiao Kursin remains close, but I cannot shake the feeling that her intentions are not pure. Never mind Qiao Kursin for now. I find Jiro's behavior in front of our parents to be rather peculiar. We had agreed to undertake certain tasks together, yet when father objected, she ceased to insist, leaving me to argue passionately. This made her appear quite sensible, while I seemed the unreasonable one. Yet, we both knew father would never approve. Afterwards, she came to me to analyze the situation, presenting her points persuasively, making it sound entirely reasonable. Xiao Curson claims she is merely acting, and I am perplexed. The speech I prepared for months was thus ruined by her, yet the corridor of that old teaching building lacked surveillance, and no one believed me, not even our parents, as she acted so convincingly, resembling a pitiful little flower, utterly innocent. It was truly nauseating. Shenjiro is insufferably manipulative. She always finds a way to provoke my anger, to drive me to the brink of hysteria, leading those around us to believe I am the one with issues. Deep down, I know I should not respond this way. It only plays into her hands. Yet, I cannot help but defend myself, raising my voice in a futile attempt to prove my innocence. To others, my loudness merely reflects my guilt and ineptitude. It has been a long time since I last wrote in this diary. That event has been buried deep within my heart. I will no longer study management, nor will I remain classmates with her. I will switch to design, the same field as my mother, and pursue a career in that domain. Xiao Curson is right. I should annoy her, nitpicking over trivial matters that are inconsequential. If she retaliates, it will only make her seem petty. This is all her doing. She has forced my hand. At this point, the original owner's diary came to an abrupt halt. Wen Yan's shock was beyond words. No wonder she had no recollections of ill feelings towards Shenjiro. They had been buried by the original owner. Now, upon reading the diary, all those painful, maddening memories surged forth. Perhaps it was due to inhabiting the original body, but at the moment of this memory eruption, Wen Yan felt a sharp pain pierce her heart. Once the pain subsided, she realized she was in tears. She had never anticipated that the self-destructive actions of the original owner were compelled by Shenjiro. Once so kind-hearted, she had been driven to this state by Shenjiro. How much suffering had she endured over the past 4 years? What had Shenjiro done to her? Wen Yan suddenly felt immense pity for the original owner. She caressed the words in the diary, silently resolving to take action. Closing the diary, she went to wash her face, taking a while to regain her composure. After returning to bed, she reopened the diary. From where it had paused to the last page filled with names, there were many pages in between, and Wen Yan intended to see if there were further revelations. As she flipped through, she indeed discovered something unusual. A page had been torn out of the diary. However, due to the original owner's heavy-handed writing, most of the text had been imprinted onto the next page. Conveniently, since the original owner had studied design, Wen Yan had previously found several pencils in the drawer while tidying up. She quickly retrieved a sharpened pencil and began to lightly shade the blank page. Soon, the white text emerged. The writing was somewhat hasty and differed from the original owner's typical script, yet was undoubtedly hers. Every word was familiar, but when combined, they shocked her profoundly, her pupils nearly trembling. What have I uncovered? Shenjiro is crazily infatuated with Shunjingha. They are full-blooded siblings. She is truly deranged. She is doomed. This was the entirety of what Wen Yan had reconstructed. It was utterly explosive for her. She closed her eyes, seeking to delve into her memories to understand what the original owner had seen to arrive at this conclusion. Yet, sadly, this undated, hastily scribbled diary entry was also written by the original owner after a night of intoxication. Not long after finishing her writing, the original self fell asleep on the bed, clutching her diary. Upon awakening, she found herself unable to recall anything and, in her frustration, tore out that page. Nevertheless, Wen Yan believed that where there is smoke, there must be fire. Perhaps the original self-suspicions were not unfounded. For instance, just moments before, Shenjiro had intentionally brought juice to Shinjingha. Before delivering it, she even inquired whether Shinjingha had accepted the small cake. Despite sharing the same parents and blood ties, she made no mention of the eldest brother, Shenjingxiu. Her sudden change in demeanor revealed her true nature, particularly when Shenjingha declined her juice. If all of this were indeed true, then Shenjiro was engaging in incest. Had she lost her mind? Wen Yan suddenly found herself deeply intrigued by the 10 years Shenjiro spent in exile. Had those years been filled with immense suffering? Had the dire environment gradually twisted her character? Unfortunately, the original self knew little of these matters. No one had ever informed her how she left the Shen family or what transpired during those 10 years. However, everyone in the household was aware that Shen Juro had a good relationship with her adoptive parents. During her years in exile, they did not mistreat her. At least, that was the official narrative, and beyond that, there was little information available. Wen Yan also recalled that on the morning after her arrival, she noticed Shen Juro was not dining with the family. Su Yang explained that her adoptive mother was ill, which prompted Shen Juro to rush to the hospital to visit her. Yet, if the diary's accounts were accurate, and if Shen Juro had truly lived harmoniously with her adoptive parents, how could she have developed such a warped personality? Ironically, in the original text titled Madame Lu has disguised herself yet again, the Shen family was merely a pawn. Thus, the author of the original work had not devoted any ink to the veracity of the Shen family's true daughter. To uncover more useful information, one could only rely on personal investigation. As she pondered these thoughts, the sound of a car approaching suddenly broke the silence. Peering out the window, she confirmed it was indeed their vehicle. Apart from Shen Juro herself, the person most likely to possess knowledge on the matter was Su Yang. Wen Yan hurried downstairs. As she reached the entrance of the villa, Su Yang and Shen Yuan happened to approach. Su Yang appeared somewhat surprised upon seeing Wen Yan. Yan, why are you still awake at this late hour? Wen Yan promptly stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Su Yang's. It's still early, Mom. Young people don't go to bed so early. How about you? Have you managed to resolve everything at your studio? Is everything going smoothly? Yes, quite smoothly. Everything has been taken care of. Then, Mom and Dad, please go inside and sit. I'll pour you a glass of water. Mrs. Su and Mr. Shen's lips were chapped. How long had they been thirsty? Did the staff at the studio really not provide water for the boss? They should be spanked. Su Yang initially intended to decline, but upon hearing Wen Yan's heartfelt remark, she realized she was indeed thirsty. Turning to look at Shen Yuan, she noticed his lips appeared quite dry as well. Shen Yuan subconsciously pressed his lips together, having already accepted the fact that he could hear Wen Yan's thoughts. After making that remark, Wen Yan dashed into the kitchen. Once she left, Su Yang began scanning the room. All 4 children were home today. They were aware of her sudden call and departure. Honestly, when she saw Wen Yan come down to greet her, she felt a glimmer of hope. However, the other 3 children were nowhere to be found in the living room. Sighing internally, Su Yang felt a warmth in her heart for Wen Yan. With this thought, her gaze toward Wen Yan softened with affection. Wen Yan soon returned with 2 cups of warm water. While Su Yang drank, Wen Yan contemplated. I wonder if Mrs. Su is tired. Working on a weekend night is quite troubling. If I approach her now, it might disturb her rest. Perhaps I should wait until tomorrow when she is well rested. As her thoughts settled, Su Yang finished her water. Although she felt a hint of fatigue, how could she deny Wen Yan's small wish? Moreover, she was curious about what Wen Yan wanted to discuss. Setting her cup down, Su Yang spoke up. After running around tonight, I feel invigorated. If you're not sleepy, why don't you come to my study for a bit? I have something to show you. Sure, I'm not tired at all. What do you want to show me, Mom? Su Yang chuckled lightly. You'll find out once we get there. Wen Yan was quickly led to Su Yang's study. In this household, Shen Yuan, Su Yang, and Shen Jingxiu each had their own study, providing them with personal spaces to handle work or design matters without disturbing one another. Su Yang's study was filled with an array of clothing, bags, and jewelry. For Wen Yan, it was her first time entering this space. She couldn't help but feel dazzled, as though she had stepped into an exquisite luxury showroom. However, she made a concerted effort to appear composed. As her current identity was that of a daughter of the Shen family, she could not afford to seem unsophisticated or embarrass the original self. Su Yang, eager to engage Wen Yan, said, I need to tidy up before I can show you anything. Wen Yan nodded obediently, her mind racing with thoughts of seizing this opportunity to inquire about Shen Juro. Few entered this study, so there was no fear of being overheard. By the way, Mom, may I ask you about Jiro? About Jiro? Su Yang was not surprised, both from Wen Yan's thoughts and her demeanor. Su Yang discerned that Wen Yan was making an effort to befriend Jiro. Hence, her inquiry about Jiro was entirely understandable. Su Yang paused her actions, pulling Wen Yan to sit on a nearby sofa. Go ahead, ask me anything. I will tell you everything. I just want to know how Jiro left home and what her life was like during those 10 years in exile. Sighing deeply upon hearing this question, Su Yang decided to be forthright. Jiro left because she developed a severe blood disease, and by the time it was discovered, it was too late. She spent nearly every day in the hospital, her studies interrupted, and we received frequent notices about her critical condition. The only solution was a bone marrow transplant. However, despite our family circumstances, we could not find a suitable match. I even considered having another child, thinking perhaps they could save her. But after giving birth to Jiro, my uterus was damaged. The doctor advised against further pregnancies, and none of your 4 brothers were compatible. So, I abandoned the idea of having another child. Jiro underwent chemotherapy daily. She was such a beautiful child, but her hair fell out, and we knew she was suffering greatly from the pain of her illness. Yet, as parents, we could not bear to give up on her. Ultimately, she could no longer endure it and left the hospital when a nurse was absent. Your father and I were nearly frantic, searching everywhere for her on the surveillance footage. The next day, we found her shoes by the river and a letter pressed beneath a stone. In it, she expressed her desire not to witness her parents' suffering any longer, nor to see her mother weeping day after day. Thus, she chose to end her life by jumping into the river. I was utterly devastated, frantically searching along the riverbank day and night. I had to see her alive or dead. Strangely, we never found her body. For those 3 years, I truly lived like a mere apparition, a shadow of my former self. My unwavering belief in her survival stemmed from the fact that her body was never found. Yet, the anguish of not being able to locate her was unbearable. Thus, another 7 years slipped by, and we remained relentless in our search for ZHRU. On your birthday, as fate would have it, ZHRU's adoptive parents unexpectedly appeared at our doorstep. You may have perceived a bias from me and your father in the past, but this was merely our attempt to compensate for ZHRU's absence. Do you understand? I do. I comprehend that this is a natural human sentiment. It is all too coincidental, too surreal, almost like a narrative. Wait, this seems to be a narrative indeed. Therefore, perhaps such a presence is not entirely implausible. After all, she has traversed through time. Certainly, the paternity test was initially suggested by ZHRU herself. I still possess that report. I can show it to you. Very well. Ms. Su undoubtedly holds great faith in Shen ZHRU. But if one day I were to tell Ms. Su that Shen ZHRU once harmed me, even nearly took my life, would she believe me? Never mind, it would be wise to seek evidence first. Suddenly, Su Ying, who was rummaging through a drawer, halted. What was YN saying? That ZHRU almost killed her? If those words had come from YN, I might find them hard to believe. Yet, can the heartfelt confessions of a person truly be deceptive? Chapter 25. Paternity test. It appears that YN had previously filed a complaint against HRU, but at that time, both had already been engaged in a covert struggle. YN often resorted to petty tricks, which both she and Shen Yun observed keenly. Mom? What's wrong? Is there an issue with the report? As she spoke, Su Ying began to search frantically. Soon, she retrieved a document from an envelope. Here, take a look. At that time, your father, ZHRU, and I all provided samples to confirm our biological relationship. The overly technical data was somewhat lost on WNYN, yet even a layperson could grasp the staggering genetic similarity rate of 999. But Mom, didn't you say ZHRU underwent a bone marrow transplant? Shouldn't her blood be different from yours? Doesn't this result raise questions? There's no issue. Human traits are determined by innate genetics. A bone marrow transplant merely alters blood cells, such as blood type. Our test was conducted using hair samples for comparison. Oh, WNYN nodded, feeling somewhat ignorant, but she still inquired, was the institution that performed your paternity test reliable? Absolutely reliable. It is the most authoritative institution in the city, collaborating with the police and the courts. WNYN nodded in agreement. Have you visited ZHRU's adoptive parents' home? What kind of environment did she grow up in for those 10 years? They were able to afford her surgery and care for her meticulously for so long, so their financial situation must be quite favorable. Indeed, they have their own business and have spent a considerable amount on ZHRU's medical needs. Most families could not bear such a burden. I genuinely appreciate them. It feels almost predestined. We adopted you and treated you like our own daughter, while they adopted HRU and regarded her as their own. Thus, one should always engage in good deeds, for benevolence will surely be rewarded. WNYN initially doubted how ZHRU's adoptive parents could be so benevolent. However, Su Ying's words silenced her doubts. After all, she and Shen Yun had adopted the original child, nurturing an orphan into a young lady of privilege, which was also an act of kindness. The world is never devoid of goodwill. It happens continuously. Yet, How could such gracious biological and adoptive parents raise someone like Shen Zhru? Could it be the torment of illness? Yes, we have indeed conducted investigations. May I see the findings? You can, but I must ask you, why the sudden interest in this matter? Moreover, I do not wish to upset Ms. Su, for this is merely my speculation. I bear no responsibility for a conjecture, yet she is the mother who carried her for 10 months. If my doubts were to cause her distress, or even lead her into a state of depression again, I would be a most ungrateful wretch. Ms. Su, please forgive me for telling a white lie. Wen Yan immediately smiled sweetly. I wish to have a good relationship with Zhru, thus prior to that, I want to understand her better. All right, I will get it for you. Su Weiying proceeded to search for the documents, and, at that moment, her expression was laden with concern. Previously, Yan had filed a complaint against Zhru, but Zhru had vehemently denied any wrongdoing, claiming she had never bullied Yan. Subsequently, Yan escalated her provocations, consistently instigating conflict, clearly indicative of the wolf is coming mindset. However, now, Su Weiying was uncertain whom to trust. As she grappled with this dilemma, she suddenly heard Yan's voice. Oh, I really want to take a photo, but I feel embarrassed to do so in front of Ms. Su. Our incredibly adorable, beautiful, elegant, and noble Ms. Su. How wonderful it would be if you could just turn around right now. Just a moment ago, Su Weiying was troubled, and in the next instant, Yan's flattery brought a smile to her face. She sighed softly and turned around, pretending to search for something in the cabinet. Yan's eyes immediately sparkled, seizing the opportunity to snap a few photos. The awkward part was that, in her haste, she accidentally activated the flash. The sound of the shutter and the burst of light at that moment caused Yan to feel utterly mortified. Su Weiying, fully aware of what transpired, maintained a facade of ignorance. Meanwhile, Yan sighed in relief. Phew. Thankfully, Ms. Su was engrossed and didn't notice the commotion I caused. I would be quite the failure as a spy if I were to be caught before even securing any evidence. Mom, I made my choice. It's on the table. Good. Just leave it there. I'll tidy up later. Finally able to turn around, Su Weiying handed Yan a few design drafts. Didn't I mention I had something to show you? It's this. It's beautiful. It was a jewelry design draft, including necklaces and earrings. However, Mom, even though I study design, I must admit I haven't mastered it well. Why are you showing me this? Su Weiying chuckled lightly. What? Do you think I expect you to guide me? This is for you to choose. A birthday gift. My birthday? That's still a while away. However, jewelry creation requires time. It must be prepared in advance. Take a look and see which set you prefer. It would be disingenuous to say I wasn't pleased. I would take my time to select carefully. Oh my, each set is absolutely stunning. Ms. Su, you are truly the greatest designer in the world. They're all so beautiful. How am I to choose? Perhaps I should select a few favorites. Su Weiying laughed softly. This girl's words were incredibly sweet. No, it wasn't just her words, but rather the sweetness of her heart. Mom, I believe I am more inclined towards a forest and ocean series. Based on your esteemed perspective, which set do you think suits me best? Given your age, I believe the forest series would be more fitting for you, lending a more vibrant essence. In the study, the mother and daughter discussed jewelry. Outside on the 3rd floor, Shen Zhru had been intently watching the closed door. It was only when she saw Wen Yan emerge that she discreetly slipped away. Chapter 26. Astonishing discovery. The information indicates that Shen Zhru's adoptive parents run a garment factory, which is financially stable. Wen Yan searched online and found that this factory has indeed been operational for over a decade. The legal entity of the factory matched that of Shen Zhru's adoptive father, with no discrepancies. Moreover, this couple is genuinely kind-hearted, frequently assisting orphans. Shen Zhru was not the first child they aided. Could it be that I am overthinking this? As I read the facts, I couldn't help but doubt my own thoughts. However, she had never doubted Shen Zhru's identity. It was merely the peculiarity of Su Yang's words that left her feeling bewildered. Yet, Shen Zhru's true nature was deeply concealed, and it would require some provocation to draw it out. If the diary of the original owner was indeed truthful, and she harbored illicit thoughts towards Shen Jinghe, then this could be a point to her advantage. In the master bedroom on the 1st floor, Su Yang sat absent-mindedly at her vanity, oblivious to Shen Yuan's approach. What could possibly be occupying your thoughts, my dear? Yet, what if Zhru had truly done something outrageous to Yan? What sort of matter? Shen Yuan frowned, wondering if something had transpired that he was unaware of. Su Yang shook her head, stating, no, I mean if. Then let us reason this through. If Jiro had indeed acted inappropriately, even if she were our own flesh and blood, we cannot show undue favoritism. Do you think a hair sample would yield inaccurate paternity results? Certainly not. If there were any issues with the hair, the testing agency would have informed us at the time. What is troubling you? Did Yin say something to you? Did she lodge another complaint? Not at all. Yin intends to get along well with Jiro, so she came to inquire about Jiro's past. Is that what prompted you to recall the past? However, we have already investigated everything back then. There are no issues, so do not dwell on it unnecessarily. Furthermore, Jiro's appearance clearly resembles yours. How could she not be our child? Well, then I shall not think on it anymore. There is no reason for her to start doubting based on a few words from Wen Yan. The following morning, everyone sat promptly at the dining table for breakfast, except for Shen Jinghe. Upon seeing the empty seat, Shen Yuan furrowed his brow. Before he could speak, Su Yang interjected, Zhang Sa, please go and fetch Jinghe. Wen Yan glanced at Shen Jiro, who sat quietly in her chair, and suddenly volunteered, Mom, let me go call second brother. He could be a bit grumpy in the morning, and I have a better rapport with him. He won TB cross with me. As she spoke, she scrutinized Shen Jiro's expression. Sure enough, when she mentioned her good relationship with Shen Jinghe, Shen Jiro's countenance shifted slightly. Yet, perhaps due to the presence of others, the change in her expression was not overt, far from the dramatic shift she exhibited the previous night. Having said that, Wen Yan wasted no time and promptly ascended to the second floor. Shen Jinghe, are you a pig? The sun is already up, and you are still in bed. Behind the door, Shen Jinghe, who was drying his hair, retorted, Why won't you open the door? Knock harder, make a hole in it. If you get it open, I'll consider myself defeated. In the next moment, his phone began to ring incessantly. Each time he hung up, Wen Yan would call again. After 3 attempts, she finally ceased dialing, but immediately his WeChat notifications began to flood in. Wen Yan, wake up, big star, the whole family is waiting for you to eat. Wen Yan, Mom is speaking on your behalf. Wen Yan, if you keep lazing about, it will be embarrassing for Mom. Wen Yan, you wouldn't want to embarrass her, would you? As his phone incessantly chimed, Shen Jinghe, speechless, set down the towel and strode towards the door. Suddenly, the door swung open. As Wen Yan was editing her message, she looked up to see a handsome man with his upper body bare, wrapped only in a towel around his lower half. She blinked, momentarily forgetting to move her fingers. How can you do this? Can you put on some proper clothes before opening the door? Oh my. Shen Jinghe's physique is simply exquisite. He hasn't undressed in front of the camera yet, has he? Am I not front row audience sitting on the sofa? Shen Jinghe's handsome face darkened. You knock, call, and then text. Do you not give me time to dress? Wen Yan chuckled. I thought you were sleeping in. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting for breakfast. There is no need to wait. Oh, we've waited this long. We can't let it be for nothing. Hurry and get dressed. I'll go down with you. What? You cannot walk on your own? Are your legs merely for show? Wen Yan thought to herself. If it weren't to provoke Shen Jiro, I would not even bother walking down with you. Shen Jinghe frowned, questioning the rationale behind her insistence. Fine. I am genuinely concerned that you will dawdle, and everyone is waiting. It would be quite rude to arrive late. Understood, I will be out shortly. With a loud bang, the door was shut. 2 minutes later, it reopened. Let us go. However, this time, as the two walked side by side to the dining room, Shen Jiro showed no reaction. In contrast, Shen Jinghe cast them a few more glances. At the dining table, Su Yang inquired if Shen Jinghe had any work arrangements for the day, to which he replied in the negative. Wen Yan's mind immediately began to race with ideas. Since second brother had no work and was leaving today, how about we have a barbecue in the garden? What do you think, Mom? Others might not be keen on organizing an outing, but Su Yang was more than willing to gather everyone together. Thus, Wen Yan specifically approached Su Yang, who readily agreed. Sure, the weather is perfect today, neither too hot nor too cold. I will have the kitchen prepare the ingredients, and you can all sample your father's culinary skills. You may not know this, but your father is quite adept at barbecuing. Back when we studied abroad, your father and I often went out on weekends with friends. Shen Jinghe interjected, even though I have no work today. Who says I am not going anywhere? Great. I'm a first to cheer. We must savor Dad's cooking. Long live Dad. A profound silence enveloped the room. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for as long as Wen Yan remained unperturbed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Moreover, she would take the initiative. Since Shinjiro had a dual persona, it was time to draw her out. Jiro, you have no other plans today, right? It's a rare occasion for the family to gather. All right, I agree. I have no other arrangements today. Shinjiro appeared as warm and gentle as ever, her smile devoid of any malice. Next was Shun Jingxiu. Eldest brother, you surely have no other commitments? It's a rare weekend for you to be home. A barbecue would be a delightful choice. Wen Yan pondered. So, is Shun Jingha's resentment towards Shun Jingxiu a residual effect of that kidnapping incident? The kidnapping was orchestrated by the kidnappers, but the decision was made by Dad. Could it be that Shun Jingha is misplacing his anger? Shun Jingxiu was also a victim. At the same time, the two brothers were struck by Wen Yan's thoughts. Shun Jingha suppressed the urge to roll his eyes at Wen Yan, who seemed to have an unexpectedly close relationship with Shun Jingxiu. Hadn't he always been known for having no friends? Shun Jingxiu too was taken aback, surprised that Wen Yan knew about their childhood kidnapping incident. As the one chosen by their father, he could not cry when his younger brother was distressed. While their parents doted on his brother, he could not voice his own nightmares. He had to appear strong, as if he had never been a victim. Yet, Wen Yan was correct. He too was a victim. Thus, a simple barbecue is just that, a barbecue. Last night, she had even brought a small cake. Even if he did not particularly enjoy such things, what harm would come from agreeing to her suggestion? Shen Jingxiu nodded. Yes, I have no other plans today. Wen Yan, with a beaming smile, eagerly asked, everyone is participating. You wouldn't be the only one not joining us, would you, second brother? Shun Jingha shot a glance at Wen Yan, the corners of his mouth twisting into a cold smirk. I can't do anything. That's all right. I can. Second brother, all you need to bring is your appetite. This is what you said. Of course, everyone can bear witness. All right then. I'll eat and then head upstairs for a nap. Call me when it's time. Mom, enjoy your meal. Shun Jingha's final remark was clearly directed at Su Yang, who felt quite pleased by it. Although the second son maintained his usual indifference toward his father and elder brother, the family managed to gather together, a rare opportunity indeed. She nodded at Shun Jingha, remarking, you often work irregular hours. Now that you finally have a break, you should rest properly. We will call you when everything is ready. As Su Yang spoke, Wen Yan was keenly observing Shinjiro, who appeared wholly absorbed in her meal, seemingly indifferent to Shun Jingha's presence. Was the earlier scene merely a figment of her imagination? Nevertheless, it mattered not if Shun Jingha was of no use. Another could take his place. That's because Mom missed me. In truth, I missed her too during those days. Although such words may seem overly sentimental, Wen Yan was unperturbed by the sentimentality. As an actress, she remained composed even while filming dramatic scenes in front of dozens of people. A few mushy words were trivial. However, Shinjiro's lips twitched slightly. A glance around revealed that it was not only Shinjiro present. Shun Jingxiu also seemed to furrow his brow. Regardless, since Shinjiro had asked her to leave the family, she would not acquiesce. She intended to flourish right under her nose, forging good relations with every family member. Curious to see how long she could conceal her true intentions. Su Yang evidently appreciated Wen Yan's charm, as her smile had yet to fade. Soon, the family had nearly finished breakfast. Su Yang called for Aunt Zhang, instructing her to prepare the necessary tools and ingredients for a barbecue. Aunt Zhang mentioned that they had a grill and smokeless charcoal at home, but some ingredients would need to be purchased. At this, Wen Yan promptly suggested, Mom, why don't we buy the ingredients ourselves? It feels like ages since we last visited the supermarket together. Jiro should join us too. Despite Shun Jingxiu's usual aloofness, he generally did not refuse reasonable requests from his parents. All right, I will prepare now. 10 minutes later, Shun Jingxiu parked his car at the villa entrance. Shinjiro discreetly opened the back door before Wen Yan could, saying, Mom, you get in first. Wen Yan did not contest and took her place in the front passenger seat. Once inside, Shinjiro initiated a conversation about the company with Su Yang. Having never worked at Shun's group, Wen Yan found herself unable to contribute to the discussion. Thus, her mind began to wander. Whoever said that diligent work and driving men are the most handsome was absolutely right. Shen Jingxiu drives with such seriousness. That jawline, that Adam's apple, those long fingers. He exudes an aura of restraint. Surely he must be quite chaste? Unlike Shen Jingha, who has scandalous rumors swirling around him, Shun Jingxiu appears to maintain a low profile. Shun Jingxiu tightened his grip on the steering wheel, pondering whether her interest in his restraint was genuine. He frowned and abruptly accelerated. However, He soon ceased to hear Wen Yan's thoughts. She suddenly remembered something. She had forgotten to ask what the second brother liked to eat. Mom, do you know what the second brother's preferences are? He enjoys sweets, especially as a child, though he eats less of them now. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Shen Jingxiu involuntarily furrowed his brow. Wen Yan felt a twinge of pride, realizing that the small cake she had given him last night was indeed a hit. She continued, what about besides desserts? Are there any meats or vegetables he particularly enjoys? Beef. Among meats, Jinghe favors it the most. As for vegetables, he likes mushrooms, much like your third brother. However, he eats a bit of everything and is not very picky, except for one dish he dislikes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The last statement was echoed simultaneously by Su Yang and Wen Yan. Su Yang, slightly surprised, asked, Yan, how did you know this? She then cast a glance at Shunjiro. This exchange of glances made Wen Yan acutely aware of the animosity in Shunjiro's eyes. Although her earlier demeanor seemed quite opportunistic, Shunjiro appeared unable to suppress her irritation. A black-hearted lotus is no more noble than a green tea. Wen Yan seized the moment to press on. I'll send a message to the second brother to inquire about his seafood preferences. As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from her bag. She fully embraced her role, even adding a playful tone. Second brother, we are on our way to the supermarket to buy ingredients. Is there any seafood you wish to eat? Little did Su Yang anticipate that Yin Yan's trip to the interview would lead to an improved relationship with the second brother. Meanwhile, Shunjiro clenched her fists, finding Wen Yan utterly repulsive, having never encountered someone so brazen. Wen Yan, however, remained unfazed, as embodying different roles was her profession. Yet, the deep furrows on Shen Jingxiu's brow instilled in her a sense of frustration and profound sympathy for him. Forgive me, dear brother, for disturbing your ears. However, I am merely converting speech to text. You may hear this playful tone today, but I assure you it will not be sent. Shen Jingxiu was perplexed, questioning why she did not simply type her message. Who was she performing for with such effort? Just for fun, she replied, and that was sufficient. Shen Jingxiu soon parked the car in the lot of a large supermarket. Today, he was not merely a driver, but also a porter. Upon entering the supermarket, they immediately attracted numerous curious glances, both overt and covert, due to their striking appearances and the air of affluence conveyed by their attire. Just as they were heading towards the fresh meat section, a man speaking with a dialect approached them hesitantly, seemingly drawn to Shunjiro. Young lady, you look so familiar. Are you not the daughter of Boss Zhao? Wen Yan was unfamiliar with the accent, but upon hearing Boss Zhao, she immediately thought of Shunjiro's adoptive mother, Zhao Qing, who also bore the surname Zhao. Shunjiro's previously flawless expression cracked slightly upon the man's arrival. She quickly took 2 steps back, furrowing her brow as she replied, You must have mistaken me. I do not believe we have met before, and my father does not share your surname. This much was true. Wen Yan clearly remembered that Shunjiro's adoptive father did not share the Zhao surname. However, Wen Yan sensed something amiss. A normal person, confronted by an unfamiliar individual on the street, would either feel bewildered or frightened. Yet, Shunjiro appeared disgusted, eager to distance herself from the man. After contemplating, Wen Yan swiftly found an excuse to separate from Shunjiro and the others. After searching for a while, she finally located the man. She hurriedly jogged towards him, exclaiming, Excuse me, sir. Hello, are you looking for me? The middle-aged man beamed widely upon being approached by the strikingly beautiful young woman. Yes, we met earlier. You mentioned seeing Boss Zhao's daughter near the meat section. Do you not remember? Oh, I remember now. That just happened. What can I do for you? Sure. Please say my number. The man began reciting a series of numbers, adding, My surname is Wang, with 3 water strokes, just Wang. Before he could finish, a middle-aged woman, holding a child, approached them. Her tone was curt. Who are you talking to? The child has been looking for his grandfather. Come along and help carry the things. All right, I'm coming. Come here, my precious grandchild. Let grandpa hold you. The man ceased his conversation with Wen Yan, picking up the child and leaving with the woman. Wen Yan stood frozen, awkwardly smiling but maintaining her decorum. Goodness, he looked to be just in his early 40s, yet he was already a grandfather. It was quite surprising that a man of his age could still smile so lewdly. He surely cannot believe that my request for his phone number was merely a casual flirtation. Wen Yan, speechless, turned around, only to collide headlong into a warm, solid wall of flesh. On my nose, standing at 7 meters in shoes, Wen Yan found herself face to chest with a figure at least 9 meters tall. The scent of cedar wafted through the air as she looked up to discover that the person she had bumped into was none other than Shen Jingxiu. "Oh, my apologies. I didn't see you. What brings you here?" Without pausing to acknowledge her discomfort, Wen Yan glanced over Shen Jingxiu's shoulder, searching the vicinity. "What are you looking for?" Shen Jingxiu inquired, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "Oh, I'm searching for my mother and Jiro. Have they arrived as well?" She felt uneasy at the thought of Shen Jiro witnessing her interaction with the man from earlier. "No, your mother mentioned that this place is too vast and feared getting separated, so she asked me to find you. Indeed, it is quite expansive. Have you found what you were looking for?" "Ah, not yet. It should be a bit further ahead. Shall we go together?" "Sure." I recall it being on the left side of the aisle, just ahead. Leading Shen Jingxiu to the left front, they discovered a section selling kitchen condiments instead. Wen Yan chuckled awkwardly. "I must have remembered incorrectly. It should be a bit further ahead, perhaps on the right." The two then made their way towards the right front, only to find themselves in the aisle dedicated to personal care products. Wen Yan felt as though she were a headless fly, utterly lost in this overwhelmingly large supermarket, which seemed impossible for a newcomer to navigate. Shen Jingxiu, observing her predicament, let out a silent sigh. "Just follow me." Chapter 29. If you leave, I will look down upon you. Wen Yan blinked. "Do you know where the gum is?" To be honest, she had no idea herself, as the notion of gum had merely been a spur-of-the-moment excuse. She had not seen any on her way here. It was likely that it was not even on this floor. "Let us give it a try. After all, you don't know where it is," Shen Jingxiu suggested. Wen Yan felt a sting of indignation, yet found herself unable to retort. Under Shen Jingxiu's guidance, they walked straight, then turned right, and subsequently left, finally stopping in front of a row of shelves. "Here you go. I'll cover the bill today. If there is anything else you want, feel free to grab it." Wen Yan was taken aback. "Why are you being so generous all of a sudden?" Shen Jingxiu appeared slightly uncomfortable, but replied, "As a token of gratitude for the cake from last night." "Ah, that wasn't worth so much. Honestly, I only need 2 bottles." Wen Yan wasted no time, her objective clear as she swiftly grabbed 2 boxes of watermelon-flavored gum. On their way to reunite with Su Yang and the others, Shen Jingxiu asked, "By the way, who were you talking to just now when I found you?" "Oh, just a passerby," Wen Yan replied without a second thought. "I asked him if he knew where the gum was, and he said he didn't know either." Shen Jingxiu acknowledged her with a nod, understanding that she preferred to keep her truths to herself and did not press further. Before long, they found Su Yang and Shen Jiro. An hour later, they wheeled 3 carts brimming with food and snacks in a parking lot. Upon returning home, the charcoal fire was already crackling. Su Yang assigned the ingredients to the kitchen staff and encouraged the children to rest. However, Wen Yan felt no fatigue and eagerly joined Aunt Zhang in skewering the food. Aunt Zhang enjoyed chatting, and Wen Yan was no slouch either. Despite their age difference, they found common ground in their conversation. Soon enough, Su Yang was drawn to their laughter. She couldn't help but remark to Shen Yuan beside her, "Youth is indeed wonderful. Look at Yin Yan. She doesn't seem to tire at all. After wandering the supermarket for over an hour, I'm exhausted." This child has finally returned to her cheerful and laughter-filled self. This isn't their fault. It was I who suggested they take a break. Besides, when have they ever had to do kitchen work? However, I noticed that Yin seemed to find great joy in skewering the potatoes. "I remember when we used to date. You were responsible for marinating while I handled the skewering. Why don't we join in? Show me your skills once more." Exchanging amused glances, Shen Yuan replied, "As you command, my dear wife." Shen Yuan and Su Yang soon joined in the labor. Wen Yan, being sweet-tongued, lavished compliments on them, eliciting laughter from the couple, particularly Su Yang, who couldn't stop smiling. The garden was filled with joyous sounds, quickly drawing in others. Having just finished several emails, Shen Jingxiu approached the window and opened it, observing the lively scene below, especially Wen Yan, who buzzed around like a busy bee. He stood there, captivated for several minutes. In another room, Shen Jing glanced out the window after removing his headphones following his game character's demise. "Is Wen Yan truly that happy skewer food?" she asked, smiling like a blooming flower. "I wonder what seafood they bought, and if they have the black gold abalone that I like." On the 3rd floor, Shen Jiro slammed the window shut. "That insufferable girl. Even barbecuing has turned into a competition. It's not as though we don't have servants. Does she need to take it upon herself to work? If she insists on suffering, so be it. Now she has dragged our parents into this. If I don't go down, I'll seem lazy. How disgusting." She was warned to keep her distance, yet deliberately draws close to everyone in this household, truly inviting trouble. Filled with resentment, Shen Jiro descended the stairs. Su Yang was the first to notice her. Jiro, why are you coming down? Didn't I tell you to rest? Shen Jiro smiled sweetly. I'm not tired. It's a family barbecue. It's meaningful to get involved. I'll cut the vegetables. Wen Yan chimed in, already transitioning to that task. Why not wash the vegetables instead? It's much easier, Wen Yan suggested. Shen Jiro's smile turned slightly less warm. It's fine. I'm more skilled at chopping. Su Yang glanced at Shen Yuan, observing that it was rare for Wen Yan not to engage in a subtle rivalry with Jiro. Why was Jiro now competing with Wen Yan? Very well, but my hand is getting sore from cutting, and there's only one knife here. You can have this one. I'll go wash the vegetables. Shen Jiro's smile began to fade. Her thoughts were never truly on chopping, and within moments, she accidentally cut her finger, removing nearly half of her left fingernail. Aunt Zhang hurried to fetch the first aid kit, while Su Yang quickly helped Shen Jiro disinfect and apply a band-aid. Jiro, next time, avoid tasks you're not skilled at. It can help mitigate risks. Fortunately, it was only your nail. Meanwhile, Wen Yan could only revel in her inner thoughts. Oh dear, look at that insatiable competitive spirit. It truly has its consequences. Before long, Shen Jingxiu finished his work and came downstairs. As the grilling commenced, Su Yang called for Shen Jing to join them. Everyone displayed a knack for barbecuing, producing items that were mostly not burnt. Wen Yan appeared the most delighted. As she devoured skewer after skewer, Shen Jing cast a scornful glance. With your appetite, you still dream of entering showbiz? You should abandon that thought at once. Wen Yan leisurely finished chewing her food, wiped her mouth, and replied, I haven't even entered showbiz yet, which is why I must seize the opportunity to eat. But how can you criticize me, second brother? Aside from me, you've eaten the most here. As a top-tier brother, you should manage your own appetite better. Oomph. What do you know? If I could eat like this every day, why need to stuff myself today? Then don't criticize me. Su Yang found their banter amusing. It seems you two are bickering. Her smile deepened as she added, the marinade for this barbecue is your father's exclusive recipe. Su Yang intended to gradually bridge the gap between the father and son, yet Shen Jing was as stubborn as a mule. Upon hearing this, he immediately frowned. I'm full. Here, abalone. As he finished speaking, Wen Yan used tongs to serve him an abalone. Don't say you don't like it, second brother. I've noticed you enjoy this. You may leave, but in doing so, I truly find you contemptible. Shen Jinghe shot a glare at Wen Yan, his anger dissipating. Indeed, he would not leave. It would be utterly humiliating to be looked down upon by someone like her. Lowering his gaze, he unexpectedly noticed a string of roasted potatoes had appeared on his plate. Next to him sat none other than Shen Jingxiu. Chapter 30. Do you like me? How moving. Surely, my brother has realized my fondness for roasted potatoes. Perhaps I should prepare a small cake for him another day. After all, it's only fair to reciprocate. Shen Jingxiu, who usually refrained from eating much, had initially decided against roasting anything. However, the prospect of exchanging roasted potato slices for a cake seemed quite advantageous. Thus, he discreetly decided to roast a few more. Shen Yuan also placed several skewers of beef on Su Yang's plate, saying if Yan Yan enjoys it, she should have a bit more. Observing the easy banter between Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe, and seeing others offering her barbecue, Shen Jiro clenched her fists tightly. At that moment, Su Yang handed her a skewer of grilled mushrooms. Jiro, do try this. It tastes delightful. Shen Yuan also offered her a few skewers of beef. Only then did Shen Jiro smile and say, thank you, Mom and Dad. You should also taste the chicken wings I grilled. Brother, second brother, Yan Yan, come and try some. Wen Yan, not one to refuse food, sampled the chicken wing and found it quite delectable. In truth, a harmonious family atmosphere was quite pleasant. However, Shen Jiro's duplicity and insatiable desires posed a problem. It is not inherently wrong for one to want many things. The issue arises when such desires are built upon the suffering of others. At 2 in the afternoon, the barbecue finally concluded. The happiest among them were undoubtedly Shen Yuan and Su Yang. This time, Shen Jinghe had left the table before the meal was halfway through. Without mocking or ridiculing Shen Yuan, which seemingly did not bring them closer, yet subtly eased the tension between father and son. For this, the couple felt quite grateful to Wen Yan. The car swiftly drove out of the Shen family's villa. Given the splendid weather, Wen Yan drove her convertible with the top down. Shen Jinghe silently donned a pair of sunglasses, a cool smirk gracing his lips. I detect your attempts to please me. This abrupt statement almost caused a question mark to hover above Wen Yan's head. She glanced at Shen Jinghe and said, "What prompts such a statement, second young master?" Shen Jinghe shot her a sidelong glance. "Could you refrain from addressing me in that manner?" Wen Yan chuckled. Then what should I call you, second brother? Isn't it obvious?" Shen Jinghe replied, "You are quite adept at flattery. Why have you ceased?" Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. In light of my earnestness, could you engage in conversation with me, second brother? What would you like to discuss? Let us talk about our sister, Miss Shunjiro. What about her? What sort of person do you perceive her to be? What do you mean? Did you not say that harmony brings prosperity? How is it that you've decided to abandon your efforts to win her over after merely 2 days? Second brother, I know you're quick on the uptake, but can you not think so rapidly? This was originally my question for you, and now it has turned into an interrogation of me. Please share your thoughts. How do you view Jiro? She was quite endearing as a child. However, now she is rather conventional, or perhaps one could say she possesses a sense of propriety. Every word and gesture seems measured, adhering to a personal standard that fluctuates but never exceeds or falls below that threshold. Unlike you, whose emotions are laid bare. When you are wild, it is as if you have escaped from a mental institution. Wen Yan interjected, "Shen Jinghe, I thank you for warming my seasons." Shen Jinghe smirked. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Wen Yan asked. "You believe she has propriety. Has she ever crossed that line in your presence?" "Never. And do you think she has feelings for you?" "Feelings? I wouldn't say so. As a child, she favored Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jingchuan more. However, I seem to have missed any signs of her affection for my elder brother. I already mentioned it was during childhood. They were not inseparable. Can you guarantee that childhood friends who have not been in contact for 10 years will still be the best of friends?" "Fair enough." Wen Yan frowned during the barbecue. Shunjiro's glances towards Shen Jinghe were anything but innocent. Has she truly never interacted with him privately? It appears Shen Jinghe is entirely oblivious. Shen Jinghe glared at Wen Yan. "You've asked for quite some time, so I shall inquire of you. Do you like me?" "Certainly. I like you immensely. If not now, when will be the time for flattery? I could recite every work of yours since your debut. How could you forget? This affection transcends the boundaries of mere gender, siblinghood, or any language that could define it. It is selfless, limitless. Even in amnesia, a mere glimpse of you, even a photograph, could instantly awaken those feelings." "Enough, I comprehend." "No, you do not. Do you know why the dinosaurs became extinct? It was because their forelimbs were too short to applaud my perfection, and thus they all perished in sorrow." "How do you know that?" "Because I have access to the internet." Wen Yan conceded defeat. Once the door was closed, she collapsed onto the sofa and opened a shopping app to search for pinhole cameras. However, what popped up was a bold warning stating that disclosing personal information, invading privacy, and causing societal harm was illegal. Upon seeing this interface, Wen Yan understood. Fine, normal channels could not procure a mini camera, and, as a respectable person, she had no access to illicit avenues. Knowing she could not engage in illegal activities, she settled for a local online shop, paying extra for same-city delivery, and ordered a few mini recording devices. That evening, Wen Yan intentionally created an opportunity to be alone with Shunjiro. Over the past 2 days, Wen Yan had clearly sensed Shunjiro's animosity. She had concealed the recording devices in her clothing pocket, waiting for Shunjiro to unleash her venomous words once more. However, contrary to her expectations, even in solitude, Shunjiro refrained from making any harsh remarks. This led Wen Yan to question whether Shunjiro had uncovered her plan. If so, the situation would become complicated. However, it would not be surprising. Shunjiro was certainly not foolish, having adeptly manipulated the original owner years ago. Not only could she disguise herself seamlessly in front of the entire family, but she also had Shunjiro's inability to act against her in mind. With Shunjiro unapproachable, Wen Yan recalled the man's phone number she had obtained earlier in the supermarket. Checking the time, it was just past 9 o'clock, not too late. She dialed the number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily out of service. Please check and try again." Temporarily out of service? Wen Yan quickly searched online, discovering that there could be several reasons for this. First, the phone might be deactivated due to unpaid bills. Second, the owner might have reported it lost. Third, the number could be a black card, not registered to the owner, or involved in scams or harassment, leading to a direct suspension by law enforcement or telecom providers. Wen Yan hoped it was the first reason and wished the person would promptly pay their bills. After finishing her shower and skincare routine, she tried dialing again, but the line remained out of service. However, she did not dwell on it for long. After watching a movie, she went to bed. The next morning, she encountered Shunjiro at breakfast, and everything seemed normal. After breakfast, everyone left for work, leaving only Wen Yan at home. Shunjiro's room was on the 3rd floor, separated from hers by a guest room and a guest bathroom. After hesitating for a few moments, Wen Yan approached Shunjiro's door. She intended to sneak into Shunjiro's room to investigate, but unexpectedly, after leaving the villa, Shunjiro had locked her door. Who locks their door in their own home? This was undoubtedly suspicious. Wen Yan sought out Zhang Sa for information and discovered that Shunjiro had never permitted the household cleaning staff to tend to her room. She managed it all by herself. Zhang Sa mentioned that the lady of the house was aware of this, attributing it to the habits cultivated by the young lady during her 10 years with her foster parents. Reflecting on the past and her upbringing, Wen Yan dialed the phone number of the man with the surname Wang once more, only to be met with the same disheartening result. The number was perpetually out of service. Doubts began to cloud her mind, leading her to question whether she had been deceived by this man who might have fabricated a worthless number for her. As she silently lamented this, a voice call unexpectedly interrupted her thoughts. To her astonishment, it was none other than Shun Jing-he on the line. This was utterly unexpected, prompting Wen Yan to immediately answer, "Ah, a celebrity. To what do I owe the pleasure?" Clearly taken aback by the swift connection. Shun Jing, he was even more surprised to find Wen Yan on the other end. "Why are you answering?" he queried. "Why not me?" Wen Yan responded, her surprise surpassing his. To her dismay, Shun Jing, he simply replied, "Oh, I see now. I must have dialed the wrong number," and began to hang up. "Wait," Wen Yan called out before he could disconnect, suggesting that since he had erred, they might as well embrace the mistake. "What do you want?" Shun Jing, he asked, suddenly wary. Wen Yan chuckled. "I have a matter I wish to inquire about. Dear second brother, do you happen to know the progress of the auditions for the Shirshing production? Has the first round concluded yet? It should be soon. Not many candidates are left." "I expect it will wrap up by tomorrow," he replied. Just then, Wen Yan heard a female voice on Shun Jing-he's end, mentioning that their trip would likely last 4 to 5 days. If not sent for fostering, the cat would have to be entrusted to the cleaning lady for feeding. She mused that with little to occupy her time and no friends around, having a handsome cat to cuddle would certainly be a delightful experience. Ultimately, Shun Jing, he was persuaded. "All right, come by this morning to pick up the cat. I have a flight to catch this afternoon." "Great." After setting the time, Wen Yan prepared to apply a light makeup. However, while reaching for her favorite lipstick, she suddenly realized it was missing. She distinctly remembered placing it in her bag, yet it was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, at Shun Group, Shun Jingxiu was intently reviewing a project proposal when his assistant, Wen Yiming, knocked and entered. "Mr. Shen, what is it?" Shun Jingxiu asked without lifting his gaze from the screen. "Nothing. I'll take my leave then." Just as he spoke, a small tube was placed on Shun Jingxiu's desk, which he ignored as he continued to peruse his files. Meanwhile, the secretary's office erupted with excitement. "Sure, gather around. Guess what I just heard? What is it?" Knowing the expression on their faces, it was clear they were in for some juicy gossip. Just now, the driver brought back a lipstick he found in Mr. Shen's car while washing it. Can you believe it? TSK. Who said Mr. Shen is not into women? Who said he is a monk? Who claimed no women have ever been in his car? That was clearly a used lipstick. How do you know it was used? Duh. It had no packaging. Oh no, my dreams of being the CEO's wife are shattered. The laughter was cut short by 2 soft coughs from behind. "What you all doing? Don't you know this is work time? If I catch you discussing your superior's private life again during work hours, I will deduct your bonuses. Also, mind your own business and don't spread rumors." "Yes." The secretaries, caught off guard by Wen Yiming, fell silent. After he left, someone approached the front desk. "Is Mr. Shen in his office? I need him to sign something." "Yes, Vice President. Please wait a moment." Wen Yiming promptly dialed the internal line. Just as Shun Jingxiu finished a call, the internal line rang again. "What is it?" "All right, let him in." As soon as the visitor entered, Shun Jingxiu placed the phone down. "Uncle, I've heard the project in that district is progressing smoothly. The board is pleased. Just send someone to collect my signature." "Why did you come personally?" The visitor chuckled. "I'm getting older. I don't want to sit in the office all day. My back hurts, unlike you young folks who are in peak condition." Shun Jingxiu nodded, quickly signing the documents and handing them back. In a moment of distraction, the lipstick, which had been placed on his desk by his assistant, was knocked to the floor and shattered. Just as his uncle bent down to retrieve the documents, He accidentally stepped on the broken lipstick. "What is this?" he exclaimed, startled. "I just stepped on a lipstick? In your office? Looks like you've got something going on." "Huh?" Shen Jingxiu, momentarily taken aback, frowned slightly. "Uncle, yes, you. It's not what you think." His uncle chuckled knowingly. "Haha. We're all men here, I understand." "I get it. Uncle, really it's not like that. Come on. Either you're completely quiet, or you're bringing someone into the office. TSK. You're quite the thrill seeker, aren't you? Healthy back. Must mean other parts are healthy too." "No. Uncle, please let me explain." Watching his uncle walk away, Shen Jingxiu shook his head in resignation. Sometimes, working alone in the office felt quite isolating. However, if he recalled correctly, the lipstick had likely been left in his car after a shopping trip to the supermarket with Wen Yan yesterday. After all, she was the only woman who had been in his passenger seat. He remembered her pulling out her phone to contact Xinjing to ask what seafood he wanted, which must have been when the lipstick slipped out. He closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose, then rose to pick up the mangled lipstick. He subsequently dialed the internal line, and soon when Yiming arrived. "Mr. Shen, you called for me?" Upon entering, Wen Yiming immediately noticed the conspicuous red stain on the light gray carpet. Reacting quickly, he grabbed the internal line. "I'll call for cleaning right away." However, Shen Jingxiu raised a hand to stop him. "First, I need you to take care of something else." "What is it?" Shen Jingxiu handed the damaged lipstick, now cleaned and capped, to Wen Yiming. "All right, make sure the color matches exactly." Wen Yiming nodded, understood. "However, Mr. Shen, since it was accidentally damaged, wouldn't T1 replacement be insufficient? I've heard lipsticks come in various shades." "Is that so?" Shen Jingxiu squinted slightly, realizing that cosmetics usually came in complete sets. Then purchased the most comprehensive set available. "All right, I'll take care of it now." Wen Yiming accepted the task and left. Yet, he was a straightforward man, quite oblivious to such matters. Fortunately, he had several female subordinates to assist him. Nonetheless, he was undeniably curious about the owner of the lipstick. Not just him. The female secretary he consulted was equally intrigued. She quietly inquired, "One assistant, does our CEO have a girlfriend? Don't ask what you shouldn't tea, and don't pry. Oh, and buy 2 identical gift sets." "Huh? 2 identical sets?" "Yes. Does this mean our CEO is either not dating or is juggling 2 relationships at once? Say one more word, and I'll deduct your bonus." In truth, Wen Yiming was just as puzzled. Just as he was about to leave, the president suddenly called him back, adding that he needed to purchase 2 sets. The efficiency of the female secretary was remarkable. Before the end of the workday, she had already brought 2 boxes of lipsticks to the office. When Jiming inquired where to place them or whether they needed to be delivered, he found himself unable to make a decision, so he sought guidance from Shen Jingxiu. Shen Jingxiu, still engrossed in his work, did not lift his head. "Put them in my car." Wen Jiming immediately asked, "There is an impromptu cocktail party today, which I mentioned to you this morning. You had said you would attend if you weren't working late. What about now?" "It's been canceled. It was just a last-minute arrangement. I will leave work promptly at 6. If there is anything that requires my personal attention, resolve it before I clock out." "Understood." While Wen Jiming maintained a composed exterior, his curiosity grew. This workaholic president seemed to have no intention of working late. After following him for several years, this was the first time he had seen him leave on time, unless there was an important dinner at home. Furthermore, it was highly likely this was due to a woman. This woman must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Zhang Sa hurriedly approached to offer Wen Yan a tissue. "No need," Wen Yan assured. "The last time I played with it for quite a while and didn't sneeze." "Someone must be talking about me." "Do you like cats, Zhang Sa?" "Of course. I love all small animals. When I was young, I lived in the countryside with 2 large courtyards where we had both cats and dogs. It was delightful. The mother and daughter spent time amusing the cat, and before long, time slipped away. Upon learning that the cat belonged to Shen Jingxiu and was temporarily entrusted to Wen Yan during his business trip, Shen Jiro's expression noticeably shifted. Wen Yan noticed everything and contemplated whether to take the opportunity to provoke her later when a car pulled up outside. Su Yang was thrilled. "Come in. What are you carrying? Those 2 boxes look heavy." "They're an apology." Su Yang appeared puzzled, as did the others present. Shen Jingxiu, however, walked straight towards Wen Yan and directly stated his purpose. "You left a lipstick in my car when we went to the supermarket yesterday, and I accidentally damaged it. This is to compensate you." Wen Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "This entire box is for me?" She felt overwhelmed. She had only seen female celebrities showcase lipstick collections online and never imagined she would receive such a gift herself. Thank you so much. It's just a lipstick. You didn't need to buy me so many. You could have just let it go. Can I open it now? Of course. The lipstick box consisted of 3 layers, each filled with over 30 lipsticks. Wen Yan felt as though she had acquired an entire lifetime supply of lipsticks. I love this. Thank you. No girl can resist the allure of lipsticks. If anyone can, it's simply because they haven't received enough. Please have a seat. What drink would you like? I'll prepare it right away. Shen Jingxiu maintained his usual stoic demeanor, yet a hint of amusement flickered in his dark, profound eyes. It seemed that winning over a girl was not as challenging as he had anticipated. Chapter 33. Eyes above the summit as long as you are happy. That's what matters. I'm not thirsty, and there is no need for you to prepare anything for me. Although Shen Jingxiu's tone remained as cold as ever, Wen Yan felt he had softened in that moment when presenting her with a gift. Su Yang smiled at Wen Yan, saying with Zhang Sa here, "You don't need to worry." Wen Yan chuckled. "All right then, I shall graciously accept." Su Yang noticed how Wen Yan's joy at receiving the gift was captivating. She had seen the same excitement when she gifted her clothes and jewelry. Witnessing the recipient's delight was a happiness that surpassed even that of the giver. However, Su Yang soon found herself concerned about her other daughter. Shen Jiro had always shared a close bond with her elder brother, and she wondered how the girl would feel. As a responsible older brother, Shen Jingxiu naturally did not forget his younger sister. He recalled the little girl who used to follow him around the house. "Jiro, this is for you." Shen Jiro was taken aback, but quickly smiled with delight. "I have one too. Thank you, big brother. I love it. As long as you like it." Observing the affectionate sibling interaction brought great comfort to Su Yang and Shen Yuan. Wen Yan silently mused, truly, he is a responsible older brother. Though he appears aloof, he possesses a caring heart. But does Shen Jiro truly deserve it? At that moment, Shen Jingxiu glanced at Wen Yan, catching her unspoken thought. Just then, Wen Yan was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and she felt a wave of confusion. Why is he suddenly looking at me with such seriousness? Shen Jingxiu slightly furrowed his brow, acknowledging that he might seem somewhat stern, but was it to such an extent? He even frowned. I haven't done anything or said anything. As she spoke, she lifted the lipstick box. Shen Jiro then chimed in, "Mom, I want to go too." Su Yang nodded. "Go ahead. I'll ask the kitchen to add 2 more dishes. I'll call you when it's ready." The 2 girls entered the elevator one after the other. Once the elevator started moving, Wen Yan provocatively remarked, "Jiro, did you see the cat Mom is holding? That urge cat. He is on a business trip, so I'm taking care of it for a few days. Do you like it?" While saying this, she kept her gaze fixed on Shen Jiro, attempting to provoke her. Shen Jiro stepped closer. "Wen Yan," she sneered, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. Just then, the elevator chimed, announcing their arrival at the 3rd floor. Shen Jiro swallowed her words and exited the elevator first. Wen Yan watched her retreating figure, deciding to wait for another opportunity. Back in her room, Wen Yan could not resist taking a beautiful set of photos of the lipsticks. Afterward, she felt an urge to post on her social media. Upon her arrival, she had checked the original owner's social media and found that she was someone who enjoyed sharing her experiences, especially when receiving gifts. Although she had received many expensive items from Su Yang, she felt embarrassed to post about them. However, lipsticks didn't seem like a luxury. She could post about them without hesitation. What is the harm in losing one lipstick? Sitting at home waiting, I'll receive an entire box the next day. I'm on my way to achieving lipstick freedom. Meanwhile, in another room on the same floor, Shen Jiro kicked over the box on the floor. What a useless gift. She genuinely despised the present. To Shen Jiro, the fact that Shen Jingxiu, as the elder brother of the family, endeavored to treat both sisters equally was merely an afterthought. This was simply a casual gesture to compensate Wen Yan, not a sincere gift meant for her. Thus, the brand new lipsticks felt to her like secondhand goods. No, even less than that, they were trash. In the living room downstairs, Su Yang was browsing social media when she stumbled upon Wen Yan's latest post. Reading the playful words brought Wen Yan's smiling face to her mind. She couldn't help but say to her eldest son, Jingxiu, "Have you seen Yan's latest post? It seems she genuinely loves the gift you gave her." Shen Jingxiu's voice remained indifferent. "No, you should take a look. I don't have her WeChat." "You too, Su Yang Sigit. It is indeed my fault, as both your father and I have been preoccupied with work. neglecting to teach you and your siblings how to interact with one another. Check your phone. I have shared Yin Yan's number with you. Do you have Jiro's contact? Yes. Then I shall refrain from sharing Jiro's number with you. As soon as Su Yang's words fell, Shen Jingxiu's phone chimed. He opened Wen Yan's contact and inscribed his name, Shen Jingxiu, in the friend request note. Just as he pressed send, Su Yang cleared her throat twice. She then smiled and inquired, Jingxiu, I notice you're not particularly adept at gift giving. What prompted you to suddenly think of gifting lipstick to your two younger sisters today? Shen Jingxiu found Su Yang's question rather peculiar. I inadvertently damaged Wen Yan's lipstick, and thus I must compensate her. Su Yang nodded. That is indeed reasonable, but has no one offered you any suggestions? Su Yang's gaze held an unmistakable excitement, which caused Shen Jingxiu to furrow his brow slightly. Mother, what exactly are you trying to convey? It would be more straightforward to express it directly rather than beating around the bush. Very well, Su Yang chuckled. I heard that you brought a female companion to your office today, and it seemed you both had a delightful time. Shen Jingxiu replied, Delightful time? That sounds rather strange. He quickly concluded, It must have been something my uncle mentioned. Su Yang became even more animated. So it is true? False. It was a misunderstanding on my uncle's part. I tried to explain, but he refused to listen. I accidentally knocked Wen Yan's lipstick onto the floor, and he mistakenly assumed it was broken by him. Upon realizing this, Su Yang could not conceal her disappointment. Oh dear, I thought you finally had a girlfriend. Chapter 34. A promising future. The mere mention of this subject caused Shen Jingxiu a headache. Mother, I'm not currently interested in such matters, so there is no need to arrange any blind dates. But you're not getting any younger. Shen Jingxiu simply lowered his head, only to notice that his friend request had been accepted. After Wen Yan accepted him, she sent a cute emoji. Shen Jingxiu quickly typed a response. I am Shen Jingxiu. No need to thank me. After a brief exchange, he involuntarily clicked on Wen Yan's moments. True to his usual habit, he would typically exit the chat interface after concluding a conversation with someone. However, at this moment, he found himself perusing Wen Yan's posts. Her photography skills were commendable, capturing the lipsticks in a sophisticated manner. As he casually scrolled through her previous posts, he suddenly realized that Wen Yan was an exceptionally uncomplicated person. Her happiness appeared to stem from simple pleasures, which was a rarity and enviable. The following day, she arrived half an hour early. The script demanded that the characters convey profound emotions, requiring the actors to transition from joy to excitement and then to profound disappointment within a brief time frame, while also possessing a basic understanding of sign language. During the audition, Wen Yan was paired with an actor playing a college student volunteering to teach. After the preceding group concluded, it was soon their turn to take the stage. Just before they went on, the actor visibly exhibited signs of nervousness. He approached Wen Yan and introduced himself. Hello, I am Wang Che. We will be performing together shortly. He wiped his hands on his clothing before extending one towards her. This is my first audition, and I am quite anxious. I hope it does not affect your performance. Wen Yan smiled and shook his hand. I am Wen Yan. It is my first time as well. Just relax, focus on me during the performance, and ignore everything else. Sounds good. Wen Yan was strikingly beautiful. When not smiling, she exuded an air of aloof elegance, yet her smile made her seem very approachable. Her warmth encouraged him, and they quickly synchronized their breathing, commencing their performance. With her past experience, Wen Yan soon found a rhythm. She embodied the character exceptionally well, delivering genuine emotion through her body language and emotional transitions, as if she were the character written in the script. Initially, her partner was quite tense, but he heeded Wen Yan's advice, disregarding everything around him, focusing solely on the character she portrayed. Gradually, he too immersed himself in his role, and together they delivered a remarkable performance. Even after the performance concluded, the director applauded and praised them, a level of acclaim not awarded to the previous groups. As they exited, Wang Che called out to Wen Yan, Your performance was truly outstanding. I was nearly moved to tears. Initially, I was merely acting my role, but soon I realized you had drawn me into the narrative, and I became the character as well. You were fantastic. Thank you. Receiving such sincere praise brought joy to Wen Yan. Thank you for your kind words. I believe you performed excellently as well. Once you set aside your nerves, you appeared much more at ease. Wang Che bashfully scratched his head. Really? Thank you for the encouragement. Well, I must be on my way. Thank you again for today. No need to thank me. Goodbye. After their farewell, Wen Yan prepared to leave, But unexpectedly, the screenwriter of Lost Voice caught up with her. Wen Yan, I have two things to discuss with you. Is this a convenient time? They found a quieter spot, and the screenwriter smiled. Your performance was remarkable. Both the director and assistant director were full of praise for you. If all goes well, this role will be yours. Is it confirmed already? As it stands, you have my vote. I hold a degree of decision-making power in the casting. Prior to her transmigration, Wen Yan had faced numerous challenges regarding resources, and had it not been for the fact that the screenwriter was a woman, she might have suspected ulterior motives. However, why was the screenwriter approaching her directly? Could it be that someone from the Shen family assisted her? Perhaps Su Yang or Shen Jinghe? Wen Yan politely smiled and asked the screenwriter, "May I inquire why you selected me? There are still several groups yet to perform. Is due to your attitude." The screenwriter regarded Wen Yan with a hint of admiration. Not only did you perform excellently, but your proficiency in sign language is also commendable, a skill that many other actors lack. Wen Yan nodded, realizing it was this quality that distinguished her. I recall seeing you twice in sign language class. You are quite dedicated, and there are few actors who approach their roles with such seriousness nowadays. The screenwriter said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. Keep it up. I believe your future is bright. The screenwriter's affirmation regarding Lost Voice filled Wen Yan with pride, as she would attain the role through her own efforts. Yet, amidst her elation, a thought struck her. Once she participated in this film, she would likely spend at least 3 to 4 months on set, leaving her little time to focus on Shen Jinghe. Nonetheless, acting had always been her greatest aspiration, and she certainly would not forsake this opportunity for the sake of a single Shen Jinghe. In fact, she need not make such a choice, as Shen Jinghe had proactively applied for an overseas project, which would take her away for several months. 2 days later, Wen Yan received formal notification from the production team, inviting her to join the cast. Without a manager, she signed a contract before informing Su Yang and the others. Su Yang offered to arrange an assistant for her, but Wen Yan declined, feeling that given her current workload, an assistant was unnecessary. Once everything was finalized, Wen Yan reached out to Shen Jinghe. Chapter 35. I did not deceive you. Your cat is dancing when she sent this message. It was converted from voice to text while Su Yang sat beside her on the sofa, petting a cat. In truth, Wen Yan was not particularly anxious. No, she mused while glancing at her phone again. Perhaps he is busy or simply resting. Su Yang nodded in agreement, then returned her attention to the handsome feline in her arms, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Xiao Paili, do you miss your master? Do you wish for him to come and pick you up? Shen Paili seemed to comprehend, meowing softly twice. Wen Yan understood as well. Who could argue otherwise? This was precisely what Su Yang was contemplating. Listening to Wen Yan's thoughts, Su Yang couldn't help but exclaim that a daughter knows her mother best. Su Yang's eyes sparkled as she turned to Wen Yan and inquired, Yan, what do you think about having your second brother come over to pick up the cat? Although it was uncertain whether Shen Jinghe would agree, Su Yang noticed the glimmer of hope in her gaze. For a fleeting moment, she resembled an eager child awaiting a gift. What could be wrong with a mother yearning to see her son? Wen Yan smiled and replied, let me ask him. If the timing is right, we might even catch dinner together. Shen Yuan, who was feeding the fish in front of the aquarium, pretended not to be listening, casually remarking, I'm not very hungry today. Actually, having dinner a bit later could be a good choice. Wen Yan responded, Mr. Shen, your words are of no use to us. You need to say them in front of Shen Jinghe, or he won't know. Shen Yuan paused for a moment. Did he not wish for that? However, after so many years, expressing concern had become an arduous task. Ultimately, by the time dinner was finished, there was still no news from Shen Jinghe. Seeing Su Yang's disappointed expression, Wen Yan couldn't resist sending another message to Shen Jinghe. After sending the message, Wen Yan also forwarded 2 beautiful photos of Shen Paili to him. Her eyes sparkled as she typed quickly. Shen Jinghe replied, Did Shen Paili really say that to you? Wen Yan teased, Hee, don't you miss Shen Paili at all? All right, I will arrive in an hour. Really? That's wonderful. I will wait for you at home, second brother. This way, Su Yang would receive the good news. Indeed, a smile immediately graced Su Yang's face, and even Shen Yuan, who usually wore a stern expression, appeared much more relaxed. He mentioned he would arrive in an hour. Su Yang's fondness for Wen Yan grew with each glance. Shen Yuan, who was originally not fond of small cats and dogs, now found Shen Paili quite agreeable. An hour later, Shen Jinghe's car indeed stopped at the villa's entrance. However, he seemed disinclined to get out, merely sending a message for Wen Yan to bring the cat outside. Naturally, Wen Yan did not comply. She went outside, but did not bring the cat with her. Second brother, hurry and get out of the car. We are already at the door. Why aren't you coming in? Shen Jinghe appeared weary. I only came to pick up the cat. You must have received the training notice from the Shen crew, right? Yes. Are you going to participate in this training too? Of course, he replied. Hee, I didn't expect you to be so dedicated, second brother. As a top star, that's quite rare. Stop flattering me, just give me the cat. No way. Shen Piley doesn't want to leave yet. She's dancing. You should come down and watch her. Shen Jinghe looked at Wen Yan as if she were foolish. I see you dancing on my territory. Wen Yan insisted. It's true. If you don't believe me, come down and see for yourself. Shen Jinghe truly did not believe her. He sneered. If Shen Piley isn't dancing in a bit, then you'll have to dance. How could he be so gullible? Consequently, when Shen Jinghe followed Wen Yan into the villa, he discovered that his incredibly handsome Maine Coon, Shen Piley, was indeed dancing. It was utterly absurd. The cat had become a spirit. It was staring intently with its copper bell-like eyes at a wind-up toy in front of it. While fixated, it pranced back and forth, strutting its paws as if on a catwalk, twirling around, and even shaking its rear at him, resembling a cha-cha dance. Shen Jinghe was utterly speechless. He glanced at Wen Yan and then at the toy in front of Shen Piley, his expression clearly one of disdain. Did you buy this toad? Wen Yan's eyes widened. That's a frog. Are you colorblind? Shen Jinghe rolled his eyes at her, then pointed at the cat and asked, Did you teach her this? Shen Piley has an innate charm. I could never teach her. If anything, she teaches me. Su Yang was on the verge of laughter. In truth, this toy had been discovered by Wen Yan half an hour prior. As for the dance, it could not be said she taught it, but she had indeed guided it. Shen Jinghe was at a loss for words. All right, the aloof has turned into a fool. Impressive. Bring me the cat. Shen Jinghe casually glanced around and indeed spotted Shen Yuan. Haha, it's rare to see you out of your precious study. Shen Jinghe disdainfully scoffed. Who cares? Why wouldn't you care? It's wonderful to have someone waiting at home for you. Second brother, please sit. While you're here, I have some matters I wish to consult with you, please. Shen Jinghe haughtily huffed. What matters require my assistance? Do you have no dignity? Of course I have dignity, but apart from you, no one else in this family knows anything. Haha, so you've even cast aside your dignity. All right, go ahead. Shen Jinghe lazily sank into the sofa, casually pulling the cat into his arms. Su Yang and Shen Yuan did not leave either. Wen Yan straightforwardly began to inquire about the crew training. Chapter 36. Resources in the crew. Although Wen Yan had acted in a few productions before entering the story, they were all low-budget endeavors and could even be deemed shoddy. Those directors hardly invested time, energy, or resources into training their actors before shooting. The Shen crew was her first real experience. Now that the two were in the same crew, although Shen Jinghe appeared reluctant on the surface, he generally answered her questions. Upon hearing that they would be training in a remote mountainous area, Su Yang immediately grew concerned. I thought your movie was being filmed in the city. Going to a remote area means lacking everything, right? The accommodation conditions must be poor. Jinghe, as her brother, you must take good care of Yen Yan, understand? She is a newcomer. You absolutely cannot let her be bullied in the crew. Shen Jinghe remained as sharp-tongued as ever. She won't need it. She openly says she doesn't know me. It would be appropriate for me to show her favoritism. Don't worry. The director is a good one. I trust there are no unruly people in his crew. As for the accommodation, everyone will likely have similar conditions. Besides, I believe filming in the mountains will be far more interesting than in the city. I'm really looking forward to it. All right then. Tomorrow I'll have my assistant prepare your things. Seeing Shen Jinghe yawn and that the conversation had run its course, Su Yang urged everyone to rest. However, as Su Yang lay in bed, she found herself unable to sleep. Shen Yuan noticed her restlessness and asked her, What's wrong? Didn't you say that staying up late is bad for your skin? Why are you tossing and turning? I'm worried about Yen Yan. This child. When I offered to find her a management company, she refused. When I suggested an assistant, she also said no. I didn't ask her where she wanted to go, and it turns out she is heading to the mountains. Dear, the child is already an adult and knows what she is doing. Being able to independently complete a few things is also a form of training for them. I know, but the more sensible she becomes, the more my heart aches. Do you think if anything happens to her, Jinghe will just stand by and do nothing? I doubt it. It's uncertain, but it's hard to say. Since you're so worried, how about this? Tomorrow, you can have a chat with Jinghe. I remember Yen mentioned that the director of this film is a newcomer without much fame, and he happens to be friends with Jinghe. You could ask Jinghe what the director's name is, and I can have someone contact him to provide a little investment, ensuring that he treats our Yen Yan well. No, Suyang immediately objected. Yen Yan said this director despises nepotism. If you try to use money to influence him. Dear, have you forgotten something? Shen Yuan interrupted Su Yang's words, stating that their daughter Yen was selected by the director through a rigorous process. She had signed a contract with the production team beforehand, and even if he were to invest, it would be secondary to her. Oh, I completely forgot about that. All right, I will inquire with Jing He first thing in the morning. The next morning, Su Yang sought out Shun Jing He and explained her intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jing He understood. So, mother, your actions are for Wen Yan? Su Yang nodded. After all, Yen Yan is a girl. Her living and dining conditions should be better. I wish to do these things for you. But haven't you always concealed your family background from others? What is the matter? Are you feeling jealous of Yen Yan? Shun Jing He scoffed lightly. Jealous of her? Regardless, I have invested in this film as well, and the more you invest, the larger my share of the profits will be. Fine, then I shall give you an allowance separately. No need, I have my own money. It's better to give it to the one in the family who is the most financially challenged. Su Yang chuckled softly. Are you referring to Yen Yan? Shen Jing He snorted. Who else could it be? She doesn't even have a job. Thus, when Wen Yan received a bank transfer of 300,000 yuan and felt delighted while glancing at her phone, Shun Jing He suddenly remarked, buy Shen Pai Li some cat treats, food, and toys. Wen Yan, baffled, asked why. Shun Jing He smiled wryly, slowly curling his lips, because you owe me. Wen Yan thought, what do I owe him? Does he know that I guided Shen Pai Li's cha-cha? That's impossible. Miss Su promised not to tell him. Shun Jing He replied, a year's worth of commitment. On what grounds? Didn't you say you liked Shen Pai Li? Didn't you mention that you both are mutually pursuing one another? How come you're so reluctant to spend even this small amount for someone you care about? I have seen your bank transfer. Could it be that Miss Su didn't send him money, and he's just jealous of me? Fine. I'll just agree to his request. All right, I will treat Shen Pai Li well. Wen Yan set off with the production team. During assembly, she encountered a familiar face. Wang Che, the male actor who auditioned alongside her. He had successfully secured the role he tried for. With someone to converse with, Wen Yan's journey was not entirely dull. They first flew to the province and, after disembarking, took a bus for over an hour to reach the filming location. Due to time constraints and heavy tasks, the director only allotted them an hour and a half to rest. Surprisingly, they were accommodated in the finest hotel in the city, far from the harsh conditions Wen Yan had envisioned. After settling their luggage, Wang Che invited Wen Yan to dinner. He was her first friend in the crew, and they got along well, so she accepted. Despite Wang Che sporting a buzz cut and a sunny demeanor, he was quite the gossip enthusiast, and Wen Yan didn't mind indulging in the latest news. On their way, Wang Che shared details about the film's male lead, Shun Jinghe, mentioning the impressive influence of his family. Since his debut, the paparazzi had been unable to uncover his original family background. No one knew which powerful family supported him. Soon, Wang Che shifted the topic to their accommodation. Do you know where our originally booked hotel was? Wen Yan shook her head. Nowhere. In a rather remote area. Nothing like this place. Then why the change? This piqued Wen Yan's curiosity. Because someone invested in the production. Huh? Who? Isn't the director against such resourceful individuals? I don't know. I heard someone invested tens of millions, and now our entire crew is enjoying the benefits, elevating the overall quality of the production. Well, that is actually a good thing. It is a good thing, but I hope we don't cross paths with that person. It would be quite unpleasant if they were a terrible actor with a diva attitude. Wen Yan nodded. That makes sense. You have a point. Later, Wen Yan learned that the resourceful investor Wang Che spoke of was, in fact, herself. Chapter 37. Bewildered at that moment. However, Wen Yan was completely unaware, joyfully enjoying her meal with Wang Che, even relishing it more than he was. So much so that the diners at the adjacent table could no longer contain themselves and let out a chuckle, which quickly caught the attention of Wen Yan and Wang Che. Upon recognizing the face beneath the baseball cap, Wang Che's eyes widened in surprise. Shun, teacher Shun, what a coincidence to see you here for dinner. I apologize if our voices were too loud and disturbed you. Shen Jing, he looked at Wen Yan with a bemused expression and replied nonchalantly, not at all. He intended to make a sound, but Wen Yan's antics had left him utterly amused. Wang Che was unaware of Wen Yan and Shun Jing, his relationship. and neither had expressed their sibling bond in front of others. Thus, he subtly tugged at Wen Yan's sleeve onto the table, signaling her to greet Shen Jinghe. How could I not? He is a major star and the lead of this film. As a newcomer, I must show him respect. Wen Yan, not wanting to disappoint Wang Chei's goodwill, pretended to be unfamiliar with Shen Jinghe. Hello, Teacher Shen. It's a pleasure to meet you. You're even more handsome in person than on television. It was a shock to suddenly speak up. Thankfully, I didn't say anything bad about him earlier. I wonder when he arrived. I didn't see him on the way here. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow slightly. Of course, she wouldn't have seen him on the way, as he had arrived a day earlier. Before coming, Ms. Su had given him a task. As the investor and her older brother, he needed to arrive early to assess the accommodation, as he would be staying for at least a month. He hadn't anticipated overhearing Wen Yan enjoying her meal with someone else in the restaurant, and it sounded as if they were quite familiar with each other. However, Shen Jing, he narrowed his eyes slightly at the man. He seemed unfamiliar within the industry, likely a newcomer. He decided he would have to inquire with the director, Zhou Junyi, later. He should have the relevant information, as he was the one who selected the cast. As Shen Jing, he pondered this. He also mentally reassured himself that he was not doing this willingly. He was merely fulfilling Ms. Su's request, as she believed Wen Yan was inexperienced and needed some protection. Shen Jing, he stood up with his plate. Thank you for the compliment. I finished eating. Please enjoy your meal. Goodbye, Teacher Shen, Wang Che said enthusiastically, even standing up to show respect. Wen Yan followed suit, not wanting to act differently as a newcomer. Goodbye, Teacher Shen. See you later. Remember not to be late for training. Once Shen Jing, he had walked away. Wang Che sat down, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Wen Yan. I'm so thrilled. I've heard that Shen Jing, he is quite aloof. Outside of work, he rarely engages in conversations. Wen Yan replied, You were the one who initiated the conversation with him. True, but did you hear his last remark? He reminded us not to be late for training. Wen Yan countered, That must mean the rumors are false. All right, but why you seem so unfazed? It's our first time acting alongside a top star like Shen Jinghe. This is a coveted opportunity for many. Remembering how eagerly he had gossiped about Shen Jinghe, it was surprising that he didn't seem like a fan. What is there to be excited about? I've cooked for Shen Jinghe before. No, I've grilled skewers for him. Even Shen Jing, his cat had to please her for food. The two continued to chat casually and arrived at the designated location 10 minutes before training commenced. This is the conference room of the hotel, rented by the film crew as a training venue. When they entered, the director had not yet arrived, but the director's assistant was already counting the attendees. He instructed that the first row of seats be left vacant and that everyone should sit from the second row onward. Once all the seats were filled, the assistant clapped his hands. All right, everyone is here. I will first outline the general content of our training. It is divided into 3 main sections. The first is the local dialect that all actors must learn, as our filming backdrop is set here, and it is essential to grasp this. The second part concerns sign language. Some of our actors need to learn it, as they will portray deaf individuals or lawyers who interact with the deaf. We do not want you floundering during your performances. The final section will cover some foundational knowledge related to law and lawyers. Now, let me inform you about our training schedule, from 8 in the morning until 6 in the evening. Punctuality is mandatory. No one is allowed to be late or leave early without exceptional circumstances. During class, mobile phones must be set to vibrate or silent. Is that understood? Understood. This was the first time when Yan encountered such a formal film crew, and she felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. As they finished speaking, the director, Shen Jinghe, along with the screenwriter and instructors, arrived. The crew's training officially commenced. However, when the dialect teacher began to speak, Wen Yan was momentarily taken aback. This was not her first encounter with this dialect. The first time she had heard it was when she went grocery shopping with Su Yang and Shunjiro. At that time, she had been curious about its origin, and now she finally had the answer. After the class concluded, Wen Yan promptly left the training room. She did not even retrieve the milk tea the director offered to treat the crew. Upon returning to her room, she dialed the number of a man with the surname Wang once more, but the number remained unreachable. After a day of travel, Wen Yan had no desire to dine out for dinner, so she ordered room service instead. While she was eating, the doorbell suddenly rang. It was Wang Che, holding a cup of milk tea. At that moment, Shen Jinghe happened to pass by in the hallway. Seeing Wang Che knocking on Wen Yan's door at such a late hour, he narrowed his eyes slightly. When Wen Yan saw that it was Wang Che, she opened the door. You left in such a hurry that you forgot your milk tea. The director accounted for everyone, so I brought it for you. It's peach-flavored. I'm not sure if you like it, but I think girls generally do. I actually quite like it, thank you. No need for thanks. If you and T helped me get into character during the audition, I might not have landed this role at all. Meanwhile, Wen Yan received a message from Shen Jinghe. Be smart. Don't discuss anything with unrelated individuals. Chapter 38, What's wrong with that? What the hell? The message was indeed rather perplexing. However, Wen Yan quickly regained her composure and leaned out to look down the hallway. But aside from 2 potted plants, it was empty. What is happening? Is there something going on? You too. Then I won tea disturbed your meal. Wang Che left soon after. Wen Yan could now confirm that Shen Jinghe had indeed just passed through here. What room are you in? 609. Upon seeing this number, Wen Yan calculated that it was located at the end of the hallway. His instruction to keep quiet with unrelated people was essentially a reminder for her to mind her words. Don't worry, I'm very discreet. I won't expose any of your personal secrets. Shen Jinghe was left speechless upon reading this message. He typed, deleted, and retyped rapidly, ultimately sending nothing at all. He found Wen Yan rather foolish. Was he suggesting she guard her privacy? No, he was warning her not to open the door to strange men late at night. If Wen Yan knew Shen Jinghe thought this way, she would certainly want to knock some sense into him. What he had sent bore no resemblance to that sentiment at all. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Considering the high intensity of their studies, the director decided to grant everyone a day off. Coincidentally, the observatory predicted a meteor shower in the coming days, and there was a lovely viewing spot nearby. So the director decided to take everyone camping in the mountains. Participation was voluntary. Those who did not wish to attend could rest at the hotel. However, most opted to join, including Wen Yan. To her surprise, Shen Jinghe also decided to participate. While her reaction was rather ordinary, the other crew members, especially the female staff, were particularly thrilled. They all wanted to share a car with the handsome Shen. The director, fully aware of Shen Jinghe's temperament, noticed that Wen Yan was the only one who did not look at him with fervor, so he pointedly assigned her to the same vehicle as Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan did not mind which car she rode in, but Shen Jinghe seemed quite pleased with the arrangement. He despised being alone in a confined space with strangers. Wen Yan was somewhat surprised to see Shen Jinghe driving. Where's your assistant? ISNT she coming? She is sick. It's not advisable for her to stay out overnight. Well, they must envy me since it's just the 2 of us in here. By the way, may I ask you a question? Why would you participate in such a group activity? Shen Jinghe shot Wen Yan a glance, perhaps annoyed. Am I not a human being? I occasionally enjoy some excitement. What is so unusual about that? Wen Yan decided it was best to remain silent. Who would have thought he had such needs too? The Shen family is numerous. If only all the Shen family members could often gather together, it would be wonderful. Madame Shen would surely be delighted. Shen Jinghe glanced at Wen Yan. Who would have imagined? The one who longs for family unity the most is the adopted daughter with no blood ties. Chapter 39, Who would have imagined? The journey up the mountain went smoothly. Upon arrival, the men voluntarily took on the task of setting up tents, while the women engaged in lighter duties, passing items, preparing lunch, or taking photographs. Among the captured moments, Shen Jinghe appeared most frequently in the photos. Wen Yan took several snapshots as well. However, unlike others who snapped photos to admire or check in, she did so to alleviate Su Yang's longing. Aren't we supposed to be in training? Why does it seem like we're in the wild? Has filming already begun? We're not filming today. We're taking a day off. The director took us to see the meteor shower, so you'll be camping out overnight? Be sure to stay safe, okay? I hope you brought the mosquito repellent I asked the assistant to prepare. I brought it, Mom, don't worry. Hey, I'll go take some sneaky photos of you. Look, your second brother is setting up the tent. You've never seen that before, have you? I haven tea. It's quite a rare sight. But don't just focus on that little brat. Mom wants to see you too. In response to Su Yang's request, Wen Yan intentionally posed for a distant selfie with Shen Jinghe. Utilizing the wide shot, she extended 2 fingers to create a pinching gesture, as if she were holding Shen Jinghe's handsome face in her grasp. Group name: We are family group owner. Su Yang group members: Shen Yuan. Wen Yan Su Yang also clarified in the group chat. Yan, just post the photos here so I don't have to forward them to your dad. Wen Yan promptly uploaded all the photos to the group. By the time she reached the last photo with Shen Jinghe, Su Yang was particularly supportive. WNYN is truly beautiful. SHNYN. Who could have imagined that the chairman of the SHN group, with a fortune in the billions, would stealthily send minions emojis in the family group chat during working hours just to catch a glimpse of his son's photograph. The mountains boast fresh air and picturesque scenery, serving as an expansive natural oxygen bar. After setting up the tents and enjoying lunch, everyone began to engage in various activities in small groups. The director and SHNJNGH, along with several other crew members, found a prime spot for fishing. WNYN and WNCH chose to hike, while others remained at the campsite, kindling a fire to brew tea and chat. Each person sought their own amusement, thoroughly enjoying the day. Thanks to the director and SHNJNGH, dinner included a delectable grilled fish. Unfortunately, the weather took a turn for the worse, and a heavy rain began to pour around 3 or 4 in the morning. To avoid chaos, the director instructed everyone to board their respective vehicles as they had arrived earlier. This sentiment was shared by all, especially since some had left their bags and personal belongings in their original vehicles. As WNYN dashed through the rain to SHNJNGH's car, he was just closing the door to depart. Noticing this, WNYN hurried to his side and exclaimed, "Where are you going? It's pouring. Get in the car." Seeing SHNJNGH about to take the driver's seat, WNYN quickly inquired, "Aren't you staying? This can shield you from the rain." As she spoke, she handed him a massive leaf, larger than the combined size of their heads. Curious, SHNJNGH asked, "Where did you procure this?" He would never admit that he had intended to borrow an umbrella to find her. He merely noticed the rain was quite intense, and coincidentally, a foldable umbrella was stowed away in the vehicle's toolbox. In silence, WNYN thought, so stubborn. SHNJNGH contemplated for a moment and decided it was best to say, "Quickly sleep. The entire back seat is yours." He was indeed correct. While others shared vehicles in groups of 4, they were the only 2 in their car. However, once reclined, WNYN suddenly found herself wide awake. "Can we chat for a bit, Big Star?" "Don't call me Big Star." "All right, second brother. I wish to ask you." "Shut up. I want to sleep." Silence ensued, and WNYN's internal musings were unheard. SHNJNGH found it somewhat disconcerting not to hear her teasing. Unexpectedly, WNYN sat up and made a silly face to frighten him. "Damn it," SHNJNGH muttered inwardly, genuinely startled. Fortunately, he managed to maintain a stoic expression, responding flatly, "Childish." WNYN laughed heartily. "You were scared, weren't you?" "You definitely were." SHNJNGH, uninterested in her antics, chose to close his eyes. Nevertheless, this exchange lightened the atmosphere within the vehicle. It appeared this fellow had some usefulness after all. When WNYN opened her eyes again, it was already past 7 the next morning. Stretching lazily, she noticed it was still drizzling outside, and many had risen to pack up the tents. After about half an hour of bustling activity, everything was loaded into the vehicle. On the return journey, SHNJNGH's car was at the rear. Due to a night of rain, the mountain roads had become treacherously muddy, and with the downpour intensifying, the distance between vehicles quickly widened. As they approached an intersection, another car unexpectedly emerged from side road, cutting in front of SHNJNGH. To make matters worse, this vehicle suddenly stalled halfway through. Blocked on the road, neither SHNJNGH nor WNYN could proceed. After a long wait, the car finally restarted and drove off, just as the director's call came through. "JNGH, where are you now? Have you fallen behind? We encounter a minor issue on the road. What is up?" Chapter 40. SHNJNGH is a jinx. "You haven't crossed the bridge yet, have you?" "No. If I recall correctly, we have several kilometers to go. Then you'll have to take a detour." That was close. The deputy director's car just crossed the bridge before it collapsed. "The river's water is too high." "All right, understood." After hanging up, SHNJNGH informed WNYN of the need to take a detour. He promptly recalibrated the navigation system for an alternate route. However, this path was also challenging with constant jolting. WNYN joked that it felt like riding a bumpy amusement ride. SHNJNGH retorted, "Be grateful. It's a blessing we haven't gotten stuck in a mud pit." Just as he finished speaking, the wheels sank into a muddy hole, becoming immovable. WNYN glanced at him. "You're not a jinx, are you?" SHNJNGH, equally frustrated, quickly turned off the engine and exited the vehicle to find stones to place under the tires. After much effort, they still could not extricate the car. With no other option, SHNJNGH had to call the director. Just their luck, there was no signal in this desolate area. As the rain continued to pour, and SHNJNGH ventured farther in search of reception, WNYN hurriedly followed with an umbrella. Despite their differing mobile service providers, the mountains treated them equally. Neither could make a call. Exasperated, WNYN exclaimed, "What now? That pit is too deep. We cannot push the car out." SHNJNGH frowned, determined to confront the poor conditions. "As long as the car isn't buried, I refuse to believe we can't get out." However, as he uttered this, a thunderous roar echoed from behind them. A landslide was imminent. Just moments ago, the location where their car had stalled saw the mountainsides collectively collapse. The vehicle was instantly buried. WNYN's gaze toward SHNJNGH was filled with despair. "You must truly be a jinx." SHNJNGH felt helpless. "I merely stated a fact." "Enough." WNYN quickly interrupted his yet unspoken words. "For our safety, from now on, refrain from speaking. We will follow my lead. Do you agree?" SHNJNGH wanted to speak, but, contemplating the buried car, inhaled deeply and nodded in acquiescence. WNYN surveyed the surroundings and pointed toward a direction they had come from. "There are some houses over there. It must be a village. Where there are villagers, there should be signal. I suggest we head there and try our luck." SHNJNGH continued to nod. They trudged through the wind and rain for nearly half an hour before reaching the nearby homes. Meanwhile, there was more unfortunate news. The director had received word that multiple landslides had occurred in the mountains, blocking all routes in and out. Even if SHNJNGH's car was not buried, they would be unable to leave until the government cleared the roads. The director advised them to remain calm and seek shelter with a local family, as this was the only viable solution. In this modern age, rural mountain areas often housed many elderly individuals living alone. The family that took them in comprised only a widowed elderly woman. She recounted how her home had once been lively decades ago, with her husband and children present. Yet, as her children established their own families, they all moved to the city, leaving her to tend to the two small two-story houses belonging to her eldest and youngest sons. Thus, WNYN and SHNJNGH had no worries about finding a place to stay that night. Despite living alone, the elderly woman maintained a well-organized home. The unused rooms were covered with plastic sheets, and upon lifting them, everything remained clean and tidy. The elderly lady even offered her son and daughter-in-law's clothes to WNYN and SHNJNGH for a change. After indulging in a warm bath and sipping ginger tea, WNYN felt utterly rejuvenated. However, she couldn't take advantage of the elderly lady's hospitality without giving back, so she willingly helped with chores, sweeping, peeling peanuts and chestnuts, fearing no fatigue and tackling every task. SHNJNGH, feeling a bit guilty, could not just stand idle. To speak candidly, he had tasted the delicacy of chestnuts before. Yet this was the first time he learned that they grew within a spiky husk, truly a marvel of nature. However, he found himself somewhat curious as to how WNYN had become so adept at such tasks. With a deft roll on the ground, she crushed the spiky casing beneath her foot, and with skillful precision, she employed scissors to extract the fruit. Upon reflection, she had endured considerable hardship prior to being adopted at a tender age of 10. Perhaps it was during that time she acquired such skills. He pondered what her childhood had been like, certainly fraught with poverty and adversity, culminating in her entry into an orphanage. Well, it was fortunate she hadn't turned astray. Engaging in subtle rivalries with SH and ZH hardly seemed a grave flaw. To speak of their dynamics, even his own relationships with the first, third, and fourth brothers were hardly exemplary. Thus, the two spent 3 days and 2 nights at the old lady's abode. During this period, SHNJNGH reaped considerable rewards. Not only did he learn to kindle a fire and prepare meals, but he also accumulated a plethora of mosquito bites as unwelcome souvenirs. His presence seemed to deter the mosquitoes from feasting on WNYN. As for the vehicle that had been buried beneath the rocks, it lay in a pitiful state, entirely beyond salvage. On their journey back to the city, SHNJNGH made a point to purchase some medicine from a pharmacy. He found himself quite fond of this quaint locale, where he walked unmasked without fear of recognition. Many pairs of eyes were affixed upon them. prompting WNYN to refrain from sharing an elevator with SHNJH to avoid any semblance of impropriety. SHNJH, however, paid little heed to such concerns. He retrieved a box of medicine from the plastic bag he carried and tossed it to WNYN. Take this. Don't spread your cold to others. She nearly fumbled the catch, and by the time she steadied herself to express her gratitude, SHNJH had already closed the elevator door. Seriously, can't he communicate properly? What does he mean by spreading a cold? After ordering a meal to be delivered to her room, WNYN finally changed into clean clothes from head to toe. Just as she prepared to dine, her phone buzzed incessantly. It was a message from WNCH. Are you there? Quickly tell me what transpired during your days in the mountains. Someone saw SHNJH being overly concerned for you. Are you two involved? They say there's a significant ambiguity between you. WNYN felt exasperated and sent back a lengthy string of ellipses. What nonsense! Such fabrications are simply outrageous. WNCH replied, You lack any convincing evidence. Come on, be honest. What good thing did he give you at the elevator? WNYN promptly sent a photo of the cold medicine. A cold is hardly a blessing. Do you want this good thing? WNCH. Yes, I want it. Haha, I'm just kidding. Remember to take your medicine on time. That's the key to a swift recovery. By the way, filming is about to commence. You're aware of that, right? Even though you weren't here these past few days, our training hasn't faltered. I even recorded audio and took notes. Do you want them? WNYN. You're as clever as ever. I desperately need those materials. I'll treat you to bubble tea. WNCH. No way. That would make me feel too guilty for reaping the rewards of your hard work. WNYN. If you truly feel guilty, then accept my interview request. Everyone is dying to know how you spent these days. Where did you stay and what did you eat? W and Y and sans sweeting emoji. Is the entire crew gossiping about this? WNCH. Of course. You and T believe how many envy you. WNYN. Is that envy for this? She sent pictures of the vehicle completely buried by rocks and the blisters on her feet. WNCH gasped. Wow, you two are truly the chosen ones. Had you been in the car at that time, you would have perished. WNYN. Smirking. Are you envious? WNCH. Not envious at all. WNYN. How about I share our accommodation conditions with you? WNCH. Yes, I await eagerly. WNYN quickly selected a photo from her album to send. She followed up with a text message. See this? A super luxurious, standalone villa. Teacher SHN resides in the left building, while I stay in the right with a kind old lady. She then sent several photos of their meals, explaining, These are home-cooked dishes prepared by the gracious old lady who welcomed us. To treat us, she even slaughtered a free-range chicken. However, Teacher SHN and I felt guilty accepting without offering help, so we assisted her with some chores. Notice this corn? We had to shuck the kernels to feed the chickens, ducks, and geese. We've been quite busy these past 2 days. WNCH patiently awaited further updates from WNYN, but his phone buzzed incessantly. To his surprise, he discovered that WNYN had mistakenly sent messages intended for him to the group chat. The others quickly deduced that she was speaking to herself and guessed it was an error. To alleviate her embarrassment, WNCH promptly commented in the group, I was wondering why you suddenly vanished mid-conversation. Turns out you were in the wrong place. Aren't these the photos I asked for? After sending that, he quickly messaged WNYN privately. You sent it to the wrong place. That's our training group. WNYN. I know. So I might as well clarify to avoid piquing everyone's curiosity. As they spoke, the group chat buzzed with activity. I heard your car was buried by rocks. Is that true? The car SHNJH drove that day belonged to the production team. The director's assistant was also in the group, and upon reading the message, he immediately sent a crying emoji. Indeed, it's beyond salvage. Funds are burning away. Fortunately, no one was harmed. It was a close call. And financial loss is a minor disaster. Another member asked WNYN, how did the free-range chicken taste? If it's good, I want to buy a few from the villagers. WNYN, delicious, particularly the cured meat made by the old lady. It's absolutely exquisite. You're torturing me late at night. My mouth is watering. The messages in the group continued to multiply, quickly nearing 99. Director of HUJNY glanced through them and suddenly inquired of SHNJH, is it true you labored for a few meals by shucking corn? SHNJing set down the script in his hands, slightly furrowing his attractive brows. What are you reading? Who sent that? Messages in the group. Replied ZHUJNY. Group? What group? SHNJing leaned closer to ZHUJNY while glancing at his own phone, which remained silent. What group? How was I unaware? Oh, it's the group created for the training class, formed by a bunch of new actors. They don't have your number. Even if they did, they probably wouldn't dare add you. Let me see. Sure. ZHUJNY adjusted the position of his phone, scrolling through the messages with SHNJing. This WNYN is quite intriguing. She likely realizes everyone is gossiping about you too, hence she hurriedly distanced herself from you. The existence of these two standalone villas speaks volumes. And her mention of shucking corn indicates that you both were rather busy, implying little interaction on a personal level, thus silencing the gossip. I suspect her sending messages to the wrong place is a ruse, while the clarification is genuine. She is quite clever. Though SHNJing remained silent, he internally acknowledged the HUJNY's assessment. By the way, the HUJNY suddenly asked, do you know WNYN's background? SHNJing reluctantly shook his head. No, you're the one who recruited her. Logically, you should know more than I do. It's quite strange. Someone invested $5 million specifically requesting that I look after her. Yet the Haven team mentioned anything about adding her to the cast, only about improving her quality of life. Isn't this a case of a fool with too much money? SHNJing scoffed internally, thinking that indeed the old fool had money to burn. However, he soon furrowed his brow. You're not genuinely planning to use all that money solely to enhance her living conditions, are you? Certainly not. I'm not foolish. Naturally, these funds are to be allocated to costumes, props, and post-production. After all, the investment is in my film, not in her as an individual. That is acceptable. I have not descended into complete folly. However, do you not find it peculiar? There are countless strange occurrences. Indeed, it is akin to your lineage, which has remained an enigma even to me. Yet, is there truly no one named WN in your affluent circle? None at all. WNYN was given the SHN surname at the time of her adoption. However, it is evident that she is currently using the name WNYN for her acting endeavors. The training concluded swiftly, and the filming commenced. The first scene involved numerous local extras, all of whom were quite intrigued by the filming process and exhibited tremendous enthusiasm. Consequently, the set was quite lively, particularly during mealtimes. However, WNYN's group faced delays due to a continuous shoot, while the other groups had already satisfied their appetites, leading to some impatience among the extras on her team. An elderly man, citing his frail health, approached the assistant director with a request to eat first. The assistant director, known for his irritable temperament, expressed disdain for the elderly crowd, and his words bore a slight edge. The elderly gentleman, not accustomed to such disrespect, especially at his age, chose to abandon the shoot in protest. Chapter 42. Scandal on social media. The assistant director, equally hot-tempered, told the elderly man to leave, asserting that there were plenty of others willing to take his place. The elder, feeling wronged, attempted to grab a meal, but the assistant director prohibited the staff from serving him, leading to a heated argument over this trivial matter. Ultimately, other crew members intervened and persuaded the assistant director to relent, finding another extra to fill the role. WNYN believed this incident had concluded. However, she was taken aback when she later witnessed a confrontation. The elderly extra who had quit earlier was being physically assaulted by the irritable assistant director. Zhang Cheng, clearly not expecting WNYN's sudden appearance, immediately relaxed his fist, allowing the elderly man to escape his grasp and rush towards WNYN. Help me. Young lady, he is going to kill me. He is insane. This man is a madman. Just because of a trivial meal, he wants to end my life. How cruel. At that moment, WNYN's expression could only be described as utterly bewildered. This was indeed a trivial matter, unworthy of such violent reactions. Zhang Cheng, defensive, retorted, "Do not listen to this old fool. He provoked me first. I only taught him a lesson because of his filthy mouth." The elderly gentleman, incensed, replied, "You are lying. I was minding my own business when you grabbed me. You think you can bully me just because I'm an old man without family?" Zhang Cheng, unwilling to back down, shot back, "It seems you are desperate for attention." WNYN interjected, Enough of this bickering. Let the police handle it. Let the professionals determine the truth. Engaging in a verbal dispute here is futile. With that, she called the police. Upon hearing the operator assure her that officers would arrive shortly, the elderly man pointed at Zhang Cheng, declaring, "You will pay for this. You're going to jail. You scoundrel." Zhang Cheng, however, scoffed, "Foolish old man. There are no cameras here. I was merely defending myself." While seeing is not always believing, Wen Yan sensed that Zhang Cheng was indeed shameless. Eventually, the police arrived and informed them that though there were no surveillance cameras in the alley, the business diagonally opposite had a camera installed. Zhang Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. His entire assault had been captured on video, unambiguously documenting the events. The elderly man, having been subdued throughout, had not retaliated, making him a clear victim, contrary to Zhang Cheng's claims of mutual combat. Ultimately, the elderly man left the police station without issue, while Zhang Cheng faced a fine of 1,000 yuan and 10 days of detention. For Zhang Cheng, a fine and medical compensation were inconsequential. However, the crew could not afford to wait for him for 10 days. He could not afford to lose his job. Therefore, upon hearing the verdict, he pleaded with Wen Yan, who had just finished her statement. The police present could hardly contain their disbelief. If you truly understood your mistake, you would rectify your attitude. Detention is detention. Why resort to lies? Had you considered your responsibilities before resorting to violence? Wen Yan, exasperated, retorted, "Are you attempting to morally bind me? The one causing harm to others and himself is you." She had no inclination to coddle such a person. Zhou Junyi promptly dismissed Zhang Cheng. He even sent a message to the acquaintance who had initially recommended Zhang Cheng, expressing his outrage. The acquaintance replied, "I thought he had changed, but it seems he has made a grave mistake." Zhou Junyi's face turned pale. "What do you mean by changed? Please clarify." The acquaintance explained. "He used to hit his wife, but that was years ago." Zhou Junyi, infuriated, issued a formal notice in the crew's group chat, terminating Zhang Cheng's position due to his violent conduct. The news spread throughout the crew that evening. However, no one was aware that Wen Yan was both a witness and a participant in the entire affair. With one assistant director gone, another quickly took his place, causing no disruption to the filming schedule. In fact, whispers circulated that the atmosphere within the crew improved significantly after Zhang Cheng's departure. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Filming proceeded smoothly, with everything advancing towards the anticipated outcome. Yet, one evening, a trending topic abruptly shattered Wen Yan's serene existence within the crew. Wen Yan, quickly, check the trending topics. Right now, Wen Yan, what happened? What new scandal has erupted? Who has fallen from grace this time? Do not ask, just go look. You might find yourself in the spotlight. In the spotlight? Wen Yan immediately opened her social media app and, indeed, found her name among the top trending topics. 18-line actress Wen Yan seen with top-tier star SHNJNGH for 3 days and 2 nights. SHNJNGH and Wen Yan caught in a car scandal. Wen Yan should exit the entertainment industry. Did SHNJNGH collapse? Astonishingly, Wen Yan's name appeared in 4 out of 10 trending topics. The more she read, the more distressed she became. What on earth was this? Without hesitation, she clicked on the first topic. There, she found photographs of herself and SHNJNGH sitting alone in a car, alongside blurry videos captured during a rainy night. The source of this revelation was a so-called insider who claimed that Wen Yan had gained the opportunity to ride with SHNJNGH by accompanying the director of a certain production. They had gone to the mountains to watch the meteor shower. When it began to rain, Wen Yan allegedly initiated a seductive display, climbing into SHNJNGH's vehicle, yet he showed no interest in her whatsoever. Feeling dissatisfied, she purportedly took a longer route in the mountains, ultimately leading to SHNJNGH being trapped and nearly crushed by falling rocks. The two were then forced to share the same roof for 3 days and 2 nights, yet SHNJNGH never acknowledged her presence, completely ignoring her. The timing and location of this revelation are remarkably precise, detailed with vivid descriptions, accompanied by images and videos, leading a multitude of netizens to believe it. Particularly, the fans of Shen have reacted with sheer impulsiveness. Wen Yan has instantly found herself trending for all the wrong reasons. Who exactly is Wen Yan? A shameless individual attempting to seduce my brother. How is it possible for someone to be so eager to ingratiate themselves? Such audacity is simply insane. In her desperation to win over my brother, she nearly caused him to be crushed by falling rocks. Just look at this photograph. The entire vehicle is buried beneath debris. Chapter 43. My mother too. Wen Yan scrolled through the comments, and to her astonishment, she found thousands of messages, almost all of them filled with vitriol directed at her. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never experienced such notoriety. After some contemplation, she decided to contact Shen to discuss what actions they should take, as he was also a principal figure in this trending topic. Just then, the director's call came through abruptly. Wen Yan, you must come to my room immediately. I've seen the news trending. All right, I'll be there right away. The director's tone was unexpectedly serious, which struck Wen Yan as peculiar. Indeed, upon refreshing her social media, she discovered 2 more topics had surged to prominence. One called for a boycott of the film Shen, demanding Wen Yan's replacement, while the other exposed scandalous information regarding the film's director, Zhou Juni. Within mere hours, both Wen Yan and Zhou Juni had been labeled as despicable individuals. Wen Yan was not privy to Zhou Juni's past, but she was acutely aware that the online portrayal of her was far from accurate. The cruelty of cyberbullying is truly alarming. Even the purest can be vilified. Yet what is more terrifying is the hand orchestrating these events. Initially, Wen Yan was uncertain about the identity of the informant, but upon seeing Zhou Juni come under fire as well, she felt confident in her suspicions. This individual clearly understood the intricacies of the entertainment industry and deliberately chose prime time on Friday evening to release the information. Their objective was unambiguous: to exploit Shen Jinghe's formidable fanbase to mount an attack against both her and Zhou Juni. The only person they had both antagonized, besides Zhang Cheng, who had recently been dismissed for assaulting an elderly extra, was no one else. Coincidentally, the timing aligned, as he should have just been released from detention, regaining his freedom. With this conclusion in mind, Wen Yan swiftly made her way to Zhou Juni's room. When she arrived, Shen Jinghe and his assistant were already present, along with several other key members of the crew. Wen Yan has arrived. Please take a seat, Zhou Juni stated directly, without preamble. This situation has escalated far too quickly. We must clarify things immediately, or the repercussions will only worsen. Once I gather solid evidence, I will pursue legal action against him. However, our immediate priority is to manage public relations effectively. I invite everyone to share their thoughts. As Zhou Juni spoke, the room was enveloped in silence. But just as he finished, a phone rang. It was Shen Jinghe's call. Yet, he only glanced at it before dismissing the call. Zhou Juni was about to continue when Wen Yan's phone rang as well. She checked to find it was a call from Su Yang. However, it was clearly not the right moment to answer, so she quietly ended the call. Afterward, she intended to send a message to explain the situation. She suspected that Shen Jinghe's call might have been from Su Yang as well. Su Yang must have seen the trending news and called to inquire. She needed to clarify things to prevent Su Yang from believing the rumors. While she was drafting her message, both her and Shen Jinghe's phones vibrated simultaneously. It turned out that Su Yang had added Shen Jinghe to their family group chat and immediately messaged both Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe. Jinghe, Yin Yan, I saw the trending news online. Why aren't you answering your phones? Are you together now? The initial chime of their phones drew little attention, but the consecutive notifications soon garnered astonished glances from those present. Wen Yan quickly silenced her phone, explaining, "It's my mother. She's seen the trending news and is asking about the situation." Shen Jinghe added, "My mother too." No one in the room expected these 2 seemingly unrelated individuals to share the same mother. The director interjected, "Perhaps you should provide some clarification to ease your family's concerns." Chapter 44. But I have no money. Mother, there is nothing to worry about. My brother and I are innocent. Shen Jinghe remarked. The word innocent sounds rather peculiar. Doesn't he it? However, she is correct. The reason lies in the fact that I previously crossed paths with a petty individual within the crew, and after he was incarcerated, he was subsequently dismissed. Thus, he harbors animosity towards both me and the director, and is now resorting to such underhanded tactics to target us. What a despicable person. You and T even find such a scoundrel in a garbage heap. Shen Jinghe continued, "You said you'd be quick, but here we are, still chatting. By the way, she types incredibly fast. With thumbs like hers, has she mutated? Furthermore, my brother and I are currently in a meeting with the crew discussing our strategy. I'll call you back once we finish, as it's not convenient right now." "All right, as long as you 2 are fine." I was worried when I couldn't reach you earlier. If your crew can't handle it, just leave it to the family. Okay, mother. But I believe we can manage this ourselves. We're heading to the meeting now. Go ahead. Wen Yan indeed typed swiftly, and before long, she set her phone down. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghe remained fixated on his screen, showing no inclination to respond. Zhou Juni glanced at him and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to explain things to your family?" Shen Jinghe responded, "When did I ever see you type?" Unfazed, Shen Jinghe replied, "You must have misseen it." Really? Zhou Juni was puzzled, but he quickly accepted this explanation. "Yes, you must have overlooked it." Wen Yan teased, "Truly an actor. Your skills are commendable. I'll give you a shout-out." Shen Jinghe, 666. Shen Jinghe shot her a look, exasperated. "Is that what you call acting? This is merely an innate ability to keep a straight face, something a novice could never replicate." After this brief interlude, the group quickly returned to strategizing. Zhou Juni proposed, "I can release a statement clarifying the camping situation. That night, there were more than just the two of you in the vehicle. If we were to follow their logic, would that mean the four of us were involved in something inappropriate? It's utterly absurd. The crew recorded ample footage that I can release in higher quality. As for the landslide, that was an act of nature. It's ludicrous to blame us actors for it. Certain fans have evidently lost their ability to think critically. This narrative is misguided. Therefore, Jinghe, although you are perceived as the victim in this situation, with no one criticizing you and only sympathizing with you, it seems this has not affected you. However, I believe you should also take a role in guiding the public discourse, don't you think? Certainly, I will clarify matters. This is my responsibility." Zhou Jun nodded, then turned to Wen Yan. "Wen Yan, you are still a newcomer. If this situation is mishandled, the repercussions could be catastrophic. Your acting career might be jeopardized before it even begins. My advice is to tread carefully. Currently, the most significant backlash is from Jinghe's fans. Once I release the statement, you can comment, share, and write a brief reflection. However, refrain from mingling with Jinghe's side. Otherwise, people will accuse you of seeking attention." Before Wen Yan could respond, Shen Jinghe interjected, "I oppose this. Since we are clarifying matters, and since these accusations are entirely unfounded, why not interact openly and honestly? I not only wish to issue a statement, but I also intend to do so with grace. In our circle, many have found themselves in disputes that ultimately necessitate clarification, often resulting in a complete breakdown of relations. Not only do fans engage in fierce conflicts, but even the parties involved engage in covert hostilities. Such relationships yield no interaction, nor will there be future collaboration. However, my situation with Wen Yan is distinctly different. We are colleagues within the same production team, and our paths will inevitably cross upon the film's release. I do not believe that feigning ignorance is the wisest course of action for her at this juncture. What about your fans? If both she and I conduct ourselves with transparency and integrity, the fans will have no grounds for dissent." Zhujny paused. Glancing at Wen Yan, what are your thoughts? Wen Yan pondered for a moment before responding. "I concur with Teacher Shen's proposal. I believe that as long as I can maintain the right balance during our interactions, Teacher Shen's fans will not harbor any animosity. However, I think the most crucial matter is that we must find evidence to prove that this situation was orchestrated solely by Zheng. If we can expose him as the mastermind, public sentiment will shift in our favor, and we will not even need to provide explanations. He will become the target of public ire. You are correct, but bringing him to light will require time and considerable financial resources." The thought of spending such a significant amount made Wen Yan feel quite nauseated. This wretched Zheng profits from selling fabricated information, and now we must expend money to expose him. The filming schedule cannot be delayed, and everyone began to rise and exit the director's room. Yet Wen lingered until the end. Lost in thought, she was completely unaware of Sh's gaze. Just then, a crew member approached him. "Teacher Shen, regarding the adjustments in tomorrow's announcement, I would like to seek your opinion if you have a moment." "Certainly. Let's discuss it as we walk." "Very well." Thus, Shnh departed with a crew member. At that moment, Zhujny also noticed Wnyn. "Do you have something else to discuss?" Wen nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. "Director, I overheard you mention that it might take a considerable sum to expose Zheng, correct?" "Indeed, dealing with gossip involving top-tier celebrities is exceedingly complex. and one must be prepared to pay a price. That is true, and moreover, teacher Shen has not suffered any negative repercussions. Rather, it is the director and I who are the true victims in this scenario. Logically speaking, teacher Shen should not be responsible for this expense. However, director, I'm also lacking in funds. You're short on funds? Zhujny raised an eyebrow, half smiling. This is indeed a matter for the production team, as reputational damage could affect the entire film. In truth, if you were replaced, the team would incur no losses. Chapter 45. Has she offered herself up? Huh? This is outrageous. Wen Yan was utterly taken aback. Director, you did not say that earlier. Were we not in agreement to face this together? How could our friendship capsize so easily? The shift in Wen Yan's expression was swifter than the capsizing of a boat, and Zhujny, seeing her distress, could not bring himself to tease her further. I was merely jesting. You are the actor I chose after a rigorous selection process. I would never expel you from the crew for engaging in a righteous act that resulted in backlash. That would make me no better than Zheng, complicit in wrongdoing. I thought so. Wen Yan sighed in relief. This was indeed the correct approach to win over the director. Thank you, director. Seeing Wen Yan express such genuine gratitude made Zhujny feel slightly bashful. Just as Wen Yan was about to leave, he suddenly called her back. You truly did not know? Someone invested $5 million for me to take good care of you. Thus, it can be said that this money has long been covered on your behalf. Wnyn. She suddenly realized that every day she was either bewildered or on the verge of bewilderment. Very well, now that I see your expression, I understand that you genuinely did not know. Who is it? Since you are unaware, I suggest you inquire with your family and friends. It would be better for you to communicate directly. I cannot divulge too much from my end. By the way, when you exit, please remember to close the door behind you. Thank you. All right, no need for thanks. Wen Yan exited Zhujny's room, still in a daze, and pulled out her phone, which had been on silent. A few moments earlier, Shen, noticing that Wen Yan had remained in Zhujny's room for an extended period, hesitated before sending her a message. Wen Yan, you are not staying in Zhujny's room to engage in any underhanded dealings to secure this role, are you? To his surprise, the moment he sent the message, Su Yang's response flooded in. What underhanded dealings? Why is Yan still in the director's room at this hour? Where are you? H, speak to me. A barrage of messages ensued, and H realized he had mistakenly sent the message to the family group chat. Su Yang, screenshot it. H felt a headache coming on. He never imagined he would commit such a thoughtless and vexing blunder in his lifetime. Su Yang, we even invested $5 million in your production team, and this is how he takes care of Yan? I will demand an explanation from him. H, Mom, please no. I trust Zhujny. H hurriedly interrupted the crew member who had been speaking with him. I apologize. I need to make a call to my family regarding the announcement. You can coordinate with my assistant on the matter. At this moment, Wen Yan, puzzled about who had invested $5 million in the production team, opened her phone. The first person who came to mind was Su Yang. After all, in this world, aside from her foster mother Su Yang, no one else would go out of their way to do such a thing for her. Upon opening the silent phone, she saw Su Yang had indeed invested $5 million with Zhujny. Even more absurd was the preceding conversation. Wen Yan wore an expression akin to a bewildered elder on the subway. Sh's imagination was running wild, absurdly suspecting that she was seeking Zhujny to engage in underhanded dealings. Moreover, what was his final statement? He said he trusted Zhujny. How could her character be called into question? What is my second brother thinking? Father is the chairman of Shen Group. Mother is a renowned designer, and my second brother is a top celebrity in the entertainment industry. With such a stellar background, do I need to sell myself out for a mere role? Humph, I'm truly offended. This is the kind of anger that cannot be soothed. I must send some unflattering photos of someone to vent my frustration. The initial intention behind Su Yang creating this group was to facilitate Wen Yan's sharing of her photos with Shen. Thus, Wen Yan had taken numerous candid shots of Shen. However, they were all taken in public settings and did not infringe upon his privacy. Moreover, Her so-called unflattering photos were merely poorly captured images. Truly, it is impossible to capture an unattractive photo of a 360-degree flawless gentleman. Just then, Su Wying finished her call with SHNJH and noticed the messages WNYN had sent in the group chat. However, she did not answer WNYN's call. Instead, she initiated a group video call featuring herself, WNYN, and SHNJH. In fact, upon seeing WNYN's unflattering photos in the group chat, Su Wying understood that she was not genuinely angry with SHNJH. Thus, during the video call, she wore a smile. YNYN, do not be upset. I just had a word with your second brother on the phone. He spoke rather insensitively, but he is concerned about you. SHNJH, no, I'm not worried about her at all. Su Wying, then were you not planning to send a private message to YNYN and ended up sending it to the group instead? Su Wying, I have taken a screenshot. An apology? I would like to ask her why she took candid shots of me without my consent and shared them in the group. It is indeed unfair to blame Wen Yan. It was I who asked her to post it. The establishment of this group was solely for the purpose of collecting your photographs. As you have scarcely been home throughout the year, your father is also in the group. He is, after all, involved as well. I must rise at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, so I shall take my leave now. As soon as I finished speaking, the screen went dark on Shen Jingha's side. Wen Yan blinked her eyes and remarked, "It seems my second brother is upset. Should I refrain from sending his photos in the future?" Nonsense. Do not blame yourself at all. The primary reason he hung up was because I mentioned your father, not because of you. In fact, there's been progress this time. I have previously created groups, but the moment he saw your father in the group, he would exit. This time, he did not leave. It is a positive sign. By the way, I heard from your second brother about the trending topic. He mentioned that the production team will handle it. Do you truly not need any assistance from home? As soon as this was mentioned, Wen Yan had something to inquire of Su Yang. No need. You all have already invested $5 million in the production. How could we ask for more funding from home? Mother, why didn't you tell me that your investment in the production was to ensure the director took care of me? You two siblings have always wished to keep your family circumstances private, and the investment was managed through a third party. Moreover, you secured the role first. Your talent was recognized by the director, and the investment has no bearing on it. The family has not interfered with your acting. We merely requested the director to pay extra attention to your living conditions. Oh, how wonderful it is to have a mother. A child with a mother is like a treasure. Mother, you are too good to me. I love you. Sending hearts. Observing Wen Yan's affectionate declarations and heart gestures, Su Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of genuine admiration. That $5 million investment was indeed worth it. Additionally, communication with her second brother had increased significantly. It was akin to a buy one, get one free deal. No, it was more like buy one, get two. If the film becomes a blockbuster, there will be future profits. Chapter 46, a simple and direct clarification. That evening, Shen Jingha published a clarifying statement on social media. His declaration was straightforward and blunt. There was no seduction, no car shaking, no solitary night spent alone with a female, no manipulation. Being stranded was due to a natural disaster. He urged everyone not to believe or spread rumors, as it could harm innocent individuals and the production team. Our intent is to create a great film. Thank you for your concern. Upon the release of this clarification, the trending topic swiftly shifted to Shen Jingha clarification. The engagement on his post, comments, likes, shares, and views soared over 1 million within moments, with numbers continuing to rise exponentially. I knew my brother would not falter. Who just said that he wouldn't dare to clarify? That was quite the slap in the face. Truly, he is the man I admire. His clarification was concise and direct, clearly denying any unfounded allegations. Indeed, I agree. Those ambiguous statements that say nothing yet threaten with legal action are truly tiresome, akin to a guessing game for fans. Wait, has anyone noticed? It's been an hour, and none of those individuals associated with he have spoken up. Were they implying? The trending topic has persisted for so long. Are they planning to let he bear the brunt alone? Upstairs, I noticed that director Zhou Juni deleted a post almost instantaneously. Although he deleted it quickly, my screenshot was quicker. The previous post was evidently unprepared and accidentally published. He likely intended to present evidence against the informant, but it may require some time. Is this for real? That screenshot upstairs can't be genuine, can it? It appears the director implies that someone is attempting to harm him and the production team. This is explosive. I'm eagerly waiting. I am firmly invested in this scoop. This is ridiculous. Why must they drag the director and the production team down with us? What did he do to deserve this? Exactly. What on earth is Wen Yan trying to achieve? Is she attempting to create buzz? I don't think it's a publicity stunt. If it were, Shen Jinghe would never cooperate with her. He is Shen Jinghe. After all, how could he possibly align himself with an obscure newcomer for publicity? Perhaps a curse has befallen him. Indeed, a nameless Wen Yan has no right to seek publicity alongside our ego. She is unworthy. Upstairs, stop saying that. She will soon no longer be nameless. Goodness, I checked, and it seems Wen Yan's account was created just a few hours ago. In just this short time, she has gained over 300,000 followers, and the count is still surging. Why are people following her? What is her mindset? She is nothing special. Why bestow her with attention? I cannot comprehend. Am I the only one curious about her next move? I certainly want to follow her. 40,000 followers. My heavens. How wonderful it would be if this traffic were directed towards me. My family focuses on quality enzyme products. Could everyone take a look? This is not just traffic. It is a windfall. Wen Yan is bound to become famous. After reading through these comments, Wen Yan indeed felt a sense of this impending fame. Goodness, how remarkable. In such a short time, her newly created account, which did not even have an avatar, had attracted over 40,000 followers. Moreover, they were all active followers. Why were they considered active followers? Because her private messages had exploded, due to the novelty of her account, which had no posts. Netizens had nowhere else to express themselves and resorted to bombarding her with private messages. Wen Yan skimmed through the messages. Currently, she could categorize them into two main types. One type consisted of insults, berating her for shamelessly pursuing Shen Jinghe. Some even resorted to the most vile curses against her. After all, during the meeting with the production team, it had been decided that the director would clarify first and provide evidence before she would do so. As for the sudden surge in followers, Wen Yan initially felt excitement, but she soon calmed herself. She was acutely aware that these rising numbers were merely platform followers, not genuine fans. What she sought were audiences who truly appreciated her acting skills, not mere onlookers interested in gossip. Thus, she quickly set her phone aside and picked up her script to ponder the scenes she would be filming the next morning. Finally, an hour later, Wen Yan finished her grooming, applied a lovely facial mask, and lay down on her bed. Meanwhile, netizens finally awaited Zhou Journey's 4 consecutive posts. First, he stated that there was no inappropriate relationship between him and the newcomer actress Wen Yan. Her role was earned through talent and had no connections to any scandal. Second, the rumors circulating about Wen Yan and her co-star Shen Jinghe's inappropriate relationship were unfounded. On the day of the camping trip, the entire cast was present. When the sudden rainstorm struck at night, everyone took shelter in their vehicles, and it was not merely the two of them alone. They were stranded due to force majeure and stayed in a local villager's home, each occupying separate buildings. Numerous photographs serve as evidence. Third, all the personal scandals and negative rumors circulating about him and the production team are entirely false. Up to this point in the production, only one minor incident had occurred, and the team responded promptly. Attached is a screenshot of the notice stating that an individual was detained for 10 days for deliberately harming a local extra and was subsequently dismissed from the production team. Fourth, there is a hidden hand behind this incident. He will thoroughly investigate and restore the innocence of the production team and hold the responsible parties accountable under the law. This series of 4 posts, replete with text, images, and high-definition videos, left the onlookers in a state of excitement. Moreover, as it was Friday, there is a sense of camaraderie among them, as if to say, what does it matter if they stayed up late to indulge in gossip? Previously, the unclear images and the leaked information made it difficult to see. Was Wen Yan truly this beautiful? She is indeed stunning, bringing a refreshing sense of allure. Doesn't anyone think that the male actor opposite Wen Yan has quite an appealing look? He is certainly to my taste. There aren't many actors like him in the entertainment industry. In 3 minutes, I want all his information. Since he is your type, let me help you out. Chapter 47. The title of audition sister Lao Wang Che remarked, Miss Wen Yan's acting skills are truly commendable, and her character is beyond reproach. Had it not been for her encouragement during the audition, I might never have had the chance to join the cast. The filming schedule has been quite rigorous, and despite the lack of interaction between Miss Wen and teacher Shen during both the preliminary training and the actual shoot, our entire crew was astonished when the trending news broke. It seemed utterly implausible, and I hope everyone can approach the situation with rationality. Wow, so the young man's name is Wang Che. The camping video released by the crew is quite revealing. I noticed several actors within it are strikingly handsome and beautiful. As a mere bystander, not a fan of anyone in particular, I find myself unexpectedly eager to see the film Sheng. You all should go watch the charming leads, while I will take on the investigation. Isn't it peculiar that the initial materials released online coincide with what the crew has provided? Over an hour has passed, and yet the other party has not released any new evidence. What does this imply? It suggests that their materials were sourced from our crew, either due to an insider selling information to marketing accounts or someone within their ranks leaking it. The director specifically mentioned a staff member who was detained and dismissed for intentionally harming an extra, making it hard not to connect this individual to the underlying machinations of the entire affair. This person may very well be seeking revenge against the crew. Although the director dismissed him, he nonetheless involved Wen Yan, indicating there are certainly hidden truths we are unaware of. The director, exhibiting commendable integrity, even redacted this individual's name, likely as an indication of an ongoing investigation. Now, I simply await the truth to surface. How dull. Previously, the trending battles involved back-and-forth exchanges, yet after the director's post, there has been no response from the opposing side. Have they conceded? Where's the conflict? Where's the evidence? Where's the twist? How can one be so complacent? It is truly baffling, yet I find it amusing. Have you not noticed that until now, when Yen has remained silent? Is she perhaps holding back a significant revelation? It seems unlikely. The director's clarifications appear quite thorough, leaving little for her to add. So, should I stay awake or not? Forget it. I shall set a special alert for her. Me. And me too. Count me in. Indeed, the director has articulated the entire situation, and Shen has expressed his stance. Wen Yan has little left to contribute. She merely commented thank you. Teacher Shen under Shen Jinghe's post and expressed support for the director under Zhou Juni's call for an investigation, but has not said anything further. The netizens have now grasped the situation. Goodness, she seems so nonchalant, as if this is not her own affair. Why do I feel as though both the director and the top-tier star Shen are working for her? Haha, would someone care to reflect on what they are saying? Shen Jinghe working for her? How absurd. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not belittle the youth in their struggles. Is it not a bit too extreme for Shen Jinghe's devoted fans to speak this way? Such comments only tarnish your idol's reputation, you know. What does Wen Yan, who has no works to her name, even have fans? How laughable, how ridiculous that she would dare to mention her audition. It seems she merely employed hired fans for her audition sister title. Before sleeping, Wen Yan glanced at these comments and discovered she had acquired the nickname audition sister. Quite the amusing turn of events. However, as the director noted, the tide of public opinion seems to have shifted. While Wen Yan was resting, Zhou Juni and Shen Jinghe were not idle. Shen Jinghe has a competent team, and as an investor in Sheng Yan, a friend of Zhou Juni, he assigned the task of tracing the source of the leaks to his team. With Zhou Juni providing the funding and Shen Jinghe's team exerting effort, they quickly unearthed evidence confirming Zhang Cheng's culpability. After a night of fervent discussion, the incident had reached a boiling point. Many netizens who had retired early the previous night began to engage with the unfolding drama the next morning. Seizing this surge in interest, Zhou Juni publicly exposed Zhang Cheng's misdeeds, naming him directly. Zhang Cheng himself has an account on social media. Initially, he attempted to deny the accusations, but Zhou Juni, unwilling to engage in further arguments, swiftly issued a lawyer's letter. Faced with the prospect of a lawsuit, Zhang Cheng finally felt the weight of his actions and reached out to Zhou Juni privately, publicly apologizing to all those he had maligned across the internet. Zhou Juni, possessing a spirited temperament, had invested considerable resources to procure evidence from marketing accounts, and he was not about to forgive Zhang Cheng simply for an oral apology. Once an abuser, he later assaulted extras on set and was detained for 10 days. Upon his release, he resumed his harmful behaviors. Such a person deserves no leniency from Zhou Juni. He enlisted a lawyer to handle the case entirely, and as for Zhang Cheng and certain marketing accounts, they must face the consequences of their actions. Following the emergence of this situation, Zhou Juni was promptly dubbed the most formidable director in the entertainment industry by netizens. Audition sister Wen Yan, having reported Zhang Cheng for his transgressions, received sympathy from the public. Ironically, Shen garnered unprecedented attention as a result. Fans clamored daily for the release of Sheng, urging her to share her photographs. However, Wen Yan has been preoccupied with her demanding role. leaving her with little time to log into social media. Wang Che felt a pang of sympathy for her. Why aren't you promoting yourself? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I were to gain followers overnight like you, I would be posting updates daily to assure my fans I am alive. Wen Yan chuckled. You will indeed have many fans in the future. Speaking of once-in-a-lifetime opportunities, Wang Che was unaware of the offer she had just declined. Had he known, his voice would have been even louder. Just moments ago, Wen Yan had exchanged a few words with Shen Jinghe. Currently, without a management agency, Wen Yan had turned down Shen Jinghe's proposition to join a studio. Chapter 48. Waiting for someone to appear at that moment, Shen Jinghe was taken aback. Wen Yan, do you realize what you just declined? To date, Shen Jinghe's studio had not signed any newcomers. This was his first time extending an olive branch to fellow newcomers. Consequently, any resources Shen Jinghe acquired in the future could potentially be shared with the artist he signed, or even bundled to bring newcomers into the project. When he initially posed the question, Shen Jinghe experienced a tinge of regret, feeling he might have been overly generous towards Wen Yan, especially since their relationship had not yet reached that level. To his astonishment, his rare act of kindness was met with disdain from her. This sparked his stubbornness. Give me a reason. After careful consideration, Wen Yan replied, aren't we still under scrutiny? Even now, many of your fans are sending me messages, berating me for being shameless. If I were to join your studio, your fans might unfollow you, which would reflect poorly on your image. Hee, I know you mean well, second brother, but I cannot repay kindness with enmity and place you in a difficult position. Wen Yan's silver tongue was well known to Shen Jinghe. Yet, he also understood that Wen Yan often used such remarks as mere formalities. He responded with a cold laugh. Who desires to help you? I merely see you as someone who can attract fans. As for you, go find a comfortable place to stay. With that, they parted ways, each engrossed in their own affairs. The true reasons behind Wen Yan's actions are twofold. Firstly, she remains uncertain about the future dynamics of her relationship with the Shen family. It is entirely possible that one day, the connection between her and the Shens may come to an end, and should an economic dispute arise with Shen Jinghe, it would undoubtedly pose a significant issue. Secondly, and most importantly, Wen Yan is awaiting the emergence of a particular individual. If she is determined to continue her development within this circle, the person she most desires to collaborate with is this individual. This person possesses remarkable prowess. In the world she has traversed into, they command respect even from the protagonist of the original narrative. It is crucial to note that in the original story, the female lead, renowned for her myriad aliases and unparalleled capabilities, holds the title of an entertainment industry queen as merely one of her many facades. Nonetheless, even in this capacity, she still extends deference to this individual. What stands out the most is Wen Yan's realization that this character possesses a profound respect for women. Under her management, the sole expectation of her artists is to excel in their craft, never compelling them to bow to the whims of capital, particularly the female artists. Prior to her transmigration, Wen Yan had suffered greatly due to this very issue, often pondering how advantageous it would be if her own boss or agent mirrored this approach. This individual is quite famous in the original work, yet upon her arrival, Wen Yan finds herself unable to unearth any information about her online. Thus, she resolves to grant herself a deadline to await the potential appearance of this character, speculating that perhaps the female lead must trigger a particular plot for her to materialize. However, even if this person ultimately does not appear, it will not pose a problem. She will devise alternative plans. The forthcoming filming requires them to venture into the mountains. Previously, Wen Yan had lacked the time, but now she seizes this opportunity to visit the elderly woman who had sheltered her and Shen Jinghe the last time. Just as they are about to wrap up, she encounters Shen Jinghe on set and takes the initiative to greet him. Hello, Teacher Shen. I plan to visit Granny Zhou tomorrow as we head into the mountains. Would you care to join me? Shen Jinghe nods. Sure. Wen Yan thinks to herself, as expected of Teacher Shen, ever so succinct with his words. Shen Jinghe glances at her, pondering how she believes he is oblivious to her sarcastic undertones. Why should he engage in an abundance of idle chatter when two simple words suffice? Both silently mock each other in their minds, yet outwardly, neither reveals their thoughts. Wen Yan then swiftly introduces another topic. You should buy more and ensure it's of good quality. Teacher Shen appears to be issuing a command, yet she insists. I'm merely offering assistance. Let us settle on a 70-30 split. Such a fortunate arrangement indeed. even if he adopts a commanding tone. She is nonetheless saving him 20% of the expenditure. Shen Jinghe is somewhat perplexed by Wen Yan's demeanor. Logically, she should not be financially constrained, as how much can one spend at a supermarket? Yet, inexplicably, he finds her vivacity rather charming. However, until bedtime, Shen Jinghe receives no bill from Wen Yan. The following morning, as the crew sets off, a vehicle loaded with provisions approaches, and the driver directly seeks out Wen Yan. It is then that Shen Jinghe realizes the extent of Wen Yan's shopping. Observing the vehicle, Shen Jinghe's expression becomes quite complicated. Wen Yan, you didn't buy this vehicle to deliver to Granny Zhou, did you? Of course not. I never imagined Teacher Shen had such a vivid imagination. I rented this vehicle. Couldn't you have arranged for the crew's vehicle to transport the items? That would be troublesome. And what if these goods damage the crew's props? Are you worried about the rental cost? Why not rent a different vehicle? Why choose this model? I inquired, and the delivery driver informed me that only a three-wheeler can access Granny Zhou's village. Larger vehicles cannot navigate those narrow paths. Shen Jinghe finds himself at a loss for words, as it appears this is indeed the case. Once they arrive, the crew must first prepare. Zhou Jun, aware of Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe's intention to visit the elderly woman, readily facilitates their passage. There are 2 electric scooters available. Why not ride those? Walking would take an eternity. To this, both Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe respond in unison. I cannot ride an electric scooter. At this moment, Shen Jinghe's assistant quietly raises his hand. I can ride. Wen Yan blinks, but a small electric scooter cannot accommodate 3 people. We can summon another person who can ride to assist you, Zhou Juni proposes. Just then, Wang Che passes by and is swiftly recruited as a temporary driver. For individuals, 2 electric scooters, and 10 minutes later, they arrive at Granny Zhou's home. Upon seeing Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe, Granny Zhou is overjoyed, immediately inviting everyone to sit and enthusiastically offering them tea, insisting they stay for lunch. As they settle in, the loaded 3-wheeler arrives. Watching the driver expertly maneuver the vehicle, Wen Yan suddenly becomes intrigued and wishes to experience driving it herself. Wang Che shares the sentiment and requests Shen Jinghe's assistant to capture a few photos while he drives. After taking several pictures, he posts them online. Unbeknownst to him, one of the photos features Wen Yan. It is only when numerous comments appear that he realizes his blunder. He hurriedly approaches Wen Yan to apologize. I'm sorry, Wen Yan, I accidentally posted your photo of driving the 3-wheeler online. Your fans are saying I'm riding on your coattails. What? Wen Yan bursts into laughter. What popularity do I have for you to capitalize on? Wait, you didn't capture my unflattering angle, did you? Not at all. You look stunning no matter how you're photographed. Even driving a 3-wheeler, you're breathtaking. Flattery doesn't suit you. This isn't flattery. It's what your fans are saying. I suggest you post an update. You're unaware of how eagerly your fans are urging me. They've been relentless since before today. Now that they've seen you driving a 3-wheeler, their enthusiasm has only intensified. My private messages have never been so active, all thanks to you. It's quite lively. Just take a look. Wang Che states, handing his phone to Wen Yan. She glances quickly. Indeed, but I have nothing to post. I don't have a work to showcase. Neither do I. Let us just consider it a record of life. So many people admire you. They've expressed their intention to buy tickets to watch the film just for your role. I believe you should honor their support, don't you think? Fair point, Wen Yan nods. They're quite amusing, claiming you're riding on my coattails. Ha! I shall join in on your coattails too. Let us take a photo together. Sure, let us stand here. This spot is better. Nearby, Shen Jinghe mutters. Is it really necessary to take a photo? Moments later, Wen Yan rushes over with her phone. Shen Jinghe thinks to himself, here comes the request for a photo. How tedious. However, merely taking a simple photo isn't too much to ask. Instead, Wen Yan bypasses him and approaches Granny Zhou. May I take a photo with you? Afterward, Wen Yan posts an update. I'm also riding on the handsome guy's coattails, haha. Today, I took a break from my busy schedule to visit the elderly woman in the mountains, and it was delightful. Shortly after, she receives a flurry of comments. Ah, sister, could you please share how you managed to look so good even while riding a 3-wheeler? Is there a secret? It seems that Wang Che's affirmation of assisting us with our endeavors is genuine, not a mere deception. Speaking of which, the backdrop of the photograph, featuring the young lady and the young man, appears quite familiar. She mentioned visiting her grandmother in the mountains, which must refer to the household that was stranded in the mountains alongside Shen Jinghe. I specifically revisited the clarification photo shared by the director earlier, and indeed, it is unmistakably those two houses. Oh my, the beautiful sister has come to visit her grandmother. Surely my Hee must have arrived as well. Hee will undoubtedly come. He is a person of deep emotions and loyalty. He took part in this film because the director is his friend, and given his current stature, it is unlikely that such a director could secure his involvement otherwise. Previously, the grandmother provided him shelter, so it is only natural for him to pay her a visit. The young lady is truly down to earth. Did you see the contents of that three-wheeled vehicle? It was filled to the brim with rice, flour, and cooking oil. With such a bounty, I suspect it was a joint purchase by Wen Yan and Shen. Oh dear, young lady, please look at me. My brother has not shared a selfie in several months. If you are together right now, could you kindly urge him to send a photo? I miss him dearly. The opportunists have arrived. It is truly exasperating. It has been stated repeatedly that there is no connection with her, and yet here they are, trying to ride on the coattails of others. It seems you are the one who has lost your mind. When Yan's post featured a photograph with Wang Che, and suggesting that she is attempting to gain attention is merely playing with a joke involving Wang Che. May I inquire where Wen Yan has ever mentioned Shen Jinghe? Stop trying to elevate your status. Auditioning for roles is merely part of the process, and it is quite distasteful to resist. What is the matter? Is she not allowed to post without inviting commentary? If you do not wish for commentary, you could always disable the comment section. The truth is undeniable. You cannot silence my voice. What truth are you referring to? Is it the so-called truth that you have conjured? Wen Yan was left speechless. What began as a pleasant moment quickly escalated into a cacophony of disputes. Her post did not even mention Shen Jinghe, and yet she faced such harsh criticism. Sighing inwardly, Wen Yan thought to herself, indeed, my decision to decline joining Shen Jinghe's studio was the right choice. Otherwise, I would have faced untold wrath. I might very well be the first actor to achieve notoriety without any work to my name. Hearing Wen Yan's silent musings, Shen Jinghe quietly unlocked his phone. It appears that his suggestion from that day was rather immature. She has faced ongoing controversies due to her fanbase. With this in mind, Shen Jinghe took the initiative to ask Wen Yan, once the filming in the mountains wraps up, you'll be concluding soon, correct? Yes. There are only a few scenes left. I did not anticipate it would end so swiftly. Time truly flies. What are your plans afterward? I have none. Not every film crew seeks new talent like Lost Voice. If a suitable opportunity arises, I would certainly consider it, but I'm not in a hurry at the moment. I understand. The first scene this afternoon belongs to Wen Yan. She is to film a scene of escape in the cornfield. Many villagers gathered to watch, and Grandma Zhou happened to be among them. Once the filming concluded, there was a lull in activity for Wen Yan. Noticing that Grandma Zhou had not yet departed, Wen Yan approached her. Grandma, you came to watch this film? Isn't it quite interesting? Indeed, I found it captivating and couldn't bear to leave. Mainly, it has been a long time since the village has seen such excitement. What is it that you are filming? I see many films focus on urban tales. Why have you come to our village? Each piece of work has a different theme. Not all films need to be set in the city. Wen Yan briefly introduced the story of Lost Voice to Grandma Zhou. Grandma Zhou nodded. City folks have so many rules. But do not worry. I will not misrepresent what you have shared with me. However, what you are portraying is quite realistic. Such events have indeed transpired here, and not infrequently. Not infrequently? Surely not. Wen Yan was somewhat taken aback. Yes, Grandma Zhou affirmed with conviction. In earlier years, it was challenging for men in the mountains to find wives. Due to poverty, few were willing to marry into such a destitute area, leading to the practice of purchasing wives. However, consider this. Good families would never sell their daughters. Hence, most were likely abducted. Much like your portrayal, women sold to the mountains were often disabled, unable to speak or hear, or otherwise mentally impaired. The old bachelors in the mountains had little regard for such matters. They merely needed a wife to bear children and continue the family line. I recall many years ago, many in the mountains were purchasing brides. There were also those who, like your character, attempted to escape, but those who were caught faced dire consequences. It is said they would be stripped bare and confined at home or have their legs broken. Over time, or after giving birth, they would gradually abandon any thoughts of fleeing. Report what? Back then, there was not even a telephone, and everyone was from the same village. I have lived in these mountains for the better part of my life and have never seen a police officer come through. If you truly reported a woman's abduction, you might find yourself in grave danger. They would appear obedient, but once they received money from their families, they would claim to want to visit the market, only to vanish in crowded areas, taking the money with them. However, such occurrences are now virtually non-existent. Nowadays, aside from us old folks, who else remains in the mountains? The younger generation has moved away for work. Those who earn money outside can pursue relationships on their own. Yet, working away from home does not guarantee one will meet good people. Although the world outside is vast, it is filled with cunning individuals, and there are many fraudsters. I recall 5 or 6 years ago, a boss drove into our nearby village seeking workers, claiming to recruit dozens for a garment factory. This boss wanted only women, not men. Many were eager to go. In my opinion, that was no factory owner. That was clearly a fraudster, a human trafficker. Why else would they only want women? Their intent was undoubtedly to take these women elsewhere for sale. This notion is chilling upon reflection. Wen Yan could not help but inquire of Grandma Zhou. Did no one realize at the time that this recruiting boss was a fraud? Grandma Zhou shook her head. It cannot be said that anyone discovered it. Back then, we were all naive. The town was the furthest we had traveled. When the recruiting boss arrived, many whispered that they were frauds and did not dare to follow. Those who went were the brave ones, hoping to earn big money. One detail I remember clearly is that this boss brought their family along. At that time, they had a daughter, perhaps around 15 or 16, very beautiful. Just think, what kind of fraudster travels with their family to commit deceit? She ensnared us mountain folk in her web. All being women, how could a fraudster be so cruel as to specifically target us, the naive villagers? A woman? Grandma, are you saying this garment factory owner was a woman? Is her surname Zhao? For some reason, upon hearing these keywords, images of Shen Jiro's adoptive parents sprang to Wen Yan's mind, as they too own a garment factory. The last time she encountered that man speaking in dialect at the supermarket, he mentioned Zhao boss in front of Shen Jiro, asking if she was Zhao's daughter. However, he did not clarify whether Zhao was her father or mother. Shen Jiro's adoptive mother happens to be named Zhao Jing. Yet, given the time that has passed and the lack of interaction, Grandma Zhou could not provide an answer. I did not know her surname. I might have known it once, but now I simply cannot recall. What is the matter? Do you know this person? It should not be the case. At that time, I estimate you were merely 15 or 16 years of age, still attending school. Indeed, 6 or 7 years ago, I was still in high school. However, the whereabouts of Shen Jiro during that period remain unknown. This evening, Wen Yan has night scenes to shoot, yet during the waiting period, her mind seems to wander. On one hand, she empathizes with the characters she portrays and the women who have truly been abducted into the deep mountains in real life. On the other hand, she has not relinquished her attempts to dial that phone number. After being met once again with the mechanical voice of the automated system indicating that the number is no longer in service, she cannot help but furrow her brows. Just as she is lost in thought, Shan Jinghe's voice suddenly breaks the silence beside her. Who are you calling? Wen Yan widens her eyes and glances at him. Teacher Shen, you startled me. Continue acting. Shen Jinghe scoffs. If you were genuinely startled, you wouldn't instinctively call me Teacher Shen. Wen Yan thinks to herself, this person possesses not only a sharp tongue, but also keen observation skills. He has seen through me. So who are you calling? If memory serves me right, this is not the first time I have witnessed such an expression from you while on a call. Yet, it seems that the other party has never answered your calls. With a heavy sigh in her heart, Wen Yan reflects, sometimes, researching this alone can be quite helpless. How wonderful it would be if Shen Jinghe could assist me. Regrettably, even I cannot untangle this matter. It is simply a chaotic mess. Chapter 51. Absurdity knocks at the door. After absorbing Wen Yan's inner thoughts, Shen Jinghe quietly awaits her next words. However, at that moment, the assistant director calls Wen Yan away. Shen Jinghe is left with an insatiable curiosity about whom Wen Yan has been calling and what she is investigating, pondering how he could possibly lend his support. Nevertheless, if she does not bring it up herself, he would never dare to inquire. Following the completion of her scene, she embarks on the filming for the night. For the next 2 days, her role remains substantial, requiring her to work tirelessly. After finishing the night shoot, she has no time to rest and heads directly to another location with the crew. This filming site is deeper within the mountains. The crew has found a dilapidated house, serving as the residence of the mute woman portrayed by Wen Yan in the film. The first scene she must shoot here involves taking a bath while being spied upon by her husband. Upon being discovered, she is subsequently beaten by her husband and cruel mother-in-law and confined to the woodshed. Preparations for the shoot proceed smoothly. However, no one anticipated a significant mishap during the scene where she is assaulted. Due to the need to film a violent scene, Wen Yan's co-actor struggles to manage their intensity, feeling immense psychological pressure, leading to multiple unsuccessful takes. Consequently, the burden falls heavily on Wen Yan, as she embodies the character receiving the blows if one take fails. Another must follow. The more this occurs, the more tense her co-actor becomes, prompting the director and crew to pause their work to provide guidance. At this moment, Wen Yan steps aside for a drink of water. To avoid disrupting the shoot, she does not untie the rope binding her feet, making her movements a series of awkward hops. Just as she is savoring her drink, a dark figure suddenly charges towards her. Before anyone, including herself, can react, she finds herself hoisted onto the shoulder of this figure, whisked away. In that moment, Wen Yan is utterly bewildered, her mind momentarily blank. It takes several seconds for the crew to realize what has transpired. Oh no, our actress has been abducted. Quick pursue. Carried upon the shoulder of her captor, Wen Yan bounces along the rugged mountain path, her insides jostled violently. Regardless of who her captor may be or their intentions, all she desires is a moment to sit down and have a serious conversation. After all, she has not slept since the previous night. The further she is jostled about, the more she fears not only her insides, but even her very brain may rattle loose. Just as she prepares to plead, "I have money, a great deal of money. I can offer you a sum," she suddenly retches, vomiting all over the man's backside. To her misfortune, he starts wailing, "I've soiled my pants. My father will beat me. He will hit my backside." In that instant, Wen Yan's pupils tremble with disbelief. This man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, filthy and disheveled, has the audacity to undress before her. He squats down beside the mountain path, relieving himself. Fortunately, the crew has caught up, freeing herself from the discarded ropes. Wen Yan rushes towards her colleagues. "Are you all right?" The first to reach her is Zhou Jun. He speaks half-jokingly. "Wen Yan is someone for whom 5 million has been invested. I must ensure her safety. If anything were to happen to her today, that 5 million would be in jeopardy." As the director, he bears the responsibility to ensure the safety of the crew members. Seeing the concerned faces of those who have caught up, Wen Yan shakes her head, indicating that she is physically unharmed. However, her spirit has been profoundly shaken. She cannot help but glance back at the man who is still squatting nearby. "I feel that this individual has some mental issues." "Do not look," Shen Jinghe's voice interjects. Wen Yan, despite her reluctance to gaze, finds herself doing so instinctively. As they converse, several tall crew members have already subdued the man, who begins to cry out, "Father! Father! They won't let me relieve myself." Wen Yan can only shake her head in disbelief. The absurdity of this scene is more outrageous than any film she has ever witnessed. Just then, a figure emerges from the dilapidated house, brandishing a shovel. The crew soon realizes that there is indeed another small, run-down dwelling nearby. The elderly man, appearing to be over 70 and balding, rushes out, evident that he is the father of the mentally unstable man. This elderly gentleman appears fierce, and upon seeing his son restrained by the crew, he prepares to confront them. Zhou Jun attempts to reason with him, yet the man is beyond rational discussion. At that moment, Wen Yan suddenly hears a faint, intermittent humming. Following the sound, she approaches the small house. Shen Jinghe quickly grabs her arm. "What are you doing?" Wen Yan inquires. "Do you not hear someone singing?" "Indeed." "Then shall we go and take a look together?" Shen Jinghe does not refuse. "You walk ahead. I will follow." "All right." Wen Yan nods firmly, stating, "Even without your suggestion, I would have done so." Shen Jinghe retorts. At this moment, his mother tongue is silence. The two proceed, following the disjointed humming, until they arrive at the entrance of a dilapidated structure that might have once been a pig pen. Peering inside, Wen Yan's heart nearly stops. She can hardly believe the scene before her eyes. Just the previous night, she was empathizing with the mute woman she portrays, relating to the plight of women abducted into the mountains as described by Granny Zhou. Yet, she never anticipated that merely a day later, she would witness a woman, stripped of her clothing, chained by the neck, and confined like livestock. In that moment, Wen Yan feels an unprecedented sense of shock. "Shen Jinghe, can you tell me that this is not real?" Shen Jinghe opens his mouth, but the only response he can muster is to silently remove his coat. However, a single coat cannot shield the entirety of the poor woman's body, which is only protected by an extra pair of long johns beneath her pants, a precaution against the significant temperature differences in the mountains. At this moment, I am compelled to remove my trousers and offer them to the unfortunate woman before me. Chapter 52. Within my capabilities, I am willing. Due to the remoteness of the area, it took the police over 2 hours to arrive. When the alarm was raised, Wen Yan had already encountered some disagreements with certain crew members. Her decision to call the authorities was primarily motivated by the naked woman locked in the pigsty, rather than her own predicament of being suddenly abducted by a stranger. Some crew members believed she was meddling in affairs that did not concern her, as they had promptly contacted the village committee following the incident. The committee explained that this unexpected man, and Ida too, was mentally ill, a condition he had inherited since birth. It is widely recognized that mentally ill individuals are not held criminally liable for violent acts. The outcome of the report to the police would likely be a mere verbal warning, advising the guardians to keep a closer watch on the mentally ill patient. Thus, the sentiment among some crew members was to avoid escalating the situation and prioritize filming. Initially, Zhou Junyi was reluctant to intervene, yet his tone toward Wen Yan was markedly more considerate than that of the other staff. Wen Yan, I understand your sympathy for that woman, but you have no evidence to support your suspicion that she was trafficked. Her family and villagers have stated that she was locked away due to her mental illness. If her freedom were not restricted, she would pose a danger to others, much like her son did. For her own safety, they had no choice but to confine her. Wen Yan vehemently disagreed with this reasoning. Even if she is mentally ill, this is no way to care for someone, leaving her without even a single garment. Is this the standard of supervision? Director Zhou, there are countless scripts available in the market, yet you chose Shen. What was your original intention? Was it not to advocate for fair and just treatment of the deaf and mute in society? Strictly speaking, isn't this woman also part of that community? She is mentally disturbed, unable to articulate her suffering, rendering her no different from the deaf and mute, perhaps even worse off. Is this fair? Is this just? I am not arguing with you to morally bind the crew to any obligation. I could report this incident in my personal capacity. If my absence delays the crew's progress, I am prepared to compensate for any losses incurred. While my report may waste police resources and the crew's time, it could also save this poor woman's life. Therefore, I must persist. Wen Yan's tone was resolute, unprecedented in its firmness. I concurred with her stance. Shen Jing, he also spoke up. As the principal investor of this film, I agreed to halt production for half a day. Zhou Junyi had, in fact, been swayed by Wen Yan's conviction. Fine, we shall proceed as you wish. When the police arrived, San Shui and the villagers reiterated their claims. They stated that the locked woman, Chai Zhao Di, had suffered from mental illness for decades. By chance, she had overstayed her welcome at the Ni household, and out of pity, San Shui married her to provide her with a stable home. San Shui even presented 2 marriage certificates to prove that his union with Chai Zhao Di was legitimate and recognized by the government. However, the more complete his documentation appeared, the more Wen Yan's skepticism grew. She had heard from Granny Zhou that prior to turning 50, she had no identification card. It was only after stricter regulations and population censuses were enforced that she obtained one. Decades ago, in such a remote village, how could a normal citizen even consider obtaining a marriage certificate when they lack the awareness to secure an identification card? Moreover, how could the relevant authorities fail to scrutinize the circumstances involving an outsider with a mental illness? Did she possess any form of identification? Was it authentic? Wen Yan raised her doubts and requested the police to investigate. The police agreed and advised San Shui to improve Chai Zhao Di's living conditions. Is that all, officer? Improve her living conditions? Wen Yan did not believe that such a malicious old man would genuinely enhance Chai Zhao Di's circumstances. If he had ever harbored such intentions, he would not treat her in this manner. May I speak with you privately, officers? Certainly. Wen Yan led the officers aside to share her thoughts. Given her current condition, cannot you intervene to assess her injuries? I believe she requires medical attention, as she bears numerous bruises. The officers appeared hesitant. Ms. Wen, at present, they are legally married. Beyond persuasion, we have no further recourse. As for the bruises, it is not uncommon for a mentally ill person to sustain injuries. Clearly, in the absence of evidence implicating San Shui in any crime, this matter appeared to be a domestic issue, not even qualifying as a family dispute, given that the other party was a mentally ill patient. However, Wen Yan was concerned that once the crew and police departed, And I San Shui would not only fail to improve Chai Zhao Di's living situation, but might also resort to violence against her in frustration. Let us consider sending her to the hospital. It would be a more prudent course of action. Given her current state, both mental and physical, she should receive medical care. Yet, if I propose this, and I San Shui may refuse or even extort me. Therefore, I hope you, officers, can bring this up. I will cover the expenses. Are you certain? You are an outsider with no ties to Chai Zhao Di. Are you sure you wish to bear her medical costs? Absolutely. I'm not concerned about the money. If I were ever in a similar situation, I would be profoundly grateful to anyone willing to extend a helping hand. Within my capabilities, I am willing to assist her. Very well. Ultimately, Chai Zhao Di was escorted into the police vehicle and taken to the city hospital. As they departed, Anai San Shui cast a venomous glare at Wen Yan, yet she was being taken away by the police, leaving him powerless. Having spent the afternoon in a flurry, none had the opportunity to eat. Zhou Junyi ordered takeout to be delivered to his room. The three gathered in his quarters for a late-night meal. Zhou Junyi remarked, "Today's filming was delayed for half a day, but you will wrap up by the day after tomorrow at the latest. What will you do if Chai Zhao Di's situation is not adequately resolved?" "That works perfectly," Wen Yan replied cheerfully, enjoying her skewers. "Once filming concludes, I will have ample time. Regardless, meeting her feels like a fateful connection between us. Oh, by the way, I have something to share with you." "What is it?" "You will understand once you hear it." Chapter 53. Let me handle what you cannot. As the vaguely familiar melody began to hum, Shun Jing, he immediately recognized it. He looked up at Wen Yan, exclaiming, "Is this Sh?" Wen Yan interrupted him before he could finish. Let director Zhou listen closely. The pure voice and the warm, yet melancholic melody deeply moved Zhou Junyi. Beautiful, utterly moving. What is this piece? Who is humming it? If we could secure the rights, I believe it would make a perfect accompaniment for sure, Sheng. You feel the emotion too, don't you? Wen Yan suddenly lost her appetite for the skewers. A mentally unstable patient is able to hum such a poignant tune with such stability. This melody must hold profound significance for her. I sense that she has a story to tell. As she spoke, Wen Yan was overwhelmed by an inexplicable urge to cry. What is happening? Zhou Junyi, upon witnessing the situation, promptly handed a piece of paper to Wen Yan, typically carefree and boisterous. Today she exhibited a sense of righteousness and maintained her composure while addressing matters, revealing an unexpected emotional depth. Alas, why must a woman with a mental illness be subjected to cruelty and pressured to bear children? Does she desire a sexual life? Does she yearn for offspring? Has anyone ever respected her wishes? This thought saddens me profoundly. Let us cease this discussion and hasten to our meal. After dining, we shall rest. Tomorrow and the day after mark the end of filming. Once concluded, I will visit the Public Security Bureau to inquire about the progress of their investigation. Very well. After filming wraps, feel free to seek me out at the set for any matters you wish to discuss. Zhou Junyi raised his glass to toast with Wen Yan. Shen Jinghe could not help but steal glances at Wen Yan. Had she endured significant suffering before being taken in by the Shen family? How curious. Why was he so intrigued by her past? Nevertheless, after Wen Yan departed, Shen Jinghe still exchanged pleasantries with Zhou Junyi. If she seeks you regarding this matter in the future, you must acquiesce to her request. Should you find it unmanageable, I shall assist. Zhou Junyi was taken aback. What is this? Have you developed feelings for her? Nonsense. Shen Jinghe replied sternly. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. That unfortunate woman deserves all the help we can offer. On the third day, after filming the scene of a character's tragic demise by pesticide, Wen Yan concluded her portrayal of the mute woman, successfully wrapping up the production. The crew presented her with a bouquet of flowers and shared updates and photos of her on social media. However, due to the need for confidentiality in makeup and styling, her clothing was pixelated in the images, and even her face was obscured by a mask. Her fans expressed dissatisfaction for not seeing her beautiful photos, inundating her with messages urging her to share more updates. Soon, she received a comment. Wow, such a beautiful melody. Did the young lady hum it herself? It truly touched me. Initially, it felt warm, but as I listened, tears unexpectedly welled up. Is this melody magical? I feel the same. Why am I so inclined to weep? I seem to envision a woman who, while humming, suddenly walks into a fog where no path is visible. Is this young lady so talented? This melody does not resemble any song available on the market. Did she compose it herself? No, it is not my singing. It belongs to another. I have no knowledge of songwriting. Yes, I too envision a woman bound by chains, who once had a warm and beautiful past, yet sees no future ahead. After replying to these comments, Wen Yan set her phone aside as the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Public Security Bureau. Upon entering, she sought out the two officers who had responded to the previous call and inquired about the investigation's progress. They informed her that initial inquiries had confirmed that Ni Sanshui had indeed registered his marriage to Chai Zhaodi over 30 years ago. Chai Zhaodi's identity was verified as well. She was a local resident who had suffered from mental illness since her youth and had never traveled far. In her 20s, she had gone missing and wandered to Ni Sanshui's home. Subsequently, Ni Sanshui sought out her original family with the consent of her brother and sister-in-law to marry her, and there was no evidence of abduction. They urged Wen Yan not to harbor suspicions. However, when Wen Yan inquired about the whereabouts of Chai's family, they revealed that they had moved away decades ago and had lost track of their location. A mentally ill patient and a vanished maternal family. These, to Wen Yan, were all points of contention. Leaving the Public Security Bureau in disappointment, Wen Yan hailed another taxi. Distraught, she opened her social media app and suddenly stumbled upon a comment that caught her eye. This comment brightened her spirits, and the user was located in a province far from her own. Wen Yan quickly engaged the taxi driver in conversation. Excuse me, are you a local? How long have you been driving a taxi here? Yes, I'm a local. I've been driving for decades. I started driving when I was 20, initially as a tractor driver, transporting goods everywhere. Back then, there were hardly any cars. I only transitioned to driving a taxi later. I know this area very well. What would you like to know? That's wonderful. I would like your assistance in identifying a lullaby. It seems that every region has its own unique lullaby with distinct characteristics. Oh, I can sing our local lullaby for you. Great, thank you. The driver enthusiastically began to hum. However, the melody was entirely different from the one Wen Yan had recorded. Could you listen to this and tell me if it is from your area? Before the recording finished playing, the driver confidently declared, "No, this is not from our region. We only have this one lullaby." Yet, Wen Yan had learned from her investigation that Chai Zhaodi had never left her hometown. If she was indeed a local who had never departed from the province, how had she learned the lullaby from that province? Chapter 54, trending again after thanking the online user. Wen Yan set her phone down. Although filming had concluded, Zhou Jun reserved a hotel room for her. After tidying herself up, she took a taxi to the hospital to visit Chai Zhaodi. The doctor informed her that Chai's mental state had visibly improved over the past few days, significantly better than when she was first admitted. This was good news. Additionally, Wen Yan learned from a nurse that Zhou Jun had secretly extended a payment for Chai Zhaodi's medical expenses during her last hospital visit. Hello, Director Zhou. This is Wen Yan. I wonder if you're finished for the day and able to take a call? Yes, your call is quite timely. I just wrapped up. That's wonderful. I wanted to inform you that Chai Zhaodi is recovering well. I hesitated to disturb you regarding this matter, but I heard that you extended her medical coverage, so I thought it best to inform you. Yes, that's correct. Let us leave it at that. I want to keep you from your rest, Director. At that moment, Zhou Jun was with Shen Jinghe. Although they were not on speakerphone, Shen Jinghe could hear Wen Yan's voice. Sensing that Wen Yan was about to end the call, Shen Jinghe swiftly gestured to Zhou Jun and quickly jotted down a few keywords on his phone. Understanding the cue, Zhou Jun immediately switched to speakerphone and asked Wen Yan, "By the way, have you visited the Public Security Bureau? Any updates on Chai Zhaodi's situation?" Zhou Jun had already contemplated that, at worst, they could have Chai Zhaodi reside in a mental institution for life, a cost manageable for both him and Wen Yan. He even intended to persuade Wen Yan in that direction. However, Shen Jinghe suddenly typed another line on the screen. Asked her what her plans are. Zhou Jun was somewhat surprised, silently questioning, "Are you getting involved?" Shen Jinghe promptly typed another line. "You're already involved." Shen Jinghe chuckled, recalling who had insisted on confronting the problematic deputy director and the marketing account last time. The two exchanged glances, and Zhou Jun then asked Wen Yan, "So, do you plan to investigate on your own?" Wen Yan, lacking such confidence, replied, "I certainly do not possess the capability to investigate alone." "What do you mean by that?" "Public opinion." They both exclaimed in unison. "Exactly." Wen Yan continued, "We can only request the assistance of passionate netizens to help spread the word. By the way, when we discovered Chai Zhaodi, weren't there crew members filming?" "Yes. Let me handle it. We should see this through together. Let's join forces in this endeavor. But can you manage? Don't forget, we are not alone. We are an entire production team. Wen Yan still felt some apprehension. Didn't some of my colleagues disagree when I reported the incident last time? If my insistence causes them to expend additional effort, it would not only upset them, but also weigh heavily on my conscience. Wen Yan, please listen to the director. You truly need not worry about this matter. The crew is busy, but there is also Shen Jinghe's team. At present, Shen Jinghe and the studio's work schedule is relatively relaxed. Wen Yan has also chosen to trust Zhou Jun. All right. I have taken some photos of her at the hospital. I will send them to you. Please blur them. If exposed, this could also be considered social news. I do not reject it and am even open to a separate interview if needed in the future, but there is no need to deliberately focus on it. Indeed, that is my sentiment as well. The lullaby that her mother hummed was specifically requested by the fans. Yin listened to it repeatedly, convinced that it was indeed the same lullaby hummed by Chai Zhaodi. Consequently, she compiled all her findings in a text, along with the recordings and photos, and sent them to Zhou Jun. Zhou Jun, in turn, shared all this information with Shen Jinghe. The efficiency of Shen Jinghe's studio is truly remarkable. Upon seeing the trending topics, Wen Yan immediately logged onto the social platform and noticed several discussions. The silent film crew discovers chain woman in the mountains, suspected of abduction. Explosive. Woman locked in a dilapidated cabin in the mountains. Explosive. Chain woman, silent film crew. Shen Jinghe's jacket. The moment when Yin saw the words silent film crew, she instinctively furrowed her brows. They had clearly discussed over the phone not to focus on it. And Zhou Jun had also agreed. So why was the silent film crew trending now? If they were to capitalize on this attention, it would be rather unethical. However, upon clicking into it, Wen Yan realized that she had misunderstood. The information had been leaked by a journalist who specializes in social news. Although the report utilized much material provided by the crew and Wen Yan, it did not specifically name the silent film crew or any of its actors. Throughout, the journalist only referred to vague terms such as a certain crew and crew actors. Nevertheless, the silent film crew was still uncovered by astute netizens. Some keen fans even pointed out that the jacket worn by Chai Zhaodi when she was rescued belonged to Shen Jinghe. Chapter 55, Scattered Like Stars. Together like a fire, it must be said that upon seeing the trending topic regarding Shen Jinghe's jacket, Wen Yan felt a surge of emotions. The current netizens are truly remarkable, possessing sharp insight. It was indeed these meticulous netizens who swiftly propelled the Chai Zhaodi incident to the forefront of public discourse. According to Zhou Jun, they initially purchased a trending topic, but all subsequent trends were driven by the discussions generated by netizens, word by word. This incident quickly stirred up a massive uproar online, garnering widespread societal attention. Many netizens from the province came forward claiming ownership of the lullaby hummed by Chai Zhaodi. Some even revealed a missing person notice from over 30 years ago from a certain county in the province, stating that Chai Zhaodi bore a striking resemblance to the woman described in the notice. Once this revelation surfaced, netizens fervently demanded that the local authorities establish an investigation team to look into the Chai Zhaodi case. The power of public opinion cannot be underestimated. The relevant departments were inundated with calls. Under the pressure of public scrutiny, a local investigation team was formed, and the situation indeed took a turn. It turned out that Chai Zhaodi was not truly named Chai Zhaodi. Her identity was false, and her marriage certificate was also fabricated. She had been trafficked from the province to another, sold to Ni Sanshui, and during that time, she bore 5 children for him. However, apart from Ni Dada, who had a sudden illness that caused him to abduct Wen Yan, the whereabouts of the other children remain unknown. Netizens demanded a thorough investigation into whether Ni Sanshui was indeed capable of harming his own children. Upon verification, it was found that the other children had either succumbed to childhood diseases or suffered accidental deaths. Ultimately, Ni Sanshui was criminally detained, and relevant personnel from the associated departments were either dismissed or reassigned. Upon her return, Chai Zhaodi's mental state improved day by day, and her health also gradually enhanced, which was the most gratifying aspect for netizens. As this matter concluded, discussion surrounding the silent film crew, Shen Jinghe, and Wen Yan soared once again. That jacket belongs to Hehe. I believe the one who called the police at that time must have been Hehe. Hehe is just that righteous. I am truly moved. I have been a fan of his for so many years, and his character is truly commendable. What are you saying? If I recall correctly, the first report mentioned the words female actor. Shen Jinghe has good character, but he's a male actor, right? What does he have to do with female actors? Indeed, the first person to hum that lullaby was Wen Yan. Did you all not notice? Huh, so funny. The Audition Sisters fans are here again. You all really cannot resist the temptation to ride on the coattails of the hype. Are you not afraid of collapsing? Oh no, she has no foundation. Zero works? How laughable. To the one above, I am indeed laughing. So selective in your blindness, yet you attack others. Take a good look at how many trending topics your brother has on the list. Do we need to ride the hype? Absolutely not. Think about it carefully. When the initial report came out, it mentioned the entire crew. May I ask, with so many staff and actors present, why did everyone else remain silent while only the Audition sister posted? What was her intention? Are you out of your mind? How can you blacken her? When did she post the humming audio? And when did the news come out? Open your eyes and take a good look. The Audition sister is just overly dramatic. She must have known the direction of the matter beforehand, so she acted accordingly. At this moment, a netizen named April's Little Happiness spoke up. And you're saying it's sad in the tune. Why don't you claim to be Beethoven? April's Little Happiness. I am stating facts. Why are you bringing up Beethoven? Facts? So what? Are you a crew member? Did you see it with your own eyes? Silly. April's Little Happiness. Why are you resorting to insults? What I say is true. Just because you say it's true, it is? Then I could say, I am Shen Jinghe's wife. He is lying beside me right now. Do you believe me? Indeed. 1's character reflects in their fans. Such theatrics. In an instant, April's Little Happiness was besieged. This was her first time being attacked after so long of surfing the internet, leaving her feeling quite upset and aggrieved. Therefore, she sent a private message to Wen Yan. Wen Yan discovered that the netizen who had previously provided her with a lullaby, known as April's Little Happiness, had sent her a message. Hello, Yin Yan. May I call you that? Previously, in private messages, you called me Miss Wen Yan. Hello, of course. Can I ask you a question? I saw the news about Chai Zhaodi, so the actress mentioned in the news who discovered her is you, and you're also the one who noticed something was amiss with her humming, right? I'm about to cry, from beginning to end. This matter could not have come to light without the help of enthusiastic netizens like you. I know these past few days, the internet has been inundated with discussions about where the sense of justice should belong. However, everyone seems to overlook one point. This sense of justice is not merely embodied in any single person, but rather manifests in the entire group of dedicated netizens, scattered like stars, together like a fire. This is the strength of all of us. Why must we argue over who is superior? If you believe that person is me, then you are me. If you believe that person is Teacher Shen, then you are also Teacher Shen. In the face of this matter, there is no distinction between us. After replying to April's Little Happiness, Wen Yan promptly sent a message to Zhou Juni. Director, let us spend some money to withdraw the trending topic. This matter is not of an entertainment nature and should not be discussed in this manner. He included both Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe in the conversation. Wen Yan immediately messaged Zhou Juni privately. What does this mean? Simultaneously, she received a private message from Shen Jinghe. Why not come directly to me? Chapter 56, The Reversal. Why not approach him directly? He even added 2 question marks. You should be aware that this chat group was not initiated by me, right? Obviously, the initial decision to leak information online was made in consultation with the director, as you should know. Well, I suppose that's true. Therefore, I will certainly reach out to the director. He mentioned my desire to remove the trending topic, and if it were to be taken down, yours would undoubtedly be included as well. Hence, I said you should come directly to me. Never mind, it's all the same. After all, he has created a group, so let us discuss it there. All the same, Shen Jinghe suddenly found himself reluctant to play the Good Samaritan behind the scenes. From start to finish, he had been involved in this matter, and the reason he left everything to Zhou Juni was to spare Wen Yan any psychological burden. He also wished to prevent any insider from leaking information that could lead to her being criticized by fans. After all, the decision to proceed this way was initially due to her insistence. It now appears that imposing a slight psychological burden on her may be more beneficial. Otherwise, her tone of voice could become quite erratic. In the next moment, Zhou Juni began to speak in the chat group. Zhou Juni. The purpose of creating this group is to discuss the removal of the trending topic. Recently, it has indeed generated significant online discussion. Wen Yan believes that this matter is not of an entertainment nature and should not be discussed in such a manner. However, both the production team and you two have been thrust into the spotlight, and she suggests we remove it. What are your thoughts, Jinghe? Shen Jinghe. I agree. Wen Yan, great. It's unanimously approved. Now, we face the most crucial question ahead. Zhou Junyi, what question? Wen Yan, he the costs. How shall we calculate them? Shall we split evenly or by head count or with some other standard? I have absolutely no experience in this. Zhou Junyi, don't worry, I have experience. Shen Jinghe thought, experience? What experience do you even have? The real expertise lies with my studio. Wen Yan, that's wonderful. Shall we proceed with the arrangements now? Zhou Junyi, rest assured. Wen Yan, all right then, I shall await your good news. Director Zhou. The discussion in the group concluded there. Zhou Junyi promptly messaged Shen Jinghe privately. Let us get this done quickly. This trending topic has been up for several days. It's best to take it down sooner rather than later. Shen Jinghe, aren't you the one with all the experience, boasting about it? Zhou Junyi, are you upset? Sen Hingel, no. Zhou Junyi. So, when shall we remove the trending topic? Shen Jinghe, inform Wen Yan that I am actually the one handling this. Zhou Junyi was taken aback. Your attitude towards Wen Yan is quite enigmatic. I cannot comprehend it all. Could you elaborate? I'm exceedingly curious. Put away your curiosity. Look at how Wen Yan interacts with Zhou Junyi, as if she owes him a debt of gratitude. If she truly owed a debt, then the creditor would be Shen Jinghe. That night, all related trending topics were significantly reduced in exposure, and the associated keywords became unsearchable. This quickly sparked a new wave of discussion. Amazing. All the trending topics have vanished. Who is Wen Yan, and does she have a benefactor behind her? Indeed, all terms related to Wen Yan and Chai Zhaodi were rendered unsearchable, including any keywords associating Wen Yan with the trending topic. Impressive. The speed of the removal is astonishing. She might think that riding the coattails of a sensational news story will establish her as a just figure. But it seems netizens are not convinced at all. I cannot bear to watch as a bystander. Those who continuously attack this actress are clearly biased. With how much you surf the internet, you surely cannot be unaware that not just this actress's keywords disappeared tonight, right? Not only this actress, but also the major star Shen Jinghe and the entire production team of Shi Sheng. All their associated trending topics were removed as well. So does that mean the major star and the entire production team also have benefactors? Exactly. Initially, just a bystander. Now his fans are relentlessly attacking a small actress. And I'm about to turn against him. His fans are truly troublesome. Any female actress, as long as they share the same frame with him, is subject to criticism. Oh dear, please don't say that. The majority of Shen's fans are quite high quality. If you don't believe me, you can check our fan club. We genuinely prohibit malicious slander against any other actors. It can only be said that the fan base is simply too large. And not everyone has joined the official fan club. It's better in the public square. You can see Wen Yan's circle where the criticisms are even harsher. Indeed, due to the keywords being blocked, some extreme netizens have taken to berating Wen Yan directly on her account. Many have also charged into the production team as social media, igniting yet another wave of discussion. A bystander named Yu could no longer stand by. Unable to contain herself, she posted a dynamic update along with screenshots of her private conversation with Wen Yan. She captioned it. Some people truly measure a gentleman's heart with their own petty mindset. Being falsely accused by a scoundrel. Even Shen Jinghe personally came out to clarify. Yet you devoted fans still refuse to let Wen Yan off the hook. No matter what she does or is suspected of doing, you remain dissatisfied, claiming she is merely seeking attention. Seeing these baseless speculations in the middle of the night is truly infuriating. You can look at the screenshots for yourselves. Screenshot. Scattered like stars, united like a fire. Wow, Wen Yan's vision truly is grand. If you believe that person is Teacher Shen, then you're also Teacher Shen. In this matter, we're no different. Ah, family, who understands? I really adore this line. I'm truly moved to tears. It is indeed quite touching. But amidst the sentiment, I seem to have discovered a flaw. You initially intended to inquire whether Wen Yan was the one who leaked the information. But after her response, I believe it must be her. Why? Because if it weren't her, she could have simply denied it. Yet she did not. Above, 10086. I agree. Denial would suffice. There's no need for all this. Haha. Could it be that someone actually believes it? If she were the one who initiated it, why wouldn't she admit it? This ambiguity is merely for the sake of attention. A bunch of fools are being led around in circles, still defending her. It seems that those in the entertainment industry all have their tricks. Exactly, this so-called CU is merely someone Wen Yan hired, and anyone can create such screenshots. Give me 10 minutes, and I can produce 100. As soon as this comment appeared, it received thousands of likes. CU, unable to contain her anger, decided to record her screen and posted the video to prove she was not hired. Yet, she was immediately accused of being a plant sent by Wen Yan. In that moment, she was at a loss for how to refute it. However, at that moment, another highly rated comment appeared. Ha! Truly a case of seeking a hammer to nail down. Did you not claim that CU is a plant? First, go and see what the director of the Shisheng production team has posted. Chapter 57. She gained followers again. Oh, and if CU is a plant, then Shen Jinghe and the director of Shisheng are also hired by Wen Yan. Wow, Miss Wen Yan is truly impressive, managing to ensnare major star Shen Jinghe and a newly appointed director all by herself. Does she own a diamond mine, perhaps a galaxy-wide chain? If she is so capable, why is she merely playing a minor role in a new director's film? Why not invest in herself as the leading lady? Haha, the person above understands irony. I'm dying of laughter. 10086, a galaxy-wide chain. I'm genuinely laughing to death. Enough. I must go observe the director now. Zhou Junye's decision to share the screenshot of their three-person group discussion regarding the removal of the trending topic was actually at Shen Jinghe's behest. Once he posted this update, netizens swiftly shifted their focus. One of Shen Jinghe's fans aptly noted that this trending topic was indeed orchestrated by Wen Yan. This is a solid confirmation. It must be said that the landscape has dramatically changed. Observing what they have expressed, it is evident that they are acutely aware that the Chai Zhaodi incident is not a matter of entertainment and should not be discussed in such a manner. Allow me to clarify. The lady in question is fully aware that these topics could generate publicity for her. Yet she would rather spend to have them removed than to capitalize on this wave of attention. Conversely, some individuals incessantly cling to the idea of riding on this popularity, refusing to let it go. Ironically, their husbands also supported the removal of the trending topic. If Wen Yan's decision to withdraw from the trending list is a sign of guilt, then should not their husbands also face criticism for their active request to remove it? Let me just say, Wen Yan truly is a gem, and our He is also a treasure of boy. This trending topic had no negative impact on him, yet he chose to withdraw it voluntarily. I believe that both actors, along with the director, possess commendable values, although some netizens tend to be overly extreme. Now that the director has released the screenshot, it is time for everyone to disperse. The screenshot features the three of them, and I trust that the director shared this update only after consulting with the other two. This outcome was a mutual decision. Thus, with the main figures having stepped back, it is time for the onlookers to also retreat. We shall not disperse. Dispersing is akin to scattering stars, while gathering is like a blazing fire. Indeed, we must rally for justice. I propose we create a positive topic to boost the momentum and show our support for their actions. But isn't that inappropriate? They have spent money to remove the trending topic, indicating a desire for the discussion to cease. So why persist? This is different. The previous direction was misguided, but now it is oriented towards positivity. Everyone, let us get to it. Dispersing is akin to scattering stars, while gathering is like a blazing fire. Let us champion the positive energy of Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe. Shisheng Crew's Iron Triangle WeChat Trio Discussion Group, Zhou Junye. Screenshot. Look at this trending topic. The online landscape is indeed unpredictable. In a matter of moments, the wind has shifted. Wen Yan. Unexpected Zhou Junye. I checked, and we are all gaining followers, especially my and Wen Yan's accounts, which are growing rapidly since our initial base was quite small. Jinghe's new followers are increasing at a slower pace due to his already substantial base. Wen Yan, what does this mean for us? Is it a case of fortune arising from misfortune? Wen Yan, that is hard to evaluate. In just over a month, I've been trending for quite some time. A person without any works has somehow amassed hundreds of thousands of followers. If someone had told me this before, I wouldn't have believed it. Zhou Junye, what is wrong? Wen Yan, this level of attention and the number of followers feels somewhat unreal. Dear director, could you do me another favor? Zhou Junye, what do you need? Wen Yan, since we've already gone through all this, could you please help me remove those trending topics that just surged? Zhou Junye, you want to give that up? But you're gaining followers, and it's positive. Wen Yan, yes. I don't want it anymore. Can you assist me with this? Wen Yan also sensed something unusual. Why is Teacher Shen not speaking? Zhou Junye, because he is right next to me. At this moment, the two are discussing the matter of removing the trending topics. Zhou Junye asks Shen Jinghe, how should I respond? Should I agree or not? Of course, he should agree. There is no reason not to. Well then, when should I tell her that all this credit actually belongs to you? Zhou Jun. All right, you're handsome. I'll follow your lead. Thus, the netizens who were engrossed in data and watching the drama suddenly noticed that the trending topic they were following had vanished yet again. In the next moment, they came across Wen Yan's latest update. Thank you all for your attention, but I look forward to seeing you through my works. Sending love. This post subtly conveys the message that matters unrelated to her work should no longer capture attention. She simply wishes to focus on her career. However, just as everyone prepared to comment, they discovered that Wen Yan had closed the comment section. This effectively silenced all netizens on her platform. Nevertheless, a fan group had already been established, and fans began to express themselves within the group. Who understands? My beloved lady has once again removed her trending topic, and she casually dismissed such immense fortune. It's hilarious. She might think that removing the trending topic means the heat will dissipate. But little did she know that fans are fervently promoting her. It seems her follower growth is even more vigorous than before. Indeed, the eyes of the public are discerning. This, in fact, is a testament to her character. Well said. Applause. It's quite remarkable. If she dedicates herself to her career, she will undoubtedly achieve great success. With her looks and acting skills already in place, coupled with her admirable character and relationships, it would be a travesty if she did not rise to fame. Yes, after this event, Heiress has already garnered attention before its release. Initially, it might have taken a long time to premiere, but this incident will likely expedite the process, as it has already gained significant popularity and will not struggle to achieve box office success. However, she cannot intend to keep the comments section closed indefinitely. Otherwise, we fans would find no joy left. Without a platform to urge for updates or interact, how could that not hinder her future development? Chapter 58. A frightening encounter. She truly is quite headstrong, haha. But I like it. It shows character. April's little happiness. No, I just privately messaged Wen Yan, and she said that comments will be reopened once she has works. It's not permanent. Really? Can I see the screenshot? April's little happiness. Sure. Here, that's the screenshot. Since then, Wen Yan has not logged into social media. However, before departing, she decided to greet Shen Jinghe. After sending this message, Wen Yan set her phone aside to prepare her luggage. A knock on the door? Although a bit puzzled, Wen Yan took her phone and walked to the door. Peering through the peephole, she confirmed that Shen Jinghe was indeed outside. Wen Yan promptly opened the door. Just as ever, Shen Jinghe was sparing with words. Just now, Wen Yan peered down the corridor to ensure no one was watching. You came to find me without anyone noticing, right? Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow. What? Are you afraid? Not all. Wen Yan chuckled. What do I have to be afraid of? I'm just concerned about you being worried about others' gossip. Shen Jinghe scoffed lightly, and then handed Wen Yan a plastic bag. Here, this is for you. Wen Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Is he actually this kind to me? Hearing Wen Yan's inner thoughts, Shen Jinghe remarked. Granny Zhou asked me to bring this to you. She said it's fruit only found in the mountains. Really? Wen Yan was both curious and excited. I must try it right away. Do you want some? No, I've already had some. Thanks then. Wen Yan responded and pretended to close the door. However, Shen Jinghe clearly had no intention of leaving. So, does Teacher Shen have any further instructions? Shen Jinghe glanced at her. There's no one else here. You don't need to be sarcastic. Wen Yan, who is being sarcastic? This is unfair. How can this be considered sarcasm? I'm asking if Teacher Shen has anything else to discuss. Shen Jinghe, slightly awkward, cleared his throat. You just said, thank you, right? Wen Yan blinked. Yes, thank you, second brother. For what? Thank you for bringing me fruit. Is that all? Well, should there be? Should I invite you in for a bottle of mineral water? Or perhaps I could order you a cup of milk tea. Maybe some barbecue? A serving of crayfish? Or perhaps some desserts? Stop it. If there's nothing else, just wash up and go to bed. Wen Yan chuckled lightly, thinking to herself, Shen Jing and this guy must be wondering why I haven't expressed my gratitude for the efforts he and his studio have made these days. Really, doing good deeds without seeking recognition, yet still wanting thanks. Only someone as prideful as him could pull off such a thing. Shen Jing realized she was already aware. It seemed he had been amusing himself just moments ago. However, he had no intention of seeking her gratitude. He simply wanted her to understand that she owed him a favor. Yet, if she did not bring it up first, he would feel too shy to initiate the conversation. Just as he turned around, Wen Yan called out to him, That's more like it. No need to see me off. All right then, Shen Laosher, take care. He had no intention of seeing her off. Shen Jing wondered if there could be a button to silence Wen Yan's inner thoughts. Once she lay on her bed, Wen Yan finally had the time to call Su Yang. The emotional roller coaster of the past few days had been overwhelming. I wasn't even this anxious when your second brother debuted. Is it because of the trending topics these days? Yes. Looking back, your second brother's debut seemed quite smooth, with praises flooding the internet. But your situation is different. One moment, a tide of criticism washes over you. Then another wave of support comes crashing in. It's both infuriating and comforting. I'm angry that some people attack you indiscriminately, yet I'm delighted to see so many defending you. They truly appreciate your worth, unlike the others. Hee. Controversy is still publicity. It means I'm popular. You're still laughing. However, I never expected you to remain so composed while handling this matter. I was worried you might lose your cool due to your youth. Not at all. I'm already an adult. Plus, your second brother has helped me quite a bit this time. Really? Su Yang's interest peaked instantly. How did he help you? Do tell. Wen Yan then recounted the silent support Shen had provided. After finishing, she concluded, I believe your second brother truly values family ties. He just never had the right opportunities before. This time, we happen to be in the same production team. Although he is quite prideful and claimed in front of you and Dad that he wouldn't take care of me, he still lent me a hand when I faced difficulties. So, I believe that as long as we create suitable chances, we can certainly mend the relationship between him and the family. We will all become a loving family. And that day is not far off. Good, Yin Yan. Just hearing this warms my heart. You truly are our family's little lucky star. I can see that your relationship with your second brother is improving. You may need to create more opportunities in the future. Don't worry, Mom. You treat me so well and have given me a home. I will surely contribute to this family. However, she suddenly changed her mind and decided to surprise Su Yang. Unexpectedly, before she could surprise her family, someone at home gave her quite a fright. Chapter 59. I recorded it all when Wen Yan pushed open her bedroom door. She was taken aback to find Shen sitting on her bed with an ambiguous smile, seemingly waiting for her. How absurd. At that moment, Wen Yan was at a loss for words. She had greeted Zhang Sa and the other household staff quite warmly upon entering. Even though Shen was on the third floor, she must have heard those greetings. Wen Yan didn't know what to say. Shen, is this how you were raised? You disgust me. Please leave at once. Leave? Shen smirked. It appears you still lack a clear understanding of your position. Let me make it clear. This is my home, and you reside in my family's house. I can come and go as I please. Wen Yan gave her a look of disdain. Did you really just return from a business trip? Or did you attend a mental health workshop overseas? You seem quite unwell. Did the foreign doctors prescribe you any medication? If their treatment isn't effective, I suggest you see a traditional Chinese doctor. Honestly. What did you say? Shen clenched her teeth, her facial muscles twitching slightly. Are you really not afraid of me anymore? She made a threatening statement and suddenly stood up. Wen Yan glanced at her and scoffed dismissively. Are you Voldemort? Why should I be afraid of you? Or do you have a contagious disease? If mental illness were contagious, I would indeed be quite fearful. Beautiful? Wen Yan rolled her eyes at Shen. Please do not tarnish that word. Just as Wen Yan finished speaking, Shen picked up a notebook from the bed. Wen Yan instantly recognized it as her diary, making her feel utterly repulsed. You actually rifled through my things? That's theft, is it? Shen appeared unconcerned. I thought I was here to bond with my good sister. You mentioned me the most in this diary. I just didn't expect you to hide your writing so deeply. TSK, what a poor little thing you are. It must feel awful to be bullied. Would you like to experience that again? Wen Yan was losing her patience. Is that all you can say? If you have the guts, push me off the rooftop in front of Mom and Dad. If you dare to do that, I might just respect you. With that, Wen Yan rummaged through her bag for her phone. You just want to use this diary as evidence, intending to report me to Mom and Dad. But unfortunately, I've already discovered this worn-out piece of junk. Ha! Shen laughed triumphantly, flipping open the diary in front of Wen Yan. Your so-called evidence is gone. How does that feel? Surprised? Unexpected? How could one person's true nature be so hideous? Wen Yan had once hoped to get along with her, but she found it more disgusting than eating excrement. By the way, I noticed you seem quite free lately. I heard you got involved in some incident. Are you so eager for fame? Would you like me to expose your identity as a foster daughter of the Shen family? It might yield better results than this social news. As Shen spoke, she scrutinized Wen Yan while casually lighting a cigarette. The moment the smoke wafted into the air, Wen Yan's patience reached its breaking point, setting off alarm bells in her mind. She gently placed her suitcase against the wall, then slowly approached Shen from behind, ultimately yanking her hair and dragging her out. From now on, You should not be called Shunjiro. Let's rename you Jinima Huaduo. I'm truly fed up with you. I rarely lose my temper, but seeing you changes my demeanor entirely. Wen Yan forcefully threw Shunjiro out the door. Seeing her tossed out like a piece of large garbage brought an unexpected sense of relief to Wen Yan. She walked over, stomped out the cigarette, but then bent down to pick up the extinguished cigarette and shoved it back into Shunjiro's mouth, while cursing. For a moment, you made me feel out of control. You truly are a pathetic person, Jinima Huaduo. Get lost. Initially, Shunjiro was a bit dazed when her head hit the ground after being thrown by Wen Yan. However, she quickly regained her senses and began to struggle and resist. To her surprise, she found herself no match for Wen Yan, who seemed to possess significant strength. Just as she was about to retaliate, Wen Yan loudly called for reinforcements. Zhang Sao, Zhang Sao, get up here quickly. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Shunjiro scrambled to her feet. Wen Yan could not help but roll her eyes again. What are you doing? You cannot possibly intend to roll down by yourself and then frame me in front of Zhang Sao, can you? I am truly exasperated. Wen Yan retrieved her phone from her pocket, stating, the reason it was turned off previously was due to my being on a plane. Thankfully, thanks to your reminder, I have turned it back on. You should just roll down these stairs. I will capture the entire spectacle on video, and then I shall personally present you with a little golden trophy as a reward. How does that sound? I am utterly disheartened. Moreover, if you truly wish to engage in some underhanded scheming, I hereby declare that I am officially at war with you. Chapter 60. Similar looks when Zhang Sao entered Wen Yan's room. Wen Yan was tinkering with her recording pen. After Shunjiro had left, she felt it imperative to install a camera in her room. She was also grateful for her habit of carrying a recording pen. This habit had been cultivated specifically due to Shunjiro, as she had once neglected to regularly clear the contents of the pen, resulting in insufficient memory. This meant that everything that had transpired with Shunjiro today had gone unrecorded. Just then, as Zhang Sao began conversing with her, she tucked the recording pen away. Zhang Sao inquired if there was anything she needed. Wen Yan pointed to the floor near Zhang Sao's feet and said, Shunjiro was smoking in my room earlier, and a cigarette but burned a hole in my carpet. Could you please assist me in replacing it? Zhang Sao was taken aback. Mrs. Smoking? Indeed, Wen Yan shrugged. I was just as surprised. Zhang Sao nodded. So, shall we select a new color for the carpet, or shall it remain the same as before? The same as before will suffice. Very well, I shall go prepare it. Is there anything else you require? No, that will be all. Thank you, Zhang Sao. Once Zhang Sao departed, Wen Yan stood up to stretch her shoulders and back. In truth, she was not particularly strong. It was merely that after being unexpectedly carried away by Ni-2 during a filming excursion in the mountains, she developed a sense of crisis and began exercising deliberately. Following her recent encounter with Shunjiro, she too was not in the best condition, her right shoulder sore and weak from overexertion. While massaging her shoulder, her gaze fell upon the diary on her bedside table, prompting her to feel that her earlier encounter with Shunjiro had not been sufficiently forceful. Fortunately, she had already recorded videos and taken photos of the diary, so if it were to prove useful in the future, presenting the remnants of the diary along with the photographs should suffice. In another room on the same floor, Shunjiro sat before her vanity mirror, examining the slight tear at the corner of her mouth. She cursed Wen Yan vehemently. If it had not been for the online exposure of Chai Zhaodi's incident, she would likely still be abroad working on her project. She had never been fond of browsing the news while in the country, and upon arriving overseas, her phone usage had diminished even further. However, Shunjing, he was an exception for her. While she did not concern herself with the domestic entertainment industry, she closely followed Shunjing, he's social media accounts. Because she followed Shunjing, she had come across the news regarding Chai Zhaodi. In that sensational social report, she had also seen Ni Sanshui. The sight of these two individuals made her feel nauseous, as they were a source of great embarrassment for her. Ironically, it was Wen Yan who had exposed this social news. Shunjiro was uncertain whether this was mere coincidence or if Wen Yan had orchestrated it deliberately. After tending to her mouth's injury, Shunjiro could not resist opening her mobile browser to search for the latest updates on Chai Zhaodi. There were individuals tracking her story, making it easy to discover her recent condition. Reports indicated that Chai Zhaodi had been recovering well and even shared a photo of herself eating. In the image, she appeared quiet and composed, lacking excessive expression, resembling an ordinary person. Her profile was even quite beautiful, as commented by netizens beneath her photo. Unanticipatedly, they remarked on her side profile, stating that if it were not for the decades of suffering, she would undoubtedly be a great beauty today. Indeed, did you not see that there were experts who simulated her youthful appearance? It was truly stunning, the kind of beauty that could grace the entertainment industry. Where is it? Where is it? Direct link. The expert posted in their updates that they had received permission to share the photos here. The photos were astounding. The current netizens did not deceive me. If she truly looked like this in her youth, it was extraordinarily beautiful. I feel as though I have seen this beauty somewhere before. Are you aware of a remarkable jewelry designer in the fashion industry named Su Yang? She possesses a unique charm, though there are few photos of her online. However, among the scanned images, I find that Chai Zhao Di bears a striking resemblance to her. Do not simply speak. Share the photos with us. Wait, let me find them. I have located them. My goodness. Before seeing the comparison image, I thought there was no resemblance. After seeing the comparison image, I would have doubted it if Chai Zhao Di had not undergone a paternity test with her family. I would have suspected they were biological sisters. My heavens, it truly looks alike. This is a case of similar faces but divergent destinies. However, the simulation may not be accurate. It might have referenced the renowned designer's photos. Upon reading these comments, Shenji Ro felt her hands trembling. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze towards her reflection in the mirror. Indeed, when she first arrived at the Shen family 4 years ago, it was precisely due to her face, which bore a 5 to 6% resemblance to Su Yang, that she alleviated many doubts from the Shen and Su families. Why is it that Wen Yan and Shen Jing, he were the ones to expose Chai Zhaodi's incident? And why does Wen Yan no longer fear her? Do they know something? Shenji Ro suddenly recalled another matter and hastily searched for the keyword Chai Zhaodi's child online. Upon discovering that there were few results under this keyword, Shenji Ro greatly sighed in relief. She then promptly made a phone call. Afterward, someone posted a new comparison image beneath the images of Chai Zhaodi and Su Yang. This is nothing special. I simulated it myself and found I look like this too, but in reality, I am not that attractive. I restored an old photo of my great-grandmother and generated a photo of her in her youth, and it looks quite similar. Could this be a template? No. None of you can compare to my absurdity. I edited a photo of my grandfather, and it turned out to be nearly this way as well. This is hard to judge, but my grandfather has a square face. What will he think of this? Please, what simulation did you use? I beg for the name. I want to try it too. The link leads to a download page. You should all give a try. However, when netizens clicked on that link, they discovered it was a blank page. The person who posted the link claimed it had been functioning perfectly moments ago. Now, it seems the entire thing has crashed. Consequently, this topic could not progress further, and the credibility of those comparison images seemed to have dissipated. Chapter 61, A Romantic Heart-Second Miss. It is all ready. Please have a look and see if you're satisfied. If you find the effect unsatisfactory, we can change it. To her surprise, there was not an identical carpet left in the storeroom. No need to change. This color is quite pleasant. I am very satisfied. The carpet in Wen Yan's room was soon replaced with a new one. After the replacement, she and Zhang Sa exited together. This time, she was more cautious, locking the door even for a brief trip downstairs. Hearing her laughter with Zhang Sa, Shenji Ro, 2 rooms away, could not help but perk up her ears. Shenji Ro looked upon this with disdain. That insufferable Wen Yan, even going so far as to curry favor with a mere housekeeper, such behavior was beyond her capabilities. Yet, it seemed that Su Yang quite appreciated her character. This Wen Yan was becoming increasingly troublesome. Wen Yan descended the stairs with the intention of preparing a delightful surprise for Su Yang. Although she was not particularly skilled in cooking, arranging a fruit platter was well within her capabilities. "Damn, Wen Yan exclaimed, her smile radiant, akin to a little sun, as she bounded toward Su Yang. "No. Today I'm picking up your father from a company because I happen to be negotiating a collaboration nearby. After the meeting, I went straight to your father's office. Oh dear, my precious daughter has lost weight. Have you not been eating well in those remote mountains?" Su Yang expressed concern. "I invested in your director, hoping he would treat you better, yet you seem to have slimmed down." Wen Yan chuckled. Gently pulling Su Yang to the sofa, she explained, "I wanted to give you both a surprise. While it's true that simplicity is the essence of life, an overly mundane existence lacks excitement. I find creating surprises to be a romantic endeavor. Just try a piece of fruit, but be cautious with the topmost piece. Do not exert too much force when you fork it." Su Yang, bewildered, inquired why. "Is this fruit made of some special material?" Not all. It's just ordinary fruit. Hurry and taste it. You will see. Wen Yan urged, eagerly handing Su Yang a fruit fork. Observing her enthusiasm, Su Yang felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. What if I break it? Oh, come now, it's not that easy to ruin. Even if you do, it doesn't matter. Just give it a try. Reluctantly, yet with an air of anticipation, Su Yang delicately speared the topmost piece of red dragon fruit. As she lifted it, the layers of fruit beneath it tumbled down like a cascade of dominoes. Although 2 pieces did not fall successfully, the result was unmistakably shaped like a red heart. It's a heart, Su Yang exclaimed, astonished. Coming from a privileged background, she had never lacked for anything and had seen many splendid things throughout her life. However, at this moment, she was deeply touched by the fruit heart crafted by her adopted daughter. Hurry, dear husband, come and see. It is truly romantic. Our Yen is such an angel. Quick, hand me my bag. I need to take a photo. Zhang Sa, who had been waiting nearby, promptly passed Su Yang her bag. Good job, Yin. Su Yang praised, her heart swelling with gratitude. I adore this little romantic gesture. Thank you, my daughter. Come here and give Mom a hug. I have missed you so much these past 2 months. Embraced in Su Yang's warm and fragrant embrace, Wen Yan felt a wave of happiness wash over her, yet she did not forget to show concern for the head of the household. Dad, you should eat too. I'll wash the grapes you love. Our Yan is truly obedient, Su Yang complimented once more. To be honest, she was tempted to share a photo of the heart-shaped fruit platter on social media. However, after careful consideration, she refrained from doing so, not wishing to make Ji Ro feel neglected. The relationship between her 2 daughters was already somewhat sensitive, and she did not want to appear to favor one over the other. It was not just a matter of having seen things. There had been conflicts as well. Nevertheless, Wen Yan chose not to mention the altercation, merely nodding and smiling while preoccupied with rummaging through other people's rooms and journals. Oh, that is because Su Yang began, but was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Shen, Ji Ro's voice from behind them. She could never have anticipated that the wretched Wen Yan was secretly preparing a surprise in the kitchen. What a quaint heart-shaped fruit platter. It was utterly ridiculous. It was as if Su Yang had taken a liking to such trivialities. Truly, one could not escape familial resemblance. Shen Ji Ro's heart darkened, yet her expression remained deceptively gentle as she seated herself beside Su Yang, engaging her in casual conversation. Mom, this is my first time staying abroad for such an extended period. Initially, I found it quite challenging. How did you all manage? I wish to work hard and prove my worth, rather than be seen as someone who relies on family connections for this position. What a good child, so ambitious. I am proud of you, Su Yang responded, beaming with pride. Shen Ji Ro continued to engage Su Yang in conversation, occasionally casting a glance at Wen Yan. Her expression laced with provocation. She expected Wen Yan to feel jealous or envious. However, Wen Yan could only sincerely appreciate Su Yang's kindness. Ms. Su is truly gentle, treating all her children equally. How fortunate I am that fate has bestowed upon me such a wonderful mother. Upon hearing Wen Yan's heartfelt sentiments, Su Yang felt her heart melt, accompanied by a twinge of guilt. Yet, this child held no grievances, instead showering praise upon her as a mother. Su Yang wished she could clone herself to dedicate time solely to comforting Wen Yan. Fortunately, her husband seemed to understand her thoughts. Shen Yuan appeared to sense Su Yang's contemplations and initiated a conversation with Wen Yan. How has the filming been for you over the past 2 months? Have you become accustomed to being in front of the camera? Initially, it was somewhat uncomfortable, but gradually I mastered the essence. Though my role is not substantial, the director's expectations are quite high, and I have learned a great deal from this opportunity. Without the accumulation of small streams, one cannot form a mighty river. Take your time, and you shall surely succeed. Thank you for your encouragement, Dad. So this is how the formidable Shen Yuan offers encouragement. He exudes a serious sincerity. Shen Yuan silently stroked his chin. His stern demeanor was a family trait, inherited from his forebears. After dinner, Shen Yuan retreated to the study. Only Wen Yan, Su Yang, and Shen Ji Ro remained in the hall. Just as Wen Yan was about to excuse herself, Su Yang unexpectedly inquired about Shen Ji Ro's adoptive parents. By the way, Ji Ro, how is your adoptive mother? When is her surgery scheduled? Should I discuss with your father about arranging for her to be transferred to a better hospital? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Wen Yan immediately understood. However, it must be said that Shen Ji Ro's behavior was rather peculiar. What ulterior motive could she possibly harbor? Thank you, Mom, but there is no need to trouble you and Dad. We are indeed planning to change hospitals, but we don't intend to seek one domestically. My adoptive father mentioned that they plan to have his surgery abroad, as the technology is more advanced there. Going abroad? Won't that require a lengthy wait? Why haven't you mentioned this before? The medical system abroad differs from ours. Oh, I only heard about it from my adoptive father, who said there are relatives abroad. So scheduling the surgery should not be a problem. Su-yang nodded. Your adoptive parents have faced challenges over the years. Do they have any financial difficulties? If so, I can offer assistance. No need, Mom. Shen Ji-ro quickly declined. They have savings and can manage. In fact, this is what they specifically instructed me. They do not want me to use family money to support them. They worry it will burden me, but the truth is, no one in this family would ever put me in a difficult position because my family treats me wonderfully. As Shen Ji-ro spoke, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Su-yang, whose emotions were easily stirred, felt a rush of tears at the sight of her daughter, reminding her of the decades spent apart. She had never doubted Shen Ji-ro. However, Wen Yan could not help but question whether everything she and Su-yang perceived was merely an act put on by Shen Ji-ro. Quietly, she retrieved 2 tissues and offered one to both Su-yang and Shen Ji-ro. Su-yang accepted hers without hesitation, but Shen Ji-ro's expression shifted. She had not yet shed a tear, yet Wen Yan, that insufferable girl, was meddling by offering tissues. What was her role here, and why had she not yet departed? Unbeknownst to Wen Yan, she was oblivious to Shen Ji-ro's true feelings. Had she known, she would have grinned mischievously and made a silly face at Shen Ji-ro. However, the more Shen Ji-ro spoke with eloquence, the more intrigued Wen Yan became about her parents. She resolved to take action. Mom, since that is the case, why don't we take some time to visit Ai? I heard she was unwell and hospitalized during her last birthday, but it seems our family has never gone to see her. Su-yang then turned to Shen Ji-ro. Please arrange it. The sooner, the better, ideally within these few days. Let your adoptive parents know, and your father and I will also visit your adoptive mother. Shen Ji-ro found it difficult to refuse, both emotionally and logically. Thus, she acquiesced. All right, I will call my adoptive father shortly. But, Mom, is your schedule convenient? Patient care is paramount. My time is relatively flexible and can be easily arranged. Shen Ji-ro nodded. Very well. Wen Yan then added, please include me, Ji-ro. I wish to express our family's concern to Ai as well. As she spoke, she glanced at Su-yang. I want them to see how close Ji-ro and I are as sisters, so Ai won't worry about her while undergoing surgery abroad. Don't you agree, Ji-ro? Upon finishing, Wen Yan took Shen Ji-ro's hand. In her heart, she contemplated whether to accept a role as a scheming character in her next project, believing she possessed a certain talent for portraying such roles. However, whether Wen Yan could secure such a part remained uncertain, while Shen Ji-ro's expression grew undeniably envious. Yet, given Wen Yan's good intentions, she found herself unable to refuse. Shen Ji-ro could only silently swallow her discontent. Indeed, we are good sisters. Yes, Wen Yan responded cheerfully. Now, please make that phone call to finalize the arrangements. Shen Ji-ro wore a gentle smile. All right, I will call now. 2 minutes later, she confirmed, perfect, I have nothing pressing the day after tomorrow. However, your father may need to verify his schedule since it is a weekday. What about you, Wen Yan? Are you free that day? Yes, I am currently unemployed, lacking only in time. Over the next 2 days, Shen Ji-ro left early and returned late each day, claiming to be caring for her adoptive mother. It was not until the 3rd morning that she appeared at the Shen family dining table. Shen Yuan could not attend the hospital due to an important and unchangeable schedule, leaving only the 3 of them to go. Just as they got in the car and prepared to depart, Wen Yan's phone began to buzz incessantly. Wen Yan, your phone seems quite lively. Is someone urgently trying to reach you? Su-yang prompted. Initially engaged in conversation with Su-yang, Wen Yan retrieved her phone from her bag upon hearing this. Opening WeChat, she discovered messages from the group chat of her film crew. The filming had concluded, and the remaining tasks were to be completed in the city. Some actors, like Wang Che, who had also wrapped up their filming, were discussing when they could visit the set or gather for a meal. The director indicated it was permissible and inquired who was currently in the city. Wang Che eagerly volunteered, also acknowledging Wen Yan. However, after reviewing all the messages, she noticed that Shen Jinghe had said nothing. Puzzled, she suddenly remembered that Shen Jinghe was not part of this large chat group. This group had been formed during their training in dialect and sign language. consisting of lesser-known actors who would not dare to invite Shen Jinghe. Thus, Wen Yan decided to message Shen Jinghe privately. Long time no see. Should be tomorrow. Specifics are still unclear. Is there something you need? We can discuss it later. I have other matters to attend to. Busy for now. All right, bye. As Wen Yan turned off her phone, a faint smile lingered on her face. Su Yang, noticing this, couldn't he help but inquire. Who were you chatting with? Yan? You seem quite cheerful. Have you made like-minded friends in the crew? Indeed, I have made a friend or two. However, I was just chatting with my second brother. After this, Su Yang took out her phone to message her youngest son. Unfortunately, she sighed, speaking of my youngest son, Shen Jingsheng. Before they knew it, time flew by, and they soon arrived at the hospital where Shen Jiro's adoptive mother, Zhao Jing, was staying. This was Wen Yan's first encounter with Shen Jiro's adoptive parents, Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. Wu Peng was tall and robust, initially giving the impression of being difficult to approach. However, his demeanor contradicted his appearance. He spoke politely and always wore a smile. On the other hand, Shen Jiro's adoptive mother, Zhao Jing, appeared much friendlier, though perhaps due to her illness. She spoke with less vigor. After greeting them, Wen Yan fell silent. Su Yang, however, found common ground with them, and after the initial pleasantries, they began discussing Shen Jiro. At first, Wen Yan listened intently, hoping to glean any unusual information from the couple. Yet, the conversation revolved solely around Shen Jiro's good temperament and excellence. Wen Yan felt nauseated. Either Shen Jiro was exceptionally skilled at concealing her true self, or her adoptive parents were deliberately obscuring it. With her temperament, she could hardly be regarded as amiable. It would be more accurate to say she exhibited intermittent madness. Gradually, Wen Yan's thoughts drifted away from the conversation in the ward, her gaze wandering outside. Suddenly, she spotted a vaguely familiar face passing by outside the door. It was him, the man she had encountered at the supermarket, the one who had given her an unreachable phone number. Quickly bidding farewell to her elders in the ward, Wen Yan said, "Mom, Uncle, Aunt, I'm going to the restroom." Once outside the ward, she swiftly followed the man. After turning a corner into another corridor and ensuring she was out of earshot of those in the ward, she hurriedly approached the middle-aged man and blocked his path. "Hello, Mr. Wang." Caught off guard by her sudden appearance, Wang Jian paused and asked in a dialect, "Huh? Who are you? Do we know each other?" Wen Yan smiled brightly. "Mr. Wang, how forgetful you are. About 2 months ago, we met at a supermarket in the Southern District. You mistakenly identified a young woman as the daughter of some boss Zhao, and I later asked you for your phone number. Do you remember, Mr. Wang? Just after you gave me your number, your wife came to find you with your grandchild." "Oh," Wang Jian suddenly realized, "so, it's you. What a coincidence to meet again today in the hospital." "That's impossible." Wang Jian waved his hand dismissively. "If I said the number was out of service, it absolutely couldn't be wrong. It was my number." Wen Yan was a loss for words. "Then, Mr. Wang, did you purposely give me a disconnected number because you didn't want to share your contact details?" No, that is not it. Absolutely not." Wang Jian hurriedly denied. "The phone just broke. I took the SIM card out and never put it back in. It was merely a spare card, and I wasn't planning to buy a new one." What he didn't mention was that he had been using that spare phone solely to browse videos of beautiful women dancing, leading to his wife smashing it in frustration. Wen Yan accepted his explanation, even though the fact about the disconnected number remained unchanged. "I see. It seems I misunderstood you, Mr. Wang. I wonder if you are available now. I would like to have a word with you." Upon hearing this familiar tone, Wang Jian was quite surprised. "Huh? Are you from the province too? A fellow villager?" Wen Yan maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Strictly speaking, not exactly, but my grandmother is from the province. In the dialect of the province, Apo refers to one's maternal grandmother." "That is indeed splendid. Shall we find a quieter place to converse?" "Certainly. I recently discovered that this hospital has a pleasant ambience while taking my friend for a stroll. There are benches below, and it is quite tranquil." As Wang Jian stated, the environment of the hospital's inpatient building is commendable, with lush greenery all around. The two chose a serene bench to sit upon. Wen Yan quickly initiated a conversation with the man beside her. "Uncle Wang, which city in the province are you from?" "City? Really? What coincidence. My Apo is also from there. My dialect isn't very authentic, but I feel your accent is strikingly similar to that of my Apo. She hails from Djiao County. What about you? What a coincidence." Wang Jian exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "I am also from Djiao County. My family is from the mountains. My Apo is too. She is from Sishui village nearby Shan. What about you?" "Sishui village? I know it, but I'm not from there. Sishui village lies at the foot of Baishan. My home is deeper in the mountains from the third team. We have a total of 6 teams, numbered 1 to 6, with larger numbers indicating a location further into the mountains. How fortuitous. Truly, it resonates with the saying that there are no coincidences in literature. Wen Yan mused, reflecting on the marvels of the world. Uncle Wang, I would like to inquire about something else. What is it? Oh, regarding that matter. To be honest, I am not entirely certain. It just seems similar at first glance. If she says it is not her, then I must have mistaken her for someone else. May I ask who that Zhao boss is? Is she male or female? Female. Do you know her name? It wouldn't happen to be Zhao Jing, would it? Zhao Jing? I cannot say. All I know is she is referred to as Zhao boss. I encountered her around 6 or 7 years ago, back when I was still in my hometown, relying on the mountains for sustenance and not yet working outside. Zhao boss came to our mountains to recruit workers. She claimed to own a garment factory and brought along a beautiful daughter, around 15 or 16 years old, saying it was to let her experience life during the winter break. She was unfamiliar with our mountain villages, so she was introduced to me for assistance. She asked me to help find contacts, and I would receive a referral fee for each worker I recruited. It was a good deal, so I agreed. In the end, I helped her gather about 20 workers, but I never saw her again after that. You seem quite interested in this Zhao boss. Upon hearing this, Wen Yan could no longer smile. Her brows furrowed deeply, as Wang Jian's account perfectly aligned with that of Granny Zhou from Sishui village. This implied they were recounting the same story. Wen Yan turned her gaze to Wang Jian, her expression growing serious. Uncle Wang, may I ask again? The 20 or so female workers you helped recruit, they must have been women, right? Did they manage to earn any money afterward? What could be the reason for their absence? Do you know why? Some have elderly parents and young children. Would they truly abandon their own families? Sighing deeply, Wang Jian lowered his voice. At that time, villagers were indeed speculating, bewildered and suspecting they had fallen into some pyramid scheme. However, this was not my doing. I had no part in it. He quickly distanced himself from the matter. I merely facilitated the introductions. I made it clear to them that it was entirely their choice. I received a mere 50 yuan as a referral fee. I did not gain much benefit from it. With so many people disappearing without a trace, Wen Yan could not help but suspect something was amiss. Uncle Wang, although you do not know Zhao boss's name, if you were to see her again, would you recognize her? I believe I could. To be honest, I have a vivid impression of her. She handed me a referral fee of over 2,000 yuan in one day. I will certainly not forget her appearance. Well then, I will send you a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. Could you go upstairs and help me identify someone? Who? Zhao boss. Although 2,000 yuan tempted Wang Jian, he was a shrewd man and immediately grew cautious. Why do you want me to identify her? Has she done something wrong? Young lady, I do not want to meddle in your affairs. No meddling, no meddling. Wen Yan quickly reassured him. I only need a simple answer from you. Yes or no. 1 word or 2. I do not require anything else from you. Let us add each other on WeChat. I can transfer the money to you right now. Wang Jian ultimately succumbed to Wen Yan's persuasion. They exchanged WeChat information, and Wen Yan honored her promise by transferring 2,000 yuan to him. Afterward, she promptly took a screenshot of his WeChat ID to safeguard against being blocked or deleted in the future. The two then rose from the bench. At this hour, the surroundings were remarkably quiet, with hardly any patients wandering about. Yet, neither Wen Yan nor Wang Jin noticed that someone lurked behind the dense greenery. Soon, they arrived outside the hospital room of Shen Jiro's adoptive mother, Zhao Jing. At this moment, the room door was closed, but through the glass, they could still discern the figure within. After allowing Wang Jin ample time to observe, Wen Yan led him to a safe passage. So, Uncle Wang, did you see clearly? Is the person on the hospital bed the Zhao boss you encountered 6 or 7 years ago? In chapter 65, a sense of unease lingered. Under Wen Yan's eager and hopeful gaze, Wang Jian did not immediately respond. Instead, he remarked, I noticed that the young woman was there as well. It seemed you two were together at the supermarket that day. What is your relationship? Expecting an answer, Wen Yan found herself facing another question. She slightly furrowed her brow. Uncle Wang, did you not already mention this downstairs? You said you did not wish to involve yourself in this matter. Why are you now inquiring about our relationship? Wang Jian scratched his head. Did you think I truly wanted to meddle? If you do not wish to share, can you at least tell me the relationship between the young woman and the one lying on the hospital bed? Fine. I do not want to waste much time on this matter either. Let me put it this way. If they are mother and daughter, then I can be certain that the Zhao boss I met years ago is indeed the woman on the bed. To be honest, I still have some uncertainty about recognizing the woman on the bed, as she appears quite gaunt, her face is all bones, and she seems somewhat unrecognizable. If you want a definitive yes or no answer, I cannot say for certain. However, if those two are together, then there is no doubt. I definitely saw them as mother and daughter back then. Just tell me, are they family? All right, Wen Yan nodded. With what you said, I understand. Thank you for your help today. We shall leave this matter for now. Sure, Wang Jian chuckled, shaking his phone. If there are any more lucrative opportunities like this, remember to reach out to me. Wen Yan smiled politely, of course. Just ensure you do not go off the grid again. The two then parted ways, leaving the safe passage one after the other. Suyang quietly inquired, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You were gone for quite a while." Suyang nodded and added, "The doctor just came by and said Aunt Zhao needs rest. We should be leaving." Wen Yan responded with an "oh" and promptly got up to greet the woman in the hospital bed. Zhao Jing smiled warmly, exuding a gentle and amiable demeanor. "Thank you, dear. It was a laborious trip for you. Let Jiro see you off." "No need. Suyang interjected. Jiro is on a business trip abroad. You two haven't seen each other in a long time. Let her spend more time with you." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shenjiro accompanied Su Yang and Wen Yan to the door of the hospital room. The mother and daughter swiftly descended the elevator. Just as they reached their vehicle, Su Yang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh dear, my poor memory. I left my phone in the hospital room." She sighed. "How forgetful of me. I'm not even that old yet." Having already sown a seed of doubt in her mind, she refrained from knocking on the door and instead stealthily positioned herself to eavesdrop. Inside the room, there were only 3 individuals present. Zhao Jing, lying on a hospital bed, appeared listless, a stark contrast to the cheerful demeanor he had previously exhibited. Shenjiro wore a furrowed brow and a serious expression, while Wu Peng exhibited the most agitation. Initially, he uttered a few words that Wen Yan could not decipher through the door, but as he continued, his voice grew louder and more impassioned, allowing Wen Yan to catch snippets of the conversation. She heard Wu Peng declare, "She clearly has begun to suspect us. We must leave immediately. We can no longer postpone our plans to go abroad." Who is suspecting whom? Why the urgency to depart? Unfortunately, the conversation did not progress any further. After a few hushed exchanges, Wu Peng fell silent. Wen Yan lingered outside for a while longer, and upon realizing there were no new revelations, she quietly departed from the hospital room. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and dialed Su Yang's number, intending to alert the individuals in the room that she would soon return to collect her phone. The 3 individuals inside the room were startled by the sound of Su Yang's ringtone. Shenjiro glanced at it and remarked, "It's Wen Yan calling." She must have come to retrieve Su Yang's phone. She cautioned, "You must be careful not to say anything amiss." Thus, when Wen Yan entered the room, she was met with smiles all around. Su Yang had taken it upon herself to ensure that Wen Yan, who had spent 2 months in the remote mountains, received some pampering. After returning home, Wen Yan rushed into her room. She powered on her long-neglected laptop and began to search for information regarding the missing persons cases in the Shanghai mountain area. However, her efforts yielded no results. Next, she delved into researching Wu Peng, Zhao Jing, and the clothing factory they operated. The factory was indeed registered under Zhao Jing's name, consistent with the information Su Yang had previously shown her. Yet, while searching for Wu Peng, she stumbled upon a person named Wu Xiaoping. Wen Yan was uncertain whether Wu Xiaoping was the same individual as Wu Peng. Coincidentally, he had registered a leather factory and a food factory in the same year as Zhao Jing's clothing factory. This could merely be a coincidence. Yet Wen Yan felt an unsettling sense of curiosity. Simultaneously, she recognized that conducting her online investigations alone would yield little progress. However, who could assist her? Shen Yuan and Su Yang were not suitable candidates. Involving them without a clearer understanding would only complicate matters. While pondering these thoughts, Aunt Zhang suddenly knocked on her door. "Miss, the lady requests your presence downstairs." Chapter 66. Second brother, I confess to you. All right, I'm on my way. Wen Yan swiftly cleared her browsing history on her laptop and followed Aunt Zhang downstairs. "Yan Yan, come here." As the elevator doors opened, Su Yang waved at Wen Yan. Upon looking in Su Yang's direction, Wen Yan was surprised to see Shen Jingxiu present as well. Su Yang, feeling that her eldest son's words were too few, elaborated here. "Take a look at this." She casually handed Wen Yan a brochure from a luxury brand. Taking a seat beside Su Yang, Wen Yan couldn't help but reflect on how autumn had just begun, yet winter clothing was already being released. Shen Jingxiu, sitting opposite her, was also flipping through a brochure. Typically, Wen Yan would be excited, but today her mind was preoccupied. As she absent-mindedly flipped through the exquisite brochure, she mused, surely Shen Jingxiu has many connections. Perhaps if I asked for his help, I could achieve twice the results with half the effort. Shen Jingxiu's hand paused in its motion. Although he was not particularly interested in the entertainment industry, he had gleaned some awareness of the tumultuous events surrounding Wen Yan over the past 2 months. To some extent, the online backlash she faced could be described as a total vilification. However, he was aware that she had not sought assistance from her family regarding this matter. What predicament was she now facing that prompted her to consider reaching out to him? Shen Jingxiu felt a flicker of curiosity, accompanied by a vague sense of anticipation. However, Wen Yan's thoughts then shifted to an odd place. No, I can't approach Shen Jingxiu. Shen Jing has mentioned that Shen Jiro and he share a good relationship, so it would be inappropriate for me to seek his help. Shen Jingxiu thought, in truth, they were close as children, but things have changed. He is not adept at expressing himself, and Jiro is no longer as clingy as she once was. Yet, how does her decision to seek assistance from him relate to his relationship with Jiro? When Shen Jingxiu last compensated me for my lipstick, he also gifted Shen Jiro a whole box, demonstrating his care for her as a sister. I cannot shoot myself in the foot. Shen Jingxiu pondered. Are they perhaps competing with each other again? I heard she accompanied Jiro to visit her foster mother today. Sigh. If my elder brother is unsuitable, perhaps I could approach my second brother. His relationship with Shen Jiro seems rather average. Shen Jingxiu furrowed his brow slightly, questioning whether Shen Jing could manage what he needed to accomplish. What exactly did she intend to do? After that, Wen Yan ceased her internal monologue, as she had taken out her phone to contact Shen Jing. Second brother, have you confirmed your flight? When will you arrive in the city tomorrow? Shen Jing replied. Photo from the terminal. I've just landed. What is it? Wen Yan responded. It's a matter of great importance that cannot be discussed over WeChat. Then let us talk at home. The cleaning lady mentioned there's a leak in the pipes, and the property management is investigating it. Wen Yan teased. Is this the taciturn Shen family's second young master speaking? She browsed through the available emojis and ultimately sent a smug expression. The emoji vividly depicted Shen Jing rolling his eyes, causing her to chuckle softly. Her laughter instantly attracted the attention of the other 2 family members present. Was you so delighted? Seeing her happiness, Su Yang couldn't help but smile. Really? If that's the case, I shall ask Aunt Zhang to prepare extra dishes. Sure, Wen Yan replied, feeling that she would soon have another ally, which eased her spirits considerably. She began to examine the brochure with renewed focus. Indeed, there were 2 sets she particularly adored. Approximately an hour later, Shen Yuan and Shen Jing entered the house simultaneously. They encountered each other at the door. While Shen Yuan was typically stoic, his tone was noticeably softer than usual. Shen Jing, unusually, refrained from retorting. After the family waited for him to settle in, they enjoyed a harmonious dinner together. Following dinner, Su Yang conversed with Shen Jing for a while. Once they parted ways, Wen Yan leaned over the 3rd-floor staircase railing to message Shen Jing. Second brother, when are you available? Now. Great. I'll find you right away. Wen Yan descended the stairs while Shen Jing took the elevator. By the time Wen Yan reached Shen Jing's door, he was already inside, and the door was ajar. Understanding that he had left it open for her, she gently knocked twice and entered. At that moment, Shen Jingxiu was exiting the study, and upon observing this scene, he instinctively furrowed his brow. She indeed sought out Shen Jinghe, though it remains unclear what they were deliberating. Upon seeing Wen Yan enter, Shen Jinghe casually gestured toward a solitary armchair in the room. You mentioned you had something of great importance to discuss. What is it? Wen Yan blinked innocently. Could you promise me first that you won't be angry when I speak? Shen Jinghe slightly turned his head. Speak plainly. There's no need for pretenses. Wen Yan smiled. I thought one should never strike a smiling face. Speak quickly, he urged. So, have you agreed to my request? If you don't deny it, I shall consider that an affirmation. Very well, I shall proceed. Firstly, I must confess that I have not disclosed this matter to anyone, not even a mother. You previously stated that regardless of the quarrels between me and Shinjiro, we must never upset mother, hence my silence. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow. So, this matter pertains to Shinjiro? Wen Yan nodded. Indeed. Here's how it unfolded. Wen Yan recounted the events documented in her original diary, along with Shen Jiro's duplicitous behavior and her suspicions regarding Shen Jiro's adoptive parents, detailing everything meticulously to Shen Jinghe. Chapter 67. The Art of Seduction. Shen Jinghe proved to be a competent listener. As Wen Yan spoke for over half an hour, he merely furrowed his brow deeper and occasionally nodded, without interrupting her with any queries. This left Wen Yan feeling increasingly anxious. She felt as if she were in an interview, with the interviewer seemingly uninterested, merely waiting for her to finish so he could dismiss her. Once she completed her tale, she felt utterly deflated. Do you think I am fabricating stories, deliberately slandering Shinjiro? Shen Jinghe remained silent, his brow now even more furrowed. Wen Yan had anticipated this outcome, yet she hoped for a chance at redemption. She quickly opened her phone gallery to show Shen Jinghe the photos. I assure you, I'm not lying. Here are pictures of my diary. I could have shown you the original diary, but as I mentioned, Shinjiro tore it apart, leaving no evidence. Shen Jinghe took her phone, and Wen Yan anxiously scrutinized his expression, eager not to miss any nuance. She could not tell which page he was viewing, but his demeanor grew increasingly grave. To exaggerate, he resembled a young version of a subway elder engrossed in his phone. Finally, Shen Jinghe spoke, staring intently at Wen Yan. His brow knitted tightly. You say Shinjiro has feelings for me? The romantic kind? Wen Yan's face reflected shock. Isn't that the crux of the matter? After my lengthy explanation, you fixate on that point? I want to know if you believe me. Shen Jinghe frowned as he returned the phone to her. I believe that point is crucial. If what you say is true, then she undoubtedly has issues. And do you believe my claims are credible? I'm not merely referring to her feelings for you, but rather my entire account, my doubts regarding her true identity. What is your perspective? Do you wish to hear the truth? Naturally. All right. Wen Yan's demeanor visibly wilted. I apologize for the interruption. Thank you for your valuable time. Good night. And sweet dreams. With that, she stood, preparing to leave. However, Shen Jinghe called out to her. Wait, I have not finished speaking. What is there more to say? Not necessarily falsehoods, but rather my intuitions. Shen Jinghe found her sudden shift in demeanor amusing. You are quite something. You are not a child anymore. Do not wear your emotions so openly. Come on, we are family. There is no need for such formality. We are not strangers. Quickly, tell me, what intuition do you have? How should I put it? Wen Yan's eyes widened with anticipation. Shen Jinghe doused her enthusiasm with cold water. There is nothing more to say. I mentioned it was merely an intuition. Wen Yan responded, I concede. At least my intuition is backed by specific events, while his is purely instinct. She promptly donned a cheerful facade. Indeed, my abilities, resources, and connections are limited, making it impossible to delve deeper into many leads. Shen Jinghe raised an eyebrow. Ah, it seems someone now owes me a favor. Yet, it cannot solely be my concern, dear brother. Regardless of the truth about our family, Shinjiro is still your biological sister. I see. Having spent several hours on planes and cars, my shoulders are quite sore. Is that so? Shall I give you a massage? Very well. All right. How was this pressure? Is it comfortable? Not bad. A bit more force, please. Understood. Wen Yan smiled sweetly, yet inwardly chastised Shen Jinghe. What a situation. Why am I massaging him? He is not my biological brother. However, Shen Jinghe did not overexert his pressure on Wen Yan. Before she could erupt internally, he voluntarily called a halt. So what is your plan? Speak. To conduct another paternity test. If my suspicions hold true, then the previous test results must be flawed. Shen Jinghe nodded. Then we need to obtain her biological samples. You have been idle at home lately. Haven to you? While she is away, you should search her room for a few strands of hair. That is unfeasible. Her room is always locked. Whenever she leaves, she ensures the door is secured. Moreover, she has always cleaned her own room. The cleaning lady has never entered. This is rather peculiar. According to Zhang Sa, it is a habit formed during her time with her adoptive parents. Was she like this as a child? I doubt it. I forgot. Who remembers such trivial details? What about her eating utensils and drinking cups? Wen Yan shook her head. Dishes and chopsticks are cleaned by someone else. It would be rather strange for us to take them. Our parents watch us while we eat. Besides, the utensils are washed together, indistinguishable, and her drinking cup, as I observed, is also locked in her room. What shall I say to gain entry? Simply concoct a story. She likes you. So if you knock and offer her some food or a small gift, she will surely let you in. That plan is utterly ludicrous. Wen Yan smiled sweetly. Then may I ask, dear brother, what brilliant idea do you propose? Chapter 68. Discovering Certain Matters. Shen Jinghe glanced at Wen Yan. Next, let us delve deeper into her adoptive parents' background. You suspect there is something amiss, don't you? Additionally, her adoptive mother's illness must be verified. If it is a fabrication, they might be planning to flee, and they may already be suspecting you. All right, I shall heed your advice, dear brother. I can provide the names of her adoptive parents and the hospital where her adoptive mother is being treated. The rest is up to you, brother. It seems he possesses financial means. Oh, there is one more thing. You may need to stay at our home for a while. Is that acceptable? Of course. Wen Yan thought to herself, he has reverted to his taciturn mode, but that is fine, as long as he is serious about important matters. Shen Jinghe remarked, you may leave now. Hurry along. Understood, at your command. Wen Yan exited Shen Jinghe's room. Her spirits lifted. Even her footsteps became lighter. In the study, Shen Jingxiu heard her movements and glanced at the time. She had been in the second brother's room for nearly an hour. What could they possibly be discreetly discussing? With that thought, Shen Jingxiu promptly dialed his assistant Wen Jiming. I need you to investigate a person and a matter. I will send you the names. Please be thorough. However, by that afternoon, Wen Yan received a message from Shen Jinghe. Shen Jinghe remarked that Shen Jiro's adoptive mother, Zhao Jing, indeed suffers from a brain tumor. She and Wu Peng are currently awaiting the approval of their medical visa to seek treatment abroad. Concurrently, Shen Jingxiu also received this news, but he conducted a more thorough investigation. He uncovered an additional piece of information. Zhao Jing's surgery does not necessarily have to be performed overseas, as several local hospitals are fully capable of conducting it. For them, traveling abroad would be rather cumbersome and should not be their primary choice. This raised some suspicions. Thus, Shen Jingxiu instructed his assistant to cancel all non-essential engagements starting tonight. Wen Jiming was somewhat taken aback. Typically, the CEO's evening appointments are confirmed 3 days in advance. To cancel now seemed entirely out of character for him. Was there another pressing matter at hand? Wen Jiming quickly glanced at Shen Jingxiu's schedule. The dinner with the president of the Lu Corporation tonight was crucial and could not be postponed. However, the upcoming cocktail party could indeed be rescheduled. How about tonight? All right, let us start from tomorrow. Shen Jinghe was set to shoot night scenes. However, he was inundated with WeChat messages and was unable to locate Wen Yan's name among them. He opted to search instead. At that moment, a makeup artist approached to touch up his makeup, inadvertently causing him to send a message to their family group chat. Since Wen Yan was also a member of that group, it appeared when he searched for her name, and it conveniently fell right below her name. The group had been established by Su Yang to facilitate Wen Yan in sharing photos of Shen Jinghe. After Wen Yan ceased posting photos following her wrap-up, the group remained intact, and Shen Jinghe did not exit it. She couldn't help but share this with her husband and Wen Yan. Wen Yan could clearly perceive the genuine happiness radiating from the corners of Su Yang's eyes. She truly cherished her family and her children. Upon returning to her room, a wave of sadness washed over Wen Yan. If Shen Jiro's identity was indeed questionable, and if the Shen family's heiress had tragically taken her own life a decade ago, what would Su Yang do if she suddenly declared that the daughter who had been by her side for 4 years was an imposter? That would undoubtedly be devastating for her. Such a revelation would be unbearably cruel. This was the primary reason she sought Shen Jinghe's assistance without consulting the couple. Despite not forming a complete family, Su Yang was delighted that all 4 children were present. To her surprise, Shen Jinghe brought her a gift. When presenting the gift, he felt somewhat awkward, as he had lied to his mother. He handed Su Yang a bag and, mustering his courage, said, "Actually, it wasn't a special purchase. I just bulk bought it today." The silk scar stall was near the filming location. I intended to buy 3, but they only deal in wholesale. I went along with it, and while I was at it, the urban management came. The vendor took the cash from my hand and shoved a bunch of scars at me before fleeing. He then produced 2 additional paper bags and handed them to Shen Jiro and Wen Yan, saying, "You both have one too." Shen Jiro's eyes brightened, and she promptly expressed her gratitude to Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan followed suit. However, she quickly sent a message to Shen Jinghe. "What are you doing, second brother? I asked you to give Shen Jiro a gift as an excuse to enter her room. Why are you already giving it out in the living room? Do you understand? It would be strange for me to seek her out alone. Our relationship isn't exactly close. I give you both one first, then go find her. This way, she won't suspect anything. It's a gradual approach, a strategy." Wen Yan thought. Shen Jinghe must be a comical character sent by a monkey. He.S. just here to amuse us. So, what excuse do you plan to use to knock on her door later, second brother? She teased, daring to call him a monkey's jester. Shen Jinghe furiously typed a response. None of your business. After sending that message, he tucked his phone away and rose to leave the living room. Wen Yan was at a loss. However, 20 minutes later, she received a message from Shen Jinghe. Come out the glass greenhouse in the backyard. Why not go to your room? It's a bit stuffy. Let's take a stroll. On my way. 3 minutes later, Wen Yan found Shen Jinghe beside the glass greenhouse in the backyard. So did you get it? Let us discuss it elsewhere. Oh. Wen Yan followed Shen Jinghe's lead as he led her to a pitch-dark location. Sit down. There's a bench here. Can you see it? I can see it, but may I ask why? Why choose such a dark place? Well, there are more bugs where there's light, and we might be seen by others. Then it would be better to stay at home. I said I feel stuffy. What is wrong? Are you unwell? I saw something in Shun Jiro's room. What did you see? Wen Yan was both curious and astonished. What on earth did he come across to make him feel both physically and psychologically overwhelmed? Shen Jinghe smiled wryly. Her description was quite accurate. He was indeed experiencing a seismic disturbance both physically and mentally. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and handed it to Wen Yan. You can see for yourself. Wen Yan gasped, maintaining a composed demeanor, yet her hands swiftly seized Shen Jinghe's phone. Her pupils widened, and she immediately averted her gaze from the screen. Oh my, your nude photo. Is it something I'm allowed to see? Shen Jinghe was utterly speechless. Perhaps you should visit an ophthalmologist. That is a swimsuit photo. I was wearing swim trunks at the time. Donate your corneas. They're of no use otherwise. Wen Yan awkwardly cleared her throat, so about that. I mean your photo. What about the lip print on it? Is it Shun Jiro's? In such a place? And there are so many? This one even has a note saying, I love you very much. Although the night was dark, Shen Jinghe's face turned even darker. You really didn't need to describe it in such detail. Now you understand why I needed to step outside for some fresh air, right? He was even more reluctant to let anyone see his current grim expression. Wen Yan nodded and hurriedly returned the phone to Shen Jinghe. Suddenly, she gasped, I just remembered. Didn't I tell you before? I suspected she liked you, but I had no proof because I was drunk at the time. This conclusion was written in my diary after I got intoxicated. I lost my memory when I woke up. These must be what you just captured in her room, right? That's why she keeps her door locked all day. 20 minutes prior, Shen Jinghe had knocked on Shun Jiro's door while holding a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Seeing him, Shun Jiro was surprised. Second brother, what brings you here? Shen Jinghe gave a subtle nod. Is it convenient? I'd like to discuss something with you. Of course, come in. Shen Jiro quickly ushered him inside. Shen Jinghe did not look around, but directly placed the juice on her vanity. His excuse was that he had just returned from filming a movie out of town, which had led him to reflect deeply on their sibling bond. He recalled the last time she brought him juice, which he had declined, so he brought her a cup today. I may have hurt your feelings before. I apologize. We will always be siblings. Shen Jiro's inner thoughts were quite complex upon hearing this. She was pleased that Shen Jinghe brought her something to win her over. Yet she did not appreciate the notion of their sibling relationship. This left her feeling quite unsettled. It was at this moment that Shen Jinghe suddenly raised the cup filled with juice, attempting to hand it to Shen Jiro. However, before it could reach her hands, the cup accidentally slipped from Shen Jinghe's grasp. Shen Jinghe was quick on his feet, attempting to intervene, but ultimately, he merely ended up with juice on his hands and was unable to salvage the situation. I apologize. I lost my grip, he said. Shen Jiro quickly reassured him. It's all right. I will fetch you some paper. However, Shen Jinghe suggested he would like to use her bathroom. If you do not mind, I would like to wash my hands. Naturally, Shen Jiro did not refuse such a simple and reasonable request. I don't mind. The blue towel on the rack is for drying hands. Shen Jinghe nodded and strode into Shen Jiro's bathroom. He intended to check for any stray hairs, but found nothing. Not even a used toothbrush was in sight. Her cabinet contained numerous unopened new toothbrushes, suggesting she seemed to replace them after each use. The bathroom door was left ajar, and Shen Jinghe had no reason to linger. When he emerged, the chaos on the carpet had been nearly tidied up by Shen Jiro, having absorbed the juice with paper. Her hands were also soiled, prompting her to visit the bathroom after Shen Jinghe. However, she closed the door behind her, granting Shen Jinghe an opportunity to inspect her vanity. To his surprise, he discovered her collection of swimsuit photos, taken shortly after his debut for a magazine. As he matured, he had not posed so revealingly again. Those photos represented the most daring work of his career, and he was taken aback to find them adorned with lipstick prints. A buzzing sensation filled his mind, and an unsettling chill ran down his spine. He felt suffocated in that room. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He wished Shinjiro were not his biological sister. "And you just left?" Upon hearing Shen Jinghe's recounting, Wen Yan could not help but ask, "So in the end, you found no biological samples?" "Indeed. It was too clean, abnormally so. She doesn't appear to have any obsessive cleanliness," he replied. "But there wasn't a single hair in the bathroom, nor on the comb. Did you rummage through her bedroom trash? Was there any tissue used for blowing her nose or spitting?" Shen Jinghe fell silent, turning his head sharply to glare at Wen Yan in the darkness. "You should have been the one to go," he retorted. "Should I thank you for not making me rummage through her bathroom trash?" Wen Yan blinked innocently. "It's not entirely out of the question. If she happens to be on her period, it would be immediate." "Shut up. I'm begging you," Shen Jinghe implored. Wen Yan, realizing her suggestion was somewhat distasteful, thought it was a wasted trip. A moment of silence ensued, and after several seconds, Wen Yan spoke again. "I know what to do." Before she could elaborate, Shen Jinghe interrupted, "I beg you to be more reliable. Let me first thank the staff at the identification agency for you." "I think that idea is quite feasible," she replied, smirking. "Listen closely. In public, we always present ourselves as good sisters, but behind closed doors, my relationship with her is anything but harmonious. Therefore, I can deliberately provoke her to incite anger, leading to a physical altercation where I can not only obtain her hair, but also scratch her to collect some of her skin tissue. Enough, it's me." Shen Jinghe suddenly felt that sometimes being alone with Wen Yan was quite helpless. "Please, can you refrain from being so violent?" Wen Yan countered. "Then what do you suggest?" "Lately, she hasn't been dining at home. Her door is always locked, and soon she will be heading abroad. If her adoptive parents leave after their visa is approved, and if there are indeed issues between them, this departure will cover everything up." Shen Jinghe rubbed his temples. "All right, speaking of her adoptive parents, there's something I almost forgot to tell you." "What is it?" "Previously, didn't you suspect her adoptive father, Wu Peng, was the same person as someone online named Wu Xiaopeng?" "Yes. I had someone investigate, but my resources are limited. While I couldn't delve deeper, I can confirm that Wu Peng and Wu Xiaopeng possess two distinct identification cards." Wen Yan opened her mouth in disbelief. "That doesn't necessarily prove anything. After all, identification cards can be forged. Regardless, we must conduct a paternity test first. I could confront her, or you could employ your charm again. You choose. The sooner, the better. I could seek her out in a frenzy right now." Shen Jinghe massaged his throbbing temples. "What is this nonsense?" "What nonsense?" "Then give me time to think." "What are you doing?" "We are about to fight. Don't pull me. Do you think I want to?" "Enough." Just as they were engaged in their back-and-forth dispute, a third voice suddenly emerged from behind them. In the pitch-black night, this unexpected voice sent chills down their spines. Wen Yan gasped, gripping Shen Jinghe's hand tightly. "Help! Who is speaking?" Had it not been for the need to maintain composure in front of Wen Yan, Shen Jinghe would have shouted for help as well. Although he appeared calm, his heart raced uncontrollably. "Don't be afraid. Let me handle this. I wouldn't dare run away." "Enough. It's me." The familiar male voice rang out again as Shen Jinghe turned on the flashlight on his phone and stood up from the long bench behind them. "Big brother?" Wen Yan sighed in relief while simultaneously feeling frantic. "What on earth are you doing here at this hour?" Shen Jinghe paused momentarily before replying, "You two, come to my study." He would not disclose to Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe that this was his secret garden, a place he often retreated to when troubled. Today, witnessing Shen Jinghe gifting silk scarves to several women in the household made him feel uncomfortable. Once, they had been very close brothers. However, after that abduction incident, they had become estranged. He no longer called him brother nor interacted with him. When he had given Shinjiro lipstick before, she had not appeared particularly pleased. Yet today, her joy upon receiving Shen Jinghe's scarf was unmistakable. This left Shen Jinghe in deep reflection. Was he truly the cold, stern person others claimed him to be, an impenetrable iceberg? Even his relationship with his closest family felt distant and detached. He found it difficult to comprehend and felt somewhat helpless, thus seeking solace in this place. The long bench upon which he sat bore his name, carved into it with a knife during his childhood. In the darkness, sitting on this bench with his name etched into it gradually calmed his tumultuous thoughts. However, the arrival of these two individuals shattered his tranquility. 5 minutes later, Wen Yan entered Shen Jingxiu's study, followed reluctantly by Shen Jinghe, who was decidedly unwilling to step into Shen Jingxiu's territory. On the way, he had expressed to Wen Yan that he would not comply willingly. Yet, Wen Yan had persuaded him, though it may bruise your pride. I believe my brother has a far broader network than you do. Of course, I do not wish to undermine you. Your connections in the entertainment industry are undoubtedly extensive. To put it plainly, I suspect my brother was already present when we arrived, so he likely heard every word we exchanged. He will undoubtedly ask probing questions, and since some matters are beyond our ability to handle, why not seek his assistance? How shameless, eavesdropping on our conversation. If he had the intention, he could have stood up the moment we approached. This is all destiny. Who prompted your choice of that place when the garden is so vast? I realize you are indeed having a streak of bad luck. Do you recall the incident of the landslide when the car was buried? It was merely due to your loose tongue. Please forget what ought to be forgotten. What a jest. How could such a matter be simply forgotten? Go on. In a moment, you shall say that you will not converse with him. Very well. The child remains as proud as ever, even as adults. Why must they be so childish? Just be a tool, nothing more. Oomph. Upon entering Shen Jingxiu's study, the last to walk in, Shen Aojiaojing, showed no intention of closing the door. It was Shen Jingxiu who turned back to shut it. Observing this, Wen Yan's heart stirred with renewed excitement. Considering the situation, it seems the elder brother is more magnanimous, while the proud second brother appears somewhat petulant. Seeing into Wen Yan's thoughts, Shen Jingxiu cast a quick glance at Shen Jinghe. In truth, it was quite rare for him to enter his study today. Let us hope this marks a favorable beginning. Shen Jinghe felt some dissatisfaction towards Wen Yan's inner voice, questioning the agreement not to undermine each other. It seems one is generous and the other rather stingy. Please, sit down. As the elder brother, Shen Jinghe spoke first, offering coffee and mineral water. Wen Yan knew Shen Jinghe would not speak to Shen Jingxiu, so she hurriedly replied, No, we are not thirsty. Is that so? Shen Jingxiu raised an eyebrow, perplexed. After such a lengthy conversation, are you truly not thirsty? Wen Yan conceded, All right, I am indeed a bit thirsty. Then I shall have mineral water. We both prefer mineral water. There is a small refrigerator in Shen Jingxiu's study. Approaching it, he asked Wen Yan, Would you like it chilled or at room temperature? Chilled. Wen Yan preferred it cold, especially now when her throat felt parched. Very well. Soon. Shen Jingxiu returned with 2 bottles of water, handing the chilled one to Wen Yan while walking towards Shen Jinghe with the other. I recall you have never enjoyed chilled mineral water. A large hand extended the room temperature bottle, but Shen Jinghe hesitated to accept it. Indeed, he could indulge in ice cola, iced milk tea, and ice cream, yet he abstained from chilled mineral water. Even his parents had difficulty remembering this habit of his since childhood, save for his elder brother. Shen Jinghe swallowed hard, still frowning and refraining from taking it. Shen Jingxiu did not press further, placing the water on the coffee table before him. He then sat across from it too, his gaze piercing as he directed it towards Wen Yan. Speak up. Regarding Shenjuro and the matters you've been engaged in these days, share everything with me in detail. Chapter 71. Flattery. All right. Wen Yan nodded emphatically. Although she was caught off guard tonight, her eyes sparkled with an excitement that did not belong to the clandestine. At last. The elder brother is stepping in to assist. Surely he can resolve this, right? I implore you. Shen Jingxiu sighed silently within. He indeed wished to help. Yet this did not seem like a pleasant endeavor. Beside him, Shen Jinghe, though not privy to Wen Yan's thoughts concerning Shen Jingxiu, could discern her expression and understood. This fellow must think Shen Jingxiu is quite capable. Flattery. In a concise manner, Wen Yan recounted the entire sequence of events to Shen Jingxiu. Deep inside, Shen Jingxiu was reluctant to accept this reality, for if this suspicion were substantiated, their mother would suffer the most. As a son, he wished to shield his mother from enduring the pain of losing her biological daughter once more. However, if Shenjuro were a fraud, the implications would be grave. His brow furrowed, and after Wen Yan ceased speaking, he remained silent for a considerable time. Noticing his demeanor, Wen Yan felt compelled to inquire, Elder brother, do you think I am being overly suspicious? Shen Jingxiu emerged from his reverie, stating, No, since both you and Jinghe harbor such doubts, there must certainly be an issue with her. So you're currently stuck at the stage of obtaining her biological sample, correct? Yes. It was precisely for this reason that she nearly came to blows with Shen Jinghe in the garden just now. No sooner had she spoken than Shen Jinghe sprang to his feet, followed closely by Wen Yan, who politely remarked, "Then I shall trouble you, elder brother." "Not trouble at all." Shen Jingxiu rose from his seat, personally opening the door for the two. 10 minutes later, Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe suddenly found themselves added to a WeChat group. The group owner was Shen Jingxiu, and the group was named 123. What a straightforward name. Upon seeing such a blunt title, both Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe, lounging in their respective rooms, simultaneously scoffed. What kind of name is that? Truly excessive. The owner of Group 123 was terse and efficient. After establishing the group and adding members, he wasted no time in sharing a photo of a coffee cup. Shunjiro just enjoyed a cup of coffee here. Who will fetch a strand of mother's hair? Wen Yan exclaimed with a shocked face, "Elder brother, how did you manage to procure it so swiftly?" She could not help but reflect on the saying that one does not know the pain of comparison until one experiences it. While she and Shen Jinghe were nearly resorting to charms and theatrics, Shen Jingxiu resolved it in mere minutes. "All right, it's getting late. Good night." "Good night." Flattery. Observing the two exchange messages in the group, Shen Jinghe could not refrain from muttering to himself in his room. What is so remarkable about this? It was his oversight. In fact, when in Shunjiro's room, he could have offered her juice and then taken the cup with her saliva. Yet he had placed all his bets on her hair. Who would have imagined her room would be so immaculate, devoid of even a single strand? Shen Yuan had a habit of morning runs. Early the next day, as soon as he stepped out of the house, Wen Yan promptly dashed to his and Su Yang's room. Coincidentally, when Wen Yan knocked and entered, Su Yang was in the midst of brushing her hair. What a splendid opportunity. "Mom, let me help you with your hair." Su Yang smiled lightly, elongating her tone. "Why are you up so early today?" "Hee. I slept particularly well last night, hence waking up early." As they conversed, the comb snagged 2 strands of Su Yang's hair, but Wen Yan continued brushing unperturbed, only wrapping the hair in paper and slipping it into her pocket once Su Yang got up to change clothes. During this time, Su Yang harbored no suspicions, only thinking how considerate her little cotton-padded jacket was, unlike the other family members who were often absent. After breakfast, Wen Yan seized an opportunity to hand Su Yang's hair to Shen Jingxiu. He remarked that although he had already pulled some strings, it would take at least 6 hours to obtain the results. The waiting period is always long and anxiety-inducing, especially in the absence of any distractions. Thus, Wen Yan arranged to meet Wang Che, a colleague from a previous film project, marking her first connection in the entertainment industry in this world. Speaking of which, she suddenly realized she did not have a single true friend in this realm. Fortunately, Wang Che was genuinely sincere. "Great. I was just thinking of inviting you to visit the set. Where are you staying? Should I come and pick you up?" "Thanks, but no need. I'll take a taxi." It wasn't that she lacked a vehicle, but that flashy sports car was far too ostentatious. Driving it to the set would undoubtedly attract gossip, and she simply couldn't handle it. Nearly 2 hours later, Wen Yan and Wang Che met the set of Lost Voice. From a distance, Shen Jinghe spotted Wen Yan, realizing she had come to visit the set today. If memory serves correctly, when she departed from home, she was already awake, yet she chose not to accompany him. Instead, she was laughing and chatting with that young man. Could it be that she has developed feelings for him? Is that young man truly remarkable? Shen Jinghe couldn't help but mentally ridicule the situation, to the extent that he failed to hear the makeup artist calling him. At that moment, Wen Yan and Wang Che approached him to greet him. The two exclaimed in unison, "Hello, Teacher Shen." Shen Jinghe merely nodded in response, devoid of further conversation. Consequently, after exchanging pleasantries, they departed, leaving him without the opportunity to express a single thought. Shen Jinghe found himself at a loss for words. What sort of sister is this? Certainly not a biological one. Wen Yan and Wang Che were not idle either. Upon learning that it was Wen Yan's first visit to the location, Wang Che proposed to take her on a tour. With nothing else to do, Wen Yan agreed. After wandering for approximately an hour, Wang Che confided in Wen Yan, "I actually have another matter to attend to at the film studio today." "What matter? A new job?" Wen Yan inquired. Wang Che nodded. "I came across some buzz online. The original work has garnered significant attention, and the male and female leads are currently popular actors. Just from the promotional stills, everyone believes this drama will be a hit. Indeed, Wang Che, I have heard that every character with even a minor role in the original story stands out. If you manage to join this production, Even a small role could yield benefits and hone your acting skills. Wang Che sighed. While that is true, I'm not entirely confident. The last time I was selected for Shishing, it was because I was influenced by you during our scenes together. This time, I lack that assurance. Why don't you accompany me later? My agent has scheduled an appointment for half an hour from now, and you mentioned you were free. But what would I do there? Wang Che lowered his voice. The actor originally cast for this role has been flagged for tax evasion. Wei joined the cast. He brought along several other actors, and it seems they all have some issues. You know how it is. If this escalates, the entire production could be jeopardized, and the crew wouldn't dare take the risk of keeping them. Therefore, they plan to replace them all. If you come with me, there might be a chance for you to land a role. Why not give it a shot? Wen Yan was indeed persuaded. All right, I shall go and try my luck. They arrived at the Hualong production team 10 minutes early. Just as Wang Che was about to introduce Wen Yan to his agent, Sister Hua, she interrupted him. I know Wen Yan. I've recognized your name online long ago. Wen Yan felt a bit embarrassed. Hello, Sister Hua. I hope the online matters didn't cause you any embarrassment. Sister Hua chuckled. That is one way to gain fame. By the way, I heard you haven't signed with an agency yet. Considering your long-standing friendship with Wang Che, how about you consider our company? Aside from Shen Jinghe's previous invitation, this was the first olive branch extended to Wen Yan from the entertainment industry. Nevertheless, she intended to wait for that person to appear before making a decision. Thus, she politely declined Sister Hua's offer. Although rejected by a newcomer with no established status, Sister Hua remained unfazed. Instead, she introduced Wen Yan to the casting assistant director, suggesting that Wen Yan could audition for the role of the antagonist by Yue Guang. The assistant director was immediately captivated by Wen Yan's appearance and agreed to let her audition. As a result, Wen Yan was selected on the spot. However, her role as by Yue Guang was relatively minor. The entire filming could be completed in just one day. Consequently, she was swiftly adorned in the character's attire and makeup. With the enhancement of her costume and makeup, her mere presence in the scene exuded an ethereal and aloof aura. Furthermore, her expressions and movements were executed flawlessly, with most of the takes being perfect in one go. After wrapping up, she checked the time and was astonished to find it was already 3:40 in the afternoon. Additionally, her phone displayed 4 missed calls from Shen Jinghe. As the saying goes, a thing seldom happens thrice, but Shen Jinghe had called her 4 times in a row. Given his petty and proud nature, he was likely rolling his eyes in frustration while waiting for her to answer. Hello, Teacher Shen. Were you looking for me? Hello, what have you been up to? Having a jolly time with your little boyfriend? What little boyfriend? Are you referring to Wang Che? Please, our relationship is one of pure, revolutionary friendship. Don't tell me you lack any male friends in the entertainment industry. Shen Jinghe retorted coldly, standing his ground. Indeed, I do not. Is that a problem? Have you even checked your phone? Not yet. I just finished and took out my phone only to see your missed calls. Did you receive news from the elder brother? Please, don't hang up. Let me check WeChat first. Forget it. Just come find me. I'll share my location with you. We can talk in the car. With that, Shen Jinghe ended the call. Wen Yan hastily opened the group chat. In the group, Shen Jingxiu had posted a photo. It was the document from the paternity test. The result read, no biological relationship. Upon seeing those words, Wen Yan's mind went blank. After a moment, she clicked on the location shared by Shen Jinghe and followed the map to find his car. As she entered the vehicle, Wen Yan cautiously remarked, I hope no one recognizes this as your car. There are many people around, and if someone malicious sees it, rumors will surely spread. At that moment, Shen Jinghe had already donned a hat, mask, and sunglasses, fully concealing himself. No worries, the driver is already taking my RV. It's the Studio S vehicle. You should check the group messages. Otherwise, why do you think I called you? Isn't that a bit too proud? Shen Jinghe frowned. The matter of pride aside, it had been over a decade since he had initiated conversation with her, and now he felt awkward addressing it. Shen Jinghe said, unable to resist glancing at Wen Yan again. Where have you been? Why do you look like this? In her haste to leave, Wen Yan had returned her clothes and wig to the production team, but she had yet to remove her makeup. Oh, Wang Che introduced me to a character at the last minute, so I auditioned and surprisingly got selected. However, my scenes have all been filmed and wrapped. Such a small role? How could he even introduce you? It is indeed minor. After all, it is just a small character. When this topic arose, Su Yang felt a pang of sympathy for the impersonator, Shen Jiro. Jiro had also been working hard, accompanying her adoptive mother from dawn till dusk. Hearing this, Wen Yan was at a loss for words. Shen Jinghe interjected, I'll go change into another outfit. Shen Jingxiu added. I'll head up to put away my laptop bag. 2 minutes later, without removing their makeup or changing clothes, the three reconvened in Shen Jingxiu's study. Shen Jingxiu's expression was grave as he pulled a report from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table. Results have confirmed that Shen Jiro is indeed not our parents' biological child. As for her true identity, I will uncover the truth. Upon finishing, Shen Jingxiu rubbed his temples in frustration. The moment the report was released, he had already invested a considerable sum to investigate. However, the afternoon had passed without any updates. Deep down, he understood that unraveling matters from so long ago would not be straightforward. Thus, he addressed the two seated across from him, Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe, with a request. I would like to discuss something with you. Although Shen Jinghe did not verbally respond, he directed his gaze towards Shen Jingxiu. Shen Jingxiu continued earnestly. Until we clarify the true identity of this impostor, or rather, uncover the full extent of the situation, I hope we can keep this from our parents for now. Let us refrain from revealing anything too soon in front of the impostor, lest we disturb the situation. What do you both think? Knowing that Shen Jinghe was unwilling to engage with him, Shen Jingxiu turned directly to Wen Yan, seeking her opinion. Wen Yan promptly nodded in agreement. All right, I wholeheartedly support this. In truth, she had always acted in this manner. Su Yang had once suffered from severe depression after losing her daughter, even contemplating suicide multiple times. This was common knowledge among family members. Naturally, Shen Jinghe had no objections either. However, he was still unprepared to voice his thoughts to Shen Jingxiu, merely nodding slightly. But that was sufficient. Reaching a consensus was what mattered. You may all remove your makeup and change your clothes, he stated. As soon as his words fell, Shen Jinghe eagerly stood up. Yet this time, Shen Jingxiu did not rise gallantly to open the door for them. As the eldest brother of the family, he seemed to bear quite a burden. Now, having passed this tricky matter on to him, the first to learn the paternity test results would be him while I'm merely filmed. He could not yet discuss anything with our parents, which must weigh heavily on him. My heart ached for my brother for a fleeting moment. Shen Jingxiu indeed felt weary. He had never anticipated that the daughter his parents sought for so many years would turn out to be an impostor. It felt like a scene from a melodramatic television series. Concurrently, an inexplicable sentiment akin to grievance blossomed within him. Each day, upon awakening, his tasks consisted solely of work. Work, overtime, and social engagements. Yet, the first impression others had of him seemed eternally fixed on his lofty status and frigid demeanor. Rarely did anyone perceive him as an ordinary human being, one with both physical and mental limits. He too experienced fatigue and exhaustion. Of course, with the exception of his mother. And now, it seemed, there was also Wen Yan. Shen Jingxiu had grown so fatigued that he hardly wished to speak further. But the slight warmth emanating from Wen Yan stirred the exhausted blood within him back to life. He gazed at Wen Yan and inquired, "What is it? Is there something you wish to say?" She responded, still pondering what to articulate. However, her body language reacted far more swiftly than her thoughts. As soon as Shen Jingxiu's words echoed in the air, she nodded vigorously. After enduring a prolonged gaze from Shen Jingxiu, she finally formulated her response. I wanted to remind you, dear brother, that we did not mention the adoptive parents of the impostor Shen Jiro. Haven't they been applying for visas to leave the country? Shen Jingxiu replied with an I have already considered that point. Do not worry. Wen Yan smiled. That's good to hear. You are indeed thoughtful, brother. I will take my leave now. Go ahead, Shen Jingxiu replied, offering a slight nod to Wen Yan, inadvertently softening his tone. During dinner, none of the three exhibited any unusual behavior. Wen Yan remained the cheerful spirit for Su Yang. In an effort to elevate Su Yang's spirits further, Wen Yan suggested a small dessert after the meal. Since there was insufficient time for the kitchen to prepare, she dispatched a courier to procure it from her favorite establishment. Su Yang had a particular fondness for that shop's flavors, which the home kitchen could not replicate. Consequently, someone pulled out their phone to send Wen Yan a message. So, are you craving dessert as well, second brother? Not particularly, but since the opportunity presents itself, I merely wish to see if you have the heart to indulge. Came a reply. Wen Yan was momentarily speechless. This Shen Jinghe, the reigning champion of stubbornness, knowing that the family patriarch, Mr. Shen, does not favor sweets. Should I order one for second brother? What the elder brother? Suddenly, Shen Jingxiu, thinking of matcha-flavored cake, recalled he had previously enjoyed strawberry flavor and wished to try something different. Yet, He had not yet decided how to voice this desire, should Wen Yan inquire. However, he soon found himself relieved of this concern. Wen Yan indeed asked if he would like one as well, but before he could respond, Su Yang interjected with a refusal. Your elder brother does not need one. Like your father, he does not enjoy sweets. However, your second brother does. Order one for him instead. By the way, which one are you going to recommend for me? Oh, this one seems quite nice, she replied. Shen Jingxiu quietly ascended the stairs. Typically, due to a busy work schedule, he had little time to savor the final dessert even when dining alone. Given the distance of the Shen family's villa from the city center, the courier's delivery of the dessert took an entire hour. Upon retrieving the orders for Su Yang and himself, Wen Yan promptly dashed upstairs with the paper bag. She first knocked on Shen Jing's door. However, upon entering, she found him engaged in a phone call, so she placed the cake down and exited. Since Shen Jing's room was not far from Shen Jingxiu's study, he clearly heard the sounds of her comings and goings, as well as the door opening and closing. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Shen Jingxiu felt a twinge of disappointment and even envy. Yet he quickly reassured himself that it was merely a piece of dessert, and he could enjoy it the following afternoon. Just as he was about to immerse himself fully in his work, a sudden knock resounded at his door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of a matcha-flavored cake, the very flavor he had been yearning for an hour earlier. In that moment, Shen Jingxiu was flooded with mixed emotions, though he did not display any outward signs. Wen Yan, perceiving his indifferent tone, was uncertain whether he liked it or not. Yet she expressed her thoughts nonetheless. Although mother says you do not enjoy sweets, it appears you finished the last one. This one is low in sugar and calories, so there is no need to worry about gaining weight. Would you care to try? Very well, Shen Jingxiu replied, extending his hand to accept the small cake. After a moment's contemplation, he added, in truth, I do enjoy desserts. Thank you. You're welcome. Wen Yan beamed. Big brother, you've worked hard. Indulging in a bit of sweetness can replenish your energy. I'm counting on you for that matter. Shen Jingxiu nodded. As he savored the cake, he found the flavor delightful. Initially, he had intended to investigate the matter of the imposter Shinjiro through her adoptive parents, Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. However, these individuals had seemingly been preoccupied with business for many years, making it challenging to delve deeper. 2 full days had elapsed. Yet the information obtained through his substantial expenditure remained superficial and of little value. Thus, after careful consideration, Shen Jingxiu resolved to approach the investigation from a different angle. Given the murky nature of Wu Peng and Zhao Jing's connection, he decided to trace back to the institution that performed the paternity test for the imposter and his parents 4 years prior, as well as the hospital where his sister had initially sought treatment. The outcome confirmed that the test results from years ago were indeed accurate. This conclusion directly indicated that the imposter's family had once possessed genuine biological material from his sister. If so, 2 possibilities emerged. First, the imposter's family had genuinely encountered his sister years ago. Second, it was highly likely that the hospital where his sister received treatment had leaked her biological specimens. Shen Jingxiu preferred the latter scenario. If the first were true, it would imply that his biological sister might have met with misfortune. Otherwise, the existence of this imposter, Shinjiro, would not arise. The mere thought of such a possibility dulled his appetite for the specially ordered dessert. Fortunately, fate was kind. The results obtained by the individuals he had commissioned ultimately pointed to the latter. They uncovered a dubious caregiver. It turned out that within the private elite hospital where his sister had been treated, there was a caregiver with nefarious intentions. This caregiver would exploit her position to collect information on the physical characteristics of wealthy families' children, along with fingerprints, hair, and even biological materials, such as newborn umbilical cords. The caregiver will sell this information or biological tissues to nefarious individuals in need. These wrongdoers will perpetrate crimes, such as kidnapping and extortion, against the children of wealthy families. This caregiver was apprehended 3 years ago due to a kidnapping case. The hospital, possessing substantial background and influence, concealed this atrocious case to prevent any negative impact on its reputation. If it were not for Shen Jingxiu's initiative to delve deeper into the hospital, he would have remained oblivious to such disgraceful matters. He has already sent someone to visit the caregiver in prison, who has confirmed the information. For years ago, through an acquaintance's introduction, someone indeed approached him and purchased the biological tissues of renowned designer Su Yang's daughter. The Wu couple, upon discovering the resemblance between the counterfeit Shinjiro and the esteemed designer Su Yang, and learning that the Shen family had been searching for their missing daughter, devised a plan to impersonate the true Shen family's daughter. Such actions are utterly despicable and repulsive. Once again gathered in Shen Jingxiu's study, Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe learned the truth of the matter. The harsh words came from Shen Jinghe's mouth. Having entered Shen Jingxiu's study 3 times prior, this was the first time he spoke. He was furious, even impulsive. I will confront them. They must still be waiting in that dilapidated hospital for their visas to be processed. Wait a moment, second brother. As Shen Jinghe stood to leave, Wen Yan grasped his arm. Do not act impulsively. Now that we have clarified the situation, we should inform our parents. They have been kept in the dark for too long. Moreover, as a public figure, your every word and action are under scrutiny. If you recklessly confront them, who knows how the news will portray you tomorrow? Wen Yan's words resonated with Shen Jingxiu, who agreed with her perspective. After deliberation, they decided that Shen Jingxiu would speak to Shen Yuan and Su Yang. Shen Jingxiu planned to wait until after dinner to approach their parents. Otherwise, they might lose their appetite. Soon, the family gathered around the dinner table. Before the meal began, Su Yang sensed something was amiss with Shen Jinghe and jokingly inquired, "What troubles you, Jinghe? You seem unhappy. Did someone owe you money?" Shen Jinghe simply shook his head, saying, "No, it's just some unpleasantness at work." Su Yang chose not to press further. During the meal, Su Yang mentioned Shinjiro again, wondering if she had been eating well these past few days. However, today, she lacked the mood for discussion. She struggled to swallow her food, sighing inwardly. The counterfeit Shinjiro? The false daughter? Su Yang suddenly froze mid-motion, her ears ringing, her entire being immobilized. I wish they could finish this meal, yet I also want it to end quickly so that eldest brother can reveal the truth to them. Eldest brother knows. Su Yang's mouth opened in shock, suddenly feeling breathless, as if all the air had been sucked from her chest. Simultaneously, Shen Yuan, sensing Wen Yan's anxious thoughts, abruptly dropped his chopsticks. He looked at Shen Jingxiu, his tone unusually grave. You all seem off today. Is there something you wish to tell your mother and me? Suddenly confronted, Shen Jingxiu hesitated. Dad, perhaps we should wait until after dinner to discuss this. We've already begun eating. We might as well finish the meal. They had resolved to be honest, and a few minutes would not change that. However, Shen Yuan's silence did not indicate any desire to continue dining. After speaking, he pushed back his chair and left the dining room. Shen Jingxiu could not refuse his father and had no choice but to follow Shen Yuan's lead. In an instant, the large dining table was left with only Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe. Wen Yan set down her utensils and looked at Shen Jinghe. Second brother, do you think Mom will be heartbroken when she learns the truth? What do you think? Should we not devise a strategy? Perhaps take the family on a trip to help her unwind? She paused. Do you still have work lined up? Observing Shen Jinghe's furrowed brow, Wen Yan asked, What's wrong? Did someone send you news? It couldn't be eldest brother, could it? Is something amiss? How could it be him? Do you remember Chai Zhaodi? Coincidentally, the reporter reaching out to my studio is the same one. Is it related to Chai Zhaodi? You can see for yourself. I cannot explain it in just a few words. Wen Yan skillfully took the phone from Shen Jinghe. Upon reading, she realized that the reporter had not given up on tracking the case since Chai Zhaodi's return home. He believed that the incident involving Chai Zhaodi was not a coincidence and likely not the only case, so he had reached out to Shen Jinghe's studio for assistance. After quickly finishing, Wen Yan returned the phone to Shen Jinghe. What are your plans now? Do you intend to help him? Just then, Zhang Sa hurried over to them. The sir requests your immediate presence in the study. Now, they exchanged glances before hastily making their way. Soon, the entire family gathered in Shen Yuan's study. His eyes were red-rimmed, and Su Yang appeared to have been weeping. Wen Yan could hardly bear to see a girl, especially an elder, in tears. She immediately moved beside Su Yang and gently embraced her. Su Yang, suppressing her tears, held Wen Yan tightly. Her voice trembled. Good child, you have suffered these past 4 years. I had no idea you endured so much under that impostor. Your father and I were wrong for not believing you. Had we trusted you, perhaps we would have discovered the truth sooner, and you would not have had to endure such hardship. Mom, do not blame yourself. The past is behind us. The wrongdoers are those vile individuals with ulterior motives. You and Dad are not at fault. Su Yang choked back her words, wanting to say more, but unable to speak for fear of breaking down. In this atmosphere, Wen Yan felt her eyes welling up, quickly handing Su Yang some tissues. Once the mother-daughter exchange concluded, Shen Yuan addressed Wen Yan. Has this false Shinjiro ever provoked you or engaged in a rivalry? Perhaps mentioning her biological parents or original family? Wen Yan pondered before shaking her head. However, I believe her intentions were clear. She aimed to drive me out of this family. I previously thought she feared I would usurp your affection and replace her. But now it seems she is merely a meticulously crafted counterfeit, likely driven by the Shen family's wealth. I have only just realized that the disappearance of several women from the mountains years ago is connected to her adoptive mother and her clothing factory. Their factory faced issues, and they may have used me to launder their reputation. At this point, Shen Yuan clenched his fists, veins bulging on the backs of his hands. He was filled with rage. Rage at himself for failing to uncover the truth. How could he have been ensnared by such a person and even aided them? After Shen Yuan's outburst, the air in the study became tense, and silence enveloped the room. Moments later, Shen Jingxiu broke the silence. The disappearance of these women is untraceable, as no one has ever filed a report. Now, 6 or 7 years have passed, and they likely have no living relatives. Perhaps no one remembers them anymore. Father, the immediate priority is to ensure that those individuals are restrained. We cannot allow any of them to escape. Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes, exuding a calm yet fierce determination. Their actions constitute fraud. The sum they have taken from me is sufficient for a lengthy imprisonment. I shall enlist the finest attorney in this field, and I demand the harshest penalties for them. Chapter 76. Shen Jingxiu seizes an opportunity from this day forth. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I will take full responsibility. Jingxiu, all future developments on your end should be reported directly to me by your assistant. As for Jinghe and Yin Yan, you should continue with your own affairs. Within moments, Shen Yuan made his decisions and assigned tasks to everyone. Once they all departed, he approached Wen Yan. Wen Yan could not fathom what the head of the Shen family intended to convey. However, she was taken aback when Shen Yuan's first words were an apology. I apologize for the distress caused to you, Yin Yan, enduring the oppression of a false scammer for so long. Your mother and I will make it up to you in the future. Wen Yan shook her head vigorously. Father, please do not say such things. You and mother have given me a second chance at life. I am truly content with my current state of comfort and freedom. If you feel remorseful, I cannot bear it. Shen Yuan nodded. You are indeed a sensible and understanding child. From a moment I first saw you in the orphanage, I knew I had made no mistake. There is one more matter I wish to entrust to you. Father, you flatter me. We are family. There is no need for formalities. Please just speak plainly. In that moment, even the resolute Shen Yuan's voice trembled. I hope you can temporarily set aside your work and spend more time with your mother, if you would. This situation is a tremendous blow to her. While I can offer her comfort as her husband, she also needs the presence of her daughter. Therefore, I beseech you. Wen Yan felt a surge of emotion at Shen Yuan's request. She sincerely assured him, Father, rest assured, even without your request, I will be there for mother. I wish for her to be happy every day. You have worked hard, he replied. It is no burden. I will now go and check on mother. Shen Yuan nodded. As Wen Yan exited, Shen Jingxiu entered. Their eyes met, and Wen Yan offered him a gentle smile. Shen Jingxiu, initially frowning, found his expression softening in response to her warm demeanor. Wen Yan anticipated that Su Yang would be deeply distressed, perhaps even in tears. However, upon entering Su Yang's room, she discovered her mother had already washed her face, styled her hair, and was selecting an outfit from the wardrobe. Wen Yan frowned in confusion and glanced at Shen Jinghe, who remained silent, clearly as perplexed as she was regarding Su Yang's intentions. Mother, why are you choosing clothes to go out at this late hour? Is it for tomorrow? Su Yang's eyes were still puffy from crying, yet she managed a faint smile as she replied, Yin Yan, your arrival is timely. Could you help me decide which outfit portrays strength? The mention of Zero made Wen Yan's throat tighten. Mother, but Father's plan has not yet been executed. Perhaps it would be best to wait until he has dealt with the situation before you seek them out. Tonight may not be the ideal moment. There is no rush. Wouldn't you agree, second brother? Indeed, mother, it would be wise to discuss it further with father. In truth, Shen Jinghe had nearly rushed to confront the impostors himself, but was rationally restrained by the others. At that moment, he could not contain himself any longer and embraced his mother tightly. Mother, if you wish to cry, then cry. As your son, Jiro's brother, I will ensure those scoundrels are held accountable. No tears, mother. We must find your daughter. Those fraudsters are not worth your tears. Just then, Shen Yuan unexpectedly entered the room. From the moment he stepped in, his gaze was fixed on Su Yang. Darling, if you wish to go, we shall do so tonight. Su Yang turned to Shen Yuan. Really? Have you resolved everything? Yes, it is all taken care of. Then allow me to apply a light touch of makeup. I do not wish for that scammer to see me in such disarray. I shall wait for you. As Su Yang sat at the vanity, her hands trembled slightly while holding the powder puff. Wen Yan approached gently. Mother, allow me. I am quite skilled at makeup, not inferior to those beauty influencers online. After finishing, Wen Yan could not resist asking Shen Yuan, Father, may we accompany you? Shen Yuan, however, declined her request. It is getting late. You three have been busy with this matter and must be weary. With that, Shen Yuan personally retrieved a trench coat from the wardrobe and draped it over Su Yang. Denied permission to accompany them, Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe could only escort Shen Yuan and Su Yang to the door. It was not until their vehicle had departed that Wen Yan sighed. I wish to witness how father and mother deal with those fraudsters. Turning to Shen Jinghe, she inquired, What are you looking at me for? Do you not wish to see as well? Do you think I don't want to? But they want to allow us to follow. I did not realize you were so obedient to father. Shen Jinghe frowned. There are occasions for such obedience. You are right. Let's go. Wen Yan turned away, suddenly realizing she had not seen Shen Jingxiu in some time. Where has he gone? Does he not care about mother? As those thoughts crossed her mind, a car suddenly halted at the entrance. It was Shen Jingxiu's vehicle. He lowered the window and called to Wen Yan and Shen Jinghe, Get in. Where to? Wen Yan instinctively asked. The hospital. The hospital? Wen Yan was puzzled. Do you know that father and mother are going to confront that family? Yes, will you join? Wen Yan hurriedly approached the passenger window, but I just asked father, and he said we could not go. Who did he say that to? To us, to me, and second brother. Shen Jingxiu nodded. He did not say it to me. I did not hear it. Are you coming or not? Wen Yan understood. Shen Jingxiu was seizing an opportunity. Let us go now. Instinctively, she pulled open the passenger door, only to remember that someone was still standing at the entrance. Shen Jinghe taunted, Are you my internal compass, knowing me so well? Shen Jinghe cleared his throat. Give me 3 minutes. In reality, Shen Jingxiu had been standing outside Su Yang's room, having overheard every word exchanged within. Chapter 77. Spectators. The night traffic was sparse, and Shen Jingxiu drove for just over 30 minutes before arriving at the hospital where Zhao Jing was located. Upon their arrival, Shen Yuan's vehicle was already parked. Since Wen Yan had visited this place once before, she volunteered to lead the way as they disembarked. Elder brother, second brother, I am familiar with this place. Just follow me. I know a shortcut, and we should not miss much time. Shen Jinghe, with a sharp tongue, remarked, You think one visit makes you an expert? Wen Yan shot him an annoyed glance. That is more familiarity than you have from having never been here at all. Come on, both of you this way. Shen Jingxiu had not forgotten how she had floundered like a headless chicken in the supermarket searching for gum. Moreover, he had his own plans. He positioned himself in the opposite direction from Wen Yan and instructed, Follow me. Wen Yan frowned, but that direction is incorrect, elder brother. Shen Jingxiu glanced at his watch. Time is of the essence. Do you not trust me? No sooner had he spoken than he set off. Did not hesitate for a moment to follow suit. In an instant, only Wen Yan remained, standing in stark contrast to the two brothers. Her expression one of astonishment. Was it said that water and fire are incompatible? How could SHNJ simply follow SHNJ? Was he truly so unconditionally trusting of him? Guided by the principle of the minority yielding to the majority? Not really. And also driven by trust in SHNJ, Wen chose to follow as well. As she walked behind him, SHNJ sensed her thoughts and paused momentarily. Indeed, why did he follow without a second thought? Was it due to his unwavering faith in SHNJ? How improbable. He merely held a greater skepticism towards Wen throughout their journey. SHNJ did not allow Wen or SHNJ to perform trivial tasks like opening doors or pressing elevator buttons. As the elder brother, took it upon himself to do everything. However, upon entering the building, Wen could not help but voice a reminder. Brother, this is certainly not the oncology ward. Unexpectedly, SHNJ replied, I am aware. Wen SHNJ. SHNJ continued, maintaining his composure. You will understand once you step inside. Although ZHOJ resides in the oncology ward, we cannot all crowd at her room's entrance, can we? Have you not considered that? While speaking, SHNJ opened the door to an office. Upon entering, Wen Yan immediately recognized her previous narrow-mindedness. This seemingly ordinary office contained a camera, essentially functioning as a surveillance room. It was evident that it faced the single patient room where Zhou was located. Nonetheless, Wen Yan still had a question. What if they draw the curtains? How do we counter that? The nurse would not close the curtains except during sleeping hours. As she spoke, Wen Yan fell silent, realizing her question was unnecessary. Surely the nurse would succumb to the elder brother's financial prowess. Shen smirked slightly. What of the nurse? What are you pondering? Doctors recommend that patients bask in sunlight and keep windows open for ventilation. Wen Yan, fine, I truly overthought it. However, indeed, the elder brother proved to be astute. Observing from his position was far more convenient than 3 people crowding at the patient room's door, although not being able to hear anything was a pity. This arrangement was quite thoughtful. What more could one desire? As Wen Yan approached the window, she noticed a telescope on the table. Thinking to leave the camera to Shen, she decided to use the telescope herself. Yet, when she picked it up, she found it utterly useless. Confused, she quipped, "Why is it pitch black? I can't see anything." Shen silently approached her, his long fingers taking the telescope from her grasp. "You forgot to remove the lens cap." Wen Yan, silence is the Cambridge of tonight. Meanwhile, Shen scoffed softly. Wen Yan recognized he was laughing at her and shot him a glance, only to find him holding his phone. Noticing her gaze, Shen turned to her. "The phone camera can zoom in 60 times, don't you know? All right, I'm having a moment of stupidity." Thus, each of them stood before the camera, arms crossed, with their phones raised, meticulously observing the activities of those in the opposite ward. It appeared that Shen and Ying had been there for a while. Yet, the tension had not yet erupted. As the imposter Shenzhru was absent, the room contained only Shen, Ying, Ying, and Zhou. However, shortly after their observation began, the imposter Shenzhru arrived. She seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, but could not pinpoint the cause. Just as Ying's hand approached her, she instinctively recoiled. Thus, the conflict erupted. Ying pulled several papers from her bag and flung them at the imposter Shenzhru. It was evident that they were the paternity test results. The faces of the imposter and her adoptive parents immediately turned pale upon seeing the documents. The scene descended into chaos as the imposter's family attempted to explain themselves to Ying and Shen. However, with undeniable evidence in hand, how could Ying and Shen trust them again? The imposter Shenzhru even knelt before Ying, but Ying was resolute. She would not show mercy when it was unwarranted. Aside from a couple of mischievous incidents during her childhood, she had never resorted to violence in her decades of life. Yet, upon witnessing the imposter's attempt to kneel and beg for forgiveness, she slapped her across the face. However, one slap was insufficient to quell her anger. Turning, she struck Zhou next. Lastly, it was Ying, being tall and sturdy. He instinctively prepared to retaliate when Ying's slap approached. However, he could not react in time before Shen's fist sent him stumbling to the ground. 2 against 3. Wen Yan could no longer bear it. "We should help. We cannot let our parents suffer." Shen tucked his phone away, his tone icy. "You understand nothing about the old man." No sooner had he spoken than the situation in the opposite ward dramatically shifted. A group of men in police uniforms burst through the door, swiftly apprehending the imposter's family. Shen supported Ying as they exited the ward. It turned out this was Shen's prior preparation. The imposter family was about to be taken in for questioning. If all went according to plan, they would likely spend many years in a labor camp. Chapter 78. Nothing is beyond the capabilities of an elder brother. With the chaos in the opposite ward resolved, Wen Yan's anxious heart finally settled. Moments later, Shen spoke, "Let us depart." Just then, Wen Yan's stomach grumbled, breaking the silence. She smiled awkwardly. "Hee, I didn't eat enough for dinner." Shen, once again embodying his sharp tongue, retorted, "Ha, glutton." Yet, scarcely had he spoken when his own stomach let out a loud growl, even louder than Wen Yan's. Wen Yan burst into laughter. "Glutton? How can you call me that? If I am a glutton, then you must be a rice vat, a rice pool, a rice river, a rice sea, a rice galaxy. She refrained from saying rice universe. SHNJNGH rolled his eyes dramatically, childish. Nevertheless, it must be said, after the evening's dinner had been interrupted and following such a tense encounter, it was only natural for their stomachs to feel hunger. SHNJNGH. What a stubborn child. Brother, what about you? All right. The elder brother is easy to talk to. The two brothers seemed to have no particular preferences. So Wen Yan had no choice but to select the restaurant herself. All right. Just as they were about to exit the car, Wen Yan suddenly asked SHNJNGH, second brother, should I pack you a portion? You can eat in the car later. It would be unfortunate if you were recognized. Who cares? SHNJNGH opened the door and got out, unbothered by anyone interrupting his meal. He was starving, and no one dared prevent him from eating. The three quickly entered a wonton shop. To accommodate SHNJNGH's celebrity status, they deliberately chose a table in the far corner. Based on his earlier behavior at the hospital, Wen Yan felt that SHNJNGH did not actually harbor as much animosity towards SHNJNGC as he appeared to. It was merely his character that constrained his true feelings. Therefore, Wen Yan resolved to create an opportunity for the two of them. The restaurant featured long benches. Wen Yan moved forward to monopolize an entire bench, sitting halfway on it while draping her coat over the other half. SHNJNGH immediately recognized Wen Yan's intentions, furrowing his brow, yet he still sat down across from her. SHNJNGC had no qualms about sitting shoulder to shoulder with SHNJNGH, but just as he settled, his phone rang. I shall take a phone call. Wen Yan, could you please place the order? I'm not picky. I will eat whatever you choose. All right, elder brother. You go ahead and attend to your matters. To my surprise, the stoic elder brother is rather easy to please. Hello, miss. We would like to place an order here. Wen Yan waved to summon the waiter. Upon seeing her, the waiter momentarily froze. Hello, you are stunningly beautiful. Are you a celebrity? I feel like I have seen you somewhere. No. Wen Yan quickly waved her hand. I am merely here to enjoy some wontons. I would like 2 bowls of kwanjiafu, please, in large sizes. And you, second brother? I'll have a bowl of fresh meat wontons, large as well. All right, please wait a moment. In fact, Shen Jingha even swapped the positions of his bowl of fresh meat wontons and Shen Jingxiu's bowl of kwanjiafu. Wen Yan fell silent for 2 seconds, somewhat perplexed. May I inquire, what does this mean? If you prefer kwanjiafu, why not order it directly? There are shrimp in the kwanjiafu. Indeed, there's shrimp. Someone does not eat shrimp mixed with meat. Are you referring to elder brother? Yet, I distinctly saw him pick up shrimp the last time we dined together. I meant, he does not consume shrimp when they are wrapped with the meat filling. How do you know this? You could have mentioned it while ordering. I feared the waiter might recognize my voice. After all, even Wen Yan almost recognized me. Oh, I understand now. But I must say, second brother, you seem to care quite a bit for elder brother. These sentiments could certainly be expressed. I noticed in elder brother's study that he recalls you have never liked drinking cold mineral water since childhood. However, you did not accept the water he offered. If you feel embarrassed, I could tell elder brother later that you specifically swapped for fresh meat wontons. You dare? Our matters do not concern you. Wen Yan scoffed. Not my business, stubborn like a dead duck. Meanwhile, not far behind them, Shen Jingxiu slowly curled his lips into a smile upon hearing their conversation. Indeed, Wen Yan kept her mouth shut, and Shen Jingha had nothing more to say, for Shen Jingxiu was inherently a man of few words. Thankfully, the wontons were exceptionally delicious. Otherwise, Wen Yan would have suffocated from holding back. Perhaps it was because the weight in her heart had finally lifted. After returning to the Shen family villa and taking a comfortable shower, Wen Yan soon fell asleep. It was stated that if they were prosecuted for fraud, they could face over 10 years of imprisonment. However, Shen Yuan deemed this punishment too lenient, especially since Wu Peng and Zhao Jing might be entangled in other crimes. Thus, he planned to further investigate this matter. The next day, Wen Yan woke up early and personally went to the kitchen to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Su Yang. However, to her dismay, Su Yang had caught a severe cold and was unable to eat. After taking cold medicine, she went back to sleep, feeling lethargic throughout the day. Shen Yuan decided not to go to work that day and instructed the household staff to spend half the day clearing out everything from the room of the imposter Shinjiro. Perhaps due to her ill temper, Su Yang's cold persisted, and she suffered recurring high fevers, ultimately necessitating a hospital visit for treatment. For several days, Wen Yan stayed in the hospital, accompanying Su Yang. Meanwhile, the film Shishing had wrapped up, and Shen Jinghe had also concluded his work. Look, once again, Shen Jinghe handed his phone to Wen Yan. She realized that this fellow was indeed very lazy. If there were screenshots of an event, he would never narrate it verbally. Thus, the journalist we discussed earlier managed to uncover a local and scrupulous factory through Chai Zhaodi, potentially involved in human trafficking and likely connected to Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. However, due to the geographical and temporal barriers, it was challenging to conduct a united investigation. Correct. So, he still intends to leverage public opinion to exert pressure? Yes. But that approach is too slow. You should report this news to the old man. He typically acts swiftly when there are clues. Why don't you go? Are you asking knowingly? Then I shall not go. What are your conditions? Speak freely. There is nothing I cannot fulfill. Not going means not going. If you wish to go, you may do so. I have to accompany mother. Farewell. Ah, is it easy for me to mediate their father-son relationship? If I were to ask for a sum of 100,000 or 80,000 for running errands, he would surely oblige. Oh dear. Farewell to 100,000 or 80,000. Chapter 79. A blessing in disguise. 100,000 or 80,000. Is that so simple? Shen Jinghe called out to Wen Yan, who was about to flee. I will give you 180,000. You go tell the old master this news. Who do you look down upon? Shen Jinghe, I have 180,000, and I will give you 180,001 cent. You go tell father this news. Get lost. How dare you insult me with a mere cent? Have you lost your mind? It seems she is utterly oblivious to the power of money. 1,800,000. Huh? Do you underestimate me? Shen Jinghe gritted his teeth. Today he was determined to stand his ground against Wen Yan. 18 million. Wen Yan's eyes widened. What? Is Shen Jinghe out of his mind? Is he insane? But who would refuse 18 million? Deal. Shen Jinghe. Ah, money is indeed omnipotent. Wen Yan. Ha, not all. I was just fooling you. Such easily acquired money weighs on my conscience. In this household, it is fine, but in society, do not be such a fool. Others will scorn you for being rich yet foolish. Farewell. Shen Jinghe took a deep breath, calming himself. Do not be angry. Hitting someone is against the law. As for Wen Yan, having played her tricks on Shen Jinghe, she vanished without a trace, leaving him with no chance to retaliate. Ultimately, Shen Jinghe had no choice but to stiffen his resolve and head to Shen Yuan's study alone. When he knocked on the door, Shen Yuan was unaware of who stood outside. Upon seeing Shen Jinghe enter, his expression shifted from neutrality to surprise. Jinghe? You? Shen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. For after all these years, it was the first time his second son had taken the initiative to knock on his door and appear before him. What brings you here? Not only was Shen Yuan taken aback, but even Shen Jinghe felt quite uneasy. It had been years since they last spoke calmly and seriously, and he was at a loss as to how to begin. Should he throw his phone at him like he did with Wen Yan? But he was older now. What if he couldn't handle it and ended up deleting his chat history? With that thought, Shen Jinghe felt it was better for him to speak first. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Please sit. As they spoke, Shen Yuan even personally walked behind Shen Jinghe to pull out a chair for him. Shen Jinghe felt even more uncomfortable. No need. I will leave once I finish. Glancing at Shen Yuan, he suddenly noticed a few strands of white hair at his temples. How had his once wholly black hair aged over the years? In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed. Shen Jinghe reminded himself not to dwell on the past. More pressing matters lay ahead. The situation is such that I need your assistance. Please consider if it is feasible. Since Shen Yuan had no intention of letting Wu Peng and Zhao Jing off the hook, he naturally would not miss this opportunity to unearth other charges against them. No need to ponder. Give me the journalist's contact information, and I will personally reach out to him to understand the situation. All right. Shen Jinghe was confident that his father would handle this well. With that assured demeanor, it was clear that those fraudulent scoundrels would not have a favorable outcome. That evening, Shen Yuan and Su Yang lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Finally, Shen Yuan could not resist saying to Su Yang, "My dear, you would not believe the good fortune that transpired today." Su Yang shook her head. "I truly cannot fathom. Why not just tell me directly?" On ordinary days, Shen Yuan, who had successfully managed a 100 billion project without a smile on his face, now spoke with palpable excitement. "Wife, our son took the initiative to add me on WeChat today. He even came to my study to seek me out. It's the first time in all these years. Don't you think that that's a good sign?" Really? Su Yang quickly realized Shen Yuan was referring to Shen Jinghe. Her previously despondent demeanor brightened as her eyes sparkled with hope upon hearing this good news. What did he come to you for? He brought some information regarding Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. Didn't I mention that I wanted the three siblings to refrain from meddling in this matter, allowing me to handle it alone? He came today to report the situation to me. Although it wasn't a deliberate visit to me, I perceive this as a positive sign for our father-son relationship. At least he is willing to communicate with me, which indicates he trusts me from the bottom of his heart. Indeed, Su Yang Siged. Jinghe has always regarded his father as an omnipotent deity, placing immense trust in you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so affected when you chose Jingshu back then. Let us not dwell on that matter. As she spoke, she gently leaned on Shen Yuan's shoulder. Though the situation with Jiajiro was heart-wrenching, the bond among the three children had grown ever closer while investigating this issue, which was something I had never anticipated. However, what astonished me even more was that Jinghe proactively sought you out today. Darling, she said, her voice quivering. Do you think this could be what they call a blessing in disguise? I believe it should be, he replied. In the darkness, Shen Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. To this day, he possessed sufficient financial resources, yet he remained utterly perplexed regarding Jiro's situation. He had initially thought his daughter had been retrieved, only to find himself misled. Nevertheless, his wife's words rang true. One never knows whether a misfortune may actually be a blessing. He would continue searching for his missing child, and the growing harmony among the children at home was indeed a matter for celebration. Despite this, Su Yang's tone noticeably brightened as she spoke. That night, the couple enjoyed a rare, restful sleep. The influence Shen Yuan could wield far exceeded what Shen Jinghe and Wen Yan could fathom. In a remarkably short time, the interprovincial joint investigation team procured evidence of Wu Peng and Zhao Jing's criminal activities. Through investigations and testimonies from various relevant departments, it was uncovered that Chai Zhaodi had been sold to local criminal gangs deep in the mountains. Although Wu Peng and Zhao Jing did not directly partake in Chai Zhaodi's transaction, they had purchased her daughter, Nai Yadu, from Chai Zhaodi and Nai Sanchue. This Nai Yada happened to be the false Shinjuro, one among many children raised by Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. Due to her striking appearance, she had been assisting them in their fraudulent endeavors. One day, upon seeing Su Yang's photograph online, they noted the striking resemblance between Nai Yadu and Su Yang, coinciding with the fact that Su Yang and Shen Yuan had lost a daughter. Thus, they meticulously crafted a scheme tailored for the Shen family. Of course, this was merely the appetizer. Their true objective was to package the false Shinjiro as the genuine heiress of the Shen family, facilitating her entry into the Shen group and potentially allowing her to inherit shares in the future. Hence, there was no escaping the charges of fraud for Nai Yadu, Wu Peng, and Zhao Jing. Simultaneously, the joint investigation team managed to extract information from the criminal organization and apprehend its members, who subsequently implicated Wu Peng and Zhao Jing. This thorough investigation solidified the charges of abduction against Wu Peng, Zhao Jing, and even Nai Yadu. On the day the case was finally clarified, Shen Yuan received an unexpected piece of information. It was said that Nai Yadu, in the detention center, claimed to know the whereabouts of the true Shinjuro. However, no matter how the police interrogated her, she remained tight-lipped. Her only demand was to see Shen Yuan and Su Yang once more. Apart from them, she refused to divulge the whereabouts of the real Shinjuro to anyone else. No matter the circumstances, she remained silent, leaving the police with no recourse but to notify Shen Yuan. Throughout these days, Shen Yuan had predominantly been working from home, wishing to stay close to Su Yang. Wen Yan, too, had no work commitment for the time being, so she accompanied him to the detention center to see Nai Yadu. Nai Yadu appeared considerably more haggard than before, her face marred by hostility. While she had once possessed striking features, at this moment, she looked utterly repugnant. Wen Yan merely glanced at her and instantly felt that nothing good would come from her lips. Shen Yuan and Su Yang simultaneously perceived Wen Yan's thoughts. In truth, they shared the same suspicion in their hearts. However, any clue regarding Jiro, even if it held a mere 1% chance of being true, was something they were unwilling to overlook. Speak, Shen Yuan coldly commanded Nai Yadu. Reveal everything regarding Jiro. Bound to the chair, Nai Yadu found it difficult to move. Upon hearing Shen Yuan's words, she suddenly leaned forward. Ha ha ha, Shen Yuan, is this your attitude when seeking help? If you continue like this, I will never speak a word to you, even in death. Shen Yuan narrowed his eyes, his voice colder than before. What do you want? What do I want? Ha ha. Just be thankful that there's no death penalty now. Otherwise, you would surely use your connections to have me executed, wouldn't you? Shen Yuan said nothing. She continued to taunt, beg me, and I will reveal your daughter's whereabouts. Otherwise, you will never find her. Shen Yuan clenched his jaw tightly, veins throbbing at his temples. For the second time, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate this person before him. The first time was when his 2 sons were abducted, and the kidnappers sadistically demanded he choose one. Though Su Yang desperately yearned to learn of their daughter's fate, witnessing her husband's barely contained fury prompted her to feel the need to intervene. She gazed at the deranged fraudster before her, her expression laced with contempt. Your demeanor compels me to question the veracity of your words. It seems you are merely venting your frustrations. If that is the case, there is no need for us to remain here face to face. Darling, daughter, let us leave. Upon finishing her words, Su Yang grasped Shen Yuan's and Wen Yan's hands, standing up resolutely. Shen Yuan and Wen Yan unanimously supported her decision. Just as they were about to exit the interrogation room, and Yadu could no longer restrain herself. Shen Yuan, Su Yang, let me tell you, your precious daughter is surely long dead. Do you truly believe that a kind-hearted individual would rescue her? Even if she survived jumping into a river, that illness would eventually claim her life. I guarantee you, her demise is far from simple. She must have suffered immensely. You think I want to let you off the hook? Let me tell you, she will not meet a favorable end. You may think you are wealthy and powerful, but it won't save you from losing your daughter. I offered to give you a daughter, yet you turned me down. It's your lack of vision that seals your daughter's fate. Wen Yan could no longer tolerate the situation, wondering whether Shen Yuan and Su Yang felt the same urge to resort to violence. She broke free from Su Yang's grasp, bent down, kicked off her shoes, and advanced to slap the madwoman's face repeatedly. This series of actions was executed with remarkable fluidity. By the time someone entered from outside to intervene, she had already delivered her fair share of slaps. This slap is for the real Jiro. This slap is for my father. This slap is for my mother. And this last slap is for the past me. Go and be a seamstress. Your future life will be spent with a sewing machine. Ultimately, Wen Yan was pulled away and warned. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, and Yada fell back into madness. Wen Yan, do you look down on me? Do you think I'm despicable? But spit. Have you ever considered how much better you are? You think your birth is glorious? Enough. You are utterly repulsive. You wish to sow discord. Alas, you shall find yourself disappointed. We cannot hear the sordid words uttered by a being as dark and vile as you. Father, mother, let us depart. Upon exiting the detention center, a unanimous sense of freshness in the air enveloped everyone. She dreamt of Ni Yao Tu, that counterfeit, alongside the true Shen Jiro. The two stood in a row, mocking her, ridiculing her wretched origins, and deriding her for usurping the affection of the Shen family. Ultimately, her dream even conjured the original Wen Yan, the true Wen Yan. In her slumber, she wept sorrowfully, lamenting her unfortunate lineage and the inevitability of a dismal fate. Chapter 81. What are Wen Yan's origins? This dream left Wen Yan feeling quite unsettled, leading her to awaken with a racing heart and a sheen of cold sweat. As she fumbled for her phone, she discovered it was barely past 6 in the morning, and the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. Yet sleep had fled her. Since her arrival, she had been preoccupied with tidying the remnants left by her predecessor, neglecting a matter of substantial importance. She still lacked clarity on how the original Wen Yan had perished. It felt as though she had simply been whisked away. It was rather unjust. Really, she had merely read a book, and without any mishap, her soul had transitioned. Yet, she remained unaware of the original soul's current whereabouts. Contemplating this, Wen Yan felt a kinship with the original, bound not just by their shared name, but also by a mutual plight. Rising from her bed, she carried a heart laden with mixed emotions, meticulously cleaning every item left in the room by her predecessor. Some ornaments she had previously tucked away now found a place of honor, a tribute to the memory of the original owner. Father, I have brought you some ginseng tea. Please place it on my desk. Shen Yuan rarely smiled, often appearing quite serious. However, his tone toward Wen Yan was gentle. Did you come to see me for a reason? Wen Yan chuckled lightly. Indeed, nothing escapes your perception, father. Please have a seat. Nodding, she continued, Father, I suddenly wish to learn about my origins. In my recollection, I was always dependent on my grandmother, but she later fell gravely ill, which led to my being sent to an orphanage. I believe I once asked my grandmother about my parents, but she seemed to evade the question. When I was younger, I harbored resentment towards my biological parents because all the other children had theirs, yet mine were absent. I now wish to know who they truly are. Can you tell me what was written in the documents when you adopted me from the orphanage? Shen Yuan was taken aback by Wen Yan's inquiry. As she matured, she had seldom broached the subject of her past. Reflecting on this, Shen Yuan closed his laptop, his tone tinged with concern. Yan, were you upset by that fraud's words yesterday? Her hurtful remarks stemmed from a desire for revenge, as she feels wronged by her punishment, wishing to drag us into her misery. You must understand, her words are untrustworthy. Yes, I am aware, Father. She cannot provoke me nor sway my decisions. I merely wish to gain a deeper understanding of the original Wen Yan. Observing that Wen Yan did not appear impulsive, Shen Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Thank you, Father. After rummaging through some old documents for a while, he retrieved a faded file from the depths of the bookshelf. Wen Yan carefully untied the string, extracting its contents. The file was substantial, yet contained only a thin sheet of paper and a photograph of her as an infant. The section labeled Father read Unknown. Though brief, it chronicled the life of her mother. Wen Yan was deeply moved upon reading it. Her mother's name was Wenro, a truly gentle name. By the way, Father, is there no photograph of my mother or grandmother? Shen Yuan shook his head. None. Your grandmother would not have sent you to the orphanage without necessity. She later suffered from dementia and severe kidney disease. I've heard the rental home you once lived in was quite chaotic, lacking anything of value. This photograph from your infancy was the only item your grandmother preserved, kept in a plastic bag, miraculously free from moisture and mold. Though it was not her own experience. Merely hearing these accounts stirred a sense of discomfort within Wen Yan. And my father, is he truly unknown? Unclear. Your biological mother, Shen Yuan paused before continuing, became pregnant out of wedlock. I've heard that when she insisted on keeping you, your grandmother opposed it vehemently, but ultimately could not sway your mother. Such situations are generally deemed irresponsible. This is merely what I have heard, and I cannot ascertain the truth. Perhaps your biological father had his reasons. Wen Yan fell silent for a few moments. If he had his reasons, after all these years, wouldn't he have sought me out? Just as you have searched for Jiro without cease? The orphanage still exists, the Shen family remains. If he truly wished to find me, it should not be difficult. Yet, in all these years, I have never heard of anyone searching for me. Yan, you will always be a child of the Shen family. Shen Yuan, unskilled in the art of consolation, offered this as his assurance. Thank you, Father. As Wen Yan organized the documents, she silently spoke to the original Wen Yan. Look, do not weep for your origins. Regardless of the shortcomings of your biological father, we were born of our mother. That is enough. What is there to lament? Our mother is so magnificent. In her presence, we were cherished. While the original Wen Yan may not have heard her, Wen Yan hoped she would understand that her birth family was not lacking at all. She, too, was a beloved little princess, cared for by her mother and grandmother. Chapter 82. Wishing you a smooth journey. Seeing that Wen Yan had fallen silent, Shen Yuan assumed she was disheartened by the revelations. He furrowed his brow and inquired, Do you resent your biological father? Of course, it is permissible, he continued. Yan, irrespective of your motives, whether to uncover the truth of the past or to confront him, if one day you wish to find your biological father, do not hesitate to inform me. The Shen family will exert every effort to assist you in your search. Wen Yan carefully stored the photograph and smiled. That man may not even deserve our concern. Rest assured, Father, I harbor no discomfort. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Do not work too late, and be sure to rest early. Wen Yan swiftly exited Shen Yuan's study. Upon opening the door, she found Shen Jingxiu poised to knock. Elder brother, are you looking for Father? Yes. At that moment, Shen Yuan's voice resonated. Is that Jingxiu? Guoming. Shen Jingxiu remained in Shen Yuan's study for about 10 minutes. When he emerged, Wen Yan was in the living room on the ground floor, amusing Shen Pailai with a game. Since Shen Jinghe was away on a business trip, and Su Yang also loved cats, Wen Yan had decided to bring Shen Pailai over. She had prepared a separate room for Shen Pailai, yet he preferred to frolic in the living room. As he dashed around, he unexpectedly collided with a long leg. Abruptly halting and retreating, Upon realizing that Shen Pailai had bumped into Shen Jingxiu, Wen Yan couldn't help but chuckle. At the moment when their gazes met, Shen Jingxiu was the first to speak. Do you have some time now? Shall we chat? Wen Yan nodded in agreement, though her mind was filled with curiosity. Is my elder brother actually initiating a conversation with me? What would he possibly want to discuss? Hasn't the matter concerning the false Shen Jiro already come to a close? What is there left for us to talk about? All right, she replied, pondering. Where shall we have this conversation? Why hasn't he invited me to his study? Are we simply conversing in the living room? Noticing the lively thoughts of Wen Yan, Shen Jingxiu subtly curved his lips. It seemed her spirits were quite buoyant, far from the gloom he had anticipated. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Wen Yan received a message from Shen Jingxiu. Come to the glass flower room. Soon. Wen Yan entered the flower room, which was adorned with numerous solar-powered fairy lights that illuminated the space at night as long as there was sunlight during the day. She was genuinely surprised that Shen Jingxiu had chosen this location for their conversation. Elder brother, are you already here? The flower room was not only filled with various blooms, but also housed several towering plants, making it momentarily difficult for Wen Yan to locate Shen Jingxiu. A decorative long bench was covered with white roses, and nestled among them was a vintage green handbag. If Wen Yan's memory served her correctly, this was a global limited edition from the autumn-winter collection, one she had seen in the luxury brochure Su Yang had given her. In the brochure, this exquisite green bag was surrounded by white roses, but now, the white flowers had transformed into roses. Is it possible that my elder brother specifically summoned me to the glass flower room to recreate this scene? This bag must be a gift for me, right? Otherwise, this could be quite awkward. How do you like it? He inquired. Wen Yan nodded, saying it's hard not to like it. Is this truly a gift for me? Indeed. Wen Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Why? As a token of gratitude. Gratitude for what? For the matter concerning the false Jiro? One could say that. And there must be other reasons. What might those be? I recall there are other colors of this bag. Why is it green? Because of the cake you made for me, and for your contributions to this family concerning the Jiro matter. Ah, you make me feel rather bashful. Yet I am quite pleased to be genuinely acknowledged. It seems only you know my fondness for sweets. I feel joyful when I indulge. Ah, what a serendipitous occurrence. I truly had no idea about your love for them first. There is one more thing, though it may seem somewhat presumptuous. What is it? What happened? I overheard your conversation just outside our father's study. Oh, that? It's nothing, really. It's merely a fact. Shen Jingxiu nodded. I hope you find happiness. Let's go. Our talk is concluded. Wen Yan thought to herself, truly the decisive elder brother. I actually wanted to stay here for a photo. It's such a beautiful setting. It would be a shame not to capture it. All right, goodbye. With a stunning new handbag in hand, Wen Yan's mood instantly brightened. She arranged her belongings in the cloakroom, exclaiming, Look, Wen Yan, today we received a lovely bag. Isn't it beautiful? Perhaps due to her frequent thoughts of her original self throughout the day, that night. As she fell asleep, Wen Yan dreamt of the original Wen Yan. In the dream, two identical figures stood face to face, as if conversing in front of a mirror. Wen Yan asked, Where have you been? Why do I remember nothing? When I awoke, the original Wen Yan had vanished. By chance you arrived, inheriting this body and taking over her life. However, I must thank you for exposing the false heiress, allowing her to no longer be misunderstood. Wen Yan was perplexed. And you? Will you simply vanish? The other one, Yin shook her head. I do not consider this a disappearance. Once I broke free from the constraints of the narrative, I became free. Perhaps at times I am like a gust of wind or a drifting cloud, but you remain your true self. I hope you continue to find joy and happiness, unaffected by those who are unrelated to you. However, I must offer you a word of caution. Since I was able to awaken, it is possible that other characters may also awaken, though I cannot predict who they might be. I wish you smooth sailing ahead. Wen Yan. Chapter 83. Who is that man? Upon awakening this time, Wen Yan felt no anxiety. Instead, a dull sadness blossomed within her chest. Yet, at the same time, she felt a sense of relief. If previously she had wished to investigate the original's biological parents to resolve some lingering regrets, now she felt no such desire, because the current Wen Yan was truly herself. After breakfast, Su Yang inquired about Wen Yan's work plans moving forward. Wen Yan smiled and shook her head. I am on a break at the moment. I have no work arrangements, which allows me to spend time at home with you. Mother, shall we go out for a stroll today? The autumn weather is delightful. How about a boat ride on the lake? In truth, she felt much better. However, As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but cough. Just as she was about to say something more, her phone, which she had set aside, suddenly beeped with a message. Wen Yan, you're on fire. How come I lack your talent and fortune? Wen Yan stared at the 2 lines on her phone screen, utterly bewildered. What do you mean? What are you talking about? How am I on fire? I've been at home these past few days, not doing much of anything. Wen Yan thought for a moment. But I recall that my role is quite minor and appears in the latter part of the show. The broadcast has only just started. How could it already have reached my scenes? Didn't I tell you that the original actress had issues? The production team has had quite the misfortune. After filming, they realized that several other actors also had problems. Hence, the producers swiftly sought connections to release the drama in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, it may never have aired. The leads naturally draw attention, but unexpectedly, you're the first to gain popularity in this drama. Just wait. Great fortune is about to rain down upon you. Sister Yan, when you achieve great success, don't forget your little brother. Wen Yan couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Che's final remarks. Su Yang, noticing her amusement, asked, "What's so funny? Care to share it with me?" Wen Yan's joy was evident on her face. I unexpectedly gained some popularity for a small role I filled in last minute, and I've received a lot of love from the audience. Really? Which role, and in what drama? Let me see. Wen Yan didn't search for the drama, but instead pulled up a fan-edited video to show Su Yang. As Su Yang watched, she praised, "The netizens are right. Our Yan Yan is indeed beautiful. You truly embody whatever role you take on." Cough, cough. Mother, I've noticed you've been coughing continuously. Wen Yan quickly checked Su Yang's forehead with the back of her hand. You have a fever again. I'm taking you to the hospital. If you keep coughing like this, you might develop pneumonia. Su Yang shook her head. I'll be fine. It's just a recurring cold. That's not acceptable. You don't get to decide, Mother. It's the doctor's word that counts. In her insistence on seeing a doctor, Wen Yan was quite assertive, and Su Yang, unable to resist, had no choice but to go to the hospital. Upon examination, it turned out to indeed be pneumonia, and the doctor recommended intravenous treatment and hospitalization for observation. He wore a black baseball cap with a brim pulled low, and a pair of oversized black sunglasses that nearly obscured half his face rested on his prominent nose. Wen Yan glanced at him and felt he looked quite unfamiliar. Curiously, she wondered how he had just exited from Su Yang's hospital room. Not bothering to dwell on it further, she quickened her pace and entered Su Yang's room. Mother, who was that person in all black who just left the room? Upon hearing the question, Su Yang cast a surprised glance at Wen Yan. You didn't recognize him? Wen Yan shook her head in confusion. I did not. He was wearing oversized sunglasses, and his hat nearly obscured his face. So that's the case, Su Yang chuckled lightly. That was your 4th brother. Didn't he greet you when he saw you? Wen Yan shook her head again. Goodness, that person earlier was Shen Ji's 4th son, Shen Jingchuan. However, his flight had encountered mechanical failure mid-air, forcing an emergency landing on a small island in the sea. To make matters worse, the weather on the island was extremely poor, rendering it unsuitable for takeoff, thus leaving him and the other passengers stranded. She wished to understand what kind of person Shen Jingchuan was in the memories of her original self and how they interacted. The outcome, however, was quite unexpected for Wen Yan. She discovered that she could not retrieve any memories concerning Shen Jingchuan. Furthermore, all the memories of her original self prior to her arrival had turned into a blank slate, save for the portions that had already been assimilated into her own recollections. Yet, it was not like this when she searched before. Why had it suddenly changed to this state? After much contemplation, Wen Yan surmised that this phenomenon was likely associated with the awakening of her original self. The original self had proclaimed her liberation from the constraints of the narrative. Hence, the memories that once bound her had vanished along with her. Mom, do you have any photos of the 4th brother on your phone? It's been so long since I last saw him that I'm almost forgetting what he looks like. Huh? Su Yang was taken aback. Are you being serious? Or are you joking? Chapter 84. One cannot live off past glory. Wen Yan smiled. Mom, I am truly serious. This is a photo from my birthday banquet not long ago with your 4th brother. Take a close look. You are in the corner of the background as well. Wen Yan leaned in to observe closely, silently imprinting Shen Jingchuan's visage in her memory. Wen Yan nodded, noting that Shen Jingchuan's fondness for racing had already been integrated into her own memories. Apparently, he ranked quite high in international competitions. Yet he seemed to have sustained serious injuries that nearly cost him his life, which led Shen Yuan to vehemently oppose his aspirations of becoming a race car driver. It seems your 4th brother intends to develop his career domestically for the long term. This is splendid news. Indeed, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with joy. Whatever you both wish to pursue, I do not oppose, as long as you can remain close to home. I am genuinely pleased that he is not going abroad. Just as Su Yang was speaking, Wen Yan received a phone call. Not recognizing the number, she hung up. Yet, immediately after, the caller rang again. Su Yang gestured for her to answer. Upon connecting, Wen Yan realized it was Wang Chei's agent, Sister Hua, who had previously facilitated her audition for the role of Bai Yueguang and Hua Long and expressed a desire to sign her. However, Wen Yan had declined. Now, she was extending another olive branch, likely due to Wen Yan's recent rise in popularity from the role. Yet, Wen Yan still wished to wait for that person's appearance. Thus, she politely declined Sister Hua once more. After hanging up, Wen Yan intended to continue her conversation with Su Yang. Just as she set her phone down, Zhou Junyi's call came through. He was also attempting to play matchmaker, stating that several individuals were interested in collaborating with her and inquired if he could share contact information. Among these individuals were directors, producers, and agents. After some consideration, Wen Yan decided she was willing to discuss opportunities with everyone except for agents. Noticing Wen Yan's busy schedule, Su Yang remarked after a call, I am both delighted and grateful that you have been by my side these days, preparing delicious meals, refreshing the flowers, and keeping me company. It is precisely for this reason that I cannot afford to remain despondent. I must resume my work, lest my mind and body succumb to rust. And you, being so young and full of vitality, should pursue what you love. Are you not going to discuss work with the director? It will be more convenient to meet in person rather than over the phone. Mom, you do have a point, but you are currently suffering from pneumonia. You need to rest and cannot work immediately. My pneumonia is a result of idleness. Do not worry. I will balance work and rest. At that moment, Su Yang's assistant entered. Ms. Su, here are the documents you requested. Yes, place them on the bedside table, Su Yang replied. Then gently turned to Wen Yan. All right, you may now attend to your own matters. The design drafts on my computer must not be leaked. They're not for anyone outside my studio to see. Understanding that this was Su Yang's subtle way of urging her to leave, Wen Yan picked up her bag and coat. I will call to check on you later. You must not overwork yourself. While packing her belongings during her move from the Shen family villa, she remembered bringing some valuables, such as bank cards, with her. Now, she intended to check her accounts to see how much money she had left, especially since she had spent a considerable sum while withdrawing from the trending searches with Shen Jinghe and Zhou Junyi. Upon seeing the dwindling balance, Wen Yan realized she could not afford to live off past glory and needed to take on some work. Moreover, staying at home all day was rather dull. After some thought, Wen Yan decided to reach out to Shen Jinghe. Typically, she would message him for anything short of urgent. Second brother, are you available? Could you help me inquire about someone? Who do you want to know about? Second brother, you have extensive connections in the industry. I would like to ask if you know a newcomer agent named Qin Weiran. I have never heard of her. Wen Yan felt a tinge of disappointment. However, new information from Shen Jinghe soon followed. All right, that should be simple. I will definitely find out. What kind of flavor do you want? I promise to arrange it perfectly. Something different from before will suffice. Okay, you go ahead and be busy. I shall not disturb you. After finishing her conversation with Shen Jinghe, Wen Yan suddenly thought of Shen Jingxiu. Since she was going to buy pastries, and knowing that Shen Jingxiu also enjoyed them, she figured she might as well buy some for him too. Shen Jingxiu was in a meeting. Typically, he would place his phone nearby, but refrain from using it during meetings. However, upon seeing Wen Yan's message, he instinctively opened it. What is up? Do you need something? I'm going to buy that delicious little cake. What flavor do you want? If possible, let us choose something different from the last two times. Wen Yan thought to herself that these two brothers must be quite alike, as their requests were identical. Chapter 85. They have argued after concluding her conversation with Shen Jingxiu. Wen Yan charged her phone. Just as it was fully charged and she was preparing to head out, Wang Chei suddenly called to invite her out for dinner. With no plans for the afternoon, Wen Yan agreed. Both of them were not particularly famous yet, so they were not concerned about being recognized while out. They decided to enjoy a hot pot meal together. As they ate, Wang Chei began to lobby for his agent, Sister Hua. I'm serious, Wen Yan. Have you really not considered our agency? Sister Hua has high hopes for you. If you agree to sign with her now, she will surely prioritize her resources for you. Wen Yan scoffed. I knew you invited me out for a reason that was purely social. However, I genuinely have no intentions of signing right now. So there's no need to waste your breath. Why not? Has another agency approached you? Do you have someone you prefer? Wen Yan shook her head. Not at all. I currently have no intention of signing a long-term contract with any company, as it would compromise my freedom. How many years have you signed for? 3 or 5? 5 years. Indeed, 5 years is quite a lengthy commitment. Regardless, I now understand your sentiments and shall refrain from further inquiries. Today is primarily about enjoying ourselves. Cool, me. Let us toast. Wen Yan nodded and raised her juice to clink glasses with Wang Che. She added, by the way, when speaking to Sister Hua, do say some flattering words. Her repeated attempts to reach me are genuinely sincere, and although collaboration in the future is uncertain, I prefer not to create any rift with her. Rest assured, I am mindful of my boundaries. You are the first friend I have made since entering this circle, and I would never betray your trust. Speaking of which, the role in Hualong was indeed brought to my attention by you. I cannot attribute my share of the ensuing benefits to anyone but you, hence today's meal is on me. Do not even think of contesting the bill. Very well. This time, we shall adhere to the principle of ladies first, but next time, it shall be my turn. You need not worry about that. Wen Yan jested. Next time, if you wish for me to treat you, I might not be so eager. By the way, there is one more matter I would like you to keep an eye on. What is it? I would like you to help me keep track of someone named Wei Ran. She should also be part of our circle. If you happen to encounter or hear about her in the future, please do let me know. Wang Che nodded, his curiosity piqued. Who is this Wei Ran? Is she of significant importance to you? Wen Yan smiled lightly and casually replied, she is someone met a long time ago, but we lost contact. Understood, rest assured. I will inform you immediately upon hearing that name. After their hot pot meal concluded, the two parted ways. Upon disembarking from the taxi, Wen Yan witnessed a fiery red sports car racing past, its loud roar nearly shattering the sky. Although she only caught a fleeting glimpse of the driver, she was entirely convinced that it was Shen Jingchuan without a doubt. Driving so recklessly near home, could it be that he quarreled with his family? As expected, upon stepping through the door, Wen Yan quickly sensed a tense atmosphere within the household. Aunt Zhang, noticing the items in Wen Yan's hands, hurried over to take her shoes. Wen Yan declined her assistance. I can manage on my own, Aunt Zhang. She then quietly inquired, what happened to Dad? Did my fourth brother provoke him? Understood. Thank you for the heads up, Aunt Zhang. After changing her shoes, she first presented a cake to Shen Jingxiu. This time, she chose a mango flavor, which he still very much enjoyed. Shen Jin and Jingxiu was even contemplating if there were any impressive mango-colored bags available on the market. Here, there are 2 pieces. You may choose first. Shen Jing, he glanced at one chocolate-flavored cake with a slight air of disdain. Wen Yan thought to herself, this fellow has a sharp tongue again. You may enjoy the mango-flavored one. I will take the chocolate. Shen Ao Jiao Jing, he snorted softly before taking the mango-flavored cake. Wen Yan quietly dug into her chocolate cake and remarked to Shen Jing, it would be strange if you didn't notice him. The roar of his car could nearly topple the entire villa. If you still fail to notice him, then there must be something wrong with your hearing. You do not like him? Not particularly. I just cannot stand his demeanor. Wen Yan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a form of dislike? Hey, it's gossip time. Shen Jing, please share your story with Shen Jingchuan. Shen Jing, was left speechless. Her curiosity was quite strong, but it would take some effort to pry his lips open, as he possessed a mouth of iron. It is of no concern to me. I am indifferent to both individuals. Money? In the memories that have now morphed into Wen Yan's own, Shen Jingchuan is merely a flamboyant young man who revels in street racing, living a life of extravagance and indulgence. Otherwise, do you think the engine roar of a car could create such a commotion? The sports car he just drove off and cost a fortune. Wen Yan nodded. It seems this aligns with her perception. So, is it because he constantly seeks financial support from his parents that you find him intolerable? Chapter 86. Are past promises no longer binding? Ms. Wen Yan, may I inquire what has led you to such a conclusion? You cannot be suggesting that I am envious of his ability to extract money from the old man. Can you? Wen Yan shook her head. That was your own assertion. Certainly not. Do you believe I could not secure an investment from the old man right now? Wen Yan blinked. I do not believe it. Unless you go find Dad immediately. Shen Jing, he narrowed his eyes. I sense you are merely watching a show. You want me to confront the old man, don't you? Wen Yan pursed her lips to stifle a laugh and shook her head. Not at all. Ha ha. The childish yet somewhat endearing Shen Jing. So it is indeed envy. Shen Jing, he shot Wen Yan a glare. I simply cannot tolerate his attitude. Do you actually like him? Wen Yan shook her head. I am unsure. It seems we have not had much opportunity to interact. However, I find he treats mother quite well, which is similar to you. Look at you, always so proud, indifferent towards dad and your older brother, and initially rather aloof with me. Yet you share a warm bond with mom. In truth, mother hopes our family can coexist harmoniously, just like any other normal, warm household. Shen Jing, he curled his lips slightly. But the Shen family is not an ordinary family. How old were you when you joined the Shen family? Over 10 years old, I presume? Yes, 11 years. That would explain it. By the time you arrived, grandfather had already passed away. When he was still alive, the Shen family was quite oppressive, unlike the current atmosphere. Just as Shen Jing he finished speaking, Wen Yan's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, somewhat surprised. Who will be calling me at this late hour? Who is it? A producer, seeking to discuss work with me. Then you should answer. It is normal for them to work at this hour. Shen Jing, he thought for a moment and continued. If you do not mind, you may take the call here. I can offer you some advice. Shall I put it on speaker? Yes. Wen Yan proceeded to put her phone on speaker. However, under Shen Jing, he's gesture, she did not immediately agree, instead requesting the caller to grant her the night to consider. After the call concluded, Shen Jing, he took the initiative to analyze the situation for Wen Yan. First and foremost, this is a survival challenge show, a wilderness survival variety, unlike other indoor shows. You may face rather severe living conditions where food, clothing, and shelter become issues. Are you capable of enduring this hardship? Certainly. Wen Yan's eyes sparkled. To be honest, she found this type of show quite intriguing, feeling it was more exhilarating than others. The key is that she currently requires exposure and income. This is an opportunity presented to her on a silver platter, and it would be foolish to decline. Shen Jinghe, however, regarded her with skepticism. Are you so certain? Indeed, Wen Yan nodded once more. Wasn't the last filming of Shi Sheng also in the mountains? I'm not afraid of hardship. Shen Jinghe nodded in agreement. Very well, go ahead and accept it. Huh? Wen Yan was taken aback. Your suggestion was so straightforward? You only mentioned the first point and left it at that? Not that there aren't any more points, but I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, I'm all ears. For such a variety show to have explosive moments, you must establish a persona that captures attention. However, if the persona is poorly constructed, it may backfire. Then I simply want to establish one. As long as I avoid doing anything despicable, that should suffice, right? You do bring up a valid point. Are there any additional suggestions? Yes. When reviewing the contract, be sure to read it thoroughly. Do not fall into a trap. Just as she finished tying her hair in a bun and prepared to wash up, there was a sudden, forceful knocking at her door. Wen Yan felt somewhat perplexed. In her time residing in the Shen family villa, no one had ever knocked on her door in such a manner. Could something serious have occurred? She quickly took 2 steps and opened the door. To her astonishment, it was Shen Jing Chuan standing before her. Hi. Wen Yan lifted her hand in greeting to Shen Jing Chuan. Good evening, fourth brother. Immediately, her heart began to stir with activity. The cold-faced Shen Jing Chuan suddenly widened his eyes. What had transpired? What had he heard? He had been stranded on that small island for about 10 days due to an emergency landing of the aircraft. Each day spent there was excruciatingly dull. For several days, he had slept incessantly, but when the headache from sleeping too much became unbearable, he ventured out to explore the island. During his exploration, he discovered that the locals worshipped many deities and claimed that their gods possessed great power. Moreover, the locals spoke a foreign language. As Shen Jingchuan gazed at Wen Yan, the corners of his thin lips subtly curled into a slight arc, creating a dissonance in his otherwise cold and handsome demeanor. Wen Yan, it has been a long time. Indeed, it had been a while, though they had only brushed past each other twice that day. However, his fleeting expression startled Wen Yan, despite his striking looks. His intense gaze and peculiar smile were quite unsettling. Wen Yan managed a forced smile. Fourth brother, did you come to find me for something? Yes. I wish to borrow 10 million. Ah. Wen Yan thought she had misheard. Borrow 10 million? But I don't have that amount. Why is he asking me to lend him money right off the bat? Especially such a large sum. Are we that close? Shen Jingchuan's expression shifted slightly. Are you unwilling? The key point is that I don't have it either. You don't have 10 million, right? And you don't either, do you? If you did, you wouldn't be asking me to borrow it. Shen Jingchuan was left speechless. Disappointment swiftly enveloped his gaze. He stared at Wen Yan for several seconds, and a flicker of hurt flashed in his eyes. Wen Yan, does a past promise no longer require adherence? What? Wen Yan was utterly perplexed. She had not comprehended anything about a past promise. All right, I understand. I won't humiliate myself any further. Wait, Wen Yan, still in a fog, exclaimed. Can you let me explain? What exactly did you mean by a past promise? However, Shen Jingchuan showed no sign of stopping. Wen Yan felt that it was better to settle matters today, so she immediately pursued him. Given the late hour, she was hesitant to shout from the third floor, as other family members might have already gone to bed. The events that had just transpired indicated that there must have been some prior connection between the original Wen Yan and Shen Jingchuan. Yet at that moment, she had no recollection of her former self. With this in mind, Wen Yan quickly opened the contact lists of her primary and secondary phones. However, after thorough searching, she found no trace of Shen Jingchuan's name on either device. Fortunately, she did find him in her WeChat contacts. Yet, upon opening the chat interface, it was completely blank. Logging in her other phone yielded the same result. Over the years, the original Wen Yan must have changed phones multiple times. If they had not been in contact after any of those changes, the previous messages would not have been retained. Having rummaged through the room previously when she discovered the diary, she had not found any discarded phones. Since she could not locate the evidence herself, she decided to directly ask Shen Jingchuan. Thus, she sent him a message. To her dismay, Shen Jingchuan had deleted her contact. Now, reaching him seemed impossible. This was quite illogical. Aside from her foster parents, it appeared that the original Wen Yan had not maintained connections with the other family members. How could there be any bond with Shen Jingchuan that involved a promise? In her frustration, Wen Yan began to speak to herself in the room. Second brother, are you awake? I need to ask you something. I am awake. Go ahead. What do you think my relationship with fourth brother was like? How does it compare to yours? Once Wen Yan sent the message, the other party showed that they were typing. Watching the indicator, her heart raced with anticipation, thinking that Shen Jingchuan must be composing a lengthy message filled with valuable information. However, after several seconds, what she received was merely an 8-second voice message from Shen Jingchuan. Did you eat too much chocolate cake last night and get your brain muddled? How would I know about your relationship with Shen Jingchuan? Sorry for the disturbance. I was just being silly. Good night, second brother. Sweet dreams. Good night. Upon reading those 2 words, Wen Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. There was progress, as he had learned to say good night. Nonetheless, it was indeed time for her to wash up, and she would address the matter concerning Shen Jingchuan after sleeping. However, the next day, Wen Yan was not idle. She needed to sign the contract for the Wilderness Survival Challenge. The production team had only provided her with basic information, such as what items were permissible to bring, what was prohibited, and the meeting time and location. After finalizing the contract, she also needed to visit Su Yang in the hospital and dine with Zhou Jun. After a month of idleness at home, she was suddenly swamped with tasks. Unfortunately, her tablet still lacked any chat history with Shen Jingchuan. In recent days, she had not encountered him again. Whether this variety show would gain popularity was uncertain. Wen Yan understood this well, or else the producers would not have sought her out, a newcomer with a hint of notoriety. If there were an audience base and popularity, many artists would proactively negotiate without needing producers to reach out. Due to a mix-up with her schedule, Wen Yan arrived at the airport a full 40 minutes early. The guests included the recently revitalized idol and talented actor Jing Hao, alongside the once famous but now faded male singer Su He. Both were in their 40s, so Wen Yan promptly approached them and greeted. Hello, Brother Hao, Brother He. I am the newcomer actress Wen Yan. Pleased to meet you. I will check in now. Jing Hao and Su He had already checked in. Wen Yan was the third to arrive, making it her turn. Since it was still early, there weren't many viewers in the live stream, but several fans of Jing Hao had already come over due to his recent updates. Consequently, the barrage of comments in the production team's live stream began to surge. Oh my gosh, when did Team Jing take on a variety show? If I hadn't woken up early, I would have missed it. Jing Hao had recently regained popularity through his role as a police captain, earning him a nickname Team Jing among his new fans. What a delightful surprise. Who would have thought I could see Team Jing at 7 in the morning? He still looks so handsome. I was awakened by my roommate. I thought she was joking, and just as I was about to hit her, I saw Team Jing. Who is that next to Team Jing? The singer? Why does he look so familiar? Ah, the one in front. That's my brother's idol. And also my mom's idol from her youth, Su He. Let me recommend him. He's a renowned singer known for hits like Starry Night and Love at First Sight. Oh, I see Wen Yan. Who is Wen Yan? As filming commenced, the guests were not permitted to use their phones. Several directors began to whisper amongst themselves. Currently, Jing Hao's fans were the most active, while Wen Yan's fans had also entered, and Sui's side was somewhat quieter. Soon, the other guests began to arrive at the meeting point, including supermodel Wen Yan, the recently popular flower Min Xiaxia from a historical drama, and the not-so-famous young actor In Haoyu. As Wen Yan made her entrance, the screen was flooded with comments praising her long legs, instantly captivating a considerable number of passersby. Almost all of them were fervent fans of Min Xiaxia. These fans were organized. Upon entering the live stream, they began showering gifts and generating buzz, rapidly bringing a significant influx of viewers to the broadcast. With the crowd gathered, the noise became chaotic. "Help! Xiangxia is killing me. She is truly stunning," exclaimed one viewer. "She looks so sweet. No wonder she's the pinnacle of adorable girls. Oh my, I never expected to witness the Yin couple together in my lifetime. Gao, rolling in is only detrimental to yourself. What is In Haoyu, this obscure figure? How dare he associate with Xiangxia? Now that Min Xiangxia has become popular, she is starting to act aloof? Isn't she? Back when they first collaborated on their initial drama, it was your side that initiated the hype, right? Yes. And you even invited a dark horse with little work to her name, Wen Yan. What do you mean little work? Wen Yan played the breakout role in Hualong, which is quite significant, so don't speak without knowledge. Wait, what are you all arguing about? Am I the only one curious about the last guest? The director mentioned there would be 7 guests, and 6 have arrived. So who could the final one be? The grand finale guest. Could it be a major celebrity? My goodness. I am suddenly filled with anticipation. The thrill of live broadcasting is exhilarating. Ha ha ha. Look at Wen Yan. She seems to be acting like me, stretching her neck and eagerly awaiting the identity of the last guest. However, while her movements resemble those of an elegant swan, I feel more like a turtle craning its neck. Indeed, at this moment, Wen Yan is quite curious about the tardy guest. To say she is late is somewhat inaccurate, as it is still before the designated gathering time set by the production team. The other 6 guests had simply arrived early. Nevertheless, the final guest did not keep the audience waiting for too long. As he walked in, an air of aristocratic coolness radiated from him, felt even by those watching through the screen. Oh, he is so handsome. It felt as if a character from a comic book had stepped into reality. I understand. A manga character come to life. Ah, a cold beauty breaking through the pages. The aura he exuded was palpable, and I found myself drooling at his presence. Who is this young heartthrob? Quick, someone give me his information. However, it is wise not to be too optimistic. He hasn't removed his sunglasses yet. If he does, and reveals squinty eyes, that would be an unexpected twist. Just then, the young man approached the other guests, removed his sunglasses, and began his introduction. Hello, I am Alex Shen, a professional race car driver. Hello, I am Jinghao, Suhi, Wen Yan, Wen Yan. The comments in the live stream erupted in excitement. My goodness, he is even more stunning without sunglasses. How can such a magnificent face exist? Who was it that said he had squinty eyes? Come out and take a hit. It was soon discovered that Alex Shen, a domestic individual, but one who has spent considerable time abroad, ranked among the top 5 race car drivers in the world, having participated in numerous Formula One championships and placed second in last year's World Rally Championship. Oh my, I can't share pictures here. He is too handsome. You all must search for his name. Tears of excitement streamed down as I never imagined so many people would come to know him. Our circle is quite small, but the way he races is incredibly impressive. Please, you must watch. The production team knew he was handsome. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited him. However, they did not anticipate that his mere presence would draw in hundreds of thousands of viewers, a number that continued to surge. Of course, the guests present were unaware that everyone was preparing for takeoff. Unlike the other guests who used domestic identity cards, he utilized a passport. Meanwhile, a keen-eyed viewer in the comments noticed something peculiar. I also noticed it seems she is trying to sneak a look. Is this woman attempting to cling to my new husband again? Last time, she was rumored to be chasing after Shen Jinghua, and now it seems she is trying to pursue my husband? The previous commenter mentioned rumors, and Shen Jinghua has already clarified the situation. Why are you still spreading lies? By the way, don't you think he bears a slight resemblance to Shen Jinghua? In the live broadcast, Wen Yan indeed wore an odd expression while observing. When asked about his surname in Chinese, he surprisingly replied with Shen, as in a character for application. Incredible, his surname is Shen. He is clearly a Shen, the same as Shen Jingchuan. Chapter 89. The poor ones, however, Wen Yan never expected that he might also be considering a career in the entertainment industry. That shouldn't be the case. His sole passion should be racing. At that same moment, others from the Shen family shared her curiosity. Su Yang, who had already been discharged from the hospital, now only visits every afternoon for an 4. Initially, she came to see Wen Yan, but unexpectedly found herself watching a singer she admired in her youth during the live stream. Even more surprising was her reaction. "Husband, you must see who this is." Su Yang instinctively handed her phone to Shen Yuan, who seemed neither surprised nor impressed. In fact, he appeared somewhat irritated. "I see he has become desperate for money. Husband, we need to discuss Jing Chuan." Shen Yuan set down his utensils. "Yes, he has asked me for money. Is he asking you for money or for investment? Aren't they the same?" "They are certainly not, Mr. Shen." Su Yang corrected him. "Simply asking for money and seeking investment are not the same. You are still a chairman of a conglomerate. So, in the end, you refused him?" "Yes, I said I didn't like him constantly tinkering with cars. So how could I possibly invest in him?" Shen Yuan looked at Su Yang. "Did you give him money?" Su Yang shook her head. "No. I asked if he needed my help, but he declined. I thought he was not facing financial difficulties. At that time, I was still in the hospital, and I assumed he didn't want to burden me with his troubles. The children have all grown up. While we maintain a parent-child relationship, they are independent individuals. We cannot and should not hinder them from pursuing their passions. Jingxiu will inherit the Shen family business in the future. Jinghe has already made achievements in his circle. Jingcheng has his own career, and even Yin Yan, we let her pursue what she loves. I value my studio highly. Yet none of my 5 children have chosen design as their path, and I do not intend to randomly select one to carry on my legacy. That would be a perilous decision. Have you forgotten, dear? 2 years ago, he nearly lost his life in that race and lay in hospital for 3 months. In this world, so many interests are available for him to pursue. Why must he choose this one? I think he has been abroad too long and seeks thrills, while all I desire is stability." Meanwhile, Shen Jinghe also noticed Shen Jingchuan in the live stream, and Shen Jingxiu was no exception. However, they quickly reached the conclusion that Shen Jingchuan was indeed in dire financial straits. On the airplane, Wen Yan was seated next to Qin Yan. Although Qin Yan had already graced the international stage, she remained approachable and exuded warmth. Conversing with her was quite pleasant for Wen Yan. Yet if given the choice, Wen Yan would have preferred to sit next to Shen Jingchuan at that moment, as she wished to uncover the truth about what had transpired between her original self and him. Conversely, Shen Jingchuan was seated beside Su He, a considerable distance away from Wen Yan. Unable to find an opportunity for communication, Wen Yan decided to connect to the airplane's Wi-Fi and began her online search for relevant information. In her quest, she discovered that Shen had recently risen to fame, primarily due to his striking appearance. Previously, he had not garnered much attention, which resulted in a scarcity of information about him. However, Wen Yan followed the trail and entered his forum. This online platform, popular several years ago, had long since faded into obscurity. Yet, it was on this antiquated site that Wen Yan unearthed some origins of his name. Some speculated that his surname was indeed Shen, but due to the event organizer's unfamiliarity with Chinese, it had been transliterated as Shn. The individual, being solely focused on competition, had not bothered to correct these inaccuracies, leading to his name being consistently rendered as ILKSSH in various contexts thereafter. However, beneath this post, an astute observer pointed out a significant concern. It was inferred that his relationship with his biological family was strained. Otherwise, how could he not correct such an error regarding his surname? Nevertheless, Wen Yan could not ascertain the true reason, as it could well be that N deliberately chose to conceal it. Much like how her name on her ID is Wen, yet she presents herself to the world solely as Wen Yan. In this circle, adopting stage names and altering surnames is quite common. At this moment, Wen Yan was not the only one online. She11 was also searching for information about herself. Once her live stream paused, she took to the internet, only to discover that the current buzz surrounding N surpassed her own. This revelation left She11 feeling somewhat irked. Why should an outsider, previously unheard of, receive more discussion than she? However, she quickly reconsidered. After all, he was male. As long as Qin Yan and Wen Yan did not overshadow her, it would be acceptable. In fact, he could potentially serve as an advantageous partner. With this thought in mind, and she 11 resolved to take the initiative and cultivate a relationship with him, ensuring that when the program officially commenced, she could appear alongside him. Before long, she approached XH's seat. Since XH had already lost his popularity, and Shishi's tone with him was rather indifferent. "Hello, I'm feeling a bit airsick and cannot sit in the back. Would you mind switching seats with me? My seat is over there." Iksash, being a congenial person, regarded the young woman, who was only a few years older than his niece, with sympathy given her discomfort and, despite her less than pleasant demeanor, obliged her request. Once the seats were swapped, she 11 seized the opportunity to greet SH, and Chu In. Her attitude a stark contrast to her previous interaction with XH. "Hi. Hello. I'm she 11. I only introduced myself briefly earlier and didn't have a chance to chat more. I'm an actress. How about you?" she 11 was aware of her beauty and sweet voice, and while conversing with SH, and Chu In, she elevated her tone to its utmost pitch. However, SH, and Chu In was not one to indulge her flattery. He found her dual-faced demeanor contemptible and, without even raising his eyelids, retorted with a curt, "Get lost." He then slowly donned his sunglasses, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes to rest. She 11 momentarily thought she had misheard, rooted to the spot in disbelief. Having navigated this industry for quite some time, she had never encountered a public figure who so bluntly told her to leave, especially not a newcomer like him. She found it utterly astonishing. "What did you just say? I didn't catch that." SH, and Chu In sneered and, enunciating each word with greater volume, repeated, "I said get lost. Get out. Did you hear me clearly?" In that instant, she 11 felt several eyes upon her, an overwhelming sense of embarrassment washing over her as her face flushed crimson. "Apologize. Otherwise, I will ensure you find it difficult to continue in this industry." The latter part of her statement was uttered in a lowered voice, meant for SH, and Chu In's ears alone. SH, Chu In looked. "Ah, you think you can make it hard for me? Who do you think you are?" He too lowered his voice, the intensity in his eyes obscured by his sunglasses. "I have a short temper. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, even if you were a woman, I wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Do you understand?" Yn's seat was situated some distance from SH, and Chu In's, and although she could not discern the specifics of their conversation, she observed she 11 hastily departing with a grim expression. What transpired? Yn nearby shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Approximately 3 hours later, the airplane finally landed. After another 2 hours on a bus, and subsequently switching to a speedboat, they arrived at the filming location for the first season of CNGL-NRJ, an uninhabited island. The production team had promptly initiated a live stream. The director gathered everyone on the beach to announce the rules. Concurrently, the comment section of the live stream erupted with excitement. "Stop posting. You're blocking my view of the stream." The director seems to be about to announce new rules. The search was swiftly concluded, and the camera quickly focused on the beach behind the director, where a variety of tools were laid out on a cloth. It was already 1 p.m., and time was indeed of the essence. Standing at the forefront, the eldest participant, Ho, noticing the lack of familiarity and synergy among the group, swiftly proposed. "This is not a competition of individuals. Rather, it relies heavily on teamwork. Therefore, I suggest we select tools that are beneficial to everyone and submit them as communal property for collective use. What do you all think?" Hos suggestion was sound, and the group nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, she 11 suddenly voiced a distinct perspective. In a group variety show, she believed that to stand out and be remembered by the audience, one must be different from the others to gain more exposure. Evidently, her assertion was not without merit, as her words ignited a flurry of activity in the comments. "What is this? How can she 11 lack team spirit?" "Exactly. Everyone else is in agreement. Why is she the odd one out? Haha, it's as if she is trying to portray herself as selfless. She 11 is just being sincere, okay? Don't be surprised if those who nodded earlier end up choosing only what benefits them. Then they be the ones to face the consequences. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon." She is merely assessing the situation. She didn't say she disagreed. "Why are you all making such a fuss? Are you jealous that others are more genuine than you? It's all scripted. Without a gimmick, who would bother watching?" Following the order of selection, The first to step forward was Ho. Without hesitation, he made a beeline for the axe. The second to approach was XH. Understanding that Ho chose the axe for chopping wood to build a shelter, he selected a saw, knowing an axe alone would not suffice. The third was Yen, who opted for a knife, explaining as she set it down. We'll need to eat over the next few days, so regardless of what food we find, a knife will certainly come in handy. Ho nodded in agreement. Standing beside Yen, XH remarked, "The knife is essential. It has to be chosen." The comment section buzzed with activity. Indeed, the cognitive processes of men and women are distinctly different. The initial two men, robust and brawny, chose their tools with considerable vigor. Yet when it came to the lady, her approach was meticulous. Yen Jie spoke with genuine gentleness, leaving one astonished to discover that she and the seemingly aloof woman on stage were the same person. Oh my, do take a look at the next guest. I must say, I found her choice of a pot quite amusing. A pot. Is she serious? What utility does that serve? It left me utterly speechless. Yet again, we have Wen Yan, a woman brimming with theatricality, adept at generating her own buzz. Is it not evident that her popularity surged the moment she made her choice? How could the previous participants not realize that the food they consume daily is indeed prepared in pots? What is amiss with selecting a pot for a week-long stay on a deserted island? Were the earlier comments merely aimed at disparaging Wen Yan for the sake of it? A nugget of knowledge. A pot can be utilized to heat raw water, and in the wilderness, it is advisable to avoid consuming untreated water. A crucial fact. A person can survive 7 days without food, yet will surely perish from thirst if deprived of water for the same duration. Indeed, when it was Wen Yan's turn, she opted for a sizable pot. It was undeniably large and heavy. Suhi is a congenial individual, primarily offering encouragement. A pot is excellent. It can cook food and boil water. Indeed, Wen Yan is the epitome of support. In such settings, she ensures that not a single remark goes unacknowledged. If there is sufficient water, one could even enjoy a warm foot bath, emphasizing health and wellness. It seems Wen Yan possesses a rather turbulent disposition. When she refrains from speaking, the comments remain relatively tame. For instance, look, Suhi has a vision. Did you see that the pot is useful? Jing Dui truly embodies the role of a patriarch. Upon seeing the female guest approach with a large pot, he hastened to assist her. Yinjia also demonstrated her commendable nature by stepping forward to help, although Jing Hao was swifter. Such moments are heartwarming. However, once Wen Yan began to speak, some individuals could not contain their disdain. Is she unwell? This pot is meant for cooking and boiling water. Why does she mention washing feet? That is rather unsanitary. Indeed, I maintain separate kettles for drinking water and for washing my face and feet in winter. The pot she has chosen is intended for meal preparation. Of course, there are audience members who are more discerning. Pray tell, O wise ones, we are in the wilderness. Do you expect one to transport an entire kitchen here? And surely, one does not intend to submerge their feet directly in the cooking pot? Could they not find another container to pour water over their feet? But wait, if boiling water is poured over feet, what becomes of the feet? Do you genuinely believe that boiling water must reach a rolling boil? Can it not simply be heated to a moderate temperature? Please, do not ask me how to ascertain whether water has reached a specific temperature without a thermometer. Yet, I am genuinely curious about how one determines the temperature of the water. It is not as though there is a water heater to display the temperature. Those who pose such questions clearly lack maturity. As the water begins to heat, one can simply test it with their hand. It does not need to reach precisely 40 or 50 degrees. When it begins to feel warm, one can reduce the heat. Do you understand? Yes. Thank you for the clarification. Those who grasp irony understand this. Following Wen Yan, it was Shen Jingchuan's turn. The previous 4 participants made their selections instantaneously, yet he hesitated for a moment. The other guests and the audience were curious about his choice. Perhaps fishing, Suhi suggested. There may not be other food sources on this island, but the sea surely holds fish. Do you know how to fish? I used to fish at sea often. Then whether we will have fish to eat depends on you. However, a segment of the audience was evidently skeptical, flooding the comments with critiques. Seriously, he chose a fishing hook? How can he fish without a rod? Can one truly catch fish by the shore? I feel that sea fishing requires a boat to venture into deeper waters. What a wasted opportunity. There are only 7 items to choose from. And he chose the most useless one. A fork would have been a better choice. What good is good looks if he is merely a decorative pillow? Oh, Come on now. Without a fishing rod, can he not venture into the woods to cut small branches? Shallow waters are not ideal for fishing, but on an island, how could it be entirely shallow? Just wait and see. We will soon find out if he can catch any fish, and then we shall see who is right. In truth, not only the viewers, but Jinghao also harbored concerns regarding the situation. The island must possess other food sources. One does not solely rely on fish. Now, only Yin Haoyu and Min Xiangxiang remained without tools. Chapter 92. I perceive her as merely a schemer. Jinghao believed it essential to establish the campsite first, ensuring everyone's health is safeguarded from the elements. Thus, he decided to remind Yin Haoyu and Min Xiangxiang. I see that there are tarps and ropes over there. The weather on the island is unpredictable, and we need tarps. Yin Haoyu concurred, acknowledging that even without rain, sleeping directly on the ground at night is untenable. Tarps are indeed necessary. Finally, it was Min Xiangxiang's turn. However, each individual has the autonomy to make their own choices, and her selection of insect repellent spray was not without merit. So he continued to engage the audience. This is also wise. There are surely many mosquitoes on the island. You are quite observant. I also noticed it, but did not consider its potential utility. Yet, Min Xiangxiang's subsequent comments left everyone astounded. Unlike the others, she did not submit the insect repellent for communal use, but instead tucked it into her pocket. She explained, "Let me keep it for now. If anyone needs it later, come find me. There's only one small bottle for 7 people. Let us not waste it." Her words ignited a flurry of comments in the live stream. Wow, how does she always manage to stand out? When the captain proposed that all items be shared for collective use, she was the only one to respond with "let's see how it goes." And indeed, she is different from the others. Is she concerned someone might steal it? Why does no one else share this anxiety? She is quite petty. I used to be neutral towards her, but now I find her rather insufferable. She lacks generosity. First of all, Jinghao is not the captain, and no one has ever appointed him as such. His suggestion to share was merely a proposal, not a mandate. What harm is there if Xiangxiang declines to agree? How amusing. You must be a fan of Min Xiangxiang, right? While her actions are not illegal, this is a collective endeavor. If everyone hoards their chosen tools, we might as well await our demise on this island. I genuinely believe she is quite sincere. She did not refuse others outright, but merely suggested they come to her when in need. Given that it is just a small bottle, conserving its use is undoubtedly prudent. Thank you to those defending Xiangxiang. I truly believe some netizens are overreacting. Whether or not the audience's reactions were excessive, the guests felt discomfort with Min Xiangxiang's actions. However, they lacked the time and energy to dwell on such matters. The guests officially commenced their survival challenge, gathering around the tools to devise a strategy. Jinghao stated, "First, we must determine the location of our campsite before we can begin gathering materials." Sui nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must also search for freshwater sources. Water is an absolute necessity. Wen Yan had little to add, simply nodding in affirmation. "I will contribute." The others, who had remained silent, exhibited similar reactions. Observing this, Jinghao summarized, "Then let us divide the tasks. One group will be responsible for selecting the site and constructing the campsite, another for locating fresh water, and the last for starting a fire. Building the campsite requires physical strength, so let us men take on that responsibility. Building a fire is indeed a labor-intensive task best entrusted to our male companions. Meanwhile, the somewhat lighter responsibilities of sourcing water and gathering firewood can be assigned to our female counterparts. What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, Shen Jingchuan eagerly volunteered, declaring, "I will handle the fire." Su He and Yin Haoyu promptly responded, "Then we shall set up the camp." "You should find a partner," added Jinghao, who felt uneasy about letting Qin Yin venture through the island's dense forest alone. Thus, only Wen Yan and Min Xiaxia remained without a designated task. Wen Yan inquired, "Sister Xiaxia, would you prefer to search for water or gather firewood?" "Let's gather firewood," Min Xiaxia replied, dismissing Wen Yan as an inconsequential presence, barely acknowledging her. Yin Haoyu further urged Min Xiaxia, "You should join us. We will be chopping trees, and there will certainly be plenty of firewood." The audience's comments reflected their amusement at the affectionate dynamics between Yin Haoyu and Min Xiaxia, with some expressing their frustration towards Min Xiaxia's dismissive attitude toward Wen Yan. Why is she so intolerable? Wen Yan offered her the first choice of tasks, yet she didn't even glance in Wen Yan's direction. Does she truly believe herself to be superior? Wen Yan is certainly deserving, some claimed, but she seems to be merely a green tea, lacking any real standing. Is Min Xiaxia not a well-known star? Surely she should have the privilege of selecting her task first. Yet she feigns a sense of grandeur as if the better tasks have been snatched away from her, leaving her with the most challenging ones. How pretentious! Why should I not watch? You all should quiet down. The groups have been formed, and each has its own live stream room. Watch whichever you prefer. Haha, I have one computer and 2 phones. I can watch them all. Due to the division of labor, each group's filming crew was also separated. Currently, Jing Hao Su-hee, In Hao Yu, and Min Xiaxia were in one group, Wen Yan and Qin Yan in another, and Shen Jingchuan in yet another, resulting in 3 distinct groups and live streams. The viewership statistics indicated that Shen Jingchuan's group was performing well, while Wen Yan and Qin Yan's live stream attracted the least viewers. In Chapter 93, the brothers with a lack of empathy were analyzing data and discussing their findings. It seems there was no substantial fanbase to begin with. Qin Yan has over 2 million followers, and even Wen Yan boasts several hundred thousand. Yet together they still fail to match the viewership of the other group. This indicates that they have a strong rapport with the audience. But more importantly, it's about looks. Those in front of the camera must possess charm. It appears we should retain more footage of him during editing to ensure high viewership. By the way, how many episodes has he signed on for? In truth, Shen Jingchuan was merely gathering materials for the fire. With rolled-up sleeves revealing his sun-kissed skin and defined muscles, he exuded an effortless allure. When he crouched to collect dry grass, his casual pants barely contained his long, powerful legs. He didn't even need to show his face. His profile alone was captivating enough. The production team was pleased with his ability to attract significant viewership. Meanwhile, Wen Yan and Qin Yan's fans were disheartened by their lackluster statistics. At that moment, the two were cautiously maneuvering through vines. They assessed the risks of the hazardous vines with care, opting to retreat to a safer area, resulting in an overall lack of excitement in their actions. In contrast, Jing Hao's group was experiencing near mishaps while chopping trees, and Min Xiaxia had injured herself while gathering branches. Min Xiaxia's dramatic reactions drew attention, as she cried out in distress over a minor prick, prompting Jing Hao to rush over to check on her. As he did, her wound began to heal, while she faced criticism for her melodrama. The popularity of her group surged, whereas Wen Yan and Qin Yan's livestream remained stagnant. Indeed, it is infuriating. Sisters, let us boost the livestream. Flood it with comments and gifts. Are Wen Yan's fans present? Let us rally together. I am here. I hope Wen Yan's debut will be a resounding success. One viewer, known as April's Little Happiness, sent numerous hearts and flowers, encouraging others to contribute. This viewer, one of Wen Yan's earliest supporters, inspired a surge of gifts. Seeing the enthusiasm from Wen Yan's fans, Qin Yan supporters also began to send gifts fervently. However, despite their efforts, their statistics still fell short of the other two groups. Fans lamented, and the comments section filled with cries of despair. Just then, a user named Fan Inha suddenly sent 10 great treasures, the most valuable reward on the platform. Oh my goodness, where did this wealthy benefactor come from? I must show my gratitude. The arrival of Fan Inha sent the livestream room into a frenzy. Many viewers navigated to this newfound account, quickly discovering it was a newly registered profile. Speculation ensued among the audience. Surely, this must be a fan of Qin Yan. How generous. May I ask, why are you so certain this is a fan of Qin Yan? Their account has not posted anything related to her. Allow me to clarify. Fan means Fan Inha refers to the place Qin Yan dreams of visiting. Thus, it is clear that Fan Inha must be her supporter. Fan Inha, you are magnificent. Qin Yan's fanbase, already larger than Wen Yan's, saw a surge in support after the gifts were sent. However, Fan Inha did not reappear nor comment, leading the livestream audience to assume the gifts were intended for Qin Yan. In reality, Fan Inha was Shen Jingchuan, using a newly created account. He chose the name inspired by a humorous exchange with Wen Yan, wherein they teased each other about their hunger. He had jested that she was a rice bucket, and she retorted with a barrage of rice metaphors, including rice pond, rice river, rice sea, and rice galaxy. He had not planned on this new username, but was reminded of it during the naming process. Observing comments indicating Wen Yan's live stream lacked excitement, he aimed to boost her visibility. After sending the gifts, he intended to say a few more words, but was interrupted by his manager with urgent matters, forcing him to exit the live stream hastily. Had he known his new account would be mistaken for a supporter of Qin Yan, he would have clarified his allegiance. At that very moment, In the office of the president of the Shen Corporation, Shen Jingxiu furrowed his brow while watching the live stream. Not only was the viewership lacking, but Wen Yan had also been overshadowed in terms of gifts. This would not do. He calmly retrieved another phone, downloaded an app, registered an account, searched for the live stream, and began to recharge. Soon after, the live stream featuring Wen Yan and Chen Yan was inundated with generous donations from a user named Wen Yan's Little Cake. Great Treasure 1, Great Treasure 2, Great Treasure 3, Great Treasure 99. The audience erupted in excitement. Wow, Wen Yan's fans are incredibly wealthy. This is simply astonishing. I might lose my mind. With this kind of money, I could support Wen Yan as her #1 fan and still have enough to meet her privately. Wait, Wen Yan is not a streamer. She doesn't do meet and greets. Is this the definition of a benefactor? Come on, it's just 99 great treasures. True benefactors begin their investments in newcomers with some starting from millions. Please do not belittle your worth. However, one must acknowledge that the platform takes away half of that amount. I confess that I'm not only envious, but also pained. Upon seeing this comment, Shen Jingxiu remarked that this very live streaming platform belongs to the Shen family. Excellent. This has secured the top spot on the leaderboard. Thus, the rewards for now come to a temporary halt. Chapter 94. Emphasizing a Zen attitude. Meanwhile, Wen Yan and Chen Yan, blissfully unaware of the ongoing events in the live stream, diligently searched for vines and water sources. Both adopted a serene approach. Chen Yan, the gentle and graceful elder sister, tugged at a vine but found it immovable. She turned to Wen Yan and suggested, "Shall we perhaps seek another location? What do you think?" In unison, they agreed, "That sounds splendid. This place may be abundant in vines, but we need not hang ourselves on just one." Chen Yan chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it is quite the rationale. Yet, your articulation makes it all the more amusing. Let's venture deeper. Watch your step. Be cautious yourself. The ground is steep. I shall support you." They aided one another, creating a scene of exquisite harmony. Annoyed by Min Xiaxia, who was constantly injuring herself and sulking, and by Yin Haoyu, who indulged her whims, they found her behavior vexing. Why not visit the live stream of Chen Yan and Wen Yan? A feast for the eyes awaits, as these two beauties not only exude charm, but also assist each other, creating a warm atmosphere. Without comparison, there is no disparity. Min Xiaxia's antics made the tranquility of Wen Yan and Chen Yan's live stream feel like a refreshing stream. The atmosphere between them was particularly harmonious, and they worked together with remarkable synergy. They identified several suitably thick vines, yet they proved difficult to pull. Consequently, they resolved to climb a tree to sever the vines with a knife. Chen Yan had brought a knife along, although she was not adept at climbing. Wen Yan was skilled. Thus, the task of ascending the tree was entrusted to her. Initially concerned for Wen Yan's safety, Chen Yan soon found herself captivated as Wen Yan ascended with the agility of a monkey, leaving both Chen Yan and the live stream audience in awe. "Be careful," Chen Yan cautioned. "We are not in a hurry. There is no need to rush." The audience responded with enthusiastic affirmations of Wen Yan's prowess. "How polite you are," Wen Yan quipped. "Chen Yan is so gentle," the viewers exclaimed, chuckling at the juxtaposition of the two live streams. Climbing trees required a swift momentum for Wen Yan, and any hesitance would disrupt her coordination. She swiftly reached a sturdy branch and successfully cut the vines entwined there. Seeing the task completed, Chen Yan waved eagerly. "Hurry down. But be cautious. You can toss the knife down first. I fear you might injure yourself." "All right." Wen Yan complied, discarding the knife before calling out excitedly, "Chen Yan, I believe I see shimmering water ahead. We have found a freshwater source." "Really? That is wonderful," Chen Yan exclaimed. "It seems this climb was worthwhile. Descend quickly, and let us investigate this newfound location." Descending proved more challenging than climbing, and Wen Yan sustained several abrasions on her palms. It wasn't until they reached the freshwater stream that Chen Yan noticed Wen Yan's injuries. "You're hurt, Wen Yan. Did this happen while climbing? Did it hurt? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Had I known, I would have spared you the effort with the vines." "It's nothing, Chen Yan. It's already ceased to hurt," Wen Yan reassured her, dismissing the minor scrapes. "Look how clear this stream is, and there's even a pool ahead. The water quality seems excellent. Yet the challenge lies in our lack of containers. Perhaps we should search the beach for something useful. Indeed, these bundles of vines should suffice. If not, we can return for more. Let us be on our way." The pair swiftly departed the thicket. Yin Haoyu, noticing their departure, set aside his work to join them. Wen Yan, can you weave a hammock as well? Indeed. I spent my childhood with my grandparents in the countryside, and I remember my grandfather could create anything. Thus, I learned a few skills as well. Impressive, Ian How you? Wen Yan praised. By the way, Qin Yin and I found fresh water, yet we lack containers. We plan to search the beach for potential finds. Jing Hao considered inviting Min Xiaoxiao along, as they had ample firewood. Upon hearing Min Xiaoxiao's name, Ian How you promptly interjected. Jing Hao nodded. Let us proceed. Wen Yan scanned the area and inquired, where is he? How was the fire coming along? He's over there. So he pointed ahead, behind the thicket on the beach. The vegetation provides fuel, but starting a fire by friction is a skill. I attempted it earlier and nearly blistered my hands. Wen Yan nodded. That is indeed a challenge. However, she did not linger. After inquiring about Shen Jingchuan's status, she and Qin Yin made their way to the seashore. Wow, Qin Yin, look at all these shells. It seems we will have dinner after all. I have found some as well. It appears there are even seaweeds in the water. I wonder if they are edible. Let us gather what appears safe to eat. Look, I've discovered a message in a bottle. Really? How quaintly romantic. Qin Yin approached to share in the excitement. They opened the bottle together, revealing a note that proclaimed, whoever opens this note shall surely find good fortune. Chapter 95. An unexpected fury. No sooner had Qin Yin read the message than she nudged Wen Yan, gesturing ahead. Look, Wen Yan, it appears our wishes are being granted. A plastic barrel is drifting towards us. Indeed, the sea breeze seemed to conspire in their favor, as a cluster of transparent barrels floated their way, still bearing remnants of golden oil. These barrels, each with a capacity of 10 liters and equipped with handles, were perfect for collecting water. However, Wen Yan remarked, glancing at the sun and the bottle in her hand, I plan to use the bottle to focus sunlight and ignite a fire while the sun is still strong. That bottle acts as a convex lens, doesn't it? My physics knowledge is long forgotten. Go ahead, I shall clean these barrels. Wen Yan sprinted towards another stretch of sand, her heart racing at the prospect of speaking with Shen Jingchuan. Little did she know, her appearance in his camera's view would spark mockery among the livestream audience. Here comes another green tea, employing the same old tactics, holding a bottle in hand. She is even newer than them, having yet to debut, and with hardly any genuine fans, yet she still seeks to ride the coattails of others. Truly outrageous. Hey, you there, who says we lack genuine fans? I am a devoted fan of 5 years, having followed him since his competition days. Indeed, as long as my husband remains steadfast, we shall support him eternally. There are also new viewers who have just entered this live stream, bewildered. What is happening? Has WNYN violated some celestial rule? Why is she being criticized so harshly for simply bringing a bottle? Is this woman a magnet for controversy? Just wait and see. Her bringing the bottle is undoubtedly a ploy to get closer. How can I explain? You arrived late. Had you come just 5 minutes earlier, you would have understood. 5 minutes ago, NC11 found a wine bottle and approached SHNJ and Chu In. However, she secretly kept a phone to maintain contact with her manager. Although she was filming and could not see the live data, her manager and assistant could. Her team knew how to generate topics and increase exposure. So when Jing Ho and his group finished their tasks, she pretended she needed to take a break. In reality, she met with her manager in secret. Her manager provided her with an empty wine bottle, instructing her to use it to seek out SHNJ Inchu in the most popular live stream room, as it would enhance her visibility and allow her to associate with a highly popular guest. Thus, just moments ago, NC11 approached SHNJ and Chu In, saying, Hi, I just found this empty wine bottle in the woods. I thought the bottom might help you start a fire, so I brought it to you. Here you go. SHNJ and Chu In had considered using a concave lens to focus light to ignite a fire. However, he had searched this area thoroughly and found no glass bottles. He was surprised that she managed to find one in the island's forest. What incredible luck! Without hesitation, he thanked her and took the bottle from her hands. After receiving the item, he prepared to find a stone to break the bottle and retrieve the concave part of the bottom. Yet, NC11 stood firmly in his way, moving in tandem with him across the expansive area. It was evident to all that she was being deliberately obstructive. Moreover, SHNJ and Chu In already held a poor impression of NC11, so he coldly told her, You can step aside now. Of course, NC11 refused to move, instead smiling sweetly and asking if she could assist. SHNJ Inshu In found her tone grating and, in a fit of annoyance, mocked her. Have you lost your memory? Have you forgotten what happened on the plane? Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream sensed the taste of gossip. What on earth happened on the plane? Did we miss something thrilling? Without a doubt. Just look at Shishi's expression. Indeed, SHNJ Inshu In's inquiry caused her face to shift from pale to flushed. The audience could not hear her voice, their anticipation growing unbearable. Unexpectedly, the next moment, SHNJ Inshu In mercilessly exposed Shi 11. Please understand, I'm not familiar with you, and there is no need for me to flatter you. Furthermore, this is a group activity. You would do well not to be lazy. As he spoke, disdain was written all over his face. Shi 11 immediately burst into tears. How could you say that? I merely came to offer my help. If you do not appreciate it and choose to insult me, when have I ever been lazy? What did you see that warrants such an accusation? Oh, so the villain cries first, does she? You know your own intentions better than anyone. SHNJ Inshu In was a loss for words, simultaneously irritated by her sobbing. His frustration had already been mounting, and now it was even more intense. The barrage of comments erupted in the live stream, with many criticizing SHNJ Inshu In. Goodness, no one mentioned he had such a violent temper. He treated Shi 11 with utter impatience, displaying no gentlemanly demeanor, and it was unreasonable to return the bottle to her. Chapter 96, The Master of Exposing Hypocrisy. Get to work. Indeed, why return the bottle to her? It could be used for starting a fire. I agree with what you say, but I find his volatility rather appealing. Do none of you notice how Shi 11 is indeed hypocritical? She deliberately speaks in a low voice to provoke anger, and the only person who hears it reacts explosively. Why do you think that is? Because she is a contemporary expert in exposing hypocrisy. When Shi 11 cries, do you not wish to slap her? I am truly astonished. She still has the audacity to claim she has not been lazy? Yes, indeed. Especially when she turned pale upon the mention of the plane incident. I suspect she did something detestable on her way here. That insufferable green tea. Indeed, people with such tempers are quite rare in the entertainment industry. It seems that others are busy crafting personas. While I believe there should be more individuals who refuse to coddle anyone, possessing a forthright and candid nature. I hope she can maintain this authenticity and not be swept away by the entertainment circle and its capital. However, this comment was quickly drowned out as Wen Yan appeared, running towards SHNJ In with a glass bottle in hand. The moment she arrived, she became the center of attention. Although many comments were labeling her as another green tea trying to gain attention, they soon realized Wen Yan was different from Shi 11. When Wen Yan saw SHNJ Inshu In, she first offered him a polite smile. Yet, the audience could tell her smile carried a hint of distance, unlike Shishi's overtly familiar and eager demeanor. Hi, my sister Wen Yan and I just found a glass bottle by the sea. We thought the bottom might help with starting a fire, so we brought it to you. Let us see if it's useful. Comments. Wen Yan is quite impressive. Not taking credit for herself and remembering to mention Wen Yan. I must say, she has a unified aesthetic. I've noticed that SHNJ Ing and she share a resemblance. Of course, SHNJ Ing and SHNJ Inshu In are brothers. They are both, in name, Wen Yan's older brothers, although the audience remains unaware. However, Wen Yan did not forget this detail. She understood that this was a rare opportunity to speak to SHNJ Inshu In privately, and she could not let it slip away. So, after SHNJ Inshu In accepted the glass bottle, she promptly dashed into a nearby grove. This action quickly garnered her a wave of goodwill from the live stream audience. Wen Yan is indeed capable, unlike Shi 11, who left after delivering the bottle. I hope she does not see this. I actually quite like her looks. However, Wen Yan had a twist in her plan. Even SHNJ Inshu In believed she had departed. The moment he saw her distant smile, he found it laughable. SHNJ Inshu In frowned and glanced at Wen Yan, a flicker of confusion passing through his dark eyes. What are you doing? The ground was sandy, and SHNJ Inshu In scrutinized Wen Yan, opening his mouth to say something but hesitating. It appeared he was concerned about him. One could only speculate his motives. This left the live stream audience in a frenzy. What is happening? Speak up. Do you intend to say that beneath the grass is sand, and should a fire ignite, you could carry both sand and embers? You are known for your volatile temperament. Why not confront Wen Yan? What makes her special? Nothing at all. If you do not confront her, I might unfollow. Are you a hater of Wen Yan? Her actions stem from her concern for potential injury. Why must you confront her so aggressively? In truth, given Shen Jingchuan's notoriously impatient demeanor, it is indeed likely that he would retort to Wen Yan. The reason he only spoke halfway earlier was that he suddenly heard Wen Yan's inner thoughts. He perceived her heart sighing, which whispered, "Alas." He seemed so impatient and unwilling to converse with me. But who could have anticipated my amnesia? I've forgotten all my memories of him. I feel utterly helpless. Amnesia? Why does she suffer from it? How could this happen? Why has her mother never mentioned it? Shen Jingchuan, being somewhat impulsive, snatched a leaf from Wen Yan's hand and placed it beneath the hay. Come over here and sit beside me to shield me from the wind. Oh, move a little closer. All right. Wen Yan had long grown accustomed to Shen Jingchuan's unexpected behavior and simply complied with his requests. However, the audience in the live stream was not pleased. No, don't move any further. If you do, we will only see two silhouettes. Can't you two change positions? Changing positions was out of the question. Shen Jingchuan's intention was to avoid the camera. Having just adjusted the angle, he would not allow himself and Wen Yan to be exposed to the lens. Moreover, he directly muted the microphone. Wen Yan observed his action in astonishment and, mimicking him, silenced her own microphone. Shen Jingchuan glanced at her, recognizing that she was not entirely foolish, and spoke with a hint of arrogance. What do you need from me? He knows I have other matters to discuss with him. Oh, that is true. My demeanor is rather obvious. If he couldn't even notice that, it would be quite something. But is he really that easy to communicate with? He has me blocked, after all. Chapter 97. Oh, you suddenly have amnesia, Shen Jingchuan frowned. Blocking someone should not be met with anger, right? He impatiently poked at the sand beneath him and, clearing his throat, said, Wen Yan indeed has concerns about this. So she quickly added, actually, I want to talk to you about that night at home when you borrowed money from me. At the mention of money, Shen Jingchuan's expression darkened. It was not because Wen Yan had refused to lend him money, but rather due to his current financial strain. The thought alone was vexing. He seems upset. Can we continue this conversation? If I mention my amnesia, will he kick me away? Shen Jingchuan, though he had a bad temper, did he really appear to be the type who would resort to violence? Go on. It's like this. You know about the imposter Shanjiro, right? Of course. Then you know I was the first to notice something was amiss? Yes. Mom has already informed me. Well, never mind. Shen Jingchuan abruptly stopped mid-sentence, igniting Wen Yan's curiosity. What is it? Please continue. Please, don't make me beg you. Just say it without teasing me. Shen Jingchuan, forget it. This is a waste of time. You say what you need to. Fine. Although she was eager to know what he had not articulated, she acknowledged that time was of the essence. Wen Yan had no intention of revealing her own situation of transmigrating into a book to anyone in this world. So she referenced the awakening that the original character had mentioned. Well, you awakened, and then what? Shen Jingchuan's brow furrowed even deeper. A sudden awakening. It was indeed bizarre, yet he could hear her thoughts. Then I sensed that the imposter Shinjiro was problematic, so I investigated. Eventually, my second brother, older brother, and our parents all became aware, and together we quickly uncovered the truth. That's a good thing, right? But I ended up in a tragic situation. Oh, as a consequence of your sudden awakening, you lost your memory? Wen Yan froze momentarily. How did you know? You can't possibly have experienced the same thing. Can you? But it seems unlike you. He appears not to have forgotten me or our family. Shen Jingchuan could only respond, I guessed. In fact, upon reflection, even though we had our disagreements due to that imposter Shinjiro, I believe you're not the type to default on your debts. Therefore, I surmise that you must have lost your memory. Defaulting on debts? Wen Yan felt struck. Didn't you say it was a promise last time? Are you mocking me? Regardless of whether she truly had defaulted or merely failed to fulfill a promise, she vowed that it was never intentional. Shen Jingchuan took a deep breath, signaling his dwindling patience. So you genuinely have amnesia. You seem to know nothing about me anymore. Have you deleted all our previous chat records? Wen Yan shook her head helplessly. I don't know. I've changed phones several times, and I've checked everyone I could find. There are no chat records, just a blank slate. I suppose it has been a long time since we last spoke. What else could it be? Is it surprising? If I weren't in dire straits, would I even seek you out to borrow money? Enough. You may leave. The fire needs to be lit. Before Wen Yan could finish her sentence, a member of the production team came running over. Shen Jingchuan was lying without batting an eye. There was a minor issue, so I restarted it. And now it's fine. Wen Yan, lacking Shen Jingchuan's confidence, waited until the director left before quietly turning on her microphone. At that moment, the haystack before them suddenly began to smoke. There's a spark. It's on fire. I see it. Shen Jingchuan said no more, carefully carrying the kindling towards the campsite. They finally had a fire and restored sound. The audience was in an uproar at that moment. In fact, discontent had arisen among the viewers since Shen Jingchuan and Wen Yan had muted their microphones. What on earth did they discuss? I refused to believe they sat there in silence for so long without speaking a word. I saw them nodding and shaking their heads. I'm dying of curiosity. What would they possibly have to say? After the director spoke to them, their voices returned. I know your explanation is valid, but I don't need that explanation. I want to know what they were saying. They said nothing, just lit the fire. Who believes that? They sat there for several minutes without a word. I wonder if the original footage will restore the sound? What were they thinking? There weren't even any cameramen close by. They were far away, and no one knows what was said. Most of those minutes will likely be cut from the final edit. No, please. The more they withhold it from me, the more curious I become. Did they know each other before? From what I've seen, their personalities don't seem like those who would actively engage with others. Min Xiaxia even tried to approach him, but was scolded away without a shred of consideration. How could he willingly allow Wen Yan to stay by his side? Am I destined for heartbreak before even experiencing love? Indeed, look at Wen Yan. Her smile has completely transformed. She appeared so joyful. If I were to sit beside him for a few minutes, I would be elated. Wen Yan was indeed in a good mood. Shen Jingchuan was not as difficult to manage as she had imagined. He surprisingly accepted her claim of amnesia with such ease. The previous misunderstandings could surely be resolved swiftly. Chapter 98. Wen Yan. The little clever Wen Yan noticed the smile on Wen Yan's face and couldn't help but smile in return, gently asking, "Have you encountered something joyful? You seem so happy." Hee. Wen Yan grinned broadly. "Yes, we have fire. We just successfully lit it. Really, that is indeed something to celebrate. You two are impressive. However, my washing has been rather slow. The grease in this bucket is difficult to remove. It took me ages to clean just one. Is it this one over here? Indeed, that one has already been cleaned. What do you think?" Wen Yan lifted the plastic bucket and scrutinized it closely, saying, "It's quite clean, Yang. It originally contained cooking oil, so a tiny bit of residue shouldn't matter. Besides, we have fire now. We can certainly boil the water before drinking. Come on, let's wash together." With that, Wen Yan retrieved another unwashed plastic bucket. However, her method of cleaning was quite different from Wen Yan's. While Wen Yan merely rinsed with water, Wen Yan aggressively filled the bucket with sand, sealed it with a lid, and shook it vigorously, leaving Wen Yan momentarily bewildered. What kind of operation is this? Seeing Wen Yan's astonished expression, Wen Yan was slightly surprised as well. To remove stains, Yang. Didn't you know? Sand can effectively lift grease through friction. I stand corrected, Wen Yan replied sincerely. This is the first time I've heard of such a method. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable at such a young age. Clearly, I have much to learn. As the saying goes, one learns as long as one lives. Not only is your cleaning more effective than mine, but it is also significantly more efficient. Thank you for the compliment, Yang. I learned it from others. Let me give it a try. The comments rolled in. To be fair, these two beautiful ladies are truly harmonious and get along well. Absolutely. Talented individuals are always surrounded by other exceptional people. I can't say if Wen Yan is outstanding, but I can see Wen Yan is merely accommodating her. She may not genuinely believe Wen Yan is remarkable, but is just being polite. Hey, you at the front, do you realize you just dissed two people? Who did I insult? Knowing that sand can remove grease is common knowledge in rural areas. When I was a child and didn't have detergent, I used mud from the river to wash dishes. After cleaning, I just rinsed them several times with clean water. Wen Yan is surely from the countryside, while Wen Yan is obviously a city girl. A city girl complimenting a country girl is merely to save face, which shows Wen Yan's high emotional intelligence. Does it not seem so? Just look at how gentle Wen Yan's smile is. WNYN shows her teeth when she smiles. QNYN's movements are so subtle. WNYN is so animated. And she can climb trees. How is she not from the countryside? The one who shows her teeth and can climb trees feels your malice. Are you out of your mind? Is it not true that shaking the sand vigorously can lift grease? Keep your intelligence intact. It's truly infuriating. Don't be upset. I genuinely appreciate QNYN's gentleness and WNYN's unrestrained and natural demeanor. Let us not say she didn't see the comments. Even if she did see this one, she wouldn't change her approach. After mastering the new cleaning method, the two quickly washed all the plastic buckets clean. From a distance, they saw everyone busy constructing the campsite, so they didn't call for help and headed straight for the water source. They found a total of 6 buckets, but due to the small openings and the slow stream, it took them quite some time to fill all 6. However, after filling the buckets, a new challenge arose. Combined, the two only had 4 hands. 10 liters of water weighed 10 kilograms. And carrying a bucket of water over such a distance was quite a struggle for 2 slender girls. What surprised QNYN and the viewers in the live stream was that as soon as the issue arose, WNYN promptly devised a solution. She found a sturdy branch and swiftly strung all 6 buckets together. I must say, you really possess a wealth of knowledge. Although QNYN was older than WNYN, admiration sparkled in her eyes as she regarded her. Many viewers in the live stream also praised WNYN's cleverness. Of course, there were dissenting voices. Some remarked that QNYN's praise for WNYN seemed faint. Others, like the viewer who consistently emphasized the difference between rural and urban individuals, re-emerged, asserting that WNYN must be from the countryside, as her idea was simply a rural method of using a yoke. Nothing remarkable. Other viewers grew increasingly annoyed with this individual, wishing they could block them, though unfortunately, the comment section lacked that functionality. The debate was between JNHO and MNC11, though WNYN and QNYN had not yet approached. They had already grasped the gist of their discussion. The topic of contention was the use of the remaining rain cloth after constructing the roof. JNHO suggested laying the leftover rain cloth on the ground to prevent moisture from seeping up, as the soil inevitably contained some moisture that could lead to illness if they slept directly on the ground at night. However, MNC11 proposed using the rain cloth as walls to shield against wind and rain. The problem was that the campsite they were setting up resembled a yurt. If they had sufficient rain cloth, it could indeed enclose the area. However, after constructing the roof, the remaining rain cloth was insufficient to surround the campsite completely, though there was likely enough for the ground. Thus, JNHO insisted on cutting more branches and large palm leaves to serve as walls, which would undoubtedly require a significant amount of labor, prompting MNC11 to resist. MNC11 did not even bother to conceal her thoughts, directly telling JNHO, "Our campsite is for 7 people. You built it larger than necessary. After all the effort to finish the roof, you want us to gather branches and leaves? We lack the strength for that. You may not want to rest, but others do." Ye Nge Hao, whose temper was usually mild, found Shishi's behavior quite exasperating. She acted like a little princess who should remain at home rather than venture into the wild to survive. However, JNHO was not as oblivious to the bigger picture as she was. Despite his annoyance, he patiently explained, "Even if we follow your suggestion, the rain cloth will still be insufficient. After enclosing part of it, we will still need to gather branches and leaves. Moreover, none of us gentlemen expect you to do the heavy lifting alone. We all work together, ensuring that the lighter tasks are assigned to the ladies. The day is still early. The campsite is the foundation of our survival. We have fire, water, and food. We can't just sit here watching the waves and feeling the sea breeze." As the argument unfolded, WNYN and QNYN arrived at the fire pit with the water. They exchanged a glance and nodded. JNHO was the first to raise his hand. "I propose we lay the rain cloth on the ground." MNC11, not wanting to fall behind, declared, "I propose we use the rain cloth as walls. Please raise your hand if you support my idea." MNC11 aimed to seize the initiative, but unfortunately, aside from herself, no one else supported her. Unwilling to accept this, she glanced back at YNHOY, who took a deep breath and, under her gaze, reluctantly raised his hand. Jing Ho frowned. I do not recommend sleeping bags being placed directly on the ground. Those in favor of laying the rain cloth down. Please raise your hands. He raised his hand again. Seeing this, She 11 quickly lowered her hand. But when she noticed YNHOY's hand still raised, she kicked him lightly. YNHOY awkwardly lowered his hand as well. Unsurprisingly, all those who had not supported She 11 raised their hands for Jing Ho, with a vote of 2 to 5. The minority yielded to the majority, and She 11 was defeated. She appeared displeased, her expression souring, prompting YNHOY to step forward and quietly comfort her. Don't worry, She 11. Just stick close behind me later, and I'll make sure you don't have to do any heavy work. She 11 rolled her eyes internally. Even if you made me do the heavy lifting, I wouldn't be able to. I've already done enough. I'm exhausted. Unlike certain individuals who have done nothing but light tasks since we arrived on the island. Why should I have to carry logs and pull branches while others do not? Don't you agree? WNYN? Min Xiaxia scrutinized the dishes, while Qin Yan's temperament burned hotter than Wen Yan's. Wen Yan was merely a minor celebrity, struggling to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, so Min Xiaxia resorted to sarcasm towards her. Wen Yan was utterly bewildered. Why had she suddenly become the target? Was it merely a ploy to garner attention for the live broadcast? In truth, Wen Yan's suspicions were spot on. Min Xiaxia was indeed seeking the spotlight. The barrage of comments was relentless, with viewers expressing their outrage. Was Min Xiaxia unhinged? Had the ocean water flooded her brain? It was exasperating. Not only her, but also Yin Haoyu. Should he be regarded as infatuated or foolish, acting as if he were under a spell? It seemed a waste of his handsome visage. Surely, many admired him. Why then, did he choose to be Min Xiaxia's sycophant? Min Xiaxia was not only lazy and foolish, but also malicious. Why did she feel the need to belittle Wen Yan, taking advantage of someone struggling more than herself? I was here for the drama, and regardless of right or wrong, I was eager to see how far they would tear each other apart. Wen Yan, however, had no intention of engaging in a petty quarrel with Min Xiaxia. She aimed to discuss the matter calmly. First, how could Min Xiaxia presume to know the nature of her and Yin Jia's labor? If she were to claim that their work was more arduous, then one might argue that collecting firewood was a more leisurely task. After all, they had to climb trees to gather vines, plunge into the sea to retrieve plastic barrels, and then haul back buckets filled to the brim with water. It was not as effortless as Min Xiaxia imagined. Second, during the task allocation, she had consulted Min Xiaxia about whether she preferred to fetch water or gather firewood. It was Min Xiaxia who chose to collect firewood. Was she now trying to blame Wen Yan for taking the water-fetching task? Min Xiaxia was taken aback by Wen Yan's unexpected assertiveness. She had expected only a few words. Yet Wen Yan delivered a lengthy retort. Even Jing Hao had shown her some respect. This left Min Xiaxia feeling embarrassed. After a moment of stunned silence, she forced a smile and attempted to backtrack. Look at you, so reactive. I was merely speaking offhandedly. There's no need to be so agitated. Oh, just a laugh. Was it? Anyone could do that. Wen Yan smiled even more sweetly and radiantly than Min Xiaxia, adeptly playing the role of a faux innocent. Oh, is that so? I was just making casual remarks. Surely, you wouldn't take it to heart. However, if you wish to blame me, that is fair too. Had I known, I would have chosen to gather firewood. Then you wouldn't be upset now. It's all my fault for causing you distress. Alas, how could I mess up such a trivial task? The onlookers struggled to suppress their laughter. Let us clarify that Wen Yan is not a green tea bitch. She merely transformed to combat dark magic and uphold justice. Chapter 100, He is standing up for me. Min Xiaxia could hardly believe that a moment ago she was prepared to assert her moral superiority, and now she was unexpectedly playing the victim. Yet, Wen Yan was merely a fledgling in the entertainment industry. How dare she perform so dramatically in front of her? Min Xiaxia was fuming, feeling 1,000 grievances. However, after contemplating, she realized she had missed the prime moment to retort. In a fit of impulsiveness, she committed yet another foolish act. Striding over to Wen Yan, she bent down and lifted a bucket of water from beside her, proclaiming grandly, "Since we are all here to support one another, let us not complain about the labor. I won't mind if you don't, and while I enjoy the fruits of your labor, I'll take this bucket for myself." Thanks. Min Xiaxia attempted to appear nonchalant as she hoisted the bucket, but the 10-kilogram weight proved to be quite burdensome for her. It was evident that not only was she struggling, but the other guests were also perplexed by her presence. Was such a ridiculous person truly part of their team? The answer was yes, as they had witnessed her absurdity firsthand. Jing Hao felt embarrassed for Min Xiaxia when she first claimed the insect repellent as her own. Everyone had begun to harbor doubts about her. Now, her latest stunt was equally bewildering. He wanted to pull her aside for a serious discussion, yet upon reflection, he realized he lacked the authority to do so. Someone with such a weak sense of community would surely resist any attempts to guide her. The other guests were visibly uncomfortable with Min Xiaxia's behavior, and the viewers in the live stream were ignited with fury. This time, however, the barrage of comments did not solely target Min Xiaxia. They also berated the other guests present. I'm about to lose it. Is there no one who could just kick this Min Xiaxia out? With so many people, not a single one to scold her? I'm about to smash my phone. It's infuriating. Can I just switch places and chop off Min Xiaxia's hands? The comments were undeniably extreme. Faced with the live camera, the guests were unlikely to resort to violence over such trivial matters. They had to consider their public image before speaking or acting. However, Wen Yan was no longer willing to endure it. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Shen Jingchuan, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, lifted his foot and planted it on the plastic barrel. Min Xiaxia, clutching the handle of the barrel, found it precariously positioned under Shen Jingchuan's foot. The 10 kilograms of water was already a challenge for her. With the added pressure from Shen Jingchuan's foot, she could barely hold on for 2 seconds before relinquishing her grip. What do you mean by this? To add insult to injury, with this bucket gone, only 6 remained. Internally, she cursed herself for not having seen clearly earlier. Yet, the thought of conceding was too humiliating for her to accept. But in the hesitance of those few seconds, events began to unfold in a different direction. Shen Jingchuan unexpectedly said, "However, I suddenly believe that your proposed method of distributing these water resources is valid. We have 7 individuals, but only 6 buckets of water, so it shall be first come, first served. There is a bucket right by your feet, but unfortunately for you, I'm faster, so this bucket is mine." You, Min Xiaxia, shot a glare at Shen Jingchuan, questioning why he was the one to set the rules. Shen Jingchuan simply rolled his eyes at her. "Learning from you. Is that hard to understand? There are 5 buckets remaining, so let us begin. Let the games begin." Min Xiaxia had calculated that apart from Wen Yan and Shen Jingchuan, the others would likely not intervene. Even if Wen Yan decided to take another bucket later, only 4 would remain, and she could still claim 1 for herself. Yet, just as she prepared to grab her share of water, Shen Jingchuan picked up an axe and blocked her path. Min Xiaxia jumped in surprise. "What do you mean by this?" Shen Jingchuan expressionlessly flexed his biceps, casually stating, "Just working out." He then turned to Wen Yan. "Go on. Why are you just standing there?" Wen Yan thought, no wonder Shen Jingchuan is so appealing. He has quite the fiery temper. I'll take it right now. Although she knew the others might not join Shen Jingchuan's antics. When it came to teaching Min Xiaxia a lesson, she was more than willing to cooperate. Unexpectedly, following Wen Yan's withdrawal with a bucket of water, Wen Yan also took action. Subsequently, Jingho joined in, followed by XH. Each time someone moved, she 11 attempted to approach, but was consistently thwarted by SH, under the pretext of fitness. In the end, she 11 was so distressed that she was on the verge of tears, vocally reproaching SH, "Could you please stop this? I am frightened." Oi stepped forward to defend she 11, exclaiming, "Isn't this excessive? You are confronting a girl with such ferocity." Before Oi could finish his statement, began to berate him. "What business is it of yours? When she was making things difficult for Wen Yan, why didn't you step in to teach her a lesson? Now you choose to appear? It's too late." Suddenly, Wen Yan was taken aback. "So, is he standing up for me? Or is it merely his disdain for Shishi's actions? What was our relationship before? Even my elder brothers, who are somewhat familiar, have never defended me like this." Chapter 101. Infuriated at thought, "How absurd! What can that ice queen and that arrogant wretch compare to him?" Oi was rendered speechless by N's outburst. Lacking justification, he found it difficult to continue arguing with him. He simply carried the last remaining bucket of water to she 11, saying, "She 11, this bucket of water is yours. I shall not compete with you for it. Let's share it." Mn 11 deemed YNHOI utterly useless. Having been unable to stand up to NJ in Chuen, he now thought to appease her with a bucket of water? Impossible. In a fit of rage, She 11 kicked the bucket aside. The bucket tumbled down the slope, and when it finally stopped, it had been punctured, spilling water everywhere. Yan hurriedly ran over to upright the bucket, feeling both angry and heartbroken. What are you doing, She 11? Do you realize how hard it was to obtain this water? This is not your home. You cannot act spoiled. We are a team. If you continue like this, who will consider you part of the team? When have I ever been part of your team? She 11 shouted back, infuriated at being berated by someone as insignificant as WNYN. All right, WNYN retorted with a smile. If that's the case, then don't use the water I fetched, and don't drink the soup I made from the shells I collected tonight. Fine, I won't drink it. Do you think you're the only one who can find food and water? MNCC Ziplit Defianti. YNHOI. Let us go. I refuse to believe we cannot find something to eat or drink. All right, YNHOI said, somewhat hesitantly, but still took the saw and followed She 11. XH, concerned about WNYN's mood after the quarrel with She 11, offered her a few words of comfort. However, WNYN dismissed it, saying, I believe the one who should feel awkward is her. If she is completely unbothered and in high spirits, then I certainly will not feel any remorse. Let us focus on constructing the campsite's perimeter. Otherwise, we will waste time. Everyone quickly immersed themselves in labor. As the branches were nearly cut, SHNJ Inshu In took the fishing hook and line and set off to see if he could catch a fish. By the time the sun was setting, the campsite finally had a rudimentary wall, though it still required repairs. However, it was evident that time was running short for the day. She 11 remained silent while YNHOI dragged a large bamboo pole to the front of the campsite. He glanced around to ensure SHNJ Inshu In was absent before continuing. The reason She 11 was so impulsive today is that it is her first time leaving home and the comfort of a familiar environment to survive in the wild, which naturally affects her mood and makes her a bit irritable. Nevertheless, she has come to realize her mistakes, and during our walk earlier, she has been trying to make amends for her previous errors. She 11, come here. Upon being called by YNHOI, She 11 stepped forward. Looking at everyone, she suddenly bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize to everyone for the discomfort I caused today due to my personality and temper. I hope you can grant me an opportunity to correct my mistakes. The two had indeed discussed matters during their walk. However, She 11 had not truly heeded YNHOI's words, as she had her own considerations. Some of her actions today were indeed impulsive due to her temper. Thus, she had already resolved this in her mind. They were merely a group brought together temporarily, lacking any genuine feelings for one another. Observing She 11 take the initiative to apologize, XH immediately sought to mediate, saying, She 11, your self-awareness and reflection on your shortcomings are commendable. I believe our team will improve progressively. JNHO also offered a few perfunctory words. When it was QNYN's turn, She 11 smiled and extended her hand for a handshake. When it came to WNYN, although She 11 still smiled, her eyes sparked with intensity. WNYN did not respond warmly, her smile lacking sincerity. We'll see how you perform moving forward. It seemed that the troublesome She 11 had reintegrated into the group. Frowning, SHNJ and Chu In approached WNYN and sat beside her. I didn't catch any fish, but I found a coconut. What happened while I was gone? WNYN was unsure of what expression to wear. Not much, just that She 11 apologized to us, promising not to repeat today's mistakes. SHNJ and Chu In scoffed. What nonsense. At that moment, the soup had already been prepared, and under XH's invitation, everyone gathered around the pot. She 11 began distributing bamboo tubes as utensils. She handed them out until it was finally WNYN's turn. Just as WNYN reached out to take it, the bamboo tube slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. She 11 suddenly smiled at WNYN. Oh dear, my apologies, my hand slipped. Her tone was anything but apologetic. WNYN now realized that She 11 was deliberately targeting her. Having learned her lesson, she no longer opposed the group. She spoke amicably to everyone else, Yet her tone changed when addressing Wen. What a clever strategy. It was clearly intentional. How did her hand just happen to slip at this moment? With just one slip, he gained 2 genuine coconut shell bowls, far more convenient than bamboo tubes. Here, he said, directly handing one to Wen. We won't use hers. We will use our own. Chapter 102. Curiosity truly killed the cat. The event unfolded too suddenly. Except for Shen, the others were left bewildered. The first to react was Wen. After all, they were nominally a family. In critical moments, one could rely on each other. Wen's eyes sparkled as she joyfully looked up at Shen while holding the fragrant coconut shell bowl. Thank you. You're truly a good person. Shen thought. This girl's expression seems fine, but her words sound odd. What do you mean by good person? A good person is someone like XH. Would XH dare to kick a bamboo tube away like that, or swing an axe down in front of that troublesome girl? Meanwhile, the ever-kind XH, after a brief silence from the group, suddenly called out, Come, it's time for soup. Everyone line up, starting from the left. Hurry, or it will spill. Shen and genuinely wanted to tell Wen that XH was the real good person. However, since XH had not offended him, he found no reason to undermine him. The group tacitly chose to pretend that nothing had just occurred and began to lavish praise on the evening's seafood soup. Meanwhile, the barrage in the live stream erupted once again, becoming lively since She11 started causing trouble that afternoon. Previously, the barrage was filled with scathing critiques of She11 and discussions surrounding Shen's character. Comments such as I can't take it anymore. This She11 is truly unbearable, and I genuinely adore this fiery temper, like a little chili pepper, were rampant, alongside expressions of relief, like my glands have been saved. Finally, I am no longer stifled. Yet, some questioned, aren't you all just violent maniacs? He even brandished an axe. Isn't that a form of bullying towards She11? The notion of counterattacking being equated to bullying was perplexing. Was it not She11 who previously bullied the newcomer Wen? Her actions were not merely against the newcomer. She was oppressing the entire team and monopolizing their collective efforts. May you find no strong and righteous person to stand up for you during your future acts of bullying, was the sentiment expressed. She11 did apologize, and acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. Perhaps she deserves another chance. However, many felt her apology lacked sincerity, questioning if she was merely feigning remorse. Observations of her sending a bamboo tube to Wen elicited comments about her insincerity. Some defended her, suggesting it was simply a slip of the hand, asking if others had never made a similar mistake. Before Shen kicked the bamboo tube away, the audience was engaged in these discussions. Yet, after he crafted a coconut shell bowl for Wen, the tone of the comments shifted dramatically. The audience erupted with excitement, exclaiming, watching She11 get slapped in the face is exhilarating. He truly embodies boyfriend power. Many felt he was exceptionally attentive to Wen, with one lamenting, why is he so protective of Wen? Not to say she is inadequate, but does she possess any extraordinary qualities? Why is there always a need to defend her? Curiosity spread as viewers noted the lack of interaction between the two, observing that Wen had merely brought a glass bottle to ignite a fire. The comparison drew an analogy. If one were to witness a monkey at Mi Mountain, would they not prefer to share food with a more polite, albeit less attractive, monkey rather than the aggressive one? This realization sparked further understanding. It became evident that Shen's protective nature was a reflection of his character, one that championed justice. If She11 had targeted Wen, it seemed likely he would have acted similarly to defend her. The audience's intrigue grew, especially regarding Wen's elusive background. Despite previous rumors about her relationship with Shen, no dirt had surfaced. Questions arose. How could no one know her in such an expansive network? Surely she didn't emerge from nowhere. Wen was, of course, not an enigma. Within the affluent circles, some were aware of her identity as a foster daughter of the Shen family. However, those individuals typically held significant social standing, and Wen had not chosen to disclose her background, Thus, they had no obligation to reveal it either. Much like how many were aware of the illustrious Sh. Inshu in being the second son of the Shen family, yet chose not to divulge such information, understanding that it was a family matter. Revealing the Shen family's privacy could easily lead to offense, which was certainly not a prudent choice. Consequently, despite the audience's fervent inquiries about Wen Yan online, the desired answers remained elusive, leaving the viewers in a state of heightened curiosity. The following morning, most of the guests awoke due to hunger. However, quicker than their movements were the comments in the live broadcast room, where many had already settled in. As soon as the camera shifted, the barrage of comments surged. A new day had dawned, and viewers were urged to rise and seize the day. The first guest to awaken prompted others to follow suit. Due to inadequate food and sleep, compounded by a rainstorm the previous night, everyone appeared rather unkempt. Yet, in such circumstances, external appearances took a back seat to survival, especially when basic meals were scarce, let alone personal care products. Breakfast consisted of clam soup, but portions were even smaller than before. During this time, the group officially elected Ho as the team leader through voting, which he accepted without reluctance. Once breakfast concluded, he began discussing the day's tasks with clarity. We will divide into 3 groups. The first group will stay at the camp to repair the walls. The second group will venture out to replenish water and forage for food. The third group will continue searching for food, as it remains our utmost priority. Does anyone have any objections or suggestions? As the discussion proceeded, Ho suddenly turned toward She11. Everyone is welcome to volunteer, but She11, you may choose first. To avoid her complaints later, Ho decided to let her go first. No one else objected, as they all understood her nature. Despite having apologized and vowed to change, the others were still hesitant to take the risk. She smiled and shook her head, saying, I don't have any particular skills. Let everyone else choose first, and I will go wherever I am needed. Ho wished to avoid wasting time on her, nodding in acknowledgement. Are there any volunteers? XH spoke up first. I will stay to help repair the wall. I was quite adept at it yesterday. However, I cannot do it alone and will need at least one assistant. She11, would you like to join? With the same intention as Ho, XH sought her opinion first. Yet, She11 was reluctant to work with XH, as he was a has-been singer with few fans, and spending time with him would yield no visibility. Thus, she cheerfully declined. Perhaps I should skip the wall repairs. I did enough of that yesterday. Maybe you could ask someone else? This suited XH as well, and he turned his attention to Qnyn and Wnyn. What about the 2 ladies? Qnyn then conferred with Wnyn. We don't know where the water source is. One of us should guide them to find it while the other stays behind. I'll remain here today. Wnyn nodded in agreement. All right, I will take them out to find the water. Thus, the members of the first group were determined. Ho quickly added, I will take an empty bucket along with Wnyn, and we will need another man since water is quite heavy. This left Ynhoy and Nshu to make their choices. However, Ynhoy was unwilling to separate from She11, so he stayed silent. Meanwhile, Nshu opted not to join the second group, as he intended to go fishing. Having selected the fishing hooks and line, I cannot waste them. If I can catch a few large fish, we will have a hearty meal today. Ho nodded, then Ynhoy. You will join our group. With this arrangement, only She11 remained unassigned. Although her relationship with Nshu was currently strained, she recognized the significant attention he commanded. Although she did not outwardly display her happiness, her heart was secretly rejoicing. It appeared that I would have to join a group. Shen Jingchuan could not be bothered to look at her. He said, All right, then you can follow me. Hurry up. I have no time to wait for idle people. Shen Jingchuan was true to his word. He was tall and walked briskly, while Min Xiaoxiao exerted great effort just to keep a distance of 10 steps behind him. After finally catching up, Min Xiaoxiao resolved to make a good impression. She approached Shen Jingchuan and said, You weren't here when I apologized to everyone yesterday, but I've come to realize my mistakes. Everyone else is willing to give me another chance, and I hope you can too. All right? As she spoke, she extended a small twig towards Shen Jingchuan, saying, This is my olive branch. Shen Jingchuan felt nauseated at the mention of an olive branch. He didn't need to use his eyes. Even with his toes, he could deduce that this woman was merely putting on an act. He could not comprehend how someone could be so duplicitous and shameless. However, since she had spoken, it seemed unkind not to afford her another opportunity. With a cold smirk, Shen Jingchuan replied, "You know I'm here to fish, right?" "Of course. Fishing requires bait, you know?" "I certainly do. Then help me find some bait now." "Sure, teach me." Min Xiaoxiao looked up at Shen Jingchuan, revealing a sweet smile. Shen Jingchuan cast her a sidelong glance, hoping she would still be smiling later. In the wild, bait primarily consisted of earthworms and various insects. Earthworms could be found under stones, while crickets and other insects were ubiquitous in trees and grass. "Let's get started," he said. "Of course, I know that many girls are afraid of insects and earthworms. So my advice to you is if you're also afraid, then stay away from me and look for other food. Do not follow me." Upon hearing about earthworms and various insects, Min Xiaoxiao's expression changed. However, she had already resolved to perform well and was struggling to find an excuse to decline Shen Jingchuan. Upon hearing his words, tears welled up in her eyes. "What have I done wrong? I just want to contribute to this group. Why are you speaking to me so harshly? I am truly trying to improve." "What a farce. Keep pretending. Do you really think I am blind? You have already witnessed my temper and style of doing things yesterday. Being in the same group as me, your wisest choice is to keep your distance and not let me see you. But we are a group. When I made a mistake yesterday, everyone used this to educate me, didn't they? If you look down on me so much, why did you agree to be in the same group with me?" Shen Jingchuan found it amusing, because I had no choice. Besides, keeping you by my side prevents you from causing trouble for others. I will not go easy on you. The comments rolled in with, "Did I hear that correctly?" He cursed. But to be fair, Min Xiaoxia is really something today, standing her ground. That curse was well placed. I wish I could say that too. Oh my, how has Min Xiaoxia changed so much from one day to the next? Yesterday, she was so pretentious. And today she seems so sincere. Am I the only one noticing this? Did you hear what he just said? He said keeping her around is to prevent her from harming others. That others must refer to Wen Yan. He is so protective. I really like a fiery boyfriend like him. When will the Civil Affairs Bureau give me one like that? What to do? I really want to switch places with Wen Yan. Just then, a viewer with the username Wen Yan University classmate suddenly chimed in. "Don't just say you want to. I want to switch places with Wen Yan too. I thought about it back in college. Her family seems quite wealthy. I saw comments in the live stream saying she was from the countryside, but she really isn't. Her family is well off. Moreover, the Wen Yan you see now isn't even a real name." "Huh? You stop. Are you really Wen Yan's university classmate? Please tell us more. What is her real name if not Wen Yan?" "Wen Yan's university classmate. I can't say much more. Just watch the live stream." "No, I will give you $100. Please tell me." However, after saying that, the person truly fell silent. This only piqued the audience's curiosity further. They seem to know a bit about Wen Yan, but not enough. It was even more frustrating than when they couldn't find any information about her online before. Chapter 104. She is always so cheerful and joyful. Many inquisitive netizens even sent private messages to the user named Wen Yan University classmate. Although the wording varied, their intent remained the same. They hoped this informant could divulge more about Wen Yan. However, no matter how they pleaded or tempted, Wen Yan's university classmate revealed not a single word more. "Me too. I even spent money to send her gifts, but she completely ignored me. I saw her online just now, but she is logged off. I guess she won't spill anything." As the comments mentioned this, many people's thoughts began to wander. No way. Is Wen Yan really this mysterious? Other celebrities are either spotted everywhere or have university and high school classmates all over the internet. Why has nothing surfaced about Wen Yan? Is she truly that enigmatic, or does she have a formidable background? Honestly, when she filmed the movie Lost Voice with Shen Jingchuan, I noticed the director and Shen Jingchuan treated her quite kindly. I heard the director was very strict with other actors, but he was special to Wen Yan. Could she really be a princess from a wealthy family, entering the entertainment industry just for fun? I think that is possible. Otherwise, why would they go to such lengths to protect her? Perhaps she is indeed the capital's darling. Could she have even bought them off with money? As the lively discussion in the comments escalated, curiosity about Wen Yan's identity reached new heights, and speculation began to run rampant. If Shen Jingchuan were to see this, he would undoubtedly be amused. Wen Yan buying him off? He would love to be bought off by Wen Yan, but the key is, does she have that much money? When the guests left the camp, it was merely overcast, but not long after, a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. However, this did not hinder everyone's efforts in work and foraging. In fact, Such weather was particularly suitable for fishing. Shen Jingchuan had not found any earthworms but managed to catch plenty of insects in the woods. After selecting a suitable spot, he began to fish. The other two groups also progressed smoothly with their tasks. However, the good times did not last long. The rain intensified, gradually transforming from a light drizzle into a torrential downpour. Not only that, but they even built a small shelter over the fire pit outside the camp so that the rain would not extinguish their fire, allowing them to preserve the flame. Meanwhile, Wen Yan, along with Jing Hao and Yin Haoyu, had made quite a haul during their outing. Seeing these items, Suhi was greatly impressed. Well done. You have both vegetables and fruits. Qin Yin and I also collected some shells, so now we have both meat and vegetables. It looks really good. But are you sure these wild fruits are edible? Could they be poisonous? You can rest assured, Jing Hao assured, aside from being extremely sour. These wild fruits have no other drawbacks. They're definitely not poisonous. But how do you know? Have you eaten them before? Jing Hao shook his head. Yes. Suhi scratched his head. You're keeping me in suspense. I can't guess. If you don't tell me, I'll ask someone else. Suhi spoke, and in the next moment, her gaze shifted toward Wen Yan. Wen Yan, please share your thoughts. Wen Yan chuckled. It's because the monkey led us to pick these. If monkeys can eat them, surely we humans can too, though they're a bit sour. Really? Suhi exclaimed in surprise. Are there monkeys in these mountains? As she spoke, Wen Yan handed two bright red fruits to Qin Yin and Suhi. Try them. If we set aside the sourness, the flavor is quite refreshing, and they must be rich in nutrients. Just as they took a bite, the sourness nearly overwhelmed them. Qin Yin suddenly realized, Yin Yin, are you playing tricks on us? What exactly is this for? Can we really eat it? Ha ha ha, I was just teasing you. They're actually meant for making fruit tea or as a seasoning. You mischievous trickster. I almost lost my teeth over this. I must give you a good whack. Although rain began to fall midway, it was still a bountiful day, and everyone's spirits were high. Before they even approached, Suhi could already hear Wen Yan's joyful laughter. She seemed to have an affinity for laughter, always able to bring a smile to her mother's face when she was with her parents. Now, even on a deserted island, she remained cheerful, radiating a delightful presence. Shen Jingchuan's gaze lingered on Wen Yan for an extended period. Min Xiaoshan, beside him, felt a surge of frustration, her heart filled with unease. What was it that made him favor her? She saw no reason why she was inferior to Wen Yan, yet he seemed oblivious to her existence. Only caring for Wen Yan. From the moment she had tried to strike up a conversation with him on the plane, he had rebuffed her. How infuriating! Soon, Wen Yan spotted Shen Jingchuan and Min Xiaoshan. Seeing the large string of fish he was carrying, everyone was elated. Before Wen Yan could step forward, Suhi graciously yielded his spot. You've caught so many fish, you deserve a rest. Give them to me, and I'll handle the cleaning. You should sit by the fire and dry your wet clothes. He strung the fish gills together with vines, creating an impressive bundle, enough to last several meals. I found this too. I'm not sure what kind of egg it is, but it should be edible. Chapter 105. If that were the case, who would you choose? Yin Haoyu chimed in enthusiastically. This looks like a wild chicken egg. We've added another delightful ingredient to our menu today. Xia, you're amazing. I couldn't find any. This made her quite unhappy. She craved the spotlight, yet reality often fell short of her desires. After enjoying a hearty lunch, the rain intensified. As the team leader, Jing Hao gazed at the gray, murky sea ahead, troubled. The weather on the island was unpredictable, and if it continued to rain for days, we would be unable to leave the campsite, leading to a dire lack of food supplies. We're about the same age. Remember when we made raincoats out of this material as children on rainy days without rain gear? I think making a simple version shouldn't be too difficult. Jing Hao nodded. I can weave hats. My grandfather taught me when I was young. All right. Min Xiaoshan raised her hand. Since we can't go out in this rain, let's work on those here in the campsite this afternoon. Is there anything I can do? Or should you assign tasks? How go? With no outdoor activities planned for the afternoon, it meant everyone would be in the same setting, and Min Xiaoshan needed to ensure she was always in the frame. Throughout the afternoon, she darted between various camera positions within the filming crew, occasionally causing some disruption, but ultimately, nothing too chaotic occurred. Time passed swiftly amidst their busyness. And before long, night fell. Unlike the previous night, the group was suddenly roused by strange noises. Soon, screams erupted from the campsite. It turned out that mice had invaded, scuttling across everyone's sleeping bags. A few men stoked the fire to make it brighter, which improved the situation somewhat. The unexpected disturbance that night left everyone restless, resulting in dark circles under their eyes the next morning. Yin discovered she had been bitten by some insect, with several large welts on her neck. She was not alone. Yin Haoyu and Jing Hao also bore marks. Yin sought insect repellent from Min Xiaoshan, but after just one spray, it was gone. However, she noticed the strong scent of repellent emanating from Min Xiaoshan's sleeping bag. Yin felt she could not say anything. The outcome was evident. Min Xiaoshan had used up all the insect repellent on her own. Everyone struggled with the itchiness, their moods growing irritable. Yet, worse troubles awaited them. When Wen Yan stepped out of the campsite, she found that all the fish they had hung on the tree branches beside the camp were gone. There were even remnants of sea bream on the ground. What bad luck! It seems our food supply has been stolen by the neighbors in the jungle. We had planned to enjoy fish soup this morning, but it appears that is no longer an option. However, when she went to retrieve her fishing line, she discovered it had been chewed to shreds by the mice that had snuck in last night. Upon witnessing this, everyone was left in shock. After a moment of dizziness, Jing Hao began to reflect. It seems we were overly optimistic. After the successful teamwork of the past few days, I thought this challenge would be simple. After all, this island is rich in resources, and we had already set up a campsite. But nature has taught us a harsh lesson. When it rains, we cannot venture out. The campsite is rudimentary, and at night, mice and other insects roam, which could lead to disease. Even the food we painstakingly gathered cannot be stored. Surviving in the wild is truly challenging, far more difficult than I had imagined. Comrades, the revolution has yet to succeed. We must strive harder. Once the rain subsided a bit, they divided tasks again, with some continuing the search for food while others stayed behind to craft rain gear and reinforce the walls. Jing Hao, a skilled craftsman, even devised a trap for catching mice. However, no one dared to eat those mice. Fortunately, in addition to fish, they managed to catch wild chickens in the jungle. They preserved the excess food using a smoking method and hung it from a roof to avoid nocturnal predators stealing their supplies. These lessons were learned through repeated failures. Although the journey was fraught with obstacles, far more challenging than anticipated, they ultimately succeeded in surviving on the island for 7 days. Thus, the first season of Zonlin Riji, titled Haidao, Zonlin Riji, came to a close. The director asked the guests if the next season adopts a team survival model. Who would you prefer as your partner? The director added, "We need more people. We must invite flying guests as well. Then let's invite them." Perhaps the audience would enjoy seeing some fresh faces. When it was Yin Haoyu's turn, his answer was quite singular. Even before he spoke, the viewers in the live stream had already guessed. "Xiaxia, I want to choose Xiaxia." The director remarked, "I see you've collaborated on projects before. The bond of revolutionary friendship is truly special." Next, they would interview Xiaxia to see if their selection would be mutual. When it was Min Xiaoshan's turn, she confidently stated the name without hesitation. However, the director and crew were not surprised by her answer, and they were quite pleased with it. As the comments section erupted in excitement once more, the only mutual selection arose between Wen Yan and Wen Yan, a result that delighted the audience. Ah, sisterly bonds are the best. I love watching beautiful sisters, especially two at once. The most anticipated figure among the live audience, Shen Jingchuan, was left for last. The grand finale. Rescued from peril, I have finally completed writing this variety show. Chapter 106, an interview in a mudslide. The production team knows precisely how to manage viewer engagement. The more the audience in the live stream urged them for interviews, the more they dawdled. Currently, everyone can see the guests and our staff cleaning up litter on the beach. In response to the enthusiastic request from the audience, let us hasten over for an interview. Come along with me. The camera soon began to sway, and before long, it focused on Shen Jingchuan. It was a splendid sunny day, with the beach scorching under the sun. As the camera approached, Shen Jingchuan was just removing his shirt, washing his sweat-drenched body in the sea. Upon noticing the camera aimed at him, his temper flared, and he quickly strode over, seizing the camera and turning it in another direction. Instantly, the live stream transformed from a glimpse of a half-naked handsome man to a close-up of the photographer's large nostrils. Shen Jingchuan unceremoniously exclaimed, "Stop filming aimlessly. Didn't the recording already conclude? What else is there to do?" The audience erupted with excitement. "Ah, husband, look at me." Although the cameraman captured only a fleeting moment, the viewers were already in a frenzy. "Help! Those 8-pack abs are killing me. Can I touch them before I die?" "No way. I just slept with my head resting on them last night." "He said only I can touch them. You all step aside." "Oh my, You're all admiring brother's abs. Am I the only one who sees the masculine strength on him? The cameraman adjusted the camera on his shoulder, while Shen Jingchuan raised a hand to reposition it. Oh, he has precisely my type. Slim when clothed, muscular when undressed. The muscles aren't overly bulky, yet the lines are smooth and exude power. Dear cameraman, you're a good person. Could you please step closer and take a whiff for me? Is it the scent of hormones? At this moment, Wen Yan had already retrieved her phone. However, during these few days of isolation, aside from messages from Su Yang and Wang Che, no one else had reached out to her. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Shen Jingchuan washing himself, and to her surprise, he had gained a massive following from the recent live broadcasts, quickly becoming the new husband of the netizens. Even more amusingly, Wen Yan stumbled upon comments like, "From that angle, he looks so much like Shen Jinghe. Is it that all handsome men look alike? Or is my aesthetic just like this? Oh no, not like this. Shen Jinghe is also my husband. Yes, my new husband. What should I do? Haha, of course. I'll just switch husbands daily, sharing the love. Count me in. Me too. My ID number." Reading these, Wen Yan felt both amused and speechless. What if one day these netizens discovered that Shen Jinghe and Shen Jingchuan were actually biological brothers? Shen Jingchuan had donned his clothes and was officially ready for the director's interview. However, the fervor surrounding him was overwhelming, prompting the director to alter his questioning approach. He asked, if in the second season we adopt a survival team format, who would you least like to team up with? The audience quickly caught onto the director's intention. It was evident that he had previously asked the other 6 guests who they would most like to team with. Yet now it shifted to who they least wanted to team with. Wasn't that a blatant trap? But who was Shen Jingchuan? He would not shy away from offending someone as trivial as Min Xia. Without a moment's hesitation, he blurted Min Xia. The director was momentarily taken aback by his decisiveness, as there was no hint of uncertainty. Yet, this was not sufficient. The director sought further material for editing. Thus, he inquired, "Do you know who Min Xia most wishes to team up with?" With a cold laugh directed at the camera, Shen Jingchuan retorted, "Why should I care? Is there any other question?" The director asked, "Excellent, we have our editing material. Who would you most like to team with? Name that person." Wen Yan, may I ask why? Didn't you ask me to name someone? I meant, why not choose someone else? Because I don't want to. The barrage of comments erupted. Shall we just end this interview? Ha ha. It's as if a mudslide swept through the interview scene, leaving the director momentarily dumbfounded. I'm truly dying of laughter. I was just worried the director dug a pit for him, forgetting his explosive temperament. With his character, how could he beat around the bush? If he disliked someone, he'll say it outright. There's no pretense. The one left awkward was the director. Wen Yan, I can drown in this sea of comments, but my ship cannot capsize. At this moment, Wen Yan, watching the live stream on her phone, thought, this stranger from the internet, all this shipping will only bring you harm. After scanning the comments, she finally tucked her phone away, for the live broadcast had completely concluded. Everyone was packing up to board the boat for departure. As they left the island, Shen Jingchuan intentionally boarded the same boat as Wen Yan and the others. What added to the delight was that Min Xia was not on this boat. Only Shen Jingchuan remained, and he did not disclose his plans. I can't. I have other work arrangements. My manager is already waiting for me on shore. I'll leave with him shortly. When uttering this final remark, Shen Jingchuan glanced at Wen Yan. Chapter 107. Wen Yan blinked. Why is he so busy? He asked, leaving in a hurry. I thought he would explain the $1,000,000 matter after filming. He hasn't even removed me from his blacklist yet. Upon hearing Wen Yan's complaint, Shen Jingchuan promptly retrieved his phone from his pocket. My phone has out of battery and shut down. Does anyone have a power bank they could lend me? Jinghao's assistant immediately replied, I have one, but it's also dead. Thanks. I'll just wait until we reach shore. Upon returning to the shore, Shen Jingchuan's manager was indeed waiting at the dock. Wen Yan noticed that no one was paying attention to her, so she quietly approached. She greeted Shen Jingchuan's manager with a bright smile and said to Shen Jingchuan, That is great, thank you. You little rascal. Calling me that in front of the camera is one thing, but now you are doing it when no one is around. Hey, may I ask a somewhat presumptuous question? You mentioned work arrangements. Are you working hard for money? Of course. Do you think money just falls from the sky? What kind of work is it? Filming? I tell you, you're quite the sensation online. Your phone is off, so you might not know. You could actually land a few advertisements. Get out of here. I'm going to seek investment this time. Oh, bye. Not far away. Min Xiaxia observed Shen Jingchuan turn away, disdain curling her lips. TCH, she's just another person trying to ingratiate herself. On the way to the airport, Wen Yan called Su Yang to report her itinerary. She had initially thought Su Yang would be resting on Sunday, but to her surprise, Su Yang was on a business trip. Consequently, their conversation was brief. However, shortly after, Wen Yan discovered that she had been added to a WeChat group by Su Yang. The group was named Family Happiness, with Su Yang as the group admin and members including Shen Yuan, Shen Jingxiu, Shen Jinghe, Shen Jingchuan, and herself. Following her addition, Su Yang also included Shen Jingxing. With that, aside from a yet-to-be-located Shenjuro, the family members were all present. Gazing at this quiet family group, Wen Yan couldn't help but reflect. This family of 7 likely had at least 8 groups. She was sure if the others had private groups, but she, Su Yang, Shen Yuan, and Shen Jinghe had a group called We Are Family. Simultaneously, she, along with Shen Jingxiu and Shen Jing, were part of a group dubbed 123. Now, there was another group called He Jia Huan Lu, and it remained uncertain whether more groups would emerge in the future. However, the existence of these groups seemed inconsequential, as they all shared a common trait, an overwhelming silence. After some contemplation, Wen Yan could no longer endure the awkwardness and took the initiative to share a casual snapshot of the scenery outside her window. To her surprise, Shen Jing responded with a photo of a boxed meal, clearly taken on a film set. Ah, so that's why I couldn't reach him earlier. His phone must have died, and he is likely on a plane napping now. Having thought this, Wen Yan shared her flight information in the group chat. She spent the duration of the flight catching up on sleep, as her rest quality on the island had been abysmal. Even sleeping on the plane felt more comfortable. Upon landing, all 4 emerged through the same passageway. To Wen Yan's astonishment, a throng of fans awaited at the airport, some even holding signs bearing her name. As they stepped outside, they were immediately surrounded by enthusiastic admirers. While the other 3 were accompanied by agents or assistants, Wen Yan stood alone. It was her first experience being so closely encircled by fans. Initially, she managed to sign autographs and shake hands, but soon, the crowd became overwhelming, with some even tugging at her arms and touching her back. Though she understood their excitement, Wen Yan felt somewhat violated. In a moment of inspiration, she suddenly called out that Shen Jingchuan was behind her. However, it dawned on her that she had mistakenly shouted the wrong name. She then shouted again that he was behind her and urged them to go find him for a handshake. This prompted the crowd to disperse in a flurry, allowing her to slip away unnoticed. Just as she was making her escape, her phone rang. Initially reluctant to answer, she noticed it was Shen Jingxiu calling and pressed the answer button. "Hello, big brother? What is up? Are you looking for me?" Meanwhile, on the second-floor corridor of the terminal, Shen Jingxiu, impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit, caught a glimpse of Wen Yan's figure and smiled subtly. "Exit 2. I'm waiting for you in the car." "What? Are you here to pick me up, big brother?" "I was just about to contact the family driver." "No need to contact him. See you shortly." As Shen Jingxiu spoke, he turned and stepped into the elevator. A few minutes later, Wen Yan arrived at exit 2. The moment she appeared, a car pulled up beside her. The driver promptly exited to retrieve her luggage, and the back door was open from the inside. She quickly bent down and entered the vehicle, although someone behind her managed to snap a photo. The car swiftly drove away, with the darkened windows shielding the interior from prying eyes. "Big brother, what is this?" Wen Yan inquired upon noticing Shen Jingxiu in his suit. "Are you working this weekend too?" "Yes, I attended a seminar and happened to pass by the airport." "Driver, I didn't hear anything. Is it really that easy to pass by such a remote airport? Are you hungry? Here, take this." Shen Jingxiu handed her a bag. Wen Yan opened it to reveal a delightful surprise. It was from their favorite cake shop. "I'm starving. You have no idea what I've been eating these past few days. Where did you attend this seminar that you could stop by the airport and the cake shop?" Shen Jingxiu maintained his composure. "Yes, I just happened to pass by." "Driver, I still know nothing. The earth is round. What is wrong with claiming to pass through 2 places that aren't even on the same line?" After finishing the cake, Wen Yan succumbed to fatigue and took another nap. When she groggily opened her eyes, she found herself leaning against Shen Jingxiu's shoulder. Realizing she had drooled, she shot upright, panicking internally. "Oh no, I drooled. How mortifying. How could I fall asleep on him?" Initially, Shen Jingxiu was unaware, but upon hearing Wen Yan's inner thoughts, he instinctively looked down at his shoulder. The damp spot on his black suit fabric was not overly conspicuous, but it was discernible upon closer inspection. Noticing his gaze, Wen Yan quickly used her sleeve to wipe the area. I'm so sorry, big brother. I usually don't drool when I sleep normally. Let me clean this up. I truly apologize. It's quite all right. Shen Jingxiu gently grasped her wrist to halt her actions, then quickly released it. It's of no consequence. You needn't worry about it. With a soft smile, he leaned over to open her door. We've arrived. Time to get out. Wen Yan paused in disbelief. Did he just smile at me? This might be the first time I've seen him smile after knowing him for so long. His hands are remarkably long. He opened the door without even touching me. Why doesn't he smile more often? He looks so much better when he does. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she exited the vehicle. The driver had just retrieved her suitcase from the trunk when Shen Jingxiu's large hand took it from him. I'll handle this. Shen Jingxiu nodded and escorted Wen Yan to her room on the 3rd floor. The two remained silent throughout the journey, save for Wen Yan's final, grateful expression. This made her question whether she had actually seen him smile in the car. After taking a shower, Wen Yan donned her loose, comfortable pajamas and collapsed onto her spacious bed. When she awoke again, darkness enveloped the room. Checking her phone, she realized it was already past 9 in the evening. The poor quality of her sleep had resulted in a throbbing headache, and she found herself awakened by hunger. Determined to find something to eat, she decided to take the stairs down to the kitchen. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she suddenly heard Su Yang's voice, seemingly engaged in conversation with Shen Jingxiu. Wen Yan promptly headed toward the direction of Shen Jingxiu's study. As Su Yang approached the door, she halted upon hearing Wen Yan's footsteps. Yan, you're awake. Did you just arrive? Yes. I've been awake for a little while, Wen Yan replied. Why didn't you wake me? You were sleeping so soundly. Why disturb you? Are you hungry? Yes. Wen Yan nodded eagerly. Mom, did you have dinner? If not, let us eat together. Suyang patit her stomach. I didn't have time to eat, so let us have the kitchen prepare 2 bowls of beef noodles. Great. Wen Yan eagerly agreed, then peered into the study where Shen Jingxiu was, smiling as she asked, Big brother, would you like some late-night snacks? Her gaze wandered instinctively between the two. Could it be that they are keeping something from me? Is it related to me? Shen Jingxiu responded, Su Yang, did you catch on to that? Since you've noticed, there's no need to hide it. Sooner or later, you'll find out. Yan, come in. I have something to discuss with you. Wen Yan felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing it was indeed something concerning her, and likely not good news. Mom, Wen Yan, please sit. Shen Jingxiu stood opposite her, handing her a tablet. Upon receiving it, the first image that caught her eye was a photograph of her boarding the car at the airport exit. Isn't that me? This was when you picked me up from the airport. Wen Yan instinctively glanced up at Shen Jingxiu. I was photographed without my knowledge? Look at the comments from netizens. After the conclusion of Songlin Riji recording, Wen Yan was warmly welcomed by fans at the airport, but she suddenly vanished. It turned out she had entered a luxury car owned by a financier. It is no surprise, in the entertainment industry, every rising star must have a financial backer. Without support, how could they attain fame? Indeed, the entertainment realm is replete with beautiful women. While Wen Yan is undeniably attractive, her beauty is merely average among her peers. What makes her stand out? Surely, it must be due to the sponsorship she receives. It is rumored that she excels in her intimate endeavors. And just look at the curve of her waist and hips. What man could resist? Unfortunately, we couldn't catch a glimpse of the man inside the car, nor did we manage to capture the license plate number. This vehicle must be a top-tier Bentley. Wen Yan felt a wave of frustration. She had only slept for a few hours, and the external world had evolved into such chaos. This was utterly baseless. It was a classic case of an image starting the rumors, with a narrative entirely fabricated. However, compared to Shen Jingxiu's stern demeanor, Wen Yan was not particularly upset. In the entertainment industry, such slander and scandal are commonplace. Some individuals even fabricate their own controversies for publicity. Of course, she would never resort to such tactics. Relying on sensationalism for attention would lead to swift obscurity. Only a steady stream of exceptional works can etch one's name in the audience's memory. With this thought, Wen Yan promptly returned the tablet to Shen Jingxiu, sitting up straight and stating, I apologize, brother. I have burdened you. Please tell me what I can do to assist in clarifying this situation. Chapter 109. Allow me to share a little secret. Surprised by Wen Yan's demeanor, Su Yang smiled gently and remarked, Why so serious all of a sudden? It's not a grave matter. It's just that your elder brother is quite upset after seeing you being smeared. Among your brothers, your eldest is the most protective. Initially, we thought you were still resting, so we didn't wish to disturb you. but you happen to come downstairs at that moment. You need not worry about this. Let her brother handle it. Wen Yan nodded and turned to Shen Jingxiu, asking, what do you plan to do? Delete it, block the keywords, suppress the heat. Wen Yan nodded again, acknowledging. That's standard practice in the industry. Once the hype dies down, the public will quickly forget. Shen Jingxiu discerned the underlying message in her words. Are you dissatisfied with this approach? No. Wen Yan hastily waved her hand. But the situation may not unfold as we envision. Suppressing the heat might backfire. I fear the money could go to waste. The last time I collaborated with my second brother to remove trending topics, it cost quite a bit. Reflecting on it now, she felt a pang of regret. But brother, have you truly considered compensating me for these expenses? I could clarify things myself. Shen Jingxiu glanced at Wen Yan, pondering whether she was genuinely in need of money. It seemed she had no significant expenditures recently. For him, money was merely a string of numbers. Su Yang also encouraged Wen Yan, these are trivial matters. If complications arise, we will devise another plan. Come on, let us go eat something. All right, I am easygoing and will take things as they come. But brother, you really, Shen Jingxiu raised an eyebrow, his cold expression intensifying. However, this could not be entirely blamed on him, as it was inherited. Are you really not having a late-night snack? No, I had a substantial dinner. Very well. After Wen Yan and Su Yang finished a steaming bowl of fragrant beef noodles, they found that online searches for news regarding Wen Yan and her wealthy benefactor had vanished. Wen Yan could not help but exclaim, brother, your actions are impressively swift. Su Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, throughout his life, Jingxiu has always been the most efficient in all his endeavors. In the future, whenever you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek your brother's assistance. Wen Yan nodded in affirmation, then suddenly said, by the way, Mom, I actually know a little secret about brother. A secret about your brother? Su Yang was taken aback. What do you know? I'm so curious. Seeing Su Yang's eager expression, Wen Yan raised her pinky finger. Well, it's truly a trivial matter, perhaps not even a secret. That is all right. I'm intrigued. Regardless of its size, you must share it with me. Turns out we have overlooked him. Su Yang, a sentimental person, felt tears welling in her eyes at the thought of her eldest son suppressing even such a minor preference over the years. It's our fault for not being attentive enough. In the past, Grandpa was quite strict with you brothers. Of course, as a mother, I cannot place all the blame on the previous generation. Thank you, Wen Yan, for revealing this little secret to me. You truly are our family's little angel. Su Yang genuinely appreciated Wen Yan, pulling her into an embrace. Hearing Su Yang's words, Wen Yan recalled something Shen Jingxiu had mentioned previously. He had said that before she arrived at the Shen household, when Grandpa Shen was still alive, the atmosphere there was stifling, far from the warmth of a typical family. Now, upon reflection, it seemed that Shen Jingxiu's words held truth. In this day and age, how could ordinary families have so many children? Yet, the Shen family had welcomed 5. It appeared that being a wealthy family's wife and mother was not an easy task either. With this thought, Wen Yan instinctively held Su Yang digter. Being a mother to so many children is no easy feat for you, Mrs. Su. Su Yang understood that the most thoughtful person in the family was indeed Wen Yan, their little darling. Just as she found a movie to watch, Shen Jingxiu suddenly messaged her. Show me the cat. The cat? Wen Yan nearly forgot about it. Ever since she brought Shen Pailai over, Shen Jingxiu had not come to retrieve her. Shen Pailai had now become a permanent member of their household. Since she was unable to sleep, it was the perfect time to cuddle the adorable cat. However, yielding so easily to Shen Jingxiu's request seemed too lenient. Negative feedback. I refuse to show the cat. You should say, Princess, please show me the cat. Wen Yan had expected Shen Jingxiu to throw in a sarcastic remark or two. Princess, please show me the cat. Hurry, I beg you. Wen Yan was taken aback. Had Shen Jingxiu taken some medication? Why was he suddenly so compliant? What's wrong? Have you been possessed or hacked? Can I take advantage of this situation? Name your conditions. 10 million? Perhaps you should consider being reborn. It would be quicker. Wen Yan thought, indeed, he was still the same Shen Jingxiu. Hold on, I'll fetch Shen Pailai. Shen Pailai was soon positioned on the bed in a charming pose, and Wen Yan snapped a picture to send to Shen Jingxiu. After sending it, she quickly indulged her curiosity. Brother, who is the first person in your album? Is there something you can't share? Too ugly, unworthy of scrutiny. Who is it? If they're so unattractive, why keep them in your album? Want to see? Want to see? There's a complete lack of sincerity here. What would count as sincere? Prince, please show me the first photo in your album. Stop with the theatrics, just send the money. Is 100 enough? In this day and age, sending money only requires a flick of the fingers and a few words. 1,000. Wen Yan hesitated for a moment, then promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to Shen Jingxiu. The money was received instantly. Subsequently, Wen Yan received a screenshot of a rather unflattering image of herself from her live survival stream on a deserted island. The snapshot, despite her oily hair and unkempt appearance, still bore a semblance of beauty from a distance. The crux of the matter lies in that particularly ghastly image, a visage so chaotic yet unmistakably recognizable. Ah, Shenjing, return my money. I've only charged you a mere 1,000, a bargain indeed. Otherwise, just imagine the repercussions if this image were to circulate. Return my money. Ah, Wen Yan was exasperated, unable to fathom that not only had she worked for Shen Jinghe for free, but he had also managed to extort 1,000 from her. The thought alone incited her indignation, prompting her to peruse Shen Jinghe's social media. It appeared he was indeed filming for a certain variety show, as his latest post featured the very photograph of Shan Pailai she had sent a moment ago. After some contemplation, or rather, impulsive decision-making, Wen Yan swiftly created a secondary account, aptly named Shen Jinghe's ugly photo, and proceeded to comment beneath his post. Poor review, utterly disregarding animal privacy, exposing the belly without even considering blurring the image for the young ones. In truth, Maine Coons possess long fur, and even when exposed on their backs, little privacy is compromised. Hence, Wen Yan's mild jest did not stir the waters in the slightest. Instead, she found herself ensnared in Shen Jinghe's comment section. Wow, what a handsome cat. What breed is it? So striking. Upstairs, that's a female cat. However, you are correct. Maine Coons are indeed stunning. Ha ha, this is hilarious. Other guests have shared photos too, some of their managers, some of their assistants, and even family and friends, yet he only posted a picture of female cat. Astonishing. He must be in a relationship. Did you notice? The cat is reclining on a large bed, and the creamy white bedding is clearly feminine. Does that imply this is his girlfriend's cat? What of it? Just because the bedding is white doesn't mean only girls can use it. Perhaps it's in a hotel. All hotel linens are white. Aren't they? Who takes their cat on business trips? You clearly lack experience. Many actors bring their pets to shoots. Is it only girls who enjoy posing with cats on beds? Who says that? My brother is a guy. He loves cuddling his cat in bed and scratching its belly. I too believe that this is indeed a girl-esque bed. But why are the fans so agitated? Even if Shen Jinghe is dating, I would still support him. Oh no, that would mean my heart would break. My brother cannot fall in love. If he does, I shall cease to adore him. I concur. Let us hope this isn't true. I am utterly befuddled by you all, indulging in baseless speculation. This is merely a cat lying on a bed. There is not even a shadow of anything else. I magnified the image, and not a single strand of long hair was visible. If you insist on claiming it's a girl-esque bed, then I must ask, which girl-esque bed lacks long hair? Wen Yan entered Shen Jinghe's comment section with a vengeful spirit, but departed feeling sheepish. Had she known, she would have photographed Shan Pailai on the carpet instead. Thankfully, she had not utilized the dreamy purple sheets this time. A miscalculation. Nonetheless, these matters ultimately do not concern her. She merely acted at Shen Jinghe's behest. Thus, that 1,000 yuan must be returned. After a brief tussle with Shan Pailai, Wen Yan received a message from Wang Che. All is well, still filming. Aren't you just idly browsing online after wrapping up? By the way, regarding that person you asked me to inquire about, Qin Weiran, I have made little progress. Please allow me some more time. All right, I appreciate your efforts. Let's have a meal together when you're free. Her conversation with Wang Che reminded Wen Yan that passively awaiting Qin Weiran's appearance was insufficient. She was unaware of when she might surface. Though she could forego signing with an agency, it was indeed time to seek an assistant. She required someone to assist with matters beyond her primary responsibilities. For instance, the recent rumors of airport paparazzi and financial backers. Had her family not detected them promptly, by the time she awoke, the rumors would have spread like wildfire. This time, she intended to be her own boss, refusing to sign away her autonomy. However, she still needed to consult with someone experienced, such as Shen Jinghe. A week of wilderness survival truly tested Wen Yan's endurance. Upon returning home, she languished for 2 days before fully regaining her vitality. They had completed the editing and negotiated collaborations with a television station and streaming service. Prepare to launch the first season of Island Jungle Diary. Wen Yan glanced at the content concerning her. There are no issues. Undoubtedly, Min Ziyashia contributed the most. She had lost count of how many times she had encountered comments about herself while online, yet she lacked the time to delve into them. Coincidentally, her own variety show, Jungle Diary, was premiering that very night. Su Yang had gathered the entire family, seated on the couch in anticipation. Wen Yan felt profoundly awkward. Why must the entire family bear witness? Acting in a drama was one thing, but reality shows were an entirely different realm she had yet to acclimatize to. Despite this, her family seemed genuinely eager. Shen Yuan rarely smiled so kindly. It's a rare occasion for a family activity. One shouldn't be absent. Wen Yan thought, Shen Jinghe, I have yet to settle that 1,000 yuan debt with you, and yet you still manage to ensnare me. I long to give you a couple of slaps. Shen Jinghe merely cast a light glance her way. Indeed, this woman's inner self was quite tempestuous. With this, the 1,000 yuan would most certainly not be repaid. Su Yang grasped Wen Yan's hand. Sit down, Yin Yin. We are all family. What is there to feel embarrassed about? After saying this, Su Yang leaned closer and whispered in Wen Yan's ear. Look at your father. Just because your second brother engaged him in conversation, he is on the verge of bursting into laughter. Well then, considering the family was still somewhat united and harmonious at this moment, she may as well endure the social embarrassment. After all, she was the successor of socialism, and due to the arduous filming of the wilderness variety show, her father had generously increased her allowance by 100,000 yuan this month. Accepting this money meant she had to put in the work. If social embarrassment could earn her 100,000, then she would gladly choose that path. Just as Wen Yan settled in, an exaggerated roar of engines erupted outside. No sooner had she spoken than she dashed off, disappearing in an instant. Su Yang had intended to join her, but realized it would be futile to pursue her now. Shen Jinghe glanced at Wen Yan, who was darting away as swiftly as a rabbit, and a wave of discontent surged within him. Why should this be? It was merely a collaborative filming for a variety show. What flattery! And, the lack of discernment. Beside him, Shen Jingxiu also cast a silent glance at Wen Yan, but he soon redirected his gaze to the television screen. Outside the villa, as Wen Yan reached the door, Shen Jingchuan approached her. Upon seeing Wen Yan, Shen Jingchuan raised an eyebrow. What is this? Have you come to greet me, the esteemed fourth young master? Shen Jingchuan's brow furrowed, nearly mirroring his name. Do you not feel embarrassed? Embarrassed? Of course, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was precisely because of this that she had stepped out to welcome Shen Jingchuan. To be scrutinized by the entire family was an experience she could not endure alone. Naturally, she intended to drag Shen Jingchuan into the fray as well. Embarrassed? Not in the slightest. That was merely a casual remark. Come inside. Why are you dawdling at the door? Such unnecessary flattery. You must have ulterior motives. Speak. What is it you truly desire? Rest assured, I'm certainly not here to borrow money from you. Come now, mother awaits you. Awaiting me for what? You'll discover that upon entering. In truth, Shen Jingchuan felt somewhat unwelcome within this household. Yet at this very moment, he suddenly sensed that perhaps one or two individuals in this family were indeed looking forward to his presence. One was his mother, and the other was this girl before him. Contemplating this, his previously reluctant footsteps transformed into a more relaxed stride. Upon entering, Su Yang approached him, and upon seeing her younger son, her face instantly brightened with a smile. How are you, Mom? Is your pneumonia better? Shen Jingchuan inquired as he hastily moved closer to support Su Yang. It's all healed, she replied. Have you had dinner? I already ate, he responded. Perfect timing. Your father, your siblings, and I are watching television. You should join us. However, upon noticing his own close-up on the screen at that moment, he immediately turned his head away. Mom, I think I should. Where are you going, fourth brother? Wen Yan quickly interrupted Shen Jingchuan just as he was about to speak, pulling him towards the sofa. The seats are all prepared for you. This is a heartfelt invitation from Mom. How can you refuse her kindness? Sit down quickly. I've even prepared popcorn for you. Saying this, Wen Yan casually grabbed a bucket of popcorn from the coffee table and stuffed it into Shen Jingchuan's hands. Understanding dawned on Shen Jingchuan. All the warm welcomes and titles of the esteemed fourth young master were mere facades. This mischievous girl simply wanted him to experience the family scrutiny. Although they might not express it outwardly, he was certain they would mock him internally, laughing at how destitute he had become, needing to resort to selling his looks. The thought ignited his anger. Yet a glance at Shen Jing and his haughty demeanor made him reconsider leaving. After all, had the entire family ever gathered to watch the dramas or films he had starred in? The program commenced swiftly, and the household staff brought in fruit platters. Wen Yan selected a small bowl of soft-seeded pomegranates, savoring them while reflecting. How delightful it is to behold. From my vantage point, the entire family is a sight to behold, a testament to the excellence of our genes. However, I must say, the personalities of my brothers leave much to be desired. Shen Yuan and Su Yang echoed. Indeed, if only the sons were more considerate and warm-hearted. Shen Jingxiu, Shen Jinghe, and Shen Jingchuan pondered. Did she just commend everyone while simultaneously criticizing us? Shen Jingxiu remarked, Is it really so terrible to be reserved and serious? Shen Jinghe chuckled. At least you recognize my temper. Shen Jingchuan scoffed. What good is a good temper? It can't be spent like money. The production team seemed to adopt a one-episode-per-day format, showcasing the first day's footage of Wen Yan and the others. Throughout the viewing, Su Yang dominated the conversation, followed by Wen Yan and then Shen Yuan. The remaining family members served merely as background characters. Despite this, both Wen Yan and Shen Jingchuan were quite pleased with the outcome, as it suggested that Su Yang would not organize another collective viewing anytime soon. Chapter 112. In truth, my brothers treat me well. While watching, I felt deeply moved, which is why I insisted on keeping you all here to watch again with me. Where to begin? At a loss for words. It seems everything changed when Yin Yan decided to forego entering the company and stepped into the entertainment industry. This decision saddened the entire family and struck me hard, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise as we uncovered the truth. I am aware that over the past few years, even over a decade, your relationships with one another and with our parents have been rather mediocre. Frankly, seeing you all together has brought comfort to Mom and Dad. I hope that in the future, you brothers and sisters can coexist harmoniously, all right? Su Yang's heartfelt words reflected a mother's hopes for her children. However, the dynamics formed over years among the brothers were deeply ingrained. Without someone like Wen Yan suddenly breaking the mold or taking initiative, it would be challenging to alter the status quo. Thus, even as Su Yang's eyes glistened with emotion, the Shen brothers found it difficult to empathize completely. Only Wen Yan spoke up. Mom, actually eldest brother, second brother, and fourth brother have all been very kind to me. Following her, Shen Jingxiu added, Mom, it will be all right. Shen Jinghe remained silent. Shen Jingchuan discarded the empty popcorn bucket into the trash and stated, Mom, everyone has their own lives to lead. We should just take care of ourselves. Su Yang felt overwhelmed. If you're tired, then go rest. Yin Yan and Jingchuan, please come with me to the study. Thus, the family dispersed in silence. Wen Yan stole a glance at Shen Yuan, noticing how much older he appeared in that moment. Indeed, at his age, having reached the pinnacle of his career, possessing every material need, and enjoying good health, perhaps all he truly desired was familial harmony. On the way to Su Yang's study, Wen Yan quickly messaged Shen Jinghe. Second brother, I'll come find you shortly. I need to discuss something with you. Let's postpone it. I've been exhausted from filming and need to sleep. Wen Yan sensed he was not in a particularly cheerful mood and had intended to say more. But he immediately replied with a dismissive emoji. Very well, it seems his mental state is fine, she mused. Shen Jingchuan and Wen Yan soon followed Su Yang into her study. Su Yang gestured for them to sit. She first looked at Shen Jingchuan, her gaze filled with tenderness and concern. You can start a fire, pitch a tent, chop wood, cook, fish, and even gut fish. I still can't bring myself to kill chickens or fish. Your father might not dare either. And you protect your sister. I can only imagine that these years outside have not been as carefree as we imagined. Have they? Mom, Shen Jingchuan interjected, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Why the sudden emotional appeal? These tasks are trivial. You don't need to know how to do them. The vendors at the supermarket or market can handle that. Suyang Chuklet Ligli. It's not about the tasks. What I mean is, I understand, but there's nothing remarkable about that. A true man wouldn't consider such trivialities burdensome. You didn't summon Wen Yan just to discuss these matters, did you? Of course not. I simply feel gratified to see the bond between you siblings restored. As she spoke, Su Yang moved to sit across from them, taking both Wen Yan's and Shen Jingchuan's hands in hers, holding them tightly. When you had that conflict over the false Giro, I honestly didn't know how to handle it. At that time, that girl was as precious to me as both of you. I was unsure how to strike a balance. As she continued, Su Yang felt a wave of happiness wash over her at witnessing the siblings reconcile. Mom, don't worry. There are no more obstacles in the relationship between fourth brother and me. We'll get along just fine. Great. Su Yang beamed, turning her attention to Shen Jingchuan. What about you? Shen Jingchuan glanced at Wen Yan. As long as she doesn't make any unreasonable demands, that's all that matters. Wen Yan smiled. Let us leave the past behind. I was forced into that situation. After expressing her thoughts to Wen Yan, Su Yang then turned her focus to Shen Jingchuan. I heard from Yan that you've been out of town seeking investments. How is it going? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Upon mentioning this, Shen Jingchuan furrowed his brow. It's going all right. Su Yang mirrored his frown. What does all right mean? Did you secure investments or not? Shen Jingchuan exhaled silently. I did, but not much. That's still good. Su Yang responded with a slight smile. It seems you have some connections in the country. How much more do you need? Quite a bit. Then your earnings must not be substantial. It's fine. At least I can make some money. What if I invest a little for you? Why didn't you come to me? At that moment, you were troubled by matters concerning your sister, a topic I prefer not to discuss. However, Shen Jingchuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After all, it was you who had initiated the conversation today. Chapter 113. Would you care for a drive? Su Yang chuckled lightly. What? Are you afraid I might deceive you? My investment in you stems not only from the fact that you are my son, but also from my support for your passions and career. However, if your skills fall significantly short, I cannot bridge that gap. I am aware you have approached your father, and I know he has turned you down. Yet, you must understand that his lack of support for your career is due to the inherent dangers associated with it. You haven't participated in competitions for the past 2 years, precisely because of your previous injury. Upon hearing Su Yang mention Shen Yuan's attitude and his injury, Shen Jingchuan's brow furrowed deeper. Is that truly his stance? Just an excuse. Every competitive sport carries certain risks. Even something as simple as running or skipping rope can result in injury. How much more so with racing? I'm not reckless. I assure you, I will take every precaution to protect myself. Ultimately, he simply does not respect my interests and profession. He respects the career of my second brother. Su Yang felt a wave of frustration. You know well that your father and your second brother do not share a good relationship. In any case, if you can convince your father, you won't have to exhaust yourself seeking other investors. Sometimes a little humility goes a long way. Impossible. He would only advise me to give up. Mother, it's getting late. You should rest early. Shen Jingchuan turned and left. Su Yang realized that today's conversation had yielded no results. Upon exiting, Shen Jingchuan leaned against his car and lit a cigarette. After a moment's thought, he called Wen Yan. Would you care for a drive? Wen Yan answered, glancing down from her bedroom window with a hint of disdain, I suppose. But I have no desire to ride in your noisy car. Why is that? Shen Jingchuan queried, unable to comprehend. No one had ever voiced such a complaint about his vehicle. I mentioned the noise. I fear disturbing the peace. I promise not to take you to crowded places. That would be ideal. I fear those places even more. Shen Jingchuan was further perplexed. What are you afraid of? Do you not trust my driving skills? It's not that. I fear embarrassment. By the way, I have a question. You must be at least 181 meters tall, right? Exactly 181 meters. Given your height, with such a low-slung supercar and your long legs, do you drive lying down? It's customized. Even so, your car is still extremely low. Do you roll out every time you park? Or do you have to brace yourself with your hands on the ground before getting your feet out? What if there happens to be something unsightly on the ground? Wen Yan, come down. I promise I won't hit you. If looks could kill. Wen Yan felt certain that Shen Jingchuan's gaze would have pierced 2 holes through her window. Yet, her curiosity was undeniable. 5 minutes later, she emerged dressed in comfortable and warm attire, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hurry, let me see the car. Please. Shen Jingchuan found himself unable to face his supercar. He couldn't even recall how he managed to exit it each time. However, one thing was certain. It was never graceful. He playfully patted Wen Yan on the head. His tone slightly exasperated. Drive your own. Wen Yan pivoted in response to his hand's pressure. Mine is indeed considerably taller than yours. Thankfully, I brought my car keys. You still smoke? Can you refrain? The smell bothers me. Shen Jingchuan immediately extinguished his cigarette. I won't smoke. I only lit it to illuminate your way. Fearing you might struggle in the dark. You might as well say you plan to set the Shen family's villa ablaze. I could believe that. Shen Jingchuan chuckled softly. In truth, I quit long ago, but occasionally, when in a foul mood, I might light one just to enjoy the scent. The pair soon departed from the villa. Wen Yan did not inquire about their destination. merely stating, I had forgotten that we once had a falling out over the imposter Shinjiro and the matter regarding 10 million. You should be able to fill me in tonight. Indeed, or I wouldn't have called you out so late. Do you enjoy barbecued food? I do, she replied. I prefer the domestic variety. It possesses a richer, more authentic flavor than the foreign kind. There should be some stalls ahead. What do you wish to eat? Lamb, beef, squid, green peppers, enoki mushrooms, scallops, conch, and oysters. Those will do for now. All right. Shortly thereafter, Wen Yan spotted a row of food stalls not far ahead. It was the perfect hour for late-night snacks, and the stalls were bustling with patrons. Shen Jingchuan parked the car and stepped out. Wen Yan eagerly poked her head out of the car window. I want the large squid. Remember to add extra spice, but keep the rest mildly spicy. He reached into the back seat and retrieved a hat, placing it on Wen Yan's head. You are a celebrity now. Be cautious not to be recognized. I'm not, she protested. Yet she adjusted the hat in front of the mirror. You are more popular than I am. You should be the one to watch out. I have no need. Disregarding her caution, Shen Jingchuan turned and continued towards the food stalls. Wen Yan donned a mask and promptly exited the car to catch up with him. I may as well join you. I see that each stall has a considerable line, and we will surely have to wait. The two sought out a stall with fewer patrons and ordered their preferred dishes. The owner scrutinized Shen Jingchuan for a considerable time before finally asking, You resemble that recently viral live streamer with a foreign name? What was it, Kex? Shen Jingchuan naturally shook his head in denial. Not me. However, many have remarked that I bear a resemblance to a celebrity named Shen Jinghe. Do I? Shen Jinghe? The one from movies? I must say, you do look a bit like him. Wen Yan thought, so he is aware of this. He knows that this topic has been quite popular online lately. Shen Jingchuan replied, He is also someone who browses the internet, you know, Wen Yan remarked, but it's truly difficult to judge if their relationship is somewhat strained. It's amusing that Shen Jingchuan can still jest about Shen Jinghe. Meanwhile, far away at the Shen family villa, Shen Jinghe sneezed several times in succession. While waiting for the barbecue, Shen Jingchuan took a trip to a nearby convenience store. After securing the takeout, he drove to the riverside. This area was an open natural scenic spot, relatively deserted at night. The bridge and the riverbank were adorned with warm yellow solar-powered fairy lights, twinkling gently in the darkness, creating a cozy and brilliant atmosphere. The siblings found a spot to sit, relishing the sounds of the water and wind as they savored their barbecue. Shen Jingchuan passed Wen Yan a can of beer, to which she declined, saying, I don't drink. It tastes awful. How about yogurt? I bought some yogurt and milk. You can find them in the bag. Ultimately, Wen Yan opened a bottle of beverage, and Shen Jingchuan began to recount tales from their past.